The global slaughter world is about to begin. All individuals aged 15 to 50 across the globe, prepare yourselves. Wilderness, giant beasts, venomous insects, savages, and walking corpses. A terrifying world of slaughter is about to unfold. Death and opportunity coexist. Are you ready? The cold voice echoed in the ears of 10 billion humans. Everyone was bewildered, staring blankly at the sky. Before they could react, people began vanishing from where they stood, one by one. Zhao Dong was startled awake by a chaotic dream. In the dream, he was a wealthy heir with immense influence who fell for the school beauty and pursued her relentlessly every day. Finally, one day, the school beauty agreed to have dinner with him to pay for her mother's medical treatment. But just as they were about to head to the restaurant, a voice suddenly echoed in his head. The global slaughter world has begun. What a bizarre dream, Zhao Dong muttered, opening his eyes and feeling a slight headache. Last night, he had attended a friend's birthday party, packed with girls who wouldn't leave him alone. Although he had maintained a polite demeanor and gently declined their advances, he couldn't ward off their overwhelming enthusiasm. Before he knew it, he had drunk too much. Those girls were so tedious. Zhao Dong shook his head, then suddenly froze. Wasn't I sleeping at home? Why am I on a boat? All around him was a shimmering lake, with towering ancient trees lining the shores, resembling the Amazon primeval forest. My name is Zhao Dong. My family is wealthy and powerful. I desperately pursued a school beauty, but suddenly, the global slaughter world began. Zhao Dong was completely stunned. Global slaughter? Holy crap, isn't this that novel? Just a few days ago, he had finished reading a novel about the entire global population aged 15 to 50 crossing over into a world of slaughter. At this moment, Zhao Dong realized he had transmigrated into the book. If that wasn't bad enough, he had actually become the villain of the story. The protagonist of that novel was named Zhou Fan, and as everyone knows, anyone with Fan in their name is practically destined to be the main character. But a name like his Zhao Dong, it was obviously just some throwaway minor character name the author threw together, specifically designed to be stepped on by the protagonist. Recalling all this, Zhao Dong understood. That wasn't just a dream, it was the memory of the original host. Zhao Dong was dumbfounded. In the novel, because the original host had lived a life of pampered luxury, he possessed no real survival skills and had a miserable time in this slaughter world. Later, he would cross paths with the protagonist, face relentless harassment, and ultimately be plotted against and killed. Zhao Dong wanted to cry. Since childhood, his dream had been to become a wealthy heir. Now that his wish had finally come true, money was completely useless. No way, I have to save myself. Zhao Dong immediately braced himself and began to recall the plot. As the protagonist, Zhou Fan naturally had a cheat code. His cheat code was that he was a military king with incredible combat skills. But I have my own advantage, I know the plot. Just then, the air in front of him distorted, and a system prompt appeared. Survivor Zhao Dong has randomly entered his starting location in the slaughter world. Begin survival. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Strength, 5 speed, 3 stamina, 4 defense, 8 spirit, 5 level, L0, 0, skills, 0 no way, so weak. Only my defense is decent. Zhao Dong was curious, guessing it was probably because he was thick-skinned. Ding! All survivors have arrived at their locations. Commencing random talent draw. Would you like to draw? Seeing this, Zhao Dong's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that the talent this villain drew in the novel was a tribute display. He clicked to draw, and sure enough, the talent appeared. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Zhao Dong. You have awakened the talent attribute display. Zhao Dong felt a bit disappointed. He felt this talent was rather useless. For instance, if he saw a beast, its attributes, level, and health bar would appear. But the problem was, this was completely useless in actual combat. He continued reading the system's introduction, and indeed, it was exactly as he remembered. The introduction read, Welcome to Novice Village No. 168. All individuals have completed their talent awakening. Survivors, observe your surroundings and begin your survival. Method to increase strength. Hunt wild beasts, demons, and monsters to absorb energy from their corpses. There was a lot more written below. In short, everyone's current goal was to find food and a safe shelter, and to survive as long as possible. As time went on, the beasts in this world would gradually grow stronger, and unknown monsters would appear. Every so often, the system would also issue quests. Having finished reading the introduction, Zhao Dong looked at the chat channel. To his surprise, his chat avatar was his real-life self. This won't do, it's way too handsome. It'll easily attract attention, Zhao Dong muttered to himself. Meanwhile, countless people were utterly shocked by their sudden predicament. Can anyone tell me what's going on? I was just sleeping, and now I'm in a forest. I'm in a desert, it's so hot. I don't know where my husband went, sob. Mom, Dad, it's Lin Lin. Where are you? I'm at the beach, it's snowing here, so cold. This is the apocalypse. We've entered a doomsday game. My Lord will protect me, believe in me and you will live. I'm in a forest and I'm panicking. There's a tiger right below me. What do? I have experience with tigers. You have to be fast. While it's not looking, run towards it and do a slide tackle. That way, you'll die a bit more heroically. Holy crap, you still have the mind to joke at a time like this? Messages flashed by rapidly. He turned his attention back to his surroundings, a massive, wide lake that seemed to stretch endlessly. He was currently in a small fishing boat, similar to those found in rainforests, propelled by 2 oars. The boat was about 1 meter wide and 3 meters long, with a pointed bow. After inspecting the items on the small fishing boat, Zhao Dong frowned. There was one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. The good news was that the hull was completely intact, so there was no need to worry about leaks. The bad news was that only 1 oar remained on the boat, and even that one was broken. This meant rowing was out of the question. But this was a lake, where would waves even come from? At the same time, he activated his talent, Attribute Display. Broken oar, crafted from solid wood. Unfortunately, it is broken, but it would make a decent weapon. Small fishing boat, a wooden fishing boat. Though weathered, it remains sturdy and durable. Damaged fishing net, this fishing net is somewhat torn. Seeing this, Zhao Dong recalled a crucial plot point. He remembered that the protagonist, Zhou Fan, would soon secure the first kill. At that time, he would obtain the critical strike skill along with many other rewards. With this thought, Zhao Dong immediately picked up the broken oar. The sharp splinters at the broken end of this oar made it perfect for use as a weapon. I must secure the first kill before Zhou Fan does, Zhao Dong said solemnly. Zhou Fan was ruthless and decisive. Except for young, beautiful women, any other males who crossed his path would be killed by him. Therefore, Zhao Dong had absolutely no intention of befriending Zhou Fan. He had to snatch away Zhou Fan's opportunities. Less than a minute had passed so far. Zhao Dong remembered that Zhou Fan secured the first kill around the 10-minute mark. I can't wait anymore. Within these next 9 minutes, I must secure the first kill. At this moment, Zhao Dong immediately thought of fishing. He had never cast a net before. But even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen a pig run. Everyone knew the theory. Zhao Dong quickly spread the fishing net open and tied knots over the torn spots. While working, he silently counted numbers in his mind, calculating the flow of time. 2 minutes later, Zhao Dong looked at the lake's surface, and a status appeared. Lake surface. The clear water might hold many fish below. Zhao Dong held up the fishing net. It was a cast net, the kind he remembered people selling in short videos online. He cast a wide swath of net into the water and quickly pulled it closed. For now, he didn't ask for a large catch. Just 1 fish would be enough to complete his first kill. Recalling the net casting moves from those short videos, Zhao Dong threw with all his might. The net spread through the air and, following a perfect arc, plunged into the river water. What surprised Zhao Dong was that the net had barely hit the water when something began tugging at it violently. Great! There must be something big. Zhao Dong hurriedly pulled the net with all his strength. It felt very heavy. There must be plenty of fish. Heaving hard, he dragged the net up little by little. There they were. Fish were thrashing in the net right on the surface. Ha ha ha! Zhao Dong laughed. He had only wanted to catch a few, but the single cast had pulled in dozens of fish. Moreover, the fish were no small fry. The smallest was the size of a bull or wok, and the largest had sharp teeth, chomping at the net in an attempt to escape. Zhao Dong used all his strength to hold the net onto the fishing boat, then immediately checked the fish's stats. Saber-toothed fish, level 0, its teeth are extremely sharp, but it has little strength. Its meat is delicious, it likes to eat water plants, and it is completely non-aggressive. Mutant crucian carp, level 0, a slightly mutated small crucian carp that likes eating shrimp and water plants. It is not aggressive. Haha, our meals for the next few days are settled. At that moment, Zhao Dong realized that this stat display talent was pretty useful. At least in such a place, he could tell at a glance whether or not food was poisonous. Zhao Dong was thrilled. He silently calculated the time only 7 minutes had passed. Without wasting a moment, he grabbed the broken oar and stepped down at the saber-toothed fish's head. In an instant, the saber-toothed fish stopped moving. Afterward, Zhao Dong quietly stared at the panel in front of him, barely able to contain his excitement as he awaited the system announcement. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed. Finally, the system announcement appeared. Congratulations, Survivor Zhao Dong, for becoming the first person to hunt a creature. First kill reward, level 1, all attributes 10, and 10 free attribute points. First kill reward, skill acquired, critical strike. Attack has a 20 chance to trigger a critical hit. When a critical hit triggers, attack power increases by 100. First kill reward, 1 lottery draw. First kill reward, 3,000 gold coins. At that moment, the character status panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Level 1, 0. Strength 15. Speed 13. Stamina 14. Defense 18. Spirit 15. Skill, critical hit 30. Talent, status display. Gold coins 3000. Usable attribute points 10. Just now, critical hit had a 20 chance of triggering, but after the attribute increase, it became 30. After thinking it over, Zhao Dong added all the available attribute points to critical strike. Now the critical hit rate displayed 40. That meant 1 out of every 2 to 3 attacks would trigger a critical hit. If used well, this skill would be extremely useful. The first kill reward was fantastic deer, was even a lottery draw. I remember the protagonist from those novels got a handgun from the lottery. Zhao Dong rubbed his hands together and thought to himself, I hope I have the protagonist's luck to let me draw a gun. A gun in this place would bring undeniable advantages. Even facing a high-level fierce beast, he was confident he could handle it. With that thought, Zhao Dong grew excited and tapped into the lottery section. The lottery page looked somewhat like a slot machine, with no decorations around it, only images flipping through the central area. Draw! The images began rolling. Clothes, pants, shoes, a computer, a chair, a grenade. Various items flashed by. Finally, it stopped. Gun! 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 Zhao Dong closed his eyes, swinging his arms wildly, shouting excitedly, then opened his eyes. Congratulations! You have obtained a divine level equipment, hammer. Zhao Dong plopped down on the ground, speechless. A hammer? What use was a hammer here? To be honest, in a place like this, a hammer was far less useful than a spear. However, after checking its stats, Zhao Dong realized this was no ordinary hammer. The panel read, Industrial hammer. When used to build, construction speed increases by 50, material consumption decreases by 50, and structural strength increases by 50. The hammer can simulate various tools and be used as such. That's freaking awesome. Zhao Dong felt relieved. After all, could the reward from a first kill lottery be bad? Certainly not. The moment he grasped the industrial hammer, he felt its weight. At the same time, as soon as the hammer entered his hand, it seemed to resonate with some power within his body, becoming one with him. With a single thought, an image of an axe appeared in his mind. Then the hard iron head of the hammer began to melt like snow into a new shape. Slowly, it formed the shape of an axe. At the front, the blade gleamed with an ominous black light, clearly razor sharp. Shua shua! Zhao Dong raised the axe and swung it horizontally at a fish. The fish was easily sliced in half. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Dong was quite satisfied with this reward. The axe formed by melting was incredibly sharp. On top of that, it could transform into all sorts of tools. Blades, saws, even screwdrivers and wrenches. When he thought about it, adding the industrial hammer's building abilities, it might not match Zhou Fan's gun in attack power, but it far exceeded it in auxiliary functions. Zhao Dong shook his head and suddenly laughed. I've taken the first kill. Even if Zhou Fan gets the second kill, there's no lottery reward he won't get his hand on. Actually, he didn't mean to target Zhou Fan deliberately. It was all just to survive. At that moment, a thought struck Zhao Dong, and he immediately opened the regional chat channel. At the top of the chat channel, a pinned message read, "Congratulations to survivor Zhao Dong for completing the first kill. Rewards have been distributed." As the announcement scrolled past, the previously quiet chat channel immediately erupted. No way, first kill rewards. That actually worked. I just saw a frog earlier. If I'd known, I'd have killed it first. I missed it too. I had the chance to catch a fish, but I wanted to start a fire first. What a pity. Watching these comments, Zhao Dong smiled faintly. Around this time, Zhou Fan should probably be hunting that wolf. Zhao Dong thought to himself that he just hoped that now that he had achieved the first kill ahead of time, others would catch on and complete the second and third kills. That way, even if Zhou Fan killed that wild wolf, he wouldn't get any reward. At this moment, within a certain dim, gloomy forest, perched upon a massive tree, a young man dressed in jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt held a sharpened bamboo pole, his resolute gaze locked onto a wolf not far away. He was none other than Zhou Fan. Before the great cataclysm befell, he had just returned from a foreign battlefield. He was a highly trained soldier king, having endured all manner of rigorous and harsh training. Later, he was deployed domestically to execute numerous covert missions. Simultaneously, he commanded his own team, where every single member was exceptionally trained and remarkably agile. He was the ultimate nightmare of his enemies, traversing various battlefields without ever sustaining a single scratch. Such was the legendary life of the Soldier King. Originally, he had returned to his home country to secretly execute a mission, posing as a transfer student at a school to protect the daughter of an influential figure. In the process, he had offended a wealthy heir named Zhao Dong. Zhou Fan had originally planned to give Zhao Dong a secret beating to teach him a lesson. After all, he had taken a liking to that woman. How could anyone else dare lay a finger on someone he had claimed? Unexpectedly, the world of slaughter was initiated. He had been eyeing that wolf for quite some time. Its massive build far surpassed any wolf from his previous world. Particularly its teeth, each one razor sharp, possessing a terrifying bite force. When he first laid eyes on this beast, even Zhou Fan lacked the confidence to face it. Yet, true to his status as a child of destiny, his luck was indeed extraordinary, for the wolf's leg was injured. This was a golden opportunity. Zhou Fan licked his lips, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. At this moment, he was the hunter. He had been tracking the wolf for so long that the beast had finally let down its guard. It was about time to strike. But suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Congratulations to survivor Zhao Dong for successfully securing the first kill. Zhou Fan's gaze narrowed. Zhao Dong. How could that little bastard have secured the first kill? It's impossible. At this moment, shock was written all over Zhou Fan's face. In his impression, Zhao Dong was merely a useless wealthy heir. Aside from having money, what skills did he possess? It could be said that without money, he was completely powerless. In a world like this, even finding food would be an ordeal. Therefore, upon arriving in this world, Zhou Fan was convinced that Zhao Dong was doomed to die. Yet contrary to his expectations, Zhao Dong had delivered a surprise by actually securing the first kill. Zhou Fan was utterly indignant. He had been on the verge of slaying this wolf himself, missing it by a mere minute or two. Because of this agonizingly brief delay, he had lost the first kill. Instantly, Zhou Fan clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug deep into his palms. A cold, ruthless light flickered in his eyes. It's nothing but sheer luck. Zhao Dong, you'd better pray I don't cross paths with you, or else I will make you realize the price of offending me. In Zhou Fan's eyes, the woman he fancied belonged to him, and Zhao Dong was merely a wealthy heir. How could such a person ever hope to compare to him? In the next split second, Zhou Fan gripped the wooden pole. Veins bulged on his forehead in sheer rage as he sprang forward, lunging toward the wild wolf. If he couldn't have the first kill, then the second kill would suffice. Already weakened, the wild wolf had let down its guard against its surroundings. Startled by the sudden assault, the beast was pinned to the ground before it could even stand. Squelch! The wild wolf was skewered to death. Congratulations to survivor Zhou Fan for ranking second in slaying a creature. Second kill reward, level 1, all attributes 10, obtained 10 free attribute points. Second kill reward, equipped with a military dagger. Second kill reward, 1,500 gold coins. Despite receiving these rewards, Zhou Fan felt no joy. In his estimation, if the second kill yielded such bountiful rewards, wouldn't Zhao Dong's first kill rewards be even more immense? The mere thought of this filled Zhou Fan's heart with intense jealousy. That Zhao Dong was truly exasperating. It was bad enough that he pursued the woman Zhou Fan desired, but now he had even snatched away his opportunity. Humph! If this were a real battlefield, he would already be a corpse. At this moment, Zhou Fan's mind raced furiously. If killing a creature for the first time yields rewards, then perhaps I can obtain other benefits by being the first to attempt other tasks. Zhou Fan's eyes lit up, sensing a real possibility. Steadying his mind, he scanned his surroundings. What could qualify as a first-time attempt? Eating for the first time is definitely out. That's far too simple. It must be something with a degree of difficulty, yet something everyone eventually has to do. For instance, cooking food before eating requires fire. Yes, fire. Zhou Fan's furrowed brow instantly cleared. Making fire was undoubtedly challenging. No sooner said than done. He immediately set off to search for dry grass, preparing to drill wood to make fire. For a soldier king like him, drilling wood to make fire was child's play. By now, Zhou Fan should be thinking about drilling wood to make fire, shouldn't he? Zhao Dong set the fishing net aside, his heart filled with anxiety. There was no helping it. Zhou Fan was simply too clever. Immediately after securing the first kill, Zhou Fan would have deduced that accomplishing other first-time milestones would yield rewards. Thus, he would think of drilling wood to make fire. Naturally, in the end, he would obtain the skill, Flame. This skill was by no means simple. It allowed one to manifest fire at their fingertips simply by consuming mental energy. The higher the level, the larger the flame. With fire, one could roast food and build campfires, which would make life significantly more comfortable. The flame skill. I must obtain the flame skill. But Zhao Dong looked around, wanting to weep but having no tears. He was on a wooden boat, surrounded entirely by water, unable to move the vessel even an inch. What was he supposed to do? He could only search the boat for any usable resources. Through the attribute display, Zhao Dong discovered a fair amount of supplies hidden at the bottom of the boat. Fishing rod. This rod once caught countless fish, but it has lost its line. Net bag. This is excellent for holding fish. Fisherman's straw hat. This straw hat is somewhat tattered, but it still provides decent shade. Flint. A tool used by fishermen to start fires in the wild. Flint. It's actually flint. Feeling incredibly lucky, Zhao Dong quickly pulled it out. Aside from the flint, there were several clumps of tinder grass placed beside it, ideal for catching sparks. Haha, I will be the first to make fire. Rejoicing in his fortune, he immediately began striking the flint against the tinder grass. Clack, clack. The flint proved highly effective. Sparks showered onto the tinder grass, and before long, wisps of smoke began to rise. Zhao Dong quickly gathered the grass together and blew gently into it. The embers grew brighter and larger. It's catching, it's catching. Zhao Dong continued to blow, the black smoke thickening. Finally, a small, dancing flame burst forth. Haha, success. With the appearance of the flame, the system notification flashed before him once more. Congratulations to survivor Zhao Dong for being the first to successfully ignite a fire. First time reward, level 1, all attributes 20, obtained 20 free attribute points. First time reward, acquired skill, Flame. The strength of the flame scales with mental power. Obtained gold coins, 3000. Obtained 1 lottery draw opportunity. Incredible. Indeed, it rewarded the flame skill. Fire was perhaps the most vital thing in the wild. After all, when they had been transported to these wildlands, they possessed nothing but the clothes on their backs, no other supplies whatsoever. Which meant lighters were out of the question. For many people, without flames, There was no way to start a fire and cook food. Especially at night. Without the protection of flame, they would become targets for wild beasts. With a flicker of thought, a wisp of flame sprang from his finger, its searing heat flushing Zhao Dong's face red. Yet Zhao Dong felt not the slightest heat. Instead, it felt strangely reassuring. That was the benefit of obtaining the flame skill. As long as the flames were his own, they could never harm him. Next, he checked his attributes. Then, he poured all 23 attribute points into spirit. He had realized that the stronger his spirit, the more powerful his flames became. Now his panel had changed dramatically. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Level, LV. 2, 0. Strength, 35. Speed, 33. Stamina, 34. Defense, 38. Spirit, 55. Skill, Critical Strike, 40. Skill, Flame. Talent, Attribute Display. Coins, 6000. Unallocated Attribute Points, 0. Equipment, Industrial Hammer. It was time for another draw. Zhao Dong was thrilled. Generally speaking, rewards from a draw under these circumstances were not too bad. Draw. The images began to roll again. Hammers, sickles, cloths, pots and pans. Item after item rolled past, until the image finally came to rest on an eye emblem. Congratulations, you have obtained Divine Physique, Eye of Attributes. Eye of Attributes. When a creature dies, it usually drops attributes. With the Eye of Attributes, one could see those attributes. Pick them up, and they would become one's own. Damn, this is something good. Having read many novels, Zhao Dong knew that the strength of one's attributes directly influenced combat power. Sometimes a high level did not mean one was strong. What mattered were the attributes. And now that he could see attributes and pick them up, didn't that mean he could endlessly increase his own attributes? He hastily looked around, and that was when he noticed something wrong. Not far away, on the lake's surface, countless attributes were floating. Strength attribute. Defense attribute. Speed attribute. Where did all these attributes come from? So many attributes were simply too tempting. But upon closer inspection, Zhao Dong found something off. Over there, many objects like dead logs were floating. I didn't see those logs earlier. When did they appear? Zhao Dong's gaze sharpened as he hurriedly peered at them. Then information appeared before him. Level 4 Crocodile, a ferocious beast with formidable combat power, especially in the water there, it reigns supreme. A level 4 beast. Zhao Dong understood. He guessed that beneath that stretch of water lay corpses beaten to death by the crocodile. That was why attributes were appearing. What a pity. His boat still couldn't move, so he would have to find a way to collect them later. He then looked over at the chat channels, where everyone was buzzing with excitement. Brother Zhao Dong, you're amazing. You got a reward just for making fire for the first time. Brother Zhao Dong, what reward did you get? My talent is Berserk Strength. Too bad it's useless in this frozen wilderness. I killed a wolf, and now all I want is to light a fire and eat something. Same here. My talent is Terrible Acute Hearing. I'm on the grasslands now, hiding in a cave, but without fire at night, I'm afraid some beast will come in. What should I do? At that moment, Zhao Dong noticed there were other chat channels beside this one. There were 3 chat channels in total. Global channel, 1 message per day. Regional channel, unlimited. Friend channel, unlimited. The one he was in now was the regional channel. Evidently, many people had noticed this, and some went wild, constantly tagging Zhao Dong. Brother Zhao Dong, I'm a cute girl. Where are you? Can I come find you? Brother Zhao Dong, you're level 2, right? So impressive. I see those beasts and don't even dare get close. What should I do? My talent is Enhanced Smell. I can sniff out where ferocious beasts are. Anyone want to team up? Sure. My talent is On Hardening. I just ripped a wild dog apart with my bare hands, haha, and got 10 energy points. What are energy points? Clearly a newbie. The more energy points you accumulate, the more you level up. Then you gain attributes and become stronger. Great, let's team up and hunt beasts together. Don't get so excited. I just ran into a zombie. It was terrifying. What? There are zombies here too? Just as he said that, An announcement popped up in the regional channel. Announcement: Level 0 Song the Bao was beaten to death by a Level 3 zombie. Announcement: Level 0 Huang Xitong was surrounded and killed by a pack of Level 1 wild dogs. There were deaths, real deaths. Though everyone had known from the start that this place was dangerous. But when death actually occurred, everyone was shaken. Team up, hurry, team up. Fighting alone is too terrifying. Boss Zhao Dong, can I team up with you? I'm a girl, and I can show you my face. Zhao Dong glanced at it and shook his head slightly. In a world like this, he was not against teaming up. But without knowing the other person's true background, he would never rashly entrust his back to someone unfamiliar. He was waiting. A trade zone would appear soon, and that would be his chance to strike it rich. Sure enough, a system prompt appeared. The trade zone is now open. Time limit: 1 hour. Ha! It looks like a trade zone has appeared here. Trade zone. Zhao Dong's heart stirred. This trade zone was very important. Everyone could trade with whatever supplies they had on hand. Of course, the trade zone was not available all the time this time. It would only last 1 hour. 1 hour? Ha! That's enough. This trade zone was an opportunity for the survivors, allowing everyone to trade useful supplies with one another. Then quite a few messages appeared. I just woke up in a bedroom, and I'm starving. But there's nothing here. Can anyone give me food? I have quite a few clothes. I happen to have no clothes. I've got free bananas here. Okay, private message. For a while, there were many people requesting trades. Zhao Dong posted a message, selling torches. If interested, PM me. Fire was now arguably the most valuable thing of all. Fire could not only cook food, but also provide safety. The moment the message appeared, everyone went into a frenzy. Boss, I want a torch. I'll PM you. I was just trying to start a fire. It's too hard. Please sell me a torch. I need fire. Boss, I'll PM you. In an instant, countless people private messaged Zhao Dong. Boss, I have a lot of water here. Do you need any? Water. Zhao Dong looked at the lake around him. Not only did he have water, but it was an endless supply. Zhao Dong, no need. Do you have any wood over there? I need thick logs at least 5 meters long. Zhao Dong planned to make an oar. The other party saw that Zhao Dong didn't need water and immediately grew anxious. Ah, I don't have any wood here, brother Zhao Dong. Do you need coconuts? I still have crabs and lobsters. Seeing the other's pitiful tone, Zhao Dong figured that torches were inexhaustible for him. So he agreed to the trade. Because if he didn't trade now, fire would become worthless as more and more people came to possess it later. Zhao Dong, alright, we can trade. Okay, I'll store the items. After the deal was settled, Zhao Dong picked up a branch from the boat. With a thought, flames rose from his palm. He burned one end of the branch until it glowed red, forming a simple torch. Then he stored the items into the system space. This was the system space exclusive to the trading zone, allowing barter exchange. There would never be a situation where one side gave goods and the other didn't. After confirmation, Zhao Dong received the supplies: 3 Australian lobsters, 3 large crabs, and 3 big coconuts. It seemed that fellow lived on some island. As time ticked by, Zhao Dong simply posted a message: need wood over 5 meters long and as thick as a thigh. Trade via private chat. Right after he posted, a girl named Shen Jianing privately messaged, I have a grove of poplar trees here. I just pushed one down. Pushed down? Zhao Dong was amazed. You can push down a poplar? Shen Jianing, my awakened ability is cutting art. Wherever my palm sweeps past, a cutting effect appears in the air. What luck! In the early stage, awakening a combat talent could always seize the advantage. Zhao Dong, okay, what do you need to trade? Shen Jianing, fire, and can you give me some food? There are many wild beasts here, but I'm scared. Zhao Dong smiled. He was in a good mood, so he comforted her. With this skill, if you can master the direction of the cutting effect, dealing with some beasts is simple. Shen Jianing, really? Thanks for the reminder. Zhao Dong, how about I give you 10 fish and fire? Food didn't really matter to Zhao Dong anymore. Shen Jianing, thank you very much. The trade was completed as fast as possible. Soon, a tree trunk as thick as a thigh and 6 meters long appeared. The trunk lay across the small fishing boat. Zhao Dong was excited, because he could soon make an oar. If I remember correctly, building a wooden item for the first time can also awaken the carpenter ability. But there was no rush. The carpenter profession only appeared in the later stages. Now he wanted to sell another wave while fire was still valuable and gain more benefits. This was also following the approach of Zhou Fan in the novel. After Zhou Fan obtained the flame ability, he made a great fortune early on. By the later stages, fire seeds were completely worthless. Grade 1, I hunted a wolf. Can I trade 2 wolf legs for a fire seed? Zhao Dong, okay. Grade 1, do you like clothes? I'll trade some clothes for fire seeds. Zhao Dong, sure. Zhao Dong didn't ask what kind of clothes women's or men's. Anyway, to him, the more the better, he wanted them all. After all, fire seeds would soon become worthless. Very soon, he had more than a dozen clothes, and several were actually women's clothing. Though he had no use for them, Zhao Dong still planned to put them away. When the night was quiet, he could. No, long thought. Clothes would be extremely valuable in the future, and later there would definitely be people wanting to buy clothes. He could make a trade then. After collecting a large pile of supplies, Zhao Dong decided to stop. No choice to make fire. His mental energy was almost depleted. Moreover, other people had also appeared outside trading torches, and now fire seeds were becoming less and less valuable. He was already filthy rich, with the boat piled high with supplies. He had no need for such petty gains. After logging off, Zhao Dong looked at the wood on the boat and decided to start processing the ore. After all, in this survival game, strength was the most fundamental. He needed to leave these waters early to hunt fierce beasts and level up his strength. That was the main quest. And at that very moment, in a distant forest, on a dry grass patch, Zhou Fan was making fire by drilling wood. He found some dry grass, piled it together, then found a sheltered spot and used 2 pieces of wood to rub against each other to generate heat. Whir, whir, whir. Zhou Fan's hands moved extremely fast, a skill he had developed over many years. In less than a minute, the middle of the 2 wood pieces began to char, the temperature rose, and white smoke slowly curled out. Finally, in the second minute, thick smoke billowed and flames leaped up. Ha ha ha, I succeeded in making fire by drilling wood. The reward is mine. Zhou Fan laughed proudly. Because he had been too focused just now, he hadn't noticed the announcement and didn't know that Zhao Dong had already lit a fire successfully. The system should have notified me, right? Zhou Fan opened the system, but to his surprise, an announcement of Zhao Dong's successful firemaking scrolled across the chat channel. Stunned. Zhou Fan was directly stunned. How is this possible? Zhou Fan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. It's Zhao Dong again. What has he done to deserve this? How could he know how to make fire by drilling wood? Zhou Fan couldn't figure it out. He stared blankly at the fire on the ground. The time difference was less than 20 minutes. He had been slow again. Then, he looked at the previous chat records and saw a crowd using piles of supplies to trade with Zhao Dong for torches. He was so jealous that his face turned red. Vaguely, he felt that this should have been his opportunity, but now it was all gone. So close, so close. And just then, another announcement scrolled past. Congratulations to survivor Zhao Dong for successfully crafting the first wooden item, the ore. The system exploded, the entire system exploded. All 3 first-time system announcements came from Zhao Dong alone. Too overpowered. God Zhao, you are my idol. He's level 3 now, too terrifying. God Zhao. God Zhao, where are you? Don't you need a girl to keep you company? Let me send you a photo. The chat channel had a photo function, and soon a photo of a cute girl was posted. Wow, so pretty. If I were God Zhao, I'd definitely want you. Envious of God Zhao. Damn, that's tempting. God Zhao is too strong, comparing makes me mad. Zhao Dong watched and shook his head slightly. He naturally ignored this. Then, he looked at the reward this time. Reward, level 1, all attribute points 30, and gain 30 free attribute points. Reward, obtained first profession master carpenter. You have a natural affinity with wood and can see through wood materials at a glance. Your woodworking speed is increased by 80, and the wooden items you craft are of excellent quality. Reward, skill wood control. You can control wooden items within a certain range. Reward, 1 chance to draw a lottery. Reward, 3000 gold coins. Awesome! Zhao Dong was thrilled after viewing the rewards. He never expected to not only obtain his first profession but also awaken a skill, wood control. This was roughly similar to Magneto. The difference was that while Magneto could control all iron-based items, he controlled wooden objects. For instance, the boat beneath his feet. Originally, he had planned to row and had even prepared oars. But now, he could completely activate wood control and use the skill to propel the boat forward. Simply exhilarating. However, mental fortitude was crucial since employing skills drained spiritual energy. The boat beneath him was substantial, likely requiring considerable mental strength to maneuver. Let's draw first and see what good stuff this time, Zhao Dong thought. He tapped the draw button, and soon an image appeared before him. To his surprise, the image was of a ghost-like figure. Congratulations! You have obtained Phantom Soul. Phantom Soul. This is a wisp of essence that can possess dead bodies or attach to equipment, granting the equipment its own consciousness and greatly enhancing its capabilities. Once it recognizes its master, it will be fiercely loyal. Zhao Dong understood clearly. This wisp of essence could attach to certain equipment, giving the equipment its own consciousness. Thinking of this, Zhao Dong had a bold idea. At this moment, his attribute panel had also undergone significant changes. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Profession, Master Carpenter. Level, L3, 0, Strength, 65 Speed, 63 Stamina, 64 Defense, 68 Spirit, 85 Skill, Critical Hit, 40, Skill, Flame. Talent, Attribute Display. Wood Control. Gold Coins, 9,000 Distributable Attribute Points, 30 Equipment, Industrial Hammer. Eye of Attributes. Special Item, Phantom Soul. In this moment, he felt his strength unprecedented. With a swing of his fist, a whistling sound filled the air. Afterwards, he allocated all his attribute points into Spirit, bringing it to 115. His reasoning for focusing entirely on Spirit was based on his own considerations. His strength and other physical attributes were already decent. Moreover, being on a boat made encountering wild beasts unlikely. Even if he faced enemies, he could completely rely on wood control to defeat them. This is where the advantages of strong spirit became apparent. The greater his mental energy, the more effortlessly he could wield wood control, and battles would naturally be resolved quickly without exertion. Now I have 9,000 gold coins as well, Zhao Dong remarked, estimating that he was already among the wealthiest. The value of gold coins wasn't particularly evident in the early stages since merchandise hadn't been released yet. Once things opened up, there would be medicines, food that enhanced attributes, and various tools. Beyond that, the most crucial items would be blueprints. With blueprints, all that was needed was to gather the required materials to construct the tools shown, such as houses, large vessels, or even machinery. Later I'll craft a wooden figure and attach the Phantom Soul to it, giving me a servant who would be 100% loyal, Zhao Dong mused. Of course, he had also considered having the Phantom Soul attached to a fallen beast's corpse. While such creatures possessed formidable combat abilities, they couldn't perform delicate tasks. Furthermore, according to the Phantom Soul's description, even when attached to a corpse, the flesh would still decay. He certainly couldn't endure a rotten stench around the clock. Therefore, he believed a wooden figure was the optimal choice. By this point, Zhao Dong felt extremely tired and his stomach was growling with hunger. I need to find a place to dock and start a fire to roast some meat, Zhao Dong said, rubbing his stomach as he gazed toward the crocodile area nearby. Through his attribute eye, he immediately spotted attribute bubbles scattered around several crocodiles. Those bubbles looked incredibly tempting, like a woman eagerly awaiting attention with open arms. Zhao Dong glanced at his small fishing boat and decided against taking any risks. After all, this place was vast, and attribute bubbles could be collected anytime. There was no rush. But at that moment, something unexpected occurred. Those 3 crocodiles actually left their post and crawled toward a nearby shore, apparently heading for a sunbathing session. What a perfect opportunity! Zhao Dong's eyes lit up as an idea formed in his mind. With the crocodiles gone, several attribute bubbles floated on the water's surface, presenting the ideal moment to collect them. Resolving to act, Zhao Dong sat at the center of the boat and inserted 2 freshly crafted oars into the holders on either side. The oars were quite crude, with rough edges and numerous splinters. However, they looked great shape-wise, thanks to the industrial hammer. The axe head formed by the hammer was extremely sharp. He simply needed to make light passes, and large chunks of wood would come off. Then, following the previous oar design as a template, he managed to craft 2 oars. Upon closer inspection, the 2 oars showed significant differences. One was larger and the other smaller, one longer and the other shorter. Nevertheless, they were functional enough. With the installation complete, Zhao Dong picked up the large crab he'd just traded for, lifted the lid, and began devouring the rich, golden roe inside. There was no alternative. He was simply too hungry. Rowing would require considerable energy, and despite his high attribute points, he couldn't possibly exert himself without food. After that first massive mouthful of roe, Zhao Dong felt considerably better. Taking another large gulp, he grabbed a piece of raw fish meat and started chewing on it. While chewing the fish, he began rowing. Initially, the effort was considerable. It wasn't that he couldn't row. The oars on this type of fishing boat were designed to be lightweight, making the actual rowing manageable. The real issue was unfamiliarity. He had never even ridden in a boat before, so suddenly trying to row felt like a baby learning to walk, awkward and uncomfortable. Thankfully, after adapting for a while, he could barely steer the boat. Forward! Splash, splash, splash. The vessel rocked as he gradually rowed toward those attribute bubbles in the distance. Getting closer, closer. Zhao Dong was excited, but then one speed attribute slowly faded away. Gone. He thought about it and realized something. These attributes would gradually disappear over time. So he increased his pace, determined to collect them before the others vanished. Finally, he reached the cluster of attribute bubbles. Strength 3. Stamina 4. He quickly reached out and collected them. Surprisingly, the moment he touched them, the bubbles vanished and notifications appeared. Strength 3. Stamina 4. This is so simple. Zhao Dong smiled. With this god-tier ability, he felt he could become incredibly powerful without even needing to hunt ferocious beasts. Announcement: Level 0 Lin CC consumed a toxic plant and died. Zhao Dong froze an additional death. The announcement indicated this person perished in the same 168 novice village where he currently was. Each village, divided by area, held roughly 10,000 residents. What a miserable death, poisoned, Zhao Dong observed. He felt grateful, realizing his attribute display wasn't as useless as he'd thought. It could detect toxic substances, functioning almost like a scanner. After collecting the bubbles, Zhao Dong scanned his surroundings. Seeing no more attribute bubbles, his next task was to find a place to build a fire. The boat was far too small and constructed of wood. Lighting a fire on board was out of the question. What if he accidentally set it ablaze? This vessel was currently the very foundation of his survival, and he could not afford any mishaps. He had already given it some thought. The dense forest was fraught with peril, particularly at night, when venomous insects and wild beasts could attack at any moment. Thus, he decided to sleep on the boat, which was undoubtedly much safer. Furthermore, he had just exchanged for several pieces of clothing, including a thick cotton coat, so freezing was no longer a concern. With that, he prepared to depart. Yet at that very moment, several crocodiles that had just crawled ashore seemed to notice him. In their eyes, Zhao Dong was a delectable feast, perfect for satisfying their hunger. Splash! Several crocodiles swayed their massive bodies and slid into the water, resembling floating logs as they swiftly swam toward him. They've targeted me. This small boat was tiny, and he had no desire to test whether it could withstand the impact of a crocodile. Consequently, he immediately prepared to leave. He had no choice. There were too many crocodiles, and each one was at least level 4. For safety's sake, retreating was the obvious choice. However, he had underestimated their speed. The crocodiles were incredibly fast and had already closed the distance. These beasts were clearly not the ordinary crocodiles of Earth. They were far larger and infinitely more aggressive, leaving him uncertain if his fragile wooden boat could endure their collisions. It seems I have no choice but to use my mental energy. The wooden boat, being made of timber, could be swiftly propelled using his wood manipulation ability. This was a contingency plan he had prepared before setting out. At this thought, Zhao Dong focused his mind and activated wood manipulation. The mental energy he had just recently accumulated was instantly drained. The sudden, searing pain made him grit his teeth, nearly causing him to tumble into the water. Yet, the result was astonishing. The boat suddenly surged forward like a speedboat, its speed accelerating abruptly as it shot out like an arrow released from a bow. It glided a full 50 meters, nearly crashing into the opposite bank before coming to a halt. Zhao Dong was thrilled. It literally feels like flying. At this moment, Zhao Dong's heart raced with excitement. He knew this technique would undoubtedly become his ultimate trump card. From now on, he would never have to worry about the boat being too slow. The only drawback was the immense amount of mental energy required to control the vessel. Had he not allocated all his attribute points to mental energy earlier, he likely would not have survived that sudden drain. It seems I need to focus on cultivating my mental energy in the future. Glancing back, he saw that the near-sighted crocodiles had lost sight of him over the 50-meter distance. They submerged back into the water and slowly dispersed. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Dong resumed his journey. The boat swayed gently on the water, and before long, he spotted an open clearing on the shore. It offered an unobstructed view, and there was plenty of dry firewood and withered grass nearby, perfect for building a bonfire. Just as he was about to disembark, Zhao Dong's gaze narrowed. A rustling sound echoed from the haystack ahead, suggesting that something was lurking within. He quickly activated his attribute display. Suspicious haystack. This haystack appears utterly ordinary on the surface, but the strange rustling inside is highly unusual. A terrifying creature may be lurking within. As I suspected, there's something off. Zhao Dong did not rashly step off the boat. Glancing at a wooden branch nearby, he willed it to move. Utilizing his wood manipulation, the branch flew directly into his hand. He then sharpened the branch and aimed it at the haystack. Go! His wood manipulation surged, and the sharpened wooden stake flew like a projectile, piercing straight into the haystack. Squeak! Squeak! Blood sprayed from the other end of the wooden stake. Immediately after, a giant rat, nearly the size of a wolf, shrieked and dashed out. Heavens, what a massive rodent! Giant-toothed rat, level 1, a massive rodent possessing terrifying speed and bite force. It prefers living near water sources and enjoys hiding in haystacks or thickets to ambush passing prey. At this moment, the giant-toothed rat's body was pierced through, with blood spurting from its throat. Its eyes were filled with sheer terror and panic. Perhaps it never expected that while peacefully hunting, it would suddenly be slain. After stumbling out of the haystack, the giant-toothed rat struggled for a brief moment before its head went limp, and it collapsed to the ground. Balls! At that moment, a brilliant beam of white light shot from the dead rat straight into Zhao Dong's forehead. Successfully killed a level 1 giant-toothed rat. Obtained 10 energy points. Simultaneously, the level status bar before him updated. Level L310600. In that case, I would need to slay 60 of these giant-toothed rats just to level up. Zhao Dong shook his head, feeling that collecting dropped attributes was far more comfortable. Sure enough, right next to the giant-toothed rat, a speed attribute had dropped. Speed 4. This brought a wave of joy to Zhao Dong's heart. Stepping off the boat, he rushed over to collect the bubble. Just as he was about to gather firewood, an unexpected event occurred. A sudden gust of wind blew, drifting the boat away from the shore. Oh no! This boat was of paramount importance now. He couldn't just watch it float away. Zhao Dong rushed over and grabbed the boat. With his now formidable strength attribute, holding it back was effortless. However, his brow furrowed deeply. It seems I need to find a rope to secure it, ensuring the boat won't drift away. Zhao Dong muttered to himself. Having no rope on hand, he turned his attention to the trading area. With only 10 minutes left before the trading area closed, Zhao Dong immediately posted a purchasing request, buying a thick hemp rope, at least 10 meters long. What? What does God Zhao want a rope for? Some kind of bondage. God Zhao, I have some sewing thread here. Are you kidding me, person above? Damn it, I don't have a rope, otherwise I'd definitely trade with God Zhao. Zhao Dong had not expected that he had somehow become a legendary god in the eyes of others. Unfortunately, ropes seemed to be a rare commodity. A crowd of people spouted endless nonsense that led nowhere. As the minutes ticked away, Zhao Dong grew anxious. After all, he needed to go ashore to build a fire to boil water and cook meat, an incredibly vital task. If the boat wasn't secured, it would be extremely troublesome, as he couldn't keep his eyes on it constantly. With only 5 minutes remaining, Zhao Dong had no choice but to post again. A thinner rope is fine too, or even long vines. This time, there were far more replies. God Zhao, I have some vines here. Let me send you a photo to check out. Soon, an image was sent over. In the photo was a thick vine, over 10 meters long, with all its leaves stripped off. However, its strength did not appear to be very high. God Zhao, how about it? There are only 2 minutes left for trading. If you don't buy it now, it'll be too late. Zhao Dong inquired, what do you want to trade it for? He figured that if the seller's demands weren't too high, he could give this vine a try. It was better than nothing. What do you have? Zhao Dong, a wolf leg, some fish, and a giant-toothed rat I just killed. Zhao Dong had already checked. The giant-toothed rat's attribute display did not indicate any toxicity, meaning it was edible. This was hardly surprising, as rat meat on Earth was already known to be quite savory. Zhao Dong, you can choose one, and I'll send it over. At first, Zhao Dong thought such a condition was good enough. After all, a vine was only useful to him for securing his boat. It was useless to anyone else. Moreover, he had no idea whether this vine would ever be of use to him. His offer was already quite generous. Who would have thought the man would ask for the moon? I want all 3 of these. Good heavens! Zhao Dong's face darkened. This man was certain that he desperately needed the vine and was taking the opportunity to fleece him. It wasn't that he couldn't give those things, but he disliked being overcharged. Zhao Dong, forget it. I don't need it. He thought that at worst, he could drag the boat ashore. With his current strength, doing so would require no effort at all. Zhao the Great, these things shouldn't mean much to you, right? You've sold quite a few torches, haven't you? How about this? I can give you some discount. This man's idea was to first set a high transaction amount, then bargain down little by little. Zhao Dong saw through it and was about to respond when a message came in. Sheng Jianing, brother Zhao Dong, I don't have rope here, but I do have an iron chain. Is that okay? Zhao Dong's heart rejoiced. An iron chain was even more useful than rope. This Sheng Jianing had traded with him before. She seemed to be on some small island, and her awakened talent was cutting. Zhao Dong had a fairly good impression of her. Back then, he had even given her some pointers, which could be considered cultivating a good connection. He immediately replied, an iron chain is fine. About how long is it? Sheng Jianing, about 12 meters, as thick as a thumb. Zhao Dong, that works. What do you need? Let's trade. Sheng Jianing, for now, things are good here. I don't lack anything. I have no use for the chain, so I'll give it to you. She was actually giving it to him. This woman was quite sensible, and without standing on ceremony, he replied, all right, thank you. If anything comes up in the future, you can always tell me. Soon, an iron chain was sent over. Only 1 minute remained before the trading zone closed. The earlier man asked, great one, then how about I give you 2 wolf legs? What do you think? Seeing that Zhao Dong had yet to reply, he panicked and proactively lowered his demand. Zhao Dong, scram. Having obtained the iron chain, things became much more convenient. Holding the iron chain in his hand, he gave it a hard pull. It was very sturdy. It was also made of rust-proof material. This Sheng Jianing had indeed helped him a great deal. He tied one end of the chain to the anchor pile at the bow, then jumped off the boat and tied the other end around a large crooked tree nearby. Finally, he no longer had to worry about the boat being blown away. He began to pack up his things and prepare a campfire. He collected a pile of firewood, activated his flame skill, and soon a fire was blazing. He skewered some wolf legs and a few fish, and made a simple barbecue stand. Just like that, the barbecue began. It's a pity there's no container to boil some soup. Zhao Dong looked around and suddenly noticed some very large leaves not far away. His eyes lit up. Such big leaves could be used as a vessel for boiling water. Plantain leaf, a broad leaf, very tough and edible, with the effect of clearing heat and removing fishy smell. Zhao Dong smiled. That was quite good. It even helped with the gamey smell. If barbecue is cooked without seasoning, the gamey smell is strong. Now there was no need to worry. He walked over and tore off several plantain leaves. Then he split the leaves and stuffed them into the meat to eliminate the odor. As for the largest plantain leaf, Zhao Dong propped it up directly with 2 wooden sticks. He poured water into the middle, and thus began boiling water. There was no alternative. Although the river water was plentiful, drinking it directly was impossible. What if he got diarrhea again? There was no medicine in this kind of place. Since the barbecue would take a while, Zhao Dong began to dissect the giant-toothed rat he had just killed. The rat had grown large and was covered with a thick layer of fur. It would be nice to make a fur coat out of it after winter arrived. The industrial hammer in his hand slowly squirmed from an axe. It gradually liquefied into a slender dagger. Let the dissection begin. Zhao Dong plunged it in with force. More than 10 minutes later, under the sharp dagger, the giant-toothed rat's hide was removed. He spread the hide flat and left it on the shore to dry in the sun. Then he cut off the limbs. The meat on the belly looked unappetizing, so Zhao Dong didn't handle it and simply threw it away. Anyway, he couldn't finish it all. As the barbecue still had a while to go, Zhao Dong decided to gather more firewood nearby and store it on the boat, just in case. After resting for so long, his mental energy had almost fully recovered, so Zhao Dong walked deeper. Why is there blood? After a few hundred steps, he was already deep in the forest. He didn't spot any fierce beasts, but he did find a corpse. It was a man wearing pajamas. He looked truly unlucky. Presumably, he had been teleported here while sleeping. At that very moment, Zhao Dong noticed that this body had no traces of being bitten by wild beasts. Instead, a wooden spike was thrust through its back. This was a sneak attack. Zhao Dong nodded. In this world without laws, many people stabbed others in the back for profit. Events like this were nothing new. He just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. He bent down and felt the corpse's temperature. A trace of warmth remained. At this moment, a rustling sound came from in front, along with the voices of 2 men and 2 women. Huang Li, I listened to you and stabbed my boyfriend in the back. Why do you still want me to lure the wolf? A woman said, her voice choked with tears. Damn it, less of your blabbering. With me protecting you, what are you afraid of? I'm already injured. That wolf was too terrifying. Enough. We're not going to deal with the wolf now. We'll deal with the giant-toothed rat instead, alright? That giant-toothed rat is so terrifying. I'm so scared. Say another word and I'll kill you. You know my methods. I'm level 1 now. Killing you level 0 people is as easy as flipping my hand. Zhao Dong's heart skipped a beat. This sounded like a tragic case of lovers killing each other. He shook his head. He had no intention of getting involved, because there was no need. But one thing was certain, he couldn't stay in this place for long. He had to go back early so his boat wouldn't be stolen. Just when he was about to leave, a sinister laugh came. Ah, young friend, what a coincidence. A figure rushed out from the grass. This man had a fat head and big ears. A strong build. He was clearly not a good person. Behind him was a young man, only around 20 years old, delicate and fair-skinned. It was likely this young man who had just stabbed the fallen man in the back, causing his death. Zhao Dong immediately activated a tribute display. The burly man's name was Su Jun. He was level 1, and his attributes were all around 20. This strength was considered good among the same level. It seemed those muscles weren't grown in vain. The attribute display showed his talent, legs like iron. The young man behind him was only level 0, with all attributes under 5. His awakened talent was ordinary. It was healing. Healing talent would be extremely precious in the later stage, but in the danger-filled early stage, it was useless. The other party was only level 1, so Zhao Dong was not afraid. He just watched Su Jun's legs cautiously. Su Jun cast a glance at the corpse on the ground and put on a look of surprise. Why is there a dead man here? Brother, is this your friend? As he spoke, He walked over, outwardly calm, though a trace of mockery flickered in his eyes. Do you have any teammates? If you're alone, let's team up. It's too dangerous here. You're young, and I have wilderness survival experience, so I can protect you. Su Jun took an immediate liking to the weapon in Zhao Dong's hand, his eyes lighting up. In Su Jun's view, the young man before him had delicate features and looked easy to bully. Once he got close, he would plunder all the supplies from him. The blade was quite good and would be extremely useful in this environment. Die! But before he could approach, Zhao Dong immediately activated his wood control ability. A broken log beside him slammed toward Su Jun. What's going on? Su Jun was sent flying. When he regained his senses, he saw Zhao Dong raising the long blade and slashing at him. He hurriedly raised his leg to block, but his leg, as hard as iron, was sliced open like tofu. AHH! Su Jun screamed in misery, already cut in two. Ah! Seeing this, the delicate-featured youth did not dare to stay. Level 4 Petal Python, high attack power and astonishing appetite, capable of swallowing a full-grown adult in one gulp. Killing it grants a spirit-replenishing fruit. The petal python's body was mottled with spots like flower petals. Its head was triangular, immense, and its exposed fins gleamed with cold light as it stared at Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong was inwardly shaken. Killing this snake actually yielded a spirit-replenishing fruit. Once consumed, the fruit could rapidly restore depleted mental energy. Although Zhao Dong wanted it badly, he was not willing to face such a fearsome creature head-on in this situation. But now there was no time to run. He could not expose his back. Right, I can use fire. Fire was what savage beasts feared most. At the thought, flames rose from Zhao Dong's palm, and with a flick of his hand, a dragon of fire danced before him. Even after swallowing a person, the petal python showed no sign of leaving. Despite clearly loading the scorching flames, it continued to circle around, trying to strike. How bold! At that moment, he noticed the petal python lunging at him rapidly. Seeing the python hurtling toward him, Zhao Dong quickly retreated. Passing by a giant tree, Zhao Dong seized the moment and hacked at it with the blade in his hand. Crack! The enormous tree crashed down toward the python's midsection. The spot was slightly off, but it didn't matter. Zhao Dong activated the wood control art, and the great tree shifted a little to the left, then slammed down with a bang. The giant python was pinned beneath the tree at its midsection, its huge body crushed flat. In extreme pain, the serpent still struggled to raise its head and try to bite Zhao Dong. The snake's mouth was huge and reeked of a foul odor. Seizing his chance, Zhao Dong manipulated a sharp branch and shot it into the serpent's open maw. Puff! The giant snake was pierced straight through. Its head tilted to one side, its body went limp, and it collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Watching the giant snake's pupils gradually lose focus, Zhao Dong let out a breath of relief. He was very satisfied with his performance, especially the wood control art. In this jungle, he realized, he possessed an unrivaled advantage of time and place. However, controlling such a huge tree had consumed a large amount of his mental energy. Before he could think any further, a streak of white light flew up and rushed into his head. System notification: successfully killed the level 4 petal python. Gained 50 energy points. Since a level 4 beast granted 50 energy points, leveling up would not be easy, especially as he progressed further. With a sweep of his gaze, Zhao Dong noticed a glowing mass beside the snake's head, with what seemed to be a red fruit inside. He activated attribute display, and information appeared before him. Spirit replenishing fruit, non-toxic. After consumption, it greatly restores the body's mental energy and augments physical strength. A good item. Overjoyed, Zhao Dong picked up the spirit replenishing fruit without delay. The spirit replenishing fruit looked like a ripe apple, though its whole body was perfectly round. Since his mental energy was now exhausted, he bit into it without any hesitation. It was crisp and crunchy, flooding his mouth with juice. Surprisingly, the flavor was quite pleasant, much like citrus. As the sweet juice entered his stomach, a surge of vast energy erupted from within. This was mental energy. It quickly flowed through his entire body, making him feel much stronger. My mental energy is recovering rapidly. Zhao Dong looked pleasantly surprised. He glanced at the python's corpse on the ground, but because he was not fond of snake meat, he gave up on processing the body. He left the area and glanced at the sky. For some unknown reason, the weather had suddenly turned gloomy, as if night was about to fall. At once, he decided to return to the small boat first. As he walked, Zhao Dong thought about the battle just now. That fight was won thanks to the wood control ability, but the branches I picked up in a hurry were not easy to use. At that moment, Zhao Dong made up his mind to forge several wooden spears after returning. As this thought came to him, his heart stirred. I can simply make a real spear. He suddenly remembered a plot from a novel, Toolmaker. In the story, someone was the first to craft a spear and ended up obtaining the toolmaker profession. The spear that person made was actually very simple. He found a sharp triangular iron tip, bound it to the front of a wooden pole, and a crude spear was done. Recalling these details, Zhao Dong had an idea. Next, he would make a spear. As he neared the small boat, a fishy, foul stench drifted over. There was something there. Zhao Dong stared hard and saw a beast like a jackal, over 2 meters long, with a bushy tail, thick limbs, grayish-brown fur, and bared sharp fangs, glaring at him. Through attribute display, Zhao Dong also saw the jackal's information. Level 1 jackal, possesses sharp teeth, extreme speed, and bloodlust. When encountering difficult prey, it likes to summon its own kind to attack together. After reading the data, Zhao Dong smiled nonchalantly. It was only level E. Still, when it met troublesome prey, it liked to call its companions. If many of its kind showed up, things would become very troublesome. Zhao Dong was confident in his own strength, but if these creatures became numerous, they would be a serious nuisance. He needed to end the fight quickly. As luck would have it, the jackal had the same idea, settle things with Zhao Dong fast. Grrr! The jackal charged over with a low growl, its huge body leaping up to pounce at Zhao Dong. Its speed was indeed impressive. At this moment, Zhao Dong felt the lack of combat experience, since he was clearly faster. He could only instinctively sidestep, swiping the blade in his hand forward. With a flash of light, the blade rose and fell. Against the keen industrial hammer in his hand, the jackal had no chance to react before a huge gash was torn across its foreleg. It wasn't cut in half. Zhao Dong was greatly astonished. After all, when he had just struck Su Jun, one slash had cleaved him in two. After the jackal landed, pain drove it back a few steps, its eyes filled with utmost vigilance. The human before it looked frail, yet seemed formidable. Especially the weapon in his hand, it had actually wounded it. Zhao Dong's heart surged with excitement. This was battle. By all rights, with his level, he should be stronger than it. With that thought, Zhao Dong decided not to use his weapon and instead engage it with his bare hands. This was also to hone his combat experience. Just then, the jackal lunged at him again. This time, it took a tricky angle, actually circling behind him and aiming for the back of Zhao Dong's neck. Zhao Dong grinned and abruptly turned his head. Then, he grabbed the jackal's head in one hand. With a violent twist, the jackal's head rotated 180 degrees, its life force swiftly extinguished. Successfully killed level 1 jackal, gained 15 energy points. It was also level 1, but it granted half as much energy again as the giant-toothed rat. At the same time, he noticed attributes had dropped on the ground. Speed attribute, 3. Zhao Dong looked pleasantly surprised. With his current attributes, his actual strength had already surpassed what his level should allow. That was why he could take down the jackal with his bare hands. The jackal's carcass was in good condition, so Zhao Dong dragged it back, planning to make a fur coat. Back by the small boat, the roasted fish and meat were almost done. A fragrant aroma wafted over. Smells delicious. Taking a big bite, Zhao Dong grabbed the meat and tore into it. While eating, he looked at the chat panel before him. He was searching for someone. He remembered that in the original novel, besides the protagonist, there were many other powerhouses. For example, the female lead, Lucille. The original Zhao Dong had turned against Zhou Fan over his pursuit of Lucille. Lucille was originally the daughter of a large corporation, but after being cast into this killing world, she had a rough start. But later, her luck skyrocketed. Because she lived on a small island, in the days that followed, many treasures washed up on the beach. Especially underwater, she discovered many spiritual herbs. One could see her fortune was heaven-defying. After Zhou Fan got in touch with her, she sent him many items, causing his strength to skyrocket. I need to get in touch with Lucio first. Zhao Dong thought as he ate. Being the villain, he knew Lucio held a terrible impression of him. But he knew the plot and knew what Lucio needed now. He was confident that under his honeyed words, Lucio would change her opinion of him. With that thought, Zhao Dong took a sip of water and searched for the name Lucio in the trade channel. This was also a feature of the trading zone. Although the trading zone was temporarily offline, anyone who had posted a purchase request would still be displayed. Searching for Lucio, sure enough, a bunch of people with the same name appeared. Zhao Dong then went through them one by one based on Lucio's avatar. Soon, a familiar face appeared before him. Lucio was delicate-featured and tall and slender. Her purchase request read, she hoped to have a pot, some water, and some food. She could trade with some fruit. Zhao Dong glanced at it and clicked on her avatar. On a distant small island, Lucio and a middle-aged woman were roasting 2 large clams. As Zhao Dong had guessed, Lucio was on a small island. In front of them was the sea, behind them was a dense forest. During the day, Lucio had traded for a fire starter in the trading zone, so she could barely eat something warm. But nightfall was coming soon, and they still had no shelter. "Mom, are you okay?" The middle-aged woman was none other than Lucio's mother. When they entered the killing world, they happened to be together. "It's an old problem, a bit of a stomachache," Lucio's mother said with a frown. "Mom, it's all my fault. I couldn't even find water." Lucio looked around, feeling miserable. Their little island was surrounded by seawater, and the 2 of them hadn't eaten anything all day. "Ah, it's fine. How could this be your fault?" Lucio's mother, named Yang Wang, had a kind and benevolent face, clearly a woman of noble bearing. "Unfortunately, in this killing world, someone like her would find it hard to survive. By the way, have you contacted Zhou Fan?" Yang Wang asked. "That young man is quite capable. He used to be a soldier, right? You told me?" Lucio nodded and sighed. "I haven't been able to reach him yet, nor Dad. Your dad was also a soldier. He should be fine." As soon as she said that, Lucio noticed someone privately messaging her. She glanced at it and froze. It was Zhao Dong. "What's the matter?" Noticing her daughter's expression, Yang Wang asked. "Zhao Dong sent me a message. What does that rich kid want by messaging you?" Yang Wang frowned. As the major villain, Zhao Dong naturally elicited aversion from some supporting characters. As for Zhou Fan, even though Zhou Fan had done nothing, they felt he was a good guy, a fine young man. That was the difference. Lucio looked at the message. "Zhao Dong, Lucio, it's me. I saw your post. Tomorrow when the trade channel opens, I'll give you these supplies." Lucio frowned. Why was Zhao Dong being so nice to her? She had a very bad impression of him, so she pondered whether she should reply. "What's wrong?" Yang Wang asked. Lucio explained the situation. Yang Wang said, "I didn't expect this rich kid to behave so well here." "Yeah, but I'm worried that accepting his gift outright might make him misunderstand. How about this? You can tell him we can trade with him using fruit." Yang Wang suggested. I'll reply then." Come to think of it, don't worry. After all, he doesn't even know where we are, yet he's thinking of you. That shows he cares about you. Maybe he truly has feelings for you, he just went about it the wrong way before. Lucio nodded, and then replied, "Zhao Dong, I have some fruit here. I can trade with you." Seeing the message, Zhao Dong showed a smile. He wasn't deliberately trying to fawn over Lucio. He did this simply because he didn't want all the good things Lucio would get later to benefit Zhou Fan. Now, he was building a good relationship with Lucio, letting her know he wasn't that bad, so as to gain her trust. At the moment, he also understood Lucio's thoughts. It was simply that she wanted his things, but didn't feel right accepting them without cause. So she said she would trade with fruit instead. "Zhao Dong, fruit? Fine, let's trade them." At first, he didn't want to push too hard, lest Lucio misunderstand anything. Lucio breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhao Dong had refused her fruit, she truly wouldn't have wanted to accept the gift for no reason. "Zhao Dong, it's going to get dark soon. How do you plan to rest tonight?" "Lucio, I'm on the beach. The temperature here is okay, not cold." "Zhao Dong, Beaches get very cold at night. I suggest you find a big tree and pile dry straw underneath if that's better. After sending the message, Zhao Dong grinned. This was a good start. Lucio related Zhao Dong's words to her mother. Yang Wang murmured, for a wealthy second-generation heir, he certainly seems to know quite a lot. In their minds, wealthy heirs were usually incompetent and useless, which was why their initial impression of him had been so poor. Just then, a wind began to pick up across the beach. Could what Zhao Dong said be true? In any case, there's no reason for him to lie to us. Let's go look for some dry grass, otherwise, catching a cold tonight will be troublesome. Yang Wang suggested. All right, then, Lucio agreed, standing up. She sent a message to Zhao Dong. I spoke with my mother, and we've decided to look for some dry grass. Just then, Zhao Dong sent over several photos of clothing. These were a few pieces of women's apparel he had obtained through trading earlier, which he had originally intended to save for future use. He hadn't expected them to come in handy so soon. The other party has sent an image. Do you wish to receive it? Lucio grew wary. He had actually sent photos. Out of caution, she suspected Zhao Dong might have sent something inappropriate. After all, that was exactly what street punks loved to do. I'll open it just this once. If it's something inappropriate, I'll never speak to him again. With that thought, Lucio opened the image. To her surprise, there were several pieces of women's clothing, a wool sweater and 2 large trench coats. This made Lucio's eyes light up. This whole crisis had happened so suddenly. Both she and her mother were only wearing summer clothes when they arrived. Now, the wind on the beach was growing stronger, bringing a distinct chill. Having some warm clothes would be wonderful. Suppressing her excitement, Lucio asked, why did you send this? Zhao Dong replied, I got them from a previous trade. I have no use for them anyway, so if you want them, you can have them. A wave of gratitude washed over Lucio. However, she gritted her teeth and replied, we have no special relationship, so I can't just accept your things for nothing. Zhao Dong smiled. He knew Lucio wouldn't accept them so easily. This perfectly aligned with her character in the novel. She was a proud yet kind-hearted woman. Ordinary people could hardly move her. Only Zhou Fan, as the protagonist, possessed that kind of destiny. Zhao Dong was in no hurry. Lucio might refuse now, but as their circumstances grew increasingly difficult, that might change. Zhao Dong messaged, all right then. Do you still think I'm as bad as I used to be? Lucio replied, not really. The past is in the past. Zhao Dong asked, do you know why I'm being so nice to you? Lucio replied, I don't. Zhao Dong confessed, to be honest, I'm a shallow guy. In the beginning, I was only nice to you because you're beautiful. Sure enough, upon reading the message, Lucio curled her lips slightly, finding it rather vulgar. She couldn't help it. Having been showered with compliments since childhood, she had long since become immune to them. Zhao Dong wrote, of course, as I said, that was before. But after interacting with you, I realized that while there are many beautiful women, someone as kind-hearted and filial as you is truly rare. Zhao Dong continued, what I admire more now is your inner beauty. After typing this, even Zhao Dong felt a bit cringe. However, the effect was clearly quite good. The corners of Lucio's mouth turned up slightly, clearly a little pleased. Lucio replied, thank you for the compliment. How are you doing right now? She was beginning to ask about his situation, which was a promising start. Zhao Dong sent over a photo of his small boat. Seeing the dazzling array of goods piled up behind him, Lucio's mouth formed a perfect O shape, followed by a deep sense of envy. Lucio commented, your resources are so abundant. Zhao Dong replied, it's all right. Let's talk tomorrow when the trading zone opens. Go get your dry grass ready. Ending the conversation at the right moment would catch her off guard, showing that he wasn't clinging to her, thereby avoiding any potential annoyance. Night fell. By this time, Lucio and Yang Wang had already gathered plenty of dry grass. They found a spot sheltered by 3 large trees that blocked the wind, and spreading the dry grass beneath them made for a very comfortable bed. It really has gotten much colder tonight, Yang Wang said, feeling fortunate. Thank goodness that boy Zhao Dong warned us, otherwise, we would have been freezing. Indeed, Lucio nodded, murmuring, perhaps the arrival of this new world has truly changed him. Let's pick some extra fruit tomorrow to show our gratitude. Lucille nodded. She had inspected their campsite during the day. There were no signs of large animal droppings nearby, so safety shouldn't be an issue. As for food, the area was abundant with various fruits. Mom, your health isn't great, so get some sleep early. Alright. On the other side. After finishing his meal, Zhao Dong manipulated his wood manipulation ability to move firewood toward the stern of the boat. He was currently practicing how to utilize this power. Soon, a bundle of firewood was piled at the stern. Selecting about a dozen relatively intact wooden sticks, he used his industrial hammer to sharpen them. Just like that, over a dozen wooden spears were complete. Activating his wood manipulation ability, the spears instantly levitated in mid-air. Fire! With a thought from Zhao Dong, the dozen wooden spears aimed at the ground not far away and shot downward. Thud! 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 The wooden spears plunged into the ground with astonishing force. Now I have arranged attack. This will be an excellent trump card. Next, if I craft one more item, I can obtain the toolmaker profession. Zhao Dong murmured to himself. In the novel, Shou Fan had acquired a thin steel rod through the trading channel to make hunting prey easier. Afterward, he ground the steel rod down and bound it to a wooden stick, crafting an iron spear. In doing so, he actually obtained the title of toolmaker. And received quite a few benefits. Of course, he remembered that Shou Fan didn't obtain the title until several days later, so he was in no rush. Following that, Zhao Dong continued to practice controlling the wooden spears. Eventually growing tired, he locked the iron chain to a large tree on the shore, leaving the wooden boat floating in the middle of the river. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about creatures from the shore crawling aboard. Lying on a pile of clothes, Zhao Dong gazed up at the moonlight. In the darkness, the occasional roar of wild beasts echoed. Once tonight passes, I'm afraid quite a few people will have perished. Zhao Dong sighed and gradually drifted off to sleep. Announcement: 100 people in Novice Village know. 168 have reached level E. The leaderboard channel is now activated. Notification: currently, only the level rankings for this village are open, and only the top 100 can enter the leaderboard. Early in the morning, Zhao Dong was startled awake by massive birds swooping overhead. Upon waking, he noticed the leaderboard floating before him. He wasn't surprised, as he had long been prepared for this. However, what did catch him off guard was that the regional chat channel had completely exploded. It had absolutely blown up. The level rankings are open. Holy crap, what am I seeing? God Zhao is actually in our novice village now. 168. No way, God Zhao is in our novice village. The survivors in the region were in an uproar. Yesterday, Zhao Dong had received multiple first-time rewards back-to-back, which had been broadcasted network-wide. No one knew his exact location before, but now, everyone in Novice Village know. 168 knew. God Zhao, where are you? Can I team up with you? Zhao Dong paid no attention to the messy rumors. First place, Zhao Dong, level 3. Second place, fourth place, Zhou Shangqian, level 1. Zhao Dong stroked his chin, somewhat surprised by the pace. Bear in mind that only 1 day and 1 night had passed, and someone had already killed their way to level 2. It was plain to see that those two were not easy to deal with. By contrast, his own level, strictly speaking, had not increased. Of course, if he were to make a move, it would definitely be a different story. It was just that he had spent. Then again, since I can pick up attributes, I don't have to go out of my way to hunt. Picking up corpses is enough. Zhao Dong muttered, and switched to the chat channel as he spoke. The chat channel was already blazing with conversation. Yuli is a female big shot, right? My awakened talent is speed. I'm so. Teach us. At this moment, Yuli spoke. We were just a little lucky. Wow. The first survivor to reach level 5 will be rewarded with 5 golden treasures. The 4 through 10th survivors to reach level 5 will be rewarded with 1 treasure chest. Tip: the chests contain various daily necessities and equipment. First come, first served. So the top 10 all get rewards. Level 5. I'm only level 0. Envy, jealousy, and hate. Poor me is still struggling just to get a little. While many were wallowing in self-pity, those who were already level 1 or level 2 started to move. In that instant, the level race began. The strong grow ever stronger, and the weak ever weaker. This was vividly demonstrated at that moment. As for Zhao Dong, he was not going to wait any longer. He was already level 3, and with one more push, it would be easy to fight his way to level 5. Besides, he made a fire, warmed up some roasted meat, drank some water, and then, with a piece of roast meat in hand, Zhao Dong turned his gaze toward the crocodile pack. Yesterday, he had felt those crocodiles were very troublesome. But now, he could use his mental energy to quickly leave the crocodile because they were simply a group of slow-moving living targets. Splash, splash, splash. The fishing boat glided across the water. On the shore, a dead deer was being gnawed by 3 giant crocodiles. Beside the corpse, quite a few attribute bubbles had dropped. Strength 3. Speed R. More than a... Fortunately, the fierce crocodiles showed cunning expressions, turned their bodies, and swam over. Puff! Puff! Successfully killed a level 4 crocodile, gained 40 energy points. At the same time, 2 attribute bubbles floated on the water, and Zhao Dong noticed them. Not bad luck, both corpses dropped attribute bubbles. This is... It was then that Zhao Dong noticed that a treasure chest had dropped beside one of the crocodiles. The chest was black. Zhao Dong considered it for a moment, then suddenly understood. I remember now. Sometimes when you kill fierce beasts, treasure chests drop. Treasure chests were divided into black iron chests, which usually contained ordinary items, silver chests, whose items were a bit better, and golden chests, whose items were even better. As for the other special items that dropped, that was another matter entirely. In short, in this world, as long as you killed fierce beasts, there were plenty of opportunities. So what was he waiting for? Zhao Dong activated his mental energy, and the boat sped over. He picked up the attribute bubbles first, and in an instant the pleasant sensation of increased attributes made him feel immensely refreshed. Then his gaze fell upon the treasure chest. The chest seemed to be formed of air. It was not solid. A soft halo of light shimmered on its surface, as if it had been teleported from some corner. Truly miraculous. There was a handle at the top of the chest. Zhao Dong lifted the chest, and the moment he opened it, the chest dissolved into clusters of light curtains and vanished. Afterward, an item appeared before him. A pair of sports shoes. Congratulations to survivor Zhao Dong for opening the iron chest and obtaining a pair of bounce sneakers. Bounce sneakers, premium sneakers that are well resistant and comfortable, warm in winter and cool in summer. Regardless of shoe size, bounce sneakers can fit anyone. Great stuff. Zhao Dong grinned. The shoes on his feet were not worn out, but keeping them on all the time was hardly comfortable. Now he had better shoes. He turned his gaze to the crocodile pack ahead. The hunt began. Aiming at the nearest 6 crocodiles, the wooden spears hanging in the air stepped down swiftly. Puff, puff, puff. On this day, this stretch of river was dyed red with blood. On this day, the crocodile pack suffered total catastrophe. Ha ha ha, jackpot, jackpot. Watching the crocodile corpses one after another, Zhao Dong stared excitedly as wisps of white light flew toward him. Killed a level 2 crocodile successfully, gaining 20 energy points. Killed a level 3 crocodile successfully, gaining 35 energy points. Killed a level 4 crocodile successfully, gaining 45 energy points. Attribute points floated across the water surface. Zhao Dong rowed the boat with his face flushed red. He had no choice. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and he needed to conserve some reserves in case of emergencies. These attribute points left him in decent condition, a warm sensation spreading throughout his body. Pure comfort and satisfaction. Especially after hunting nearly 30 crocodiles, he had found 5 treasure chests, 4 iron chests, and 1 silver chest. It seems the probability of dropping a treasure chest is 1 per 5 ferocious beasts killed. Musing to himself, Zhao Dong unhesitatingly opened the 4 iron chests. Congratulations on receiving a bottle of Wahao beverage. Congratulations on receiving 3 packs of instant noodles. Congratulations on receiving a pair of women's underwear. Congratulations on receiving 2 pairs of cotton socks. Reading these messages left Zhao Dong utterly speechless. Women's underwear had even appeared, and he certainly couldn't use them. He shook his head, but since he had nothing better to do, he stowed them on the boat. Only the silver treasure chest remained. Generally speaking, The contents of a silver chest would surely be much better. Filled with excitement, he opened it. Congratulations on receiving an iron pot. Iron pot, a sturdy iron pot crafted with bulletproof structure, an essential cooking tool for wilderness survival. Zhao Dong was thrilled. A pot was absolutely excellent. Last night, he had been forced to use large banana leaves as containers just to boil water, which was extremely inconvenient. But from now on, it would be much easier. He happily stowed away the iron pot. At this moment, the water surface was covered with crocodile corpses, leaving only 3 remaining on shore. These creatures had quite low intelligence. Even though their entire family was dead, the 3 remaining crocodiles were still squinting their eyes, lazily basking in the sun. Zhao Dong found this amusing and immediately took action. 3 wooden spears descended from above with tremendous speed. Thud, thud, thud. 3 splashes of blood erupted. Of course, all 3 spears were destroyed in the process. After all, they were on land where the ground soil was thick and dense. Under such tremendous impact, the wooden spears had completed their final mission. 3 streaks of white light surged toward him. Killed a level 1 crocodile successfully, gaining 10 energy points. Killed a level 1 crocodile successfully. As the 3 notifications sounded, a prompt finally appeared before him. Congratulations, Survivor Zhao Dong. Your level has advanced to level 4. All your attributes have increased by 10. Though leveling up through killing monsters grants full attribute bonuses, it still pales compared to the initial attribute increase. But that was sufficient. His attributes had already undergone dramatic changes. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Profession, Master Carpenter. Level, L4, 0600. Strength, 100. Speed, 90. Constitution, 90. Defense, 90. Spirit, 120. Skill, Critical Hit, 50. Skill, Flame. Talent, Attribute Display. Gold Coins, 9000. Allocatable Attribute Points, 0. Equipment, Hammer of Industry. Eye of Attributes. Special Items, Soul of the Ghost. In reality, normal level 4 survivors typically do not exceed 50 average attribute points. Now he had doubled that. This was all thanks to leveling up 3 times consecutively yesterday. Jumping off the boat, Zhao Dong gazed at the 3 crocodile corpses with some regret. These young crocodiles weren't particularly strong and dropped no attribute points whatsoever. As for treasure chests, there were none to speak of. His gaze shifted, and he discovered over a dozen crocodile eggs hidden in the nearby grass. Early-stage crocodile eggs are actually not much different from chicken or duck eggs, perfectly edible when boiled. The nutrition is quite decent. Zhao Dong didn't hesitate, sweeping them all into a cloth bag and clearing out the entire nest. Roar, roar, roar. But just then, predictably, something unexpected occurred. From the dark, dense forest behind him, a tremendous roar pierced the sky. What is that? Every hair on Zhao Dong's body stood on end. That sound didn't resemble a wolf or a tiger at all. What could it be? With danger approaching, Zhao Dong didn't want to take chances. He turned to sprint toward his fishing boat. But just then, a massive crocodile launched itself from the grass as if it could fly. It was enormous, easily as long as a sedan. The giant crocodile opened its massive jaws, snapping toward Zhao Dong. Its speed was terrifying. Fortunately, with Zhao Dong's current capabilities, he was even faster. He dodged swiftly, leaping to the riverbank and stepping onto a crocodile carcass. Then his gaze fell upon the giant crocodile, and a status panel appeared. Level 5 Giant Crocodile. The leader of this crocodile pack, possessing thick skin and devastating bite force. Once it clamps down, it will never let go. This is a fight where getting bitten means certain death. The crocodile had now landed, and man and beast faced off. The crocodile's eyes exuded viciousness. It could tell the river was littered with countless corpses, all slain by the man before it. It would tear this human apart. The crocodile moved with terrifying speed, the wind from its charge rushing toward Zhao Dong. The foul, putrid stench forced him to cover his mouth and nose. He immediately controlled several wooden spears, aiming at the rapidly approaching crocodile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spears flew in rapid succession, but this time the effect was far less impressive. After a barrage of attacks, the spears barely penetrated the crocodile's hide before shattering. They hadn't even breached its defense. Damn, This thing's hide is impenetrable. Zhao Dong was astonished. In his earlier attacks, he had triggered critical hits multiple times, meaning the piercing power of each wooden spear was considerable. Yet despite all that, the spears still couldn't penetrate the giant crocodile's defense. This proved that no matter how powerful wooden spears were, their strength had inherent limits. The crocodile's back scales were simply too hard for this. Wooden spears were fundamentally useless. Once again, man and crocodile faced off. Studying the beast, Zhao Dong pondered. If I can't break your defense, then I'll strike at your weakness. Thinking this, Zhao Dong's eyes lit up. He noticed that every time the giant crocodile launched an attack, it always opened its massive jaws. If he aimed for its mouth. At this moment, the crocodile launched again, its apparent goal being to drive Zhao Dong into the water, where its offensive power would be far greater. Now! The moment the crocodile's jaws gaped open, his pre-aimed wooden spears flew wildly toward its mouth. The instant they flew past, Zhao Dong didn't even look back and bolted. He wasn't certain he could deliver a killing blow with a single strike, so it was safest to retreat first. He needed to reach the boat and put distance between himself and this place. Jumping aboard, he glanced back and realized he had been overly cautious. 3 wooden spears were embedded in the crocodile's mouth. One of them had triggered a critical hit state. The wooden spear had pierced straight through. A shimmer of white light drifted toward Zhao Dong. Killed a level 5 giant crocodile successfully, gaining 50 energy points. Beside the crocodile lay an attribute bubble granting 5 strength. And there was a silver treasure chest. Another silver treasure chest appeared. Ha ha! Zhao Dong excitedly jumped off the boat and waded through the water to the corpse. After collecting the bubble, his strength attribute rose to 105. The powerful sensation made him feel incredibly comfortable. He then turned his attention to the silver treasure chest. Opening it, a boning knife appeared before him. Congratulations, you have obtained an L boning knife. Not bad at all. Zhao Dong nodded slightly. Although he already had the industrial hammer as a weapon, using it was somewhat cumbersome. Because every time he changed its weapon form, it would take about 10 seconds. But now, with this boning knife, things were completely different. He decided to make a leather sheath from crocodile skin and carry the knife with him. It's time to head back. His gains from this trip made him very satisfied. He tried slashing the massive crocodile's back with the boning knife. Shriek! One strike, and the massive crocodile's tough back seemed as soft as tofu, easily sliced open, revealing the internal organs within. What a fine blade, truly an exceptional knife. Zhao Dong was overjoyed. He was now level 4. So he hurriedly searched for fierce beasts to continue leveling up. He aimed to reach level 5 in the shortest time possible. On his way back, Zhao Dong glanced at the regional chat. It was buzzing with activity. Incredible! How has he done it so quickly? Great God, Zhao Dong is already level 4. In the blink of an eye, I really don't know how he managed it. I killed a wild boar, but I simply couldn't break through its defense. I swear, even if that boar stood still for me to hack at, I still wouldn't be able to damage it. One word, Zhao Dong is my eternal god, my supreme master. Great God, can you take care of your junior brother? I'll be your assistant. Announcement, Survivor Su Lidong, level 1, has been killed by a level 3 crocodile. Announcement, Survivor Su Zholi, level 2, has been killed by a level 3 crocodile. Upon seeing the 2 announcements, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Master Su Zholi has also been killed. I was just chatting with him a moment ago. He said that to level up faster, he was gathering with his younger brother and several other survivors to hunt crocodiles. I never expected this to happen. This is too terrifying. He was level 2, after all. Brothers, I escaped. Master Su Zholi died horribly. Only my companion and I got out, but the girl lost her hand to the bite. Wow! What exactly happened? Aren't those crocodiles so terrifying? Yes, they truly are terrifying. Those crocodiles have extremely tough defenses. Master Su Zholi's machete was completely useless against them. I remember Master Su Zholi's machete was opened from a treasure chest. How could it have no effect? Crocodiles have very strong defenses. Where are those crocodiles? Sir, are you coming to fight the crocodiles? No way. I'm just trying to figure out the detour around that area. Zhao Dong watched this exchange feeling utterly speechless. They couldn't even handle level 3 foes? If only they knew he had just slain a level 5 giant crocodile, he wondered what their reactions would be. His stomach was growling with hunger, so Zhao Dong paddled the boat back to his grilling spot. Today's haul had been excellent. He had brought back 3 crocodile corpses. The small boat was now fully loaded with supplies. He immediately started a fire and prepared to cook a pot of crocodile soup. He placed the iron pot over the campfire, lined it with 2 large banana leaves, then added the chopped crocodile meat in chunks. Moments later, a pot of fragrant crocodile meat soup was ready. He noticed that cooking soup in the iron pot from the silver treasure chest produced an extraordinarily delicious flavor. Before even taking a bite, the air around him was already filled with the mouth-watering scent of meat. Zhao Dong's saliva began to drool involuntarily. He took a bite. The taste was truly excellent, reminiscent of the first time one eats beef. Halfway through his meal, the trading district appeared. Trading district has opened, valid for 3 hours. This time it actually lasted 3 whole hours. Zhao Dong's eyes lit up. Yesterday, he had promised to help Lucio. Besides that, he planned to redeem an iron spearhead. In the novel, the protagonist Zhou Fan later discovered the fragility of wooden spears and traded numerous supplies through the trading channel for an iron spearhead. He then sharpened the spearhead and fixed it onto a wooden staff, completing a simple iron spear. The moment he finished crafting it, he earned the title of tool craftsman and received considerable rewards. Although Zhou Fan had obtained the iron spearhead in the later stages of the story, now all of his opportunities had been stolen by Zhao Dong. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Fan would likely do whatever it took to forge a spearhead early. Therefore, Zhao Dong decided to acquire iron spears in advance and craft a simple tool himself. He gathered some sturdy wooden sticks and began working. Once done, he posted a message, acquiring triangular iron, iron blocks, and all kinds of ironware. With the industrial hammer, theoretically, even if given raw iron blocks, he could shape them into iron spearheads. Meanwhile, Zhou Fan had arrived beside a water source. This was a new location he had found, and it was quite comfortable. He was eating roasted wolf meat. As the meat went down, he felt his body's strength rapidly increasing. The food here seems to generate a different kind of power. This is truly excellent. Smack! Suddenly, Zhou Fan threw a fierce punch, the overwhelming force causing even the air to tremble. Not bad. The increase in attribute points has significantly boosted my strength. Then his gaze fell upon his arm. The 3 fierce scars that had marked his forearm were healing rapidly. These were wounds from his battle with the wild wolf originally. They had been deep enough to expose bone. Fortunately, right at the beginning, he had obtained the innate talent, enhanced recovery. As expected of the Child of Destiny, this ability was extraordinarily overpowered. As long as he kept eating food, any non-lethal injury could heal quickly. His recovery was nearly complete now, and he turned his attention to the channel the trading district had opened. Glancing at the wooden long spear at his side, he spoke in a low voice. Although Great God Zhao Dong has taken my initial opportunity several times in a row, I still have my chances. According to the rules, the first person to craft a tool will also receive rewards, right? As expected of a protagonist, although he had failed several times, he quickly rallied and came up with a new plan. He thought about crafting a long spear, since spear production was the simplest. As he was watching, suddenly a familiar avatar caught his eye. Lucio, the woman he deeply loved. At this moment, he was filled with excitement. Before the apocalypse world opened, he had been ordered to protect Lucio. Zhao Dong, that rich second-generation kid, had been constantly pestering her. Afterward, he drove Zhao Dong away, and Lucio naturally became a good friend. From that moment on, even though Lucio never agreed to be with him, he had firmly decided that she was his woman, and no one else was allowed to lay a hand on her. That's right, as the Child of Destiny, he was simply that domineering. Originally, he had thought that Lucio would most likely meet a terrible fate in this situation. Who would have expected to see her again? Lucio, seeking iron pot, fresh water, and food. We'll trade for fruit. After contacting Lucio yesterday, Zhao Dong had promised to provide her with food and fresh water. However, throughout the day he remained preoccupied hunting crocodiles and failed to reach out to her. Still harboring reservations, Lu Xiao refrained from contacting him. Thus, as soon as the trading channel appeared, she took the initiative to post a trade request. Zhou Fan's heart leaped with joy. His woman was safe. He immediately sent a message. Lu Xiao, this is wonderful. You're alright. Lu Xiao replied, Zhou Fan. Is that really you? How old are you? Zhou Fan chuckled confidently. You know me, I served in the military. This kind of situation won't be a problem for me. Hearing his spirited voice, Lu Xiao felt a wave of emotion surge through her. She had indeed chosen wisely. He was a man of unwavering determination and remarkable capability. Zhou Fan spotted her trade message and offered to send her water and wolf meat from his location. Lu Xiao's gratitude was genuine. She quickly replied, Thank you. I'm with my mother now. We haven't had water since yesterday. It's all thanks to you. I really wish I could see you sooner. Zhou Fan felt a surge of confidence. She clearly cared for him. He could see it in her eagerness to meet. His thoughts drifted to the wolf leg beside him. He reconsidered, deciding against taking the leg. He needed those iron pieces to forge spearheads, and the wolf leg was his currency for that trade. Instead, he sliced off some meat from the belly. The belly meat wasn't ideal in texture, but it would have to suffice. Once he'd cut it, he sent his reply. He preferred to cook it first, but the spearheads required immediate attention. So he sent the raw meat as is. For the water, he planned to use a wolf's stomach as a container. He acknowledged the water would be unpalatable with traces of blood, something he wouldn't drink himself. But there was no alternative. They had stone bowls, though he'd need one too. Lu Xiao felt deeply touched by his consideration. In return, she offered some fruit from her supplies. Zhou Fan assured her they would stay safe until he could reach them. Lu Xiao expressed her gratitude once more. Zhou Fan then brought up what he'd learned about Zhao Dong, a wealthy heir, who had been making advances toward her before they arrived in this world. Lu Xiao was surprised he knew about it. A subordinate of Zhao Dong's had revealed his true intentions. To Zhou Fan, any man pursuing Lu Xiao was inherently suspicious. Zhao Dong's wealth and status made him unreliable in Zhou Fan's eyes. Lu Xiao misinterpreted his concern as something else, simply acknowledging the situation. Zhou Fan then explained he had actually been following her that day, intending to rescue her when things went wrong. Lu Xiao expressed her gratitude, explaining that she had been forced to borrow money from Zhao Dong to pay for her mother's medical treatment. Zhou Fan warned her about Zhao Dong's scheming nature and urged caution, noting how the other man's early advantages in combat and crafting gave him a significant edge. Lu Xiao confirmed she understood and revealed that Zhao Dong had contacted her the previous day as well. Zhou Fan's anger flared at the revelation, warning her not to accept anything from Zhao Dong, suspecting ulterior motives in every gesture. Lu Xiao thought Zhou Fan was being overly cautious given the distance between them, believing Zhao Dong couldn't possibly harm her from so far away. Yet when she considered that his warning stemmed from genuine care for her, her annoyance melted into gratitude. After their conversation ended, she examined the raw meat and wolf stomach Zhou Fan had sent, her brow furrowing at the modest offering. Sayeo, who gave you this? Her mother Yang Wang approached, still groggy from sleep and looking particularly worn. Lu Xiao explained the situation to her mother, who nodded approvingly at the generous provisions Zhou Fan had provided. She sniffed the water stored in the wolf's stomach and grimaced at the unpleasant odor, though she acknowledged there was no better option given their circumstances. Zhou Fan posted a trade request for triangular iron pieces, offering wolf legs in exchange. Unexpectedly, Zhao Dong's own trade inquiry appeared shortly after. Zhao Dong advertised his search for triangular iron, iron blocks, and various metal tools, drawing numerous private messages. Zhou Fan noticed the competing trade request and was immediately frustrated. Zhou Fan was certain Zhao Dong was targeting him deliberately, questioning how someone with such a privileged background could possibly possess the skills to craft weapons. He stopped and resolved to complete his own crafting first. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong continued roasting meat. When he saw Lu Xiao's trade message, a private smirk formed. He had anticipated she would reach out through the trading channel rather than contact him directly, which meant he would need to pursue her himself. Despite the inconvenience, he felt it was worthwhile given the advantages Lu Xiao would bring. Once the meat was nearly done, he messaged her, reminding her he had promised to help with her request. Lu Xiao saw the message but recalled Zhou Fan's warnings. Rather than respond, she turned her attention to preparing the meat over the fire. Suddenly, her mother clutched her stomach in pain, complaining about her stomach condition worsening after eating the roasted meat. Her mother's face turned green with pain. Lu Xiao panicked, remembering the doctor's advice that her condition required thoroughly cooked food to avoid further stomach damage. There were no pots available here, which was why she had requested one along with food. Zhao Dong messaged again, asking if she was there. Zhao Dong continued messaging, correctly guessing that her mother's stomach condition had flared up again. Her mother's poor health was well known. Her stomach issues were just one symptom, and tragically, she would not survive much longer. Once her mother passed, Lu Xiao would become stronger and her luck would improve. With an iron pot now available, Zhao Dong could provide the cooked food her condition required. Zhao Dong messaged that he had just prepared meat soup and offered to send some, confident she would respond. She had no choice but to accept if she wanted to ease her mother's suffering. As predicted, Lu Xiao froze upon reading his message. Lu Xiao asked if he actually had a pot, and Zhao Dong immediately sent a photo as proof. He explained he had obtained it while hunting a fierce beast and used wolf leg meat which he claimed was tender and flavorful, with the gaminess removed. He followed up with photos of additional supplies. Overwhelmed by the extent of his provisions compared to her own hardships, Lu Xiao could only stare in disbelief. To her astonishment, the inventory included not just food and drink, but women's clothing and even underwear. Wow! Instant noodles, shoes. Lu Xiao was utterly astounded. It seems you have hunted down quite a lot of prey, she replied. During this period, Lu Xiao had also done some hunting of her own. Her innate talent granted her the ability of invisibility. This granted her an exceptionally advantageous position when confronting fierce beasts. Yet, even so, she remained utterly helpless against those with swift speed, capable only of dealing with ordinary ones. Zhao Dong, enough talk. If you don't want the meat broth, forget it, I'll drink it myself. Lu Xiao hastily replied, wait a moment, I do want it. My mother is in poor health and requires some soft, easily digestible food. Zhao Dong, then what are you still hesitant about? Honestly, I cannot even locate you right now. I simply want to look after you and let you know that I am not a bad person. I just did not expect you to be so timid as to be afraid of me. Lu Xiao muttered to herself, I am not timid at all. However, reading Zhao Dong's sincere words, she realized that perhaps he truly was not the kind of person she had imagined. Lu Xiao, thank you, then. Let me send you some fruit. She then sent a photo over, showing a plentiful variety of fruits. Lu Xiao is indeed polite. Zhao Dong smiled, and the two of them proceeded to exchange resources. Zhao Dong poured the meat broth into an iron pot, telling them to return it once they finished eating. Upon receiving the iron pot and smelling the enticing aroma of the meat broth, Lu Xiao was ecstatic. Mom, we have an iron pot now, and plenty of delicious food. Where did this come from? It couldn't be from Zhou Fan, could it? Yang Wang clutched her stomach, her face lighting up with joy. She instinctively assumed it was Zhou Fan's doing. No, this was sent by Zhao Dong. Yang Wang frowned. Zhao Dong. That boy has a rather poor reputation out there. I didn't expect him to send us this. Lu Xiao, did he make any unreasonable demands of you? Lu Xiao, no, on the contrary. He said he has no ulterior motives and just wants to help us. I see, Yang Wang nodded, though apprehension still lingered in her heart. Mom, he is not even here. Even if he has some designs on us, he cannot do anything to us. I think he might truly want to change. As Lu Xiao spoke, she took out a pair of chopsticks she had fashioned from thin wooden sticks and handed them to Yang Wang. Mom, eat it while it's hot. Yes. Beholding Yang Wang's joyful face, Lu Xiao felt a genuine sense of happiness in her heart. After all, eating this would at least alleviate Yang Wang's pain slightly. At this moment, she noticed another message from Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong, send the iron pot back after you're done eating. By the way, do you need these supplies I have here? The photo sent over showed two women's overcoats. Lu Xiao was deeply thrilled. Since transmigrating to this world, both she and her mother had only been wearing short sleeves and skirts. Wearing such thin clothing made the nights unbearably cold. With these 2 overcoats, things would undoubtedly be much better. Lucille, thank you. Neither my mother nor I have any warm clothes. Zhao Dong, alright, I'll send them over since I have no use for them anyway. Also, this pair of underwear. Lucille's face flushed red, though she felt that having a spare would be quite good. In truth, she had not even realized that her aversion to Zhao Dong had imperceptibly vanished, replaced instead by a heart full of gratitude. After a moment of thought, Lucille said, "Let me catch some fish for you." Fish? Zhao Dong smiled. Fish was the absolute last thing he lacked in his current location. Zhao Dong, I have plenty of fish here, but since you are by the seaside, why don't you boil some salt for me? Although the food he cooked was free of gaminess and tasted decent in its original flavor. Over time, the lack of saltiness made his mouth feel strange. Lucille, salt is no problem. Zhao Dong, great, I'll send the clothes over to you. When the 2 overcoats arrived, Young Wang stared in utter astonishment. Mom, Zhao Dong sent these. They'll keep us much warmer at night, Lucille said with delight. I didn't expect Zhao Dong to be so thoughtful. Young Wang's perception of Zhao Dong began to shift slightly. Still, it is not right to just accept someone's gifts like this. How about we send him some more fruit? I just asked him, and he said he needs some salt. Then let's boil seawater. Once the seawater evaporated, salt residue would be left behind, which was exactly what they planned to do. While the mother and daughter were busy, Zhao Dong checked his numerous private messages. There were many private messages, but unfortunately, none of them contained items like iron sheets. Zhao Dong secretly surmised that this was likely because everyone was currently stranded in the wilderness. Since there was no useful information, Zhao Dong decided to continue hunting fierce beasts to raise his level. However, searching for beasts aimlessly like this was far too inefficient. At that moment, he recalled the chat of some survivors on the regional channel just now. They seemed to mention a place with a large pack of crocodiles. A crocodile pack that was terrifying and strictly avoided by others was, to him, the perfect resource for leveling up. Thus, he posted a message, "Friends, could anyone send me the coordinates of that crocodile pack you were talking about?" Boss Zhao Dong, you aren't planning to go there, are you? Take some advice from an elder. There is a very powerful crocodile there that is extremely hard to deal with. That's right, my team and I killed one, and the system notification said it was actually a level 3 crocodile. Zhao Dong, it's fine. Whoever sends me the coordinates, I'll send you a few crocodile carcasses later. The moment he said this, a survivor named Qingqiang immediately sent over a set of coordinates. 169. 44. 333. Qingqiang, these are the coordinates. Boss, you must be careful. Zhao Dong, thanks, I'm heading over right now. He glanced at the coordinates. Since they all belonged to the same region, they could navigate to the location using these coordinates. It is not that far. Checking the coordinates, he saw a regional radar above the chat channel. It did not display a detailed map, but it allowed users to locate specific coordinates. The coordinates indicated that going straight toward the front left would lead directly to the crocodile pack. It is time to leave this place. Zhao Dong rowed his boat while eating roasted meat to replenish his stamina. At this point, Lucille sent back his iron pot. Lucille, thank you, Zhao Dong. My mom said the meat broth you cooked was delicious. Zhao Dong, I'm glad you liked it. Did you receive the clothes? Do they fit? Lucille, MMH, yes, I like them very much. Zhao Dong, that's good. I'm going to hunt crocodiles now, so I'll talk to you later. Lucille, be careful. I'll send you the salt in a bit. Zhao Dong smiled. You're caring about me. Lucille froze. At this moment, she also realized that she was actually caring about Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong shook his head slightly. He did not chat further, but he knew that Lucille no longer disliked him. This was a massive step forward. At the same time, on Lucille's side, Young Wang took a sip of water from the wolf's stomach bag and instantly vomited. This is disgusting, it's too fishy. Mom, how about I ask Zhao Dong to use his iron pot to send some more water over? He has plenty of water there. Won't that be too much of a bother for him? Would it be too much trouble for him? Lucille mused. Of course it would be. But at this point she had no choice. The water in the animal's stomach bladder tasted too foul, and her mother was in poor health. She couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. So she could only send Zhao Dong a message. Zhao Dong looked and replied, "Water. That's easy. I have a few coconuts here. I'll send them to you soon. Split a coconut in half and you'll have a container. If you know what you're doing, you can even use it for cooking." These coconuts had been obtained earlier through a trade with someone else. Originally, he had planned to drink them when he ventured deep into the jungle and ran low on water. But seeing how things were with them, he decided to give the coconuts away. Besides, he had plenty of supplies now. Consider it a good deed. With that, Zhao Dong sent over 3 coconuts. Looking at the 3 coconuts that suddenly appeared, Lu Xiao was deeply moved. She wasn't stupid. She knew supplies were extremely precious at a time like this. Yet Zhao Dong had been so kind to her. In the past, when conditions were good, she had been haughty toward his material pursuit. Now, faced with scarcity, her former pride seemed utterly laughable. So even 3 mere coconuts stirred her heart. "That young man Zhao Dong is pretty good after all," young Wang said with mixed emotions. "Mom, these coconuts are just right for us to use as pots." That's great. But we need to hurry. I just read the chat, there are a lot of bandits appearing in our area." Young Wang was worried and frowned. "We have to level up and get stronger quickly, or we'll easily get bullied." Lu Xiao nodded. She had seen the regional chat messages too. A gang of survivors had appeared in their area, and they were extremely cruel. In order to seize supplies, they had already killed several people in a row. "I do have an idea. Didn't you notice earlier that there are a lot of giant-toothed rats living in the area on the right? Let's start with them." Young Wang continued, "My ability is body hardening. Fortunately, that ability was the only reason the giant-toothed rats didn't bite me to death and I managed to escape. As for you, my daughter, your ability is body invisibility. I think we can make excellent use of these 2 abilities. I'll lure the giant-toothed rats, and when one bites me, you strike it from behind." Lu Xiao's eyes lit up when she heard her mother's words. "That's a great idea." Meanwhile, Zhao Dong had already rowed the boat a long distance away. Feasting on meat and fish, his mental energy recovered quickly. He was almost at his destination, but the farther he went, the more turbulent the current became. This put Zhao Dong on alert. At that moment, a fierce battle was unfolding deep along the shoreline. There was an ancient, primitive village there, but every villager had turned into a walking corpse. One of the people fighting was a woman with formidable strength, none other than Yu Li, ranked 2nd on the regional channel leaderboard of Novice Village 168. Squelch! Yu Li's dagger sank into a walking corpse's head, and in an instant it collapsed. Successfully killed a level 2 walking corpse. Energy points 25. Looking at the walking corpses scattered across the ground, Yu Li let out a relieved breath. Although these corpses were all level 2 or 3, they were easy to kill because they moved so slowly. Compared with other level 2 or 3 ferocious beasts, the walking corpses were practically living targets due to their slow movement. That was why she and her partners had come here to hunt them. 3 teammates stood beside her, all men. They had all reached level 2, and after Yu Li killed this walking corpse, her level changed as well. "Yu Li, level 3. I leveled up." Yu Li was overjoyed. "Congratulations, Sister Yu Li." "Sister Yu Li, the leaderboard has changed too. You're level 3, but damn, that Zhao Dong is actually level 4. Yu Li frowned. Could he also have found a place full of walking corpses? She had leveled up so quickly partly because the talent she awakened was electric shock. Her attacks could trigger an electric shock effect that easily paralyzed ferocious beasts. Besides that, she had once been a women's Sonda team member. When training for competitions, she had trained alongside the male team members. Even against several burly men, she was confident she could beat them to the ground. Another reason was that she had found this walking corpse ground. These corpses were easy to dispose of and plentiful, the perfect place to farm experience points. No wonder she suspected Zhao Dong might have found a walking corpse ground too. Hard to say, Sister Yu Li, but damn, this Zhao Dong is way too arrogant. He was just asking around about coming to the crocodile nest in our area. He's asking to die. One teammate shouted. Yu Li frowned. She also thought Zhao Dong was too arrogant. She had been to that crocodile nest before. She and 5 teammates had stumbled into it by accident. Seeing how dull the crocodiles looked, lying there without moving, they prepared to go over and kill them. But they hadn't even killed one before discovering that the crocodiles' backs had extremely strong defenses. Wooden spears could barely pierce them. In the end, they provoked the crocodile swarm, were chased madly, and were finally surrounded by the crocodiles. All 5 teammates died. It was only because she could climb trees that she escaped disaster. Yuli shook her head slightly and said, "He's probably doomed. Forget about him. Let's level up fast, we must secure a place in the top 10. Right, let's grab the treasure chest reward." Zhao Dong continued rowing. The current grew more and more turbulent, and soon he noticed why. Ahead lay a stretch of jagged stone reefs, and beyond them was a small waterfall. Damn, so that's why. Although it looked tricky, Zhao Dong had been prepared for it. Just when he was about to crash into the rocks, he focused his mind and erupted with the wood control ability. An invisible force steered the boat swiftly to the side, carrying him safely past the stones. Moving on, Zhao Dong used wood control to turn several crises into narrow escapes. At last, he reached the small waterfall. This was a true test. Wood control, rise. A stunning sight followed. The boat actually lifted into the air and flew up above the waterfall. It was a small waterfall, only about 10 meters high. But no matter how small, charging straight down would have certainly destroyed the boat. Fortunately, wood control made the boat float through the air, and it landed steadily at last. All good. Zhao Dong smiled and continued on his way. Then he noticed something wrong. There was a lot of blood in this stretch of water. The blood had dyed the water red. By the looks of it, quite a few people had died here. Ha! That's... Not far away on the shore lay a corpse with long hair, a woman's body. Zhao Dong's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly rowed over. Beside the female corpse floated a bubble. Hearing attribute Wu. Ha! Zhao Dong was astonished. Humans could drop attributes like this, and such an attribute existed, too. After a moment's thought, he guessed that the woman must have had a hearing-related talent, which was why she dropped such an attribute. He immediately picked up the hearing attribute. In that instant, his sense of hearing seemed far keener. The sounds of fish swimming in the water reached him, faint and indistinct. The rustling of the dense forest also reached him, barely discernible. It seems that after some people die, they drop talent attributes. That's not bad. Of course, all of this was merely Zhao Dong's speculation. It still needed to be verified through his subsequent actions. By now, he was already very close to where the crocodile was only about 100 meters away. The boat continued onward, and on the way, he discovered 2 more corpses. They had been bitten badly. Judging by their clothes, they were survivors. They were probably people who had wandered into this place and been bitten to death by crocodiles. Unfortunately, these 2 corpses no longer had any attributes. The time since death was probably too long, and the attributes had already vanished. Help! Save me! Please, save me! At that moment, Zhao Dong's heart stirred as he heard the cry for help. He shifted his gaze slightly and saw a burly man leaning against a large tree by the shore. The man was wearing camouflage clothes and called out weakly to Zhao Dong. Normally, Zhao Dong would not rescue someone for no reason. After all, novels had described many survivors killing each other over supplies. Some people especially would fake a cry for help and, when you went to save them, strike you from behind. Zhao Dong was not foolish enough to save people randomly. But this man was different. Both his legs had been bitten off. More than a dozen corpses lay scattered around him. So many dead. Zhao Dong's brows furrowed slightly. Beside the corpses were many traces of some creature crawling through the area. On closer inspection, they were crocodile tracks. This was exactly the same as the traces left by the crocodile pack he had hunted before. It is said that crocodiles like to eat rotting corpses. After killing some large creatures, when they are not hungry, they often gather the corpses and wait for them to rot. When they get hungry, they'll eat. Zhao Dong murmured softly, guessing that this was indeed the case. The crocodile pack had gathered the dead survivors' bodies in this place. This was a food cache for the crocodiles. As for the poor man whose legs had been severed, he had probably just woken up after passing out. In this state, he could not possibly survive. Nevertheless, Zhao Dong still went over. Because, beside him, 3 attribute bubbles were floating attribute bubbles belonging to the nearby survivors' corpses. He rolled over immediately. Seeing Zhao Dong coming, the burly man showed a delighted expression. Save me. Please. A good man will be rewarded. He excitedly tried to climb up, but suddenly his leg hooked. He clearly had not realized that both his legs were gone. When he lowered his head, he was scared out of his wits. Ah! My legs! My legs! Save me! Zhao Dong had already come ashore, scanning his surroundings warily. There was no trace of any fierce beast. Clearly, this was the crocodile's territory, and no fierce beast dared to encroach. He ignored the burly man's shouting and shifted his gaze to the 3 attribute bubbles. Spirit Wu. Muscle Explosive Power Sword. Vision 3. Good. These attributes were all quite impressive. Spiritual power was the attribute he cared most about now. The stronger his spiritual power, the more theoretically his boat could even turn into a flying ship and soar through the sky. As for muscle explosive power, it made his bursts of strength a bit stronger. As for vision, he used to be nearsighted, and although it didn't affect him much, better eyesight would clearly let him aim and hurl his wooden spears with greater accuracy. This was really great. He absorbed the 3 bubbles without delay. In an instant, his originally blurry vision was strengthened. It felt as if a pair of nearsighted glasses had suddenly been put on for him, very comfortable. At this moment, Zhao Dong realized that human corpses seemed to bring him much greater gains. Of course, he was not an unscrupulous villain who would do anything. He would not kill people wantonly to become stronger. His gaze fell on the man, who was still wailing. Zhao Dong said, Sorry, I can't save you. Ha ha ha, I know. The man had accepted his fate and said with a bitter smile, Poor me, I had just gotten in touch with my wife, and now I've met such a tragedy. How miserable I am. Drink some water and go on your way in peace. Zhao Dong said, Would you like some? I have warm water on my boat. You're a good man. The burly man murmured, struggling to take 2 small knives out of his bag. They're for you. Zhao Dong did not stand on ceremony and accepted the 2 knives. He still had not left because he was waiting for the man to die. Perhaps he would drop attribute bubbles. This is a photo of my son and my wife. The man handed over the photograph and murmured, My name is Zhao Linsheng. If you ever have the fortune to meet them, tell them I'm dead. And tell them not to come looking for me. Alas! Zhao Dong nodded slightly, casually took the photo, and asked, Did you run into the crocodile pack? Yes. We came here to hunt a walking corpse, but who could have expected us to end up here? All my teammates are dead. The crocodiles here are terrifying, especially the largest one. It has mutated and has a talent. That crocodile can release wind blades. The wounds on our bodies were caused by those cuts. Zhao Dong's eyebrow rose. A mutated crocodile. Mutated fierce beasts generally had an initial talent, just like survivors. No wonder so many people had died here. If there was a mutated fierce beast, it made sense. May I ask, what is your talent? Zhao Dong wanted to know his talent so that when the man dropped attribute bubbles, he could see whether they matched. My talent is that when I kick, there is a chance to release 50 more power. It's very ordinary. Zhao Linsheng smiled bitterly. Hurry up and leave. Don't stay here, or you'll die too. Zhao Dong did not see much. He handed over the water in a coconut shell and said, Have some. The man drank, and suddenly blood spurted from his throat. Remember. Hurry. Go. After saying this, Zhao Linsheng's head tilted to one side, and he stopped breathing. Alas! Zhao Dong sighed, put away the knives, and placed the coconut shell back on the boat. When he looked at the corpse again, he noticed attribute bubbles had dropped beside it. There were actually 2. Strength R. Leg power Wu. Leg power. Zhao Linsheng's talent was related to his legs, and sure enough, this attribute was obtained. Zhao Dong nodded slightly and picked up the bubbles. He felt his steps were quicker. He boarded the boat and continued on. Gradually, he saw scattered crocodiles lazily basking in the sun. Some were lying on the water and swimming over with fierce, covetous stares. The time to hunt is here. Zhao Dong muttered. At once, The wooden spears that had been prepared on the boat floated up. Aiming at the countless crocodiles, the wooden spears stepped down violently. Thud, thud, thud. Successfully killed a level 3 crocodile. Gained 35 energy points. Successfully killed a level 2 crocodile. Gained 25 energy points. The crocodiles on the periphery were not particularly powerful. Countless wooden spears launched attack after attack, swiftly dispatching over a dozen crocodiles. After collecting some bubbles and 3 iron treasure chests, he continued deeper. He decided against examining his loot immediately, for the place gave him a sense of danger. The forest grew increasingly dense, and the deeper they went, the more the jungle on both banks shaded the sunlight above. What a foul, rotting stench! Zhao Dong wrinkled his brow. At this moment, the once broad river began to narrow. The light grew progressively dimmer, and ahead came the sound of rushing water. So many crocodiles. All visible were level 4 crocodiles, no fewer than a dozen. Die! Wooden spears flew one after another, and at this range, the battle was far too simple for Zhao Dong. Now that his wood control ability had grown so proficient, in just a short while all these level 4 crocodiles were pierced to death. However, Zhao Dong felt no joy. He heard a sound. Just ahead, a fierce beast was emitting a low sound. Normally crocodiles do not make noise, but when they grow large enough and gain tremendous power, they roar. By now this was no longer a crocodile but a monster. At this thought, Zhao Dong held his breath. He steered the boat along the shore. If anything unexpected occurred, he could jump from the boat immediately. Just then, the current ahead suddenly grew turbulent. Beneath the water, it seemed as though something massive was swimming rapidly. Something was underwater. A huge shadow swam rapidly beneath the surface. Zhao Dong was startled and immediately controlled the boat, activating wood control to retreat backward. But the shadow pursued relentlessly, so Zhao Dong raised 5 wooden spears at once. He aimed and thrust at the shadow beneath the water. All the wooden spears shattered, but it still affected whatever was underwater. A massive roar echoed from underwater, and then the enormous shadow broke the surface. It was actually a giant crocodile of colossal size. Mutated giant crocodile level 6. This crocodile has lived for 30 years, possessing terrifying defense and resilient teeth. Due to mutation, it has gained an innate ability, the power to launch wind blade attacks. This mutated giant crocodile must be the variant crocodile that man had mentioned earlier. Its ability was wind blade attacks. In terms of size, it was similar to the giant crocodiles Zhao Dong had slain before. But a mutated creature was fundamentally different. As the crocodile surfaced, its oppressive pressure forced Zhao Dong to retreat temporarily. Zhao Dong dared not be careless now. He drew his elbowing knife and faced the mutated giant crocodile from his small boat. The wind in the air suddenly intensified. The increasingly powerful wind blew toward Zhao Dong. In the next instant, his expression turned grim. The giant crocodile was actually launching wind blades directly. Wind blades foamed from the air, rushed toward Zhao Dong. Each blade took the shape of a sharp knife, obviously incredibly keen. Zhao Dong recalled the gruesome state of those corpses earlier, all missing limbs. Now he understood it was these wind blades that had caused such devastation. If those wind blades had grazed him, even with his higher defense attributes, he could still be injured. He would not take that risk. Everyone only has one life. He immediately steered the boat sideways to the left. Each wind blade swept past his right side, and he dodged them all. The crocodile's cold eyes fixed on Zhao Dong as it attempted to launch another wind blade. In that moment, Zhao Dong spotted its weakness. The creature rarely moved due to its reliance on wind blade attacks. Or when it did move, its speed was not particularly fast. This presented an opportunity. Though he could not penetrate the crocodile's back armor, those massive eyes would make excellent targets. If he could blind it, he would have plenty of time to wear it down. Seizing the moment as it gathered another wind blade, Zhao Dong guided 2 wooden spears straight for the crocodile's eyes. The crocodile was caught off guard, and both eyeballs were pierced through. The maddened beast thrashed painfully in the water, now blind and unable to see anything. In an instant, the gathered wind blades dissipated. The furious crocodile struggled in place, but Zhao Dong simply smiled. He maneuvered his boat behind a large tree, watching the frenzied crocodile, and exhaled in relief. His plan had succeeded now. he just needed to wait for the final strike. But as the crocodile calmed down, wind blades began forming around its body. Zhao Dong's gaze sharpened. The creature, unable to locate him, had started attacking indiscriminately. Never mind, let us watch your show quietly until you run out of strength. Wind blades scattered in all directions, thud thud thud. Each massive tree was sliced apart. Fortunately, Zhao Dong had already taken cover behind a tree over 2 meters wide, safe from the wind blade assault. Zhao Dong noticed that this wind blade's cutting power actually exceeded his wooden spears. The powerful wind blades could split trees as thick as a bowl's opening right in half immense force. However, the expenditure seemed considerable too. After unleashing 2 rounds of all-round attacks, the crocodile's strength began to falter. Finally, it collapsed onto the water's surface, panting heavily. It had exhausted all its strength now at his mercy. Zhao Dong smiled slightly, controlling the wooden boat to float in the air, quickly reaching the crocodile's position above. Floating demanded considerable spiritual energy. In just this brief moment, he was already weary. So he prepared to end this swiftly. Aiming his elbow-boning knife at the crocodile's head below, he leaped down. Like a warrior descending from the heavens, the blade's tip pointed straight at the giant crocodile's skull. After piercing through, the crocodile's body went rigid, then sank directly into the water. Zhao Dong followed into the water, twisted the blade, and blood immediately dyed the surrounding waters red. Successfully killed a level 6 mutated giant crocodile, gained 110 energy points. So many energy points. Zhao Dong was overjoyed. Normally, a level 6 would yield at most 60 or 70 energy points. But now it was 110. He figured it was because this giant crocodile had mutated. At this moment, he noticed 2 items dropped beside the mutated giant crocodile. A golden treasure chest. Wind blade attribute plus 30. Ha ha ha! Excited, Zhao Dong steered the boat down and eagerly went to collect the wind blade attribute. With so many attributes, he was confident that collecting this would bring tremendous change. After a moment, he discovered a connection between himself and the wind in the air. Though faint, he genuinely felt it. Then, his attribute panel changed as well. In the skills section, a new ability had appeared, Wind Blade. How marvelous, to have actually acquired the Wind Blade skill. By now, his character attributes had undergone a massive transformation. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Class, Master Carpenter. Level, L4480600. Strength, 107. Speed, 90. Stamina, 90. Defense, 90. Spirit, 120. Skill, Critical Strike, 50. Skill, Flame. Skill, Wind Blade. Talent, Attribute Display. Wood Control. Gold Coins, 9000. Unallocated Attribute Points, 0. Equipment, Industrial Hammer, Eye of Attributes. Elbow-boning Knife. Special Item, Ghostly Soul. Zhao Dong furrowed his brows. This Wind Blade skill was not particularly easy to manipulate. One had to quietly sense the gentle breeze in the air, then use spiritual energy to guide and agitate it, creating a sensation of atmospheric vibration. Following that, this flow of air would be guided to gradually solidify into a concrete object. This was the Wind Blade. The Wind Blade could manifest as various bizarre weapons, such as blades, axes, or even individual needles. It sounded incredibly complex. But with this skill, just like his wood control ability, he would eventually grow proficient over time. Boss! In the air, a wind blade gradually took shape and shot rapidly toward a spot not far away. Crack! A branch as thick as a chopstick was snapped cleanly into 2 halves, falling into the water. Right now, I can only condense 1 wind blade. It seems I indeed need to practice more. After retrieving the golden treasure chest and looking at the 6 iron treasure chests on the boat, Zhao Dong prepared to open them up. However, before doing so, he decided to level up first, to avoid any unexpected complications. His current level was level L4480600. In other words, he only needed to acquire 120 more energy points to level up. At that time, he would be the very first person in this region to reach level 5, which would reward him with 5 golden treasure chests. 5 golden treasure chests, he would open them all together when the time came. Zhao Dong smiled faintly, his gaze shifting towards some crocodiles not far away. With the death of the giant crocodile, these creatures seemed to have been frightened, not even daring to approach anymore. It's fine if you don't come over. I will. Wooden spears floated in the air as another slaughter commenced. It only took a few minutes. Not far away, Yuli and her teammates were still slaying the dried corpses. This woman was remarkably diligent. While her teammates had long collapsed from exhaustion, she was still tirelessly slaying the walking corpses. Sister Yuli, that Zhao Dong must have died over there. There's no need to rush. The speaker took a sip of water and then opened the survivor panel. Glancing at the regional leaderboard, they muttered that Zhao Dong is still on the leaderboard. He's not dead. After all, Almighty Zhao Dong is a level 4 powerhouse. He wouldn't die so easily. Yeah, it would be nice if he died that easily. I just don't get it. Sister Yuli is so powerful and diligent, barely stopping to kill the walking corpses, so how could she be slower than him? Does this Zhao Dong have 3 heads and 6 arms? Yuli dispatched another walking corpse and turned back, saying, instead of talking nonsense, you'd better hurry up and keep killing. Alright. Just as the complaining person finished speaking, they noticed that the leaderboard had changed. Congratulations to survivor Zhao Dong for becoming the first to reach level 5 in Novice Village No. 168. Congratulations to survivor Zhao Dong for obtaining 5 golden treasure chests. Holy crap! Sister Yuli, that guy Zhao Dong has reached level 5. The regional chat erupted. Everyone noticed the announcement. Almighty Zhao Dong is already level 5. How long has it even been? Incredible. I'm still only level E. That's way too fast. I knew Almighty Zhao Dong was amazing, but this is truly too fast. Almighty Zhao Dong, our village 168 is completely relying on you. Why don't we team up? Almighty Zhao Dong is the hope of our entire village. Zhao Dong had no time to look at these comments. At this moment, he was excitedly staring at the rewards before him. 5 golden treasure chests suddenly materialized out of thin air and dropped onto the boat. Furthermore, due to the level up, all of his attributes increased by 10 points. Now, every single one of his attributes had exceeded 100. His critical strike attribute had also risen from 50 to 60. In other words, any casual attack he launched now had a very high probability of triggering a critical hit. Right then, he could not wait to open the 5 golden treasure chests in front of him. Congratulations on obtaining 1 delicious stainless steel pot. Meals cooked with this pot are delicious and can continuously and significantly replenish spiritual power. Congratulations on obtaining 1 pair of gale shoes. Once equipped, speed 20. Congratulations on obtaining 3 pills of spirit medicine. This spirit medicine cures all kinds of diseases and toxins upon ingestion. Congratulations on obtaining 1 clairvoyant telescope. Can view objects up to 20 kilometers away. Congratulations on obtaining 20 kilograms of spirit rice. Significantly improves the physical body upon consumption. Not bad. As expected of golden treasure chests, they did not disappoint me. The more Zhao Dong looked at these, the more he liked them. Whichever reward it was, taking it out would absolutely drive people crazy. Especially the delicious stainless steel pot and the spirit rice. One could replenish spiritual power, while the other could replenish stamina. Zhao Dong thought about it, the more thrilled he became. There was still 1 golden treasure chest left. Congratulations on obtaining 1 iron spear. Not bad. Looking at the all-iron spear in his hand, Zhao Dong nodded slightly. However, this weapon was not quite suitable for him. He preferred using the boning knife. All that remained was a pile of iron treasure chests. Having just hunted a portion of the crocodiles, a few more iron treasure chests had appeared. He opened them immediately. Congratulations on obtaining 1 quilt. Congratulations on obtaining 1 set of bowl and chopsticks. Congratulations on obtaining 2 steamed buns. Congratulations on obtaining 1 quilt. Congratulations on obtaining. They were decent enough, just some small trinkets. However, seeing the quilt made Zhao Dong's eyes light up. Awesome! He got a quilt. His life would be much more comfortable from now on. Although the night temperature in this region was not cold, it was still very damp. Sleeping without any cover would leave him feeling chilly, but having a quilt would change that. Looking at the boat packed to the brim with items, Zhao Dong scratched his head. This was a bit of a headache. There were too many supplies on the boat now. If he kept packing more, there wouldn't be any space left. Originally, he had thought about storing some more food after hunting so many crocodiles this time, but now it seemed. However, at this moment, another prompt appeared in front of him. Detected that survivor Zhao Dong has broken through to level 5. The mall is now open. The mall was open. Zhao Dong slapped his forehead as he realized. I almost forgot about this. After level 5, the mall would open. The currency used to purchase items inside was precisely the gold coins he had obtained earlier. Gold coins would be extremely precious in the later stages. Ordinary fierce beasts did not drop any gold coins at all. Only in the later stages, from certain special fierce beasts, would gold coins drop in abundance. Fortunately, because he had received first-time rewards several times, he had accumulated 9,000 gold coins. I recall that there is a storage backpack in the mall. Zhao Dong muttered to himself. He opened the mall. There weren't many items at the early stage, only 3. Space backpack, 222 area. Cost, 5,000 gold coins. Oh, indestructible iron chopper. Cost, 1,000 gold coins. 3. Map of the local area. Cost, 1,000 gold coins. Overall, the mall mostly sold basic items. They helped you survive better, but didn't directly enhance your combat abilities. After thinking it over, Zhao Dong decided to buy the space backpack. It could store all kinds of supplies, well, even better than a refrigerator. Food stored inside wouldn't spoil at all. As for the map, Zhao Dong also decided to buy it. That way, finding ferocious beasts would be much easier later. This immediately cost him 6,000 gold coins, leaving only 3,000 in hand. But in Zhao Dong's eyes, it was well worth it. He opened the character panel again. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Occupation, Master Carpenter. Level, L5, 0800. Strength, 117. Speed, 100. Stamina, 100. Defense, 100. Spirit, 130. Skills, Critical Strike, 60. Skill, Flame. Skill, Wind Blade. Talent, Attribute Display. Wood Control. Gold Coins, 3000. Available Attribute Points, 0. Equipment, Industrial Hammer. Eye of Attributes. L Boning Knife. Space Backpack 222. Wind Boots, Stainless Steel Delicious Pot. 1000-mile Telescope. Spirit Rice 20,000克. Spirit Medicine 3 pills. Iron Spear. Special Item, Ghost Soul. Apart from that, the backpack also contained some leftover meat from the barbecue. The various fruits Lucille had given him, along with some seafood. With the space backpack, the boat that was once packed full of supplies suddenly seemed much less crowded. Next, he had to deal with the crocodile carcasses. Crocodile meat was actually quite tasty. He remembered that in the past, some barbecue restaurants sold roasted crocodile. It sold very well and many people ate it. Besides storing some for himself, Zhao Dong also had another thought. It was about time to start collecting wood. His ship was still too small, and especially too fragile. Just like earlier, if it had been hit by the giant crocodile's wind blade, the ship would probably have been broken apart. At that moment, he thought it was about time to upgrade the ship. In novels, upgrading a ship was very convenient. It required blueprints and a certain amount of materials, and then ordinary survivors could upgrade it. The difference was that ordinary survivors would spend time and effort upgrading, and the ship they built might not be very effective. But for him, it was different. He had the carpenter profession and the blessings of the industrial hammer. Not only did he need fewer resources, but the ship he built would also be sturdier. Without wasting time, he opened the trading area. At this point, there were only about 10 minutes left on the trade channel. Zhao Dong immediately posted a message. I have a lot of crocodile meat here. Anyone in need can contact me. Trade with wood, 1 cubic meter of lumber for 1 crocodile. After sending the message, Zhao Dong casually attached a picture. In the picture, the ground was covered with dead crocodiles. Apart from the regional channel, Zhao Dong also posted on the world channel. After seeing the picture Zhao Dong posted, the entire network boiled over. Wow, so many crocodile carcasses. Big shot Zhao Dong, did you kill all these? I've fought these crocodiles before. They're really tough to kill. Zhao Dong, you big shot, how did you do it? I couldn't even break their skin when I attacked them. Calm down. Zhao Dong is already level 5, how could it be the same? Everyone was extremely envious. At this moment, someone sent him a private message. Master, I'm surrounded by walking corpses and have no food. Are those crocodiles of yours poisonous? Zhao Dong was speechless and replied, how could they be poisonous? That makes sense. You're a master. You wouldn't deceive us. Even Zhao Dong hadn't expected that he had unwittingly become not only a master, but also a living billboard. Many people trusted him. This was how others' perception of you changed once you became powerful. Why can rich people borrow money? Because in others' minds, since you're so rich, you won't default on debts. It's the same principle. Zhao Dong, there's no rush anyway. Prepare some wood over the next few days, and then we'll trade. Alright, master, I'll prepare over these next few days. Then Zhao Dong added him as a friend. After adding a few more people, Zhao Dong processed the crocodile carcasses and stored them in his space backpack. With that, the space backpack was instantly stuffed full. After finishing, he contacted Lucille. At this time, Lucille had almost finished boiling the salt. While boiling it, Lucille pondered. She thought she could boil more salt and then trade it through the trading channel. After that, Yang Wang brought good news. At the foot of a mountain not far from the shore, she had actually discovered a cave. A cave meant they could live inside it. That's great, Mom. Let's pack up. Hong, the trading channel is about to close. Send the salt to that boy Zhao Dong first. The mother and daughter didn't realize that their impression of Zhao Dong had greatly improved now they thought of him all the time. Okay. Lucille found a large leaf and carefully wrapped the salt in it. Just as she was about to send it to Zhao Dong, more than a dozen crocodile carcasses suddenly appeared in front of her. One of them was actually more than 3 meters long, startling Lucille so much that she fell to the ground and almost cried. Yang Wang reacted quickly, immediately blocking in front of Lucille and activating her ability hardening. Her skin immediately turned bronze, just like the 18 bronze men, making her body extremely hard. Ordinary blades couldn't hurt her at all. It's okay, these crocodiles are already dead. Yang Wang heaved a sigh of relief, and her skin gradually returned to normal. Who sent this? They scared me to death. Lucille wondered inwardly, could it be Shou Fan? It wasn't hard to understand why she thought so. Although her opinion of Zhao Dong had greatly improved, deep down she still felt that Shou Fan was a nice person and would take the initiative to help her. Not only her, even Yang Wang nodded slightly. It's probably Zhou Fan. That kid is really nice. How about we give him some salt later? Salt was something that seemed fine to skip. But over time, if you didn't consume salt, your body would gradually weaken and lose its appetite. Lucille immediately opened the trading channel and was surprised to find that it wasn't Shou Fan who sent the crocodiles, it was Zhao Dong. Mom, the crocodiles were sent by Zhao Dong. Lucille was deeply moved, feeling that Zhao Dong was a really good person for taking such care of her. That kid really cares about you a lot. Don't treat him coldly in the future, talk to him nicely. Yang Wang's expression was complicated, and involuntarily, Zhou Fan's status went down by 1. Zhao Dong, CEO, I just hunted some crocodiles. I can't finish them all, so I'm sending you some. Lucille, thank you for sending me so many supplies. Zhao Dong, it's nothing. In this apocalypse, I don't have many acquaintances left. Consider it as keeping each other company. Lucille, by the way, I've got the salt you wanted. I'll send it to you now. Soon after, Zhao Dong received a package wrapped carefully in green leaves. Upon opening it, he discovered approximately a spoonful of salt inside. Zhao Dong, thank you. By the way, how is your mother's health? Lucille, sigh, her stomach has been acting up. Zhao Dong, actually, I happen to have a medicinal herb that dropped from the crocodile beast I defeated. It can cure various ailments. As he spoke, Zhao Dong sent a photo of the herb. The background of his surroundings was also captured in the shot. Upon seeing Zhao Dong's situation, Lucille's face was filled with envy. What did she see? 2 pots, 2 pairs of shoes, blankets, clothes, bowls and plates all available. Lucille, you have so many supplies there. Zhao Dong, it's alright. Zhao Dong chuckled inwardly. What was on the boat was merely a small portion. If she could see what was in his spatial inventory, she would surely be even more astonished. Lu Xiao, will the herb really work? Zhao Dong, give it a try. I have free anyway. He then sent her the herb, steamed buns, and instant noodles. He had plenty of these items and little use for them himself, so he sent them as a gesture of goodwill. Lu Xiao was deeply moved, on the verge of tears. These once commonplace little items now seemed extraordinarily precious in her eyes. Any one of them, if taken out, would surely spark fierce competition among countless people. And Zhao Dong was giving them all to her. Could this be the legendary true love? Lu Xiao mused. She knew that over the past few days, numerous girls on the public channel had been showering him with attention. Yet Zhao Dong remained just as attentive to her. If this wasn't true love, she truly didn't know what could be. Lu Xiao, thank you, Zhao Dong. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. She glanced at the countdown on the trading channel. Only 2 minutes remained. Zhao Dong smiled, fully aware of what Lu Xiao wanted to discuss. During the photo earlier, he had deliberately included both pots. Lu Xiao was surely considering asking about the pots. Sure enough, Lu Xiao sent a message. You have 2 pots. Could I borrow one? My mother's stomach is weak. She can't just keep eating grilled food. Zhao Dong, of course. Let's add each other as friends so it's easier to stay in touch. Once connected as friends, they could chat anytime, anywhere. Moreover, even without opening the chat panel, a notification would pop up immediately when a friend messaged, which was incredibly convenient. Seeing Zhao Dong's friend request, Lu Xiao naturally clicked to accept. Then, Zhao Dong sent her the iron pot he had obtained earlier. Besides that, there were also 5 kilograms of spirit rice inside. He still had 15 kilograms on hand, and with so much crocodile meat, he couldn't finish it all anyway, so he shared some with Lu Xiao. Zhao Dong, take this rice too. It's spirit rice, eating it benefits your health. Lu Xiao was stunned. In the photo earlier, she had indeed seen the rice. Though she wanted to ask for some for her mother, she felt too embarrassed to bring it up. After all, she had already received so many favors. But Zhao Dong had sent it anyway. So touching, truly heartwarming. Lu Xiao, I'll find more supplies for you in the future. By the way, Zhao Dong, do you need anything? What did he need? She would discover valuable items down the line, and that would be sufficient. Zhao Dong chuckled inwardly and replied, I don't need anything right now. What you should focus on is growing stronger. Some bandits appeared here recently, they even tried to rob me. Lu Xiao, you encountered them too. I have some here as well. Fortunately, my mother just found a cave. We'll head there shortly, it should be safer. Zhao Dong, yes. A heads-up caves usually harbor dangers like ferocious beasts. Do you have any weapons? Before Lu Xiao could respond, Zhao Dong sent her an iron spear. Additionally, he sent 2 boning knives and a pair of small knives. He only owned 2 boning knives and had no need for more, so he gave them to her. As for the iron spear, he still preferred the boning knife since it was sharper. Even when wielding a spear, he would choose one with a wooden handle. This way, he could control it using wood manipulation. Notably, equipment obtained from treasure chests was extraordinarily durable, making it impossible to forge weapons with basic skills. Therefore, Zhao Dong still needed to trade for ordinary iron sheets to craft basic iron spears. Lu Xiao, you've given me so much. I don't even know what to say. Zhao Dong, you're not deeply moved, are you? Lu Xiao. Zhao Dong, haha, don't be so serious. You're a kind girl in my eyes, which is why I treat you well. Remember to stay cautious if you encounter any trouble. Let me know and I'll help you figure it out. Lu Xiao, MHM. Zhao Dong, I'm going to get busy now. Goodbye. After closing the chat, Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Yang Wang looked utterly astonished. That Zhao Dong boy treats you so well. Lu Xiao, yes, I owe him quite a few favors. Yang Wang, we should gather more supplies for him in the future. Let's head to the cave now. She picked up an boning knife and added, my body can harden, so I'll shield you in close combat, it's more practical. Since your body can turn invisible, you can strike from behind. Alright. Ouch. Yang Wang winced as she was dragging a crocodile corpse. My stomach's acting up again. Young Wang crouched on the ground in agony. Mom! Lucille panicked, then remembered the herb Zhao Dong had sent earlier and quickly fed it to her. After taking the herb, Young Wang's eyes lit up. This medicine. Strange, my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. The moment the medicine took effect, Young Wang felt warmth spreading through her stomach, bringing immense comfort. Not only did the pain vanish, but her previously aching body quickly regained its energy and vitality. This medicine is truly remarkable. Lucille explained what Zhao Dong had told her, and Young Wang said, this is indeed extraordinary. How wonderful. With her health restored, a safe shelter, and adequate provisions, the mother and daughter suddenly felt hopeful about the future. The mother and daughter busied themselves until evening. At that point, Lucille noticed a message from Zhou Fan. Lucille, how was your day? I have good news, I found some lizard meat. Once the trading zone opens tomorrow, I'll send it to you. Lizard meat. Lucille glanced at it and furrowed her brows slightly. Honestly, she despised lizards as creatures, and the mere thought of eating their meat made her nauseous. Lucille, no need, I have plenty of food here now. Zhou Fan, you hunted something. Not bad, I knew you were resilient. Lucille, it wasn't mine, Zhao Dong gave it to me. Upon seeing this, Zhou Fan was so infuriated his face seemed to contort. That Zhao Dong dared to pursue his woman. Correct, he believed a man like Zhao Dong harbored impure intentions, and his approach toward Lucille was nothing more than to pick her up. Lucille is truly something. I told her Zhao Dong is no good, yet she still gets close to him, a woman who never learns. In his heart, Zhou Fan secretly reproached Lucille. Immediately, Zhou Fan sent a message. You'd better be careful with that Zhao Dong fellow. He has ulterior motives, don't fall for it. Lucille pursed her lips. She felt Zhou Fan was overthinking things. Lucille, you're overthinking it. Zhao Dong treats me well, he's given me quite a few things. Zhou Fan, you're too naive. He wins your gratitude with petty favors, making you easy to manipulate later. Zhou Fan, I know this man well. He's extremely cunning. Xiao, you can't remain so naive. Lucille frowned, feeling Zhou Fan was being excessive this time. Zhao Dong had done nothing wrong, yet Zhou Fan was slandering him behind his back. Lucille, enough. You truly misunderstand Zhao Dong. You know my mother's health has been poor, and Zhao Dong gave her spirit medicine. Her condition improved immediately. Moreover, he also gifted me weapons. I think you've misunderstood him. Lucille, he was indeed a spoiled rich heir in the past, acting rather arrogantly. But now I feel he hasn't done anything unforgivable. Zhou Fan froze. Lucille was actually defending Zhao Dong. This was. Zhou Fan, frustrated beyond words, responded, have you forgotten that he pursued you? Lucille, I know, but now that I think about it, neither of us is married. His pursuit seems perfectly normal, doesn't it? Zhou Fan stared in utter disbelief. Lucille spoke this way. She had changed. In this moment, Zhou Fan felt that Lucille had become someone else entirely. Zhou Fan, Xiao, do you realize that Zhao Dong's kindness toward you now must conceal some scheme? Sigh, why can't you see through him? Lucille, unwilling to continue the discussion, replied, I have matters to attend to. Let's end this here. Watching Lucille terminate the conversation directly, Zhou Fan's face was twisted with jealousy. Zhao Dong, what tactics you employ to turn Lucille into this? And that woman Lucille is truly. On the small island, Young Wang noticed her daughter's troubled expression and inquired, what's wrong? Lucille recounted Zhou Fan's words from just now. Young Wang also furrowed her brows. It seems Zhou Fan is simply jealous. Yes, but there's nothing between us. Indeed, I never expected Zhou Fan to be so jealous. He's far too intense. Young Wang shook her head. Zhou Fan's standing in her mind dropped once more. Morning. When the first rays of sunlight fell upon Zhao Dong's face, he gradually stirred awake. A quarter hour later, cooking smoke began rising along the river bank. Zhao Dong built a campfire, the stainless steel pot heating water atop it. He then opened a packet of instant noodles, dropping them in, followed by several pieces of crocodile meat. Soon, the noodles were ready. Zhao Dong snapped a photo of the instant noodles and sent it to Lucille with the caption, getting ready to eat. Lucille read it and smiled sweetly, sending back a photo of her own. It was a picture of her and her mother inside the cave, preparing to drink congee. The porridge also contained generous bits of crocodile meat. After chatting for a while, Zhao Dong spread out the map of Novice Village 168 he had purchased the previous day. The map displayed conditions across various regions of the area. Additionally, it listed the fearsome beasts that inhabited these places long-term. The details were remarkably thorough. He planned to find an area dense with fierce beasts over the coming days to level up. Opening the regional leaderboard, many players had reached level 2 by today. Few had progressed to level 3. The first place naturally belonged to him at level 5. The second was a woman named Yuli, whose strength was at level 3. She had already reached level 3 yesterday. Zhao Dong surmised she must have encountered some fortunate opportunity, which explained her rapid advancement. At that moment, many people began chatting in the regional channel. Terrible! Yesterday, a sudden outbreak of powerful undead occurred beneath the Deadland, and many people died. The undead have spread everywhere now. I fled the entire way and only found 30 survivors' corpses. Damn it, the casualties this time are truly devastating. I heard Boss Yuli was injured as well. Many members of her squad perished. She sent out a distress call last night asking us to come rescue her, but it was pitch dark and I'm only level 1 going would be pointless. Zhao Dong scrolled through the messages above and confirmed that Yuli had indeed sent a distress signal. However, the previous night his spiritual energy had been severely depleted, leaving him utterly exhausted, so he had retired early. Consequently, he had missed all of this. Now, reading these messages, Zhao Dong's mind began to churn. The Dead Land. Wasn't that near the mutated crocodile from yesterday? That location wasn't far from here. And with so many people having perished, wouldn't that mean a significant drop in attributes? Zhao Dong felt a surge of excitement at the thought. Currently, the prospect of hunting fierce beasts to level up held little appeal for him. Acquiring attributes by scavenging corpses proved far more advantageous. After all, the attribute gains from mere leveling progressed far too slowly. Direct looting offered immediate returns. Even better, if fortune favored him, he could acquire a skill outright a tremendous windfall. Take Wind Blade, for instance. It operated with stealth and precision, proving far more convenient than Wood Control. Alright, decided. I'll head to the Deadland shortly. Zhao Dong folded the map and gave a silent nod. Lifting the noodles, the fragrant aroma awakened his appetite. Days of constant meat consumption had dulled his palate, making this rare noodle dish all the more appealing. Whoosh! He devoured a large mouthful remarkably chewy. To his astonishment, a warm current surged through his body as the bowl emptied. This sensation, Zhao Dong's spirit soared. His spiritual energy was recovering. Mental energy recovering. Physical stamina recovering. Ordinary instant noodles would never produce such extraordinary effects. Then there was only one possibility. Zhao Dong gazed at the stainless steel cooking vessel. Food prepared in it could rapidly restore both physical and mental energy. Previously, Zhao Dong had assumed its restorative capabilities were merely average. Now he discovered it was astonishingly potent. Truly a treasure unwrapped from the golden chest. Sated and refreshed, Zhao Dong concealed the boat in a low thicket by the lake shore. Then, carrying some provisions and weapons, he set forth toward the Deadland. Before long, over an hour had passed. He dispatched several fierce beasts along the way and arrived at the outer perimeter of the Deadland. Soon, he noticed a female corpse. Zhao Dong's eyes brightened. A woman's corpse. This survivor had died a miserable death. Her lower limbs were gone. From the looks of it, she had crawled here on her own before dying from excessive blood loss. On closer inspection, the female corpse had probably been rather good-looking in life. A pity beauty meets an untimely end. Beside the corpse, an attribute bubble had dropped. The bubble was already flickering, which meant it was about to disappear. Zhao Dong quickly touched it. Speed 3. Not bad. He smiled slightly. His guess had been correct. When survivors died, they were more likely to drop attribute bubbles. Although this felt a little like profiting from the dead, these people hadn't been killed by him. Zhao Dong was no sanctimonious do-gooder, and he had no room for any reluctant qualms. Everything he did was only to grow stronger. He had to find a way out of this place and return to his own world. This was already the outer edge of the land of walking corpses. Taking out his far-seeing telescope, Zhao Dong climbed a towering tree and peered through it. In the distance, there was no dense forest. Instead, an endless, bare plain stretched as far as the eye could see. At its center stood countless thatched cottages. There are actually houses, Zhao Dong muttered. Recalling the novel's plot, he suddenly understood. Indeed, this world had once been inhabited. Later, no one knew what accident happened, and this world became the territory of savage beasts. Most of the people of this world had turned into walking corpses, monsters, zombies. In the land of walking corpses, savage beasts generally didn't dare to intrude, so Zhao Dong had walked quite a way without discovering any. However, during this search, he encountered 3 more dead survivors. These 3 were unremarkable. The attributes he picked up were all strength, so they had probably been the lowest level survivors. Zhao Dong prepared to go deeper for a look. Just then, a gentle breeze blew over, making the already rotten smell in the air even stronger. Zhao Dong immediately became alert. Then his keen hearing caught some sounds. Ugh! That was a walking corpse. Zhao Dong immediately looked toward the source of the sound. In a hollow not far away, a hand slowly extended from the muddy soil. Walking corpses generally remained motionless. But when a living person appeared nearby, they would move. Walking corpses were also divided into levels. Low-level walking corpses were very weak. Survivors could basically defeat them even from a weaker position. That was because walking corpses were far too slow and their defense was far too low. They also didn't know how to hide or ambush. He remembered that in the novel, many level 1 and level 2 survivors could hunt level 4 and level 3 walking corpses. However, once walking corpses reached a certain level, things became different. They not only possessed rudimentary intelligence but, like survivors, could also randomly develop talents. Their speed and defense would undergo terrifying growth. Zhao Dong guessed that high-level walking corpses had probably appeared last night. In the distance, after a withered hand emerged from the soil, a rotting face slowly followed as its owner crawled out of the earth. It was a male corpse. Its original appearance could no longer be seen. Only a horrifying, rotten face remained. It had evidently caught Zhao Dong's scent and started walking toward him. Zhao Dong activated Attribute Display. Level 2 walking corpse, a zombie formed from the dead, knowing only flesh and blood. It moves slowly and has average defense, but its body is highly toxic. Anyone bitten will also become a walking corpse. I just need to be careful of corpse poison. Zhao Dong nodded slightly. The next second, he activated wood manipulation. A piece of wood beside him shot out rapidly. A one-hit kill. It was so simple that Zhao Dong felt it was even easier than dealing with a level 1 crocodile. Killed level R walking corpse. Congratulations, you have gained 30 energy points. Killing a level 2 walking corpse gives this much energy. Zhao Dong hadn't expected that. He had read the novel's plot, but he wasn't very clear about the specific descriptions of the monsters inside. At that moment, Zhao Dong understood why Yuli had leveled up so fast. From the previous chat records, he knew she had been grinding monsters here all along. Because walking corpses were easy to deal with, they let her level up especially quickly. Zhao Dong shook his head. He didn't care much about this kind of leveling now. He walked over to see if a treasure chest had dropped. But then, he unexpectedly found that an attribute bubble had also dropped beside the walking corpse. Mental strength R. This. Zhao Dong was ecstatic, his eyes shining with excitement. The mental strength attribute was the most valuable thing right now. He immediately touched the attribute. The moment he did, his mental strength capacity expanded a little. Could it be that these walking corpses all drop mental strength attributes? Zhao Dong guessed. Because he had killed so many beasts before, yet none had dropped this kind of mental strength attribute. Therefore, he planned to find a few more walking corpses to test it. The stench of rot ahead was thick as Zhao Dong walked forward. Soon he found that there were many footprints here, and unexpectedly, many walking corpse bodies. Among them were 3 survivors' corpses. Seeing this, Zhao Dong was overjoyed, because attribute bubbles had dropped beside every one of these corpses. Especially beside the walking corpse bodies, all of them were mental strength attributes. Mental strength R. Mental strength 3. Mental strength R. Although each increase wasn't much, there were simply too many to ignore. There were more than 20 walking corpse bodies here. With this much mental strength added up, Zhao Dong was so excited he wanted to laugh. Soon, his mental strength attribute had increased by 50 points at once. Now mental strength had left all other attributes far behind. Then, he looked at the attributes beside the 3 survivors' corpses. Hearing 3. Speed R. Taste R. Only the hearing attribute was worth taking. It was better than nothing. Zhao Dong unceremoniously collected the attributes. Continuing deeper into the land of walking corpses, he then found scattered walking corpse bodies. These walking corpses seemed to have died quite a long time ago. The mental strength attribute bubbles they had dropped had already disappeared. Zhao Dong found it a shame. Before he knew it, another hour had passed. By noon, Zhao Dong was tired. Finding a thicket, he took out some water from his spatial backpack and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Then he gnawed on meat. His mental strength was slowly recovering. While eating, he observed the surroundings. Soon he noticed several patches of bushes not far away. Looking carefully, there seemed to be human figures over there. People! At that moment, voices came from that direction. That mutant walking corpse is too strong. We lost 3 more people in an instant. Sister Yuli, let's retreat. Damn it! If we just run like this, how can we keep leveling here in the future? The speaker was a woman, seemingly their leader, Yuli. Yuli, Zhao Dong murmured. She was second on the leaderboard and a rather famous woman. Many men addressed her as Big Sister in the chat channel. Forget it. We'll go around that mutated walking corpse. Yuli thought for a moment, then went on. We'll kill that level 5 walking corpse and keep leveling over there. We have no choice. After the group finished talking, they charged into the depths of the corpse territory again. Soon they reached a thatched hut. As soon as they came near, a massive walking corpse sprang out from inside. Roar! Zhao Dong took out his far-seeing telescope and looked. Level 5 walking corpse. A walking corpse with agile speed and reinforced defenses. Not easy to deal with. This walking corpse had not fully rotted, but its face was horrifically twisted. As Yuli's group attacked, the corpse flew into a rage and lunged at her like a leopard. Lightning whip! Yuli let out a sharp cry. A bolt of lightning appeared in her hand, and with lightning speed she lashed the whip at the charging corpse. Crackle! 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 Though the level 5 walking corpse was agile, it was still far behind the survivors. Struck by the whip, the corpse twitched violently and was sent flying. Looking closely, the skin on the corpse's chest had burst open, revealing thick, squirming maggots inside. Just then, the group of underlings behind Yuli, about 7 people, surrounded it with weapons in hand. Chop it to death! Yuli shouted. Even as she spoke, she lashed out another lightning whip. The corpse, just starting to rise, was knocked down by the electric shock. The others' weapons followed. Chop! Squelch! Squelch! The walking corpse howled in fury, but in the end it was overwhelmed, and its head was cut off. And so, with Yuli as the main attacker and the others assisting, the level 5 walking corpse fell in defeat. As it collapsed, a white light drifted out from its head. Then the light split into 8 streams, each flying toward the forehead of one of the 8 people present. This was the energy value gained from killing the walking corpse. Among them, Yuli's stream of energy was by far the largest. The girl at the very back received the least. Sensing how little she had obtained, her mouth twisted all the way down to her ears. No way! I only got 2 energy points. Ha ha! Sister Yuli, I got 10 energy points, said the young man who had chopped the corpse's head with his knife, sounding delighted. Sister Yuli, how about you? Everyone turned to Yuli and asked. Yuli was extremely burly, like a muscular Barbie doll, but her face was rather small and delicate. Hearing this, Yuli gave a slight nod, carefully sensing the energy within that burst of power just now. Not bad. I got 20 points. Sister Yuli is amazing. Of course. If Sister Yuli hadn't kept hitting the corpse with her lightning whip, we wouldn't have been able to kill a level 5 walking corpse so easily. But why did I only get 2 energy points? The girl who had complained earlier was still grumbling, looking rather pitiful. Stop complaining, Shao Ku. The survival system distributes energy points according to our contribution, so it must have been divided in the most reasonable way. Yeah, besides, even if you don't agree, it won't help. Everyone started chattering. So this is how energy points are distributed after forming a team. Zhao Dong nodded slightly. Then he spotted the attribute bubble left behind by the level 5 walking corpse. Mental strength 5. It would be a waste not to take it. Zhao Dong wasn't worried that they might try something against him. For one thing, with so many people, they didn't seem like that kind. For another, he wasn't afraid. Hey, someone's here. The sharp-eyed girl who had been complaining noticed Zhao Dong approaching and quickly warned the others. Everyone became wary at once. This was the first time Zhao Dong had encountered so many people. As he walked out, the girl who had shouted narrowed her eyes and cried out in shock, "It's you. Shao Ku, do you know him?" A teammate nearby asked. Shao Ku nodded hurriedly and said in astonishment, he's Zhao Dong the Great." Everyone's chat avatar had been their real face, and Shao Ku had taken note of him back then. She never expected to see him here. At this moment, Yuli also recognized Zhao Dong. "Zhao Dong the Great, why are you here too?" she asked excitedly. "I saw the message you all sent. Since the walking corpses here are dangerous, I came to check on things." Zhao Dong said calmly. "Zhao Dong the Great, this place is very dangerous. There's a mutated walking corpse," a survivor warned. "How about it, Zhao Dong the Great? Since you're alone, let's work together." "That's right. With you joining us, we can easily take care of that mutated walking corpse. My ability is lightning with my attacks carry electric power. I think it will definitely be useful to you," Yuli said. In their eyes, having Zhao Dong join would make their team's chances of success far greater. Unexpectedly, Zhao Dong shook his head. "No need. I still prefer to work alone." As he spoke, he had already walked to the bubble and touched it. Mental strength wore again. It wasn't that Zhao Dong looked down on them. Rather, his purpose wasn't to hunt walking corpses, it was purely to pick up attributes. Because hunting was still not as fast as picking up attributes. Besides, if he teamed up, the energy points from the corpse he killed would be split with others. So he decided to act alone. One question, in yesterday's fight, where did the most walking corpses die? Zhao Dong looked toward Yuli. "The center of the village." "Thanks. I still have something to do, so I'm leaving." Zhao Dong nodded and walked away. "So cocky," a survivor muttered, watching Zhao Dong's back. Shao Ku also pursed her lips. "This is what the strong are like, I suppose. Nothing we can do." "Forget it. Let's keep hunting our walking corpses. This place is where the corpses never run out, and more keep appearing. Have you noticed anything lately?" "Level 1 and Level 2 walking corpses have basically vanished," Yuli said. Once she pointed it out, everyone else began to realize the same. "Yeah, today I rarely even see Level 3 walking corpses, they're all Level 4. So I think this place is going to get harder to stay in. Let's hunt as much as we can while we can." Yuli said. "All right." During this time, Zhao Dong had already been following the corpses on the ground, making his way back toward the village center. The village was made up of mud houses topped with thatched roofs. They looked somewhat like ancient dwellings. But judging from the clothes worn by the walking corpses, the people who had lived here hadn't dressed like ancients either. It was very strange. On the way, he noticed several more corpses, all of them survivors. Hearing 4, Speed R, Hardening 5. A hardening ability. Zhao Dong was briefly stunned. It seemed to be another ability, similar to defense, except much more powerful. For example, 5 points of hardening could equal 30 to 50 points of defense. That made a world of difference. With a thought, Zhao Dong clenched his fist. His skin tightened and truly became much harder. Feeling the power of his own defense, Zhao Dong was overjoyed. He had that feeling. If he were to face that crocodile that could unleash wind blades again, standing still in front of it, the crocodile probably could not even break through his defense. Continuing forward, Zhao Dong noticed more walking corpse bodies. Moreover, there were more and more walking corpses, and every walking corpse had spirit attribute bubbles beside it. This time, I really made a fortune. Opening his personal attribute panel, his attributes were now vastly different. Especially the spirit role. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Profession, Master Carpenter. Level, L5 320800. Strength, 140. Speed, 124. Stamina, 110. Defense, 125 Hardening. Spirit, 260. Skill, Critical Strike, 60. Skill, Fire. Skill, Wind Blade. Talent, Attribute Display. Wood Control. Gold Coins, 3000. Available Attribute Points, 0. Spirit Rise. Equipment, Industrial Hammer, Eye of Attributes. Aloe Bony Knife, Gale Shoes, Stainless Steel Gourmet Pot, Clairvoyance Telescope, 15 kilograms, 2 Spirit Pills. Special Items, Ghost Soul. No. 168 Newbie Village Map. His level was no longer increasing, but it was no exaggeration to say that with his attributes, he could put up a fight even against a level 10 ferocious beast. By now, he had reached the middle of the village. The stench was unbearable, and the ground was full of mutilated corpses and severed arms. Zhao Dong frowned. It was strange this place actually had so many attribute bubbles. He went to the side of a corpse and his gaze sharpened. The corpse's head had a large hole in it, and the inside was completely empty. It was as if something had drained everything in the head dry. Extremely bizarre. Could it be that spiritual power is produced by the brain, and because these walking corpses' brains had been drained dry, they no longer had spirit attributes? This was Zhao Dong's guess. Crunch, 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 crunch. Just then, from behind an earthen house not far away, there came a piercing sound of bones grinding together. Something was wrong. He hurried over, and the sound grew louder and louder. Finally, a walking corpse slowly walked out from behind the earthen house. Level 4 walking corpse. Immediately after, more walking corpses appeared one after another. Level 4 walking corpse. Level 4. Level 5. There were 4 walking corpses in total, and every one of them was not low level. However, Zhao Dong felt that things were not so simple. Because the crunch sound was not made by these walking corpses. He sprinted around to the back of the earthen house at top speed, and finally saw it. Behind the 4 walking corpses, a walking corpse wearing armor and holding a broken blade was holding a survivor's head and sucking out the brain marrow. As if aware that a stranger was watching it, the armored walking corpse turned its head. In its dark, eerie eye sockets, a black flame flickered. It glared at Zhao Dong, and the black flame in its eye socket slowly gave off a dangerous aura. This was probably the mutated walking corpse. Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow and activated attribute display at once. Level 7 armored walking corpse warrior. In life, it had been a soldier on the battlefield. It died there, and so it was still clad in battle armor. It possesses terrifying defense and attack power. Loving to eat brain marrow, it has formidable spiritual power and has already awakened its talent. Talent, Viral Fire. If one is touched by its flames, one will immediately be infected with a virus, lose combat ability, and eventually become a walking corpse. So that's how it is. After reading the prompt, Zhao Dong became secretly wary. Because this was no longer a physical attack, but a viral attack. No matter how strong his defense was, he couldn't withstand an attack like this. Roar! At that very moment, the armored walking corpse roared furiously. The 4 walking corpses beside it suddenly seemed to receive an order and walked toward Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong would naturally not sit around waiting for death. The 2 wooden spears he had prepared earlier shot out swiftly. Along the way, besides the bony knife, he had also brought 2 wooden spears made of very good wood. It was for the right moment to launch ranged attacks. Thud! Thud! The wooden spears instantly pierced through the heads of 2 walking corpses. The 2 walking corpses tilted their heads and fell to the ground. Too weak. This defense couldn't even compare to a level 2 crocodile. The other 2 walking corpses clearly had no idea what had happened. They charged over one after another, their speed much faster than the previous 2. However, in Zhao Dong's eyes, they might as well have been crawling like turtles. Wind blade. 2 dagger-like wind blades shot across the air. Whump! Whump! 2 more walking corpses fell. Looking at the tantalizing 4 spirit attribute bubbles on the ground, Zhao Dong did not go pick them up. because the armored walking corpse ahead was still glaring at him covetously. Its withered face was twisted with ferocity, and its blood-stained hair drifted in the wind. It stared straight at Zhao Dong, and then, all of a sudden, it moved. In an instant, it reached a walking corpse, ripped off its head, and bit into it. It was actually still feeding. This was simply looking down on him far too much. Zhao Dong manipulated the wooden spear and fired it with force. Crunch, crunch. Suddenly, the armored walking corpse reached out its hand. Its armored arm blocked both wooden spears at once. Clang, clang. Both wooden spears broke in two. Pretty quick reactions. Zhao Dong's scalp went numb. This level 7 armored walking corpse was indeed not ordinary. In fact, what made a level 7 walking corpse strong was not its level, but its mutation. Coupled with the suit of armor it wore, dealing with it was somewhat difficult. Zhao Dong's actions seemed to have enraged the armored walking corpse. It roared in fury, and the black flame in its eyes suddenly burst outward. It was launching a talent attack. Balls! Like a black serpent, the black flame twisted and shot toward Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong's expression changed slightly. It was actually that fast. Ha! He activated his speed and swiftly dodged to the side. The black flame burned behind him. Zhao Dong felt a lingering fear. This black flame had no warmth at all. Instead, it gave off an icy cold feeling. The flame continued surging toward him. Zhao Dong activated wood control, and the surrounding wood smashed toward the armored walking corpse as if it cost nothing. Bam! 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 The armored walking corpse waved its arms non-stop, sweeping away the incoming wood. Zhao Dong quickly circled to its back, and with a sudden move, a stream of fire shot toward the armored walking corpse. Whoosh! The flame rose into the air and burned away all the hair on the armored walking corpse. A flicker of fear appeared in the armored walking corpse's eyes. Clearly, it was also very afraid of this fire. At once, another black flame burst into the air and flew at Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong sneered and continued to circle around with his speed. At the same time, he hurled fire over without restraint. Though the armored walking corpse's armor was extremely sturdy, it could not resist the roasting of the flames. Very soon, the flesh inside emitted a pungent burnt smell. The armored walking corpse's eyes filled with terror, and it wanted to flee. It turned around and ran into the earthen house behind it. Run! Too late! Zhao Dong followed behind it, gripping the blade condensed from the industrial hammer in his hand. Swish! He swung it fiercely at the armored walking corpse's back, slashing across its waist. With a crisp sound, the armored walking corpse was cut in two. Huff! Huff! Zhao Dong panted. This undead walker was indeed formidable. Without his many tricks, he probably wouldn't have been able to handle it. Of course, that was merely saying he couldn't deal with it, for the undead walker to harm him was even more impossible. In the next instant, a white light surfaced on the undead walker's body as it lunged toward Zhao Dong. Successfully killed a level 7 armored undead walker, gained 150 energy points. Excellent. Zhao Dong nodded slightly. The energy points from the 4 undead walkers he had slain earlier were already accounted for. Furthermore, among these undead walkers, 2 had dropped attribute enhancements. Among them, the armored walker had dropped a golden treasure chest. What left him speechless was that this level 7 miniboss had not dropped any stats whatsoever. So miserly. Zhao Dong shook his head, picked up the golden chest and opened it to take a look. Congratulations on receiving 1 defensive vest. Defensive vest, when worn, defense 30, can resist a portion of scorching high-temperature flames. Good item. Zhao Dong muttered. But this was of little importance to him. His current defensive power was already quite formidable. Glancing around, he noticed a silver treasure chest near the level 5 undead walkers. He happily ran over and opened it. Congratulations on receiving 1 blueprint for load-bearing hound. A blueprint! Zhao Dong's eyes lit up. Blueprints were precious items. With the blueprint, he could craft items once he gathered the necessary materials. However, such items were rare finds and extremely precious. He immediately checked the detailed information about the load-bearing hound. Load-bearing hound, size comparable to a wolf dog, capable of carrying some luggage and supplies. Materials required for crafting, in 1 unit of timber, 10 catties of iron, San. 1 energy stone. Energy stones can be used to power the hunt, but is optional. Energy stones served as crucial power sources in later crafting stages. In general, adding an energy stone could multiply an item's power several times over. Without it, the item would still function, but something like this load-bearing hunt might prove fragile. However, Zhao Dong didn't need energy stones, for he possessed phantom souls. Phantom souls were even rarer items. They could be embedded into any tool to grant it intelligence. They offered greater potential for growth, and energy storage came naturally. Thus, Zhao Dong had no concerns at all. He stored the blueprint and planned to craft a load-bearing hunt upon returning, then embed the phantom soul within it. Having dealt with this, Zhao Dong turned his gaze toward the earthen house before him. Just now, the armored walker had attempted to flee inside. He found it puzzling, a seemingly ordinary house. What could have drawn the armored walker inside? Deep in thought, he approached the entrance with caution. The earthen house loomed large, its structure crumbling like an elderly person nearing the end of their days. He listened carefully and found silence within, indicating no walkers lurked inside. Stepping inside, he noticed something unusual. The interior was surprisingly well lit. Gazing downward, he spotted a massive black hole emitting the bright light. There's a hidden world here. Zhao Dong leaned over the opening, detecting a thick, putrid stench rising from below. Did those walkers emerge from this opening? Guessing as he leapt down, he discovered something vast, a sprawling subterranean world. The cavern glowed brightly from luminescent stones covering the rock walls. He quickly activated his attribute display. Luminous stone, emits light in darkness, no special effects. Zhao Dong was delighted. These stones lacked utility for most, but for survivors like him, they proved invaluable. Consider this. Nighttime posed grave danger without illumination, as visibility was impossible. Even with fire, maintaining a constant blaze in enclosed spaces remained impractical. Luminous stones presented a different solution entirely. Zhao Dong calculated that each stone could illuminate approximately 1 square unit of area. Without hesitation, he drew his elbow-boning knife and began chipping the luminous stones from the rock walls. Each stone was roughly the size of a fist, perfectly manageable. To extinguish the glow, he simply covered it with cloth, a very convenient solution. In one breath, he collected over 100 luminous stones. After storing them in his spatial bag, Zhao Dong surveyed the path ahead. Surprisingly, a large coffin awaited him. The body within was Dong. Zhao Dong surmised that the former occupant of the coffin was likely that armored walker. With this matter concluded, Zhao Dong had no intention of wasting time. He retraced his steps. Today had proven exceptionally productive. Before he knew it, dusk was approaching. Rather than risk sleeping outdoors, Zhao Dong determined his bearings and headed toward the forest. Soon after his departure, a group led by Yuli noticed something amiss at this location. I think I just heard that mutated walker, someone said. What's going on? Who went over there? No one dared come here after yesterday. It was just now when Great God Zhao Dong went over there, said a girl named Shaoku. Could Great God Zhao Dong be fighting that mutated walker? The sound stopped. Let's go investigate. What's there to see? No matter how skilled Great God Zhao Dong is, he's only level 5 now, while that mutated walker is at least level 6 or 7. It's far beyond his capability to handle. Yuli nodded in agreement. True. Moreover, that mutated walker carries that black flame. If it touches you, you're dead. But let's still go check. If Zhao Dong encounters trouble, I might be able to assist. Sister Yuli is so kind. The group chatted as they followed Yuli onward. Among them, one person possessed enhanced vision abilities. Yuli instructed the person, Adong, go take a look. All right. Adong focused his gaze and was immediately startled. An armored walker is lying on the ground. What? His words sent shockwaves through the entire group. The party hurried over, and upon seeing the walker corpses scattered across the ground, everyone stood frozen in astonishment. The 4 regular walkers were levels 4 and 5. Judging by the piercing wounds on their foreheads, they were killed in a single strike. Indeed, as for that armored walker, it was burned alive. A true master, no wonder they call him Great God Zhao Dong. Everyone present exchanged glances, their eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong moved swiftly through the dense forest. Night was fast approaching. Curiously, the trading channel remained closed today for some reason. Had it been open, the luminous stones he had acquired would surely have sparked tremendous excitement. Yet he felt no urgency. Returning to his small boat, he marked the location nothing had been disturbed. At the same time, he focused his ears. His keen hearing told him the surroundings were completely safe. Relaxed, Zhao Dong began preparing to craft the load-bearing hunt. 1 piece of timber, 10 catties of iron. The materials needed aren't too many, he muttered. However, iron was something he desperately lacked. Night had fallen. Zhao Dong rowed his boat to the center of the river. Wind blade. A wind blade materialized in the air, cleaving through the trunk of a tree not far away. Not bad, I'm becoming more and more proficient with the wind blade. Zhao Dong was deeply satisfied with the fruits of his relentless practice. On the small boat, the luminous stone glimmered, illuminating the surroundings. Feeling somewhat weary, he opened the chat channel to see how others were faring. So lonely. I'm in a cave with plenty of food and drink. All I need is a companion, any ladies willing to join. Announcement: congratulations to level 2 survivor Diwu Qingyao for unlocking the shop function. The announcement that flashed by left Zhao Dong slightly stunned. The shop function. Yes, such a thing did exist in the novels. Still, he didn't know exactly how the function had been unlocked. It must have been triggered by Diwu Qingyao through some reward, or perhaps obtained from a lottery draw. Afterward, Zhao Dong couldn't help but think of the storyline involving this woman, Diwu Qingyao. She was a very important supporting female character. Moreover, she hadn't come from the same planet as Zhao Dong. In the novel, she was the first to unlock the shop function, and the protagonist Zhou Fan had quite a few items sold through her. At first, Diwu Qingyao looked down on Zhou Fan, because Zhou Fan, being the protagonist, tried to take advantage of every opportunity. Diwu Qingyao, however, came from a noble race, the elves. In appearance, they were actually quite similar to humans, except for their pointed ears. Their skin was remarkably fair, and their limbs were slender and elegant. The elves as a race were bold and unconventional, disliking pettiness. Of course, they were also haughty. Diwu Qingyao was the sacred maiden of the elves. Each race had been cast into a different region, and for now the territories of the races had not yet merged. However, on the Origin channel, different races could still talk to one another. It was just that many humans had yet to realize that besides humanity, other races existed. Wow, that girl named Diwu Qingyao is really pretty. And her ears are pointy. I think she doesn't look like a human, she seems like an elf from TV. Since the Origin channel only allowed 1 message per day, most people chose to chat in the regional channel. Zhao Dong smiled at these comments. How could these people ever know that Diwu Qingyao was indeed not human, but an elf? After a moment's thought, he decided to privately message the girl. Zhao Dong, hello, what do you have for sale? Diwu Qingyao, food, water, torches. If you need weapons, I also have bows for sale. The elves were best at crafting bows. Unfortunately, he could command wood. A bow would be useless to him. Zhao Dong, I need iron. Do you have any? Diwu Qingyao, I can help you look for some. Far away, amid a glacier 10,000 miles distant, an elf woman with fair skin and delicate features idly sent messages. Her arrival in this world was baffling to her, as well all of their tribesmen had been brought over abruptly. From what she knew, many races that had coexisted with them on the same continent, such as the Beast tribe, the Dwarf tribe, and the Fishman tribe, had also appeared in this so-called killing game. She let out a sigh. She had been fortunate, discovering this shelter at the very first moment. So she settled down. To her even greater surprise, during a lottery draw she received a reward, the shop. She then activated the shop function. Unfortunately, she had hardly anything to sell. Her available goods were extremely limited. Just as she was reading Zhao Dong's message, suddenly, her eyes widened. Zhao Dong, the legend, isn't this the legendary Zhao Dong? She hadn't noticed it at first. Now she looked carefully, and then at his avatar. Wasn't this the legend who had received rewards 3 times in a row at the very start of the game? She was astonished, but being an elf, she had her pride. She wouldn't idolize anyone. At that moment, Zhao Dong sent over an image. Diwu Qingyao subconsciously glanced at it, and immediately her eyes widened. A stone that glowed, how gorgeous! The elves all adored such luminous things. Moreover, it was truly useful to them. In her glacial region, the nights were exceptionally long, so such a stone would make things far more convenient. Diwu Qingyao, you're trading with this kind of stone. Zhao Dong smiled, yes. Diwu Qingyao, could you give it to me first? I suspect you're dreaming. Zhao Dong, of course not. Although she was an important supporting character, when dealing with this kind of elf sacred maiden, he absolutely couldn't grovel before her. Otherwise, with their haughty disposition, they would never deign to notice you. After sending the message, Zhao Dong went back to practicing the wind blade. But Diwu Qingyao wasn't one to give up. She kept sending messages. Give it to me first. I'll tell you a secret. I'm an elf and a sacred maiden at that. How about it? Zhao Dong, oh. That's all? Diwu Qingyao was a bit dumbfounded. In her eyes, she was the sacred maiden of the elves, a figure of exalted status. These insignificant humans should have groveled at the sight of her. And indeed, that had always been the case. The survivors she'd run into before all called her goddess endlessly. But this Zhao Dong was simply detestable. Still, there was no helping it, she desired that thing far too much. Diwu Qingyao, what exactly do you want? Unfortunately, Zhao Dong was then busy practicing the wind blade and had no intention of sparing her any attention. Diwu Qingyao, where are you? You haven't died, have you? Zhao Dong casually glanced at the chat and was so angry his nose nearly twisted. This elf sacred maiden really didn't know how to speak well. He stopped bothering with her. Whatever would be. For the next 3 days straight, Zhao Dong went to the land of the walking dead each day to harvest attributes. To his dismay, as the armored walking dead perished, the number of walking dead in that place dwindled further and further. This time was the last visit. Before he came, he had stowed all the crocodile corpses from his spatial backpack onto the boat. Once there, he also collected a large pile of luminous stones. Back on the boat, the trading channel opened. Zhao Dong's eyes brightened, and he immediately posted a message, buying iron. Can be traded with luminous stones. Subsequently, Zhao Dong posted a picture of the luminous stones. Everyone was in a frenzy. God Zhao, what kind of stone is this? It can glow? We can continue hunting beasts at night too. Doesn't that mean? God Zhao, I've got a few scrap knife handles, they're iron. Zhao Dong pondered for a moment. That worked as well. Even a tiny bit counted. Zhao Dong, alright, 1 luminous stone. So this is called a luminous stone. Amazing, with it, we can move around freely at night too. While Zhao Dong was busy with sales, Zhou Fan had also had a good harvest these past few days. He found a place covered in spirit herbs. Therefore, he posted a message on the global channel. Buying iron shards, exchangeable with spirit herbs. These spirit herbs could restore stamina and mental energy at incredible speed, with extraordinary effectiveness. Zhou Fan was confident that people would come to buy. Zhou Fan's guess proved correct. That moment, someone contacted him. San Da'an, I have an iron plate here. How many spirit herbs can you exchange for it? Zhou Fan smiled and replied, 1 herb, plus some roasted meat. In truth, he had plenty of spirit herbs. Yet, as the protagonist, his specialty lay in taking advantage. In his view, a handful of scrap iron was worthless in your hands. 1 spirit herb would suffice. He didn't expect San Da'an to reply, a single spirit herb. Zhao Sheng has messaged me as well, making things difficult for me. This San Da'an looked clearly shrewd, knowing the art of waiting for the right price. Zhou Fan frowned. Zhao Dong again. Why is Zhao Dong causing trouble again? His expression darkened, and he could only reply, what benefits did Zhao Dong offer you? San Da'an, don't ask me, ask you. How much can you offer? Zhou Fan, how about this? I'll add some roasted meat, and give you 3 more spirit herbs. How does that sound? Though Zhao Dong had stirred trouble for him. Yet, in Zhou Fan's view, what good things could Zhao Dong have in his hands? At most some food and drink. As for fire seeds, they weren't worth a dime anymore. Thus he felt this condition was already quite good. Even so, Zhou Fan's heart bled. Zhao Dong. If it weren't for Zhao Dong, why would he have to pay so much? San Da'an, I see. Very well, I'll consider it. After sending that message, he sent a message to Zhao Dong. Sun Dong, Yao Shen, according to your instructions, I just spoke with Zhou Fan. Zhao Dong, well done. If you run into any trouble later, come to me. Just moments ago, Zhao Dong had actually already reached an agreement with Sun Dong. His terms were not to be trifled with: 10 crocodiles, 30 luminous stones, and 10 portions of roasted meat. His roasted meat was prepared in stainless steel gourmet pots, so both physical and spiritual energy could be restored. At that moment Sun Dong agreed to hand over the iron plate. In addition, Sun Dong sent a large iron block, claiming it was found in a wasteland. The reason for letting Sun Dong drag things out was to buy himself time, to prevent others from trading with Zhou Fan before he completed the manufacture. The sun was about to fade. Zhao Dong did not waste a moment. The moment he received the pile of iron blocks, he produced the industrial hammer. He laid the iron blocks beside the ready wood, then produced the load-bearing canine blueprint. Begin manufacturing. The blueprint transformed into clusters of starlight, floating above the wood and the iron blocks. Load-bearing canine manufacturing initiated. A progress indicator appeared at the bottom of the screen. 1, 2, 3. Manufacturing had begun. Zhao Dong exhaled softly. In theory, ordinary survivors couldn't manufacture so quickly. But he was different. He had the blessing of the industrial hammer and the master carpenter profession. Thus his manufacturing speed was faster, the required materials were fewer, and the strength higher. This was the difference. He suspected others would need at least twice the material to craft a load-bearing canine. During manufacture, it did not require him to keep watch. He kept his gaze on the iron plate. The spearhead is nearly forged. Zhao Dong thought. His wooden spear was good, but the spearhead was fragile. If the spearhead were iron-made, its piercing power would be formidable. He seized a wooden rod, and the yellow bone cleaver knife began carving the iron plate. Soon the iron plate took on the shape of a spearhead. It looked crude, but not bad, since it was only the first tool-making task. He bound the spearhead to the wooden shaft, then tied it with fine twine from a fishing net. Thus, an improvised iron-headed spear was complete. Whoosh! 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 He activated wood control, swung the spear, and Zhao Dong smiled. Done! Over to Zhou Fan. He waited anxiously for Sun Dong's reply. He had intended to post a few more messages, but Sun Dong said he would think about it, so he waited. Then a message suddenly flashed across the screen. Congratulations to the survivor Zhao Dong for becoming the first to manufacture a tool. Zhou Fan froze in place. Zhou Fan turned to stone. How could this be? How could this be? Sun Dong said he would give me the iron plate. What is going on? He confronted Sun Dong at once. In his view, Sun Dong could have told him straight away if he did not intend to sell the iron plate, instead of making him wait for half a day. Zhou Fan, Sun Dong, what do you mean? You clearly promised to give me the item. Why give it to someone else? You're not trustworthy. Sun Dong read the message and gave a cold smile. Not trustworthy. It seemed his exact words were just to make him wait. He hadn't promised to give it to him. Besides, even if he had promised, so what? This is the killing world. In the past too, deceit reigned. You could renege on a contract after signing it. Sun Dong didn't bother to say more, simply replying, sorry, Zhao Shen offered more than you did. Zhou Fan, I knew it would be him. You're such a fool. Zhao Dong did this to mess with me by offering you a higher price. Do you think he had any good intentions? Sun Dong, please, who are you? Zhao Shen intends to mess with you. Are you that confident you can outdo him? You're overestimating yourself. Sun Dong, in business, it all comes down to who offers more. Zhao Shen has offered far more than you, and he even promised to forge weapons for me and deliver supplies later. Zhou Fan, you actually believed what that guy said. You're so stupid. He's tricking you with inflated offers. Sun Dong, how? Zhao Shen would deceive you. You would lie, right? A godlike figure like him, reputation is the most valuable thing. You saying he lies? That's ridiculous. Anyway, talking to someone like you is pointless. Zhou Fan clenched his fists, a surge of rage rolling like a storm. Why does Zhao Dong always get ahead of me? Why? In that moment, A sense of inferiority welled up within him. At this moment, Lu Xiao sent a message. Zhou Fan, you said you would make weapons early, right? I just saw the bulletin Zhao Dong has finished. Earlier Zhou Fan had told Lu Xiao about his plan to make weapons, so she asked. Reading the message warmed his heart. Lu Xiao still cared for him. What he did not know was that Lu Xiao was simply curious. On the other hand, she knew Zhou Fan was quick to anger and easily envious. In their earlier chats, Zhou Fan's envy of Zhao Dong's achievements ran deep. As a friend, she did not want Zhou Fan to continue like this. After all, in Lu Xiao's mind Zhao Dong had already attained a position. Zhou Fan replied helplessly, that bastard Zhao Dong probably saw my message and deliberately set a higher price for others. Sure enough, Zhou Fan's words. Lu Xiao frowned slightly, thinking Zhou Fan was a bit extreme. Lu Xiao offered, I think this is normal competition. You don't need to view others so harshly. Lu Xiao's words left Zhou Fan utterly perplexed. This woman was actually speaking up for Zhao Dong yet again. She had changed. Lu Xiao had truly changed. Zhou Fan furiously typed out his message. Lu Xiao, what I said is true. That merchant deliberately stalled for time. Otherwise, the very first person to craft a weapon would have been me. Lu Xiao, I think it's only normal that the highest bidder wins. Zhou Fan, forget it, forget it. You don't understand me at all. Lu Xiao, I'm saying this for your own good. Zhao Dong and I have chatted a lot lately, and I don't think he's a bad person. On the contrary, you're always so hostile towards him. Zhou Fan, he's a wealthy second-generation heir. Lu Xiao, is it a crime to be born rich? Does that automatically make him a villain? Yes, he used to be somewhat domineering, but he has never violated any core principles, has he? Zhou Fan paid no heed to the rest of Lu Xiao's words. What consumed his thoughts was her earlier remark that she and Zhao Dong had chatted a lot. Zhou Fan, you actually chatted with him a lot? A surge of overwhelming jealousy flared within him. Zhou Fan, you've definitely been deceived by him. How can you be so foolish? He is going to harm you. Lu Xiao grew angry at his accusations. Zhou Fan, can you please be rational? Far from harming me, he has actually helped me immensely. Following that, Lu Xiao sent a flurry of messages in rapid succession. She explained how Zhao Dong had been assisting her and her mother recently, making sure to mention that he had even given her a cooking pot and spiritual medicine. It was precisely because of Zhao Dong's assistance that her mother's health had improved significantly, which was why Lu Xiao defended him so fiercely. At this moment, a sudden realization dawned upon her. Zhou Fan seemed incredibly extreme and narrow-minded. She suddenly felt as though she had misjudged him. Her previous affection for Zhou Fan was not born out of shallow infatuation. Rather, it stemmed from an incident where she was accosted by several thugs while out shopping. Back then, no one nearby dared to intervene, but Zhou Fan had suddenly appeared and driven the thugs away. Following that, Zhou Fan constantly curried favor with her and even declared openly at school that he would teach anyone who dared approach Lu Xiao a harsh lesson. At the time, she found his overbearing nature strangely reassuring, giving her a sense of security. But now, she felt a wave of dread. Yes, indeed it was fear. Zhou Fan seemed to possess an extreme, possessive obsession with her. Looking back, his threats to keep others away from her were actually incredibly disrespectful. After all, she was not his partner in any way. Reading Lu Xiao's messages, Zhou Fan was left utterly dumbfounded. Without him realizing, the bond between Lu Xiao and Zhao Dong had already grown so deep. Lu Xiao was supposed to be his woman, yet she was actually secretly chatting with Zhao Dong behind his back. Zhou Fan furiously messaged, Lu Xiao, didn't I tell you not to chat with him? You're going to get conned. You are too naive. Why won't you listen to me? Lu Xiao let out a frustrated laugh. If not for his help, my mother and I would likely be in grave danger by now. Yet you claim he's deceiving me? You are absolutely unreasonable. Zhou Fan, fine, just wait and see. Sooner or later, you'll realize I was right. If you want help, I can give it to you. I recently acquired a lot of lizard meat, as well as rat meat. Lu Xiao, there is no need, Zhou Fan. I only advised you because we are still friends. I have things to do, so let's leave it at that. Closing the chat window, Lu Xiao felt a headache coming on. Although she was displeased with Zhou Fan's remarks, they were still old acquaintances and friends. She did not want to see him become so extreme. Forget it, I'll try to talk some sense into him again later. She then sent a message to Zhao Dong. Oh, Lucille sent me a message. Zhao Dong glanced at it and smiled. Lucille, congratulations, Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong, thank you. Many people thanked me today, but yours is the one that brings me the most joy. Lucille's face flushed slightly. My mother and I went into the sea earlier and gathered some aquatic weed. It's actually quite delicious, and eating it boosted our mental energy. Let me send some over to you. Zhao Dong did not stand on ceremony and replied, thank you then. I just obtained the toolmaker profession. Let me know if you need any weapons in the future. Lucille, no need. The weapon you made for me last time is incredibly useful. Zhao Dong, alright, let's chat later. I'm going to check out my rewards first. Zhao Dong cut the conversation short. At any rate, judging by the current situation, Lucille already held a very favorable impression of him. Right then, a portion of aquatic weed served in a coconut shell was sent over. Zhao Dong immediately activated his attribute display. Mutated coastal aquatic weed removes gaminess and enhances flavor. Consumption slowly increases mental energy and stamina. Not bad at all. Storing the items away, Zhao Dong began to inspect his rewards. First time tool crafting reward, level 1. All attributes 50, obtain 50 free attribute points. Reward, obtain profession, master toolmaker. You can design your own tool blueprints to craft tools. Crafting tools requires fewer materials, and the results are of superior quality. Reward, 1 lucky draw attempt. Reward, 5,000 gold coins. Indeed, he had obtained the master toolmaker profession. Zhao Dong smiled with excitement. This profession did not offer much in terms of combat power, but its true value lay in his ability to design blueprints. In this place, blueprints meant the ability to craft all kinds of tools, and they would only become more precious as time went on. Wasting no time, he initiated the lucky draw. The screen began to scroll once more. Shoes, socks, blades, steamed buns. Images flashed rapidly across the screen before finally grinding to a halt. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 energy stones. He had actually gotten energy stones. Zhao Dong was stunned for a moment, followed by absolute ecstasy. Energy stones. Incorporating them into future tool crafting would not only elevate the quality by several tiers, but more importantly, it would imbue them with power. This was a rare treasure that money simply couldn't buy. Next, he checked his current attributes. With 50 free attribute points to allocate, he distributed them strategically, resulting in a completely transformed status screen. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Profession, Master Carpenter, Master Toolmaker. Level, L6, 20, 1000. Strength, 230. Speed, 220. Stamina, 245. Defense, 235 points hardening. Spirit, 500. Skill, critical hit, 100. Skill, flame. Skill, wing blade. Talent, attribute display. Wood manipulation. Gold coins, 8000. Allocatable attribute points, 0. Equipment, industrial hammer, eye of attributes. Spatial inventory, defense vest, aloe boning knife, gale shoes, stainless steel gourmet pot, far-seeing telescope, spiritual rice, 15 kilograms. Spiritual medicine, air pills. Special items, 168 novice village map, energy stones, 10 pieces. My spiritual attribute has already become this impressive. Zhao Dong was briefly stunned. No wonder he had felt far more enduring of late whenever he used wind blade and flame. It had evidently surpassed his other attributes by half. The reason was precisely his endless foraging for attributes in the land of the walking dead. This efficiency was far greater than killing fierce beasts. Of course, his level was obviously creeping up more slowly now, but what of it? Level was a minor path. The real key lay in attributes. With high attributes, even a weak level could slay enemies above one station. Then, Zhao Dong immediately looked into how his master toolmaker profession was used. Once he had the profession, he noticed some crafting information in his mind. It was blueprint crafting knowledge. First, special paper was required. After that, he would use spiritual power to infuse the item he wished to create into the page. For example, if he wanted to forge a dagger, an image of a dagger would appear in his mind. At that point, his intent was like a paintbrush, drawing out the image for him, and through spiritual power, it was injected into the paper. Soon, a pattern would gradually emerge on the paper a dagger. As the pattern appeared, the required materials would also show up on the page. Iron, 1 jin. Lumber, 1 jin. Once the materials were gathered and the paper was brought out, the paper would shatter, motes of white light would scatter, and the materials would begin to assemble themselves automatically. It was like crafting tools in an MMORPG, not truly mastering a technique, but an ability. Still, the paper itself had to be purchased. Roughly 1 fang of wood was needed to make a single sheet. With this understanding, Zhao Dong privately decided to stockpile plenty of timber in the days ahead and craft blueprints. Who knew he might even sell the blueprints someday? For now, though, he intended to make a boat, a larger one, sheltered against wind and rain. He raised his head and studied the sky. The weather had been poor lately. A storm seemed to be approaching. This boat was far too small and could easily be capsized. Ding! Congratulations! Your load dock has been crafted. Hearing the notification, Zhao Dong looked toward the stern. There, a display read. 100, manufacture complete. Slap! A mechanical dog-like thing stood at the stern, stuck still. Because no energy had been added, the load dog couldn't move at all. But that was fine, he had a ghost soul. A ghost soul had originally been a living creature's spirit. After death, it could attach itself to tools, or even corpses, endowing lifeless things with sentience. Such was the ghost soul's purpose. Holding a glowing crystal, Zhao Dong shouted, "Ghost soul, go!" He flung it toward the load dog. The crystal shattered in an instant and began melting into the dog. The load dog's limbs were slender, but they were alloy structures, looking extremely sturdy. Its back was wooden and unusually smooth. In addition, the back could fold itself into a flat board. That way, cargo could be placed on it. Of course, Zhao Dong hadn't made the load dog to carry things. He had a spatial backpack, so there was no need for the load dog to haul anything. The load dog's purpose was to keep watch at night and guard the boat. The little thing was about the size of a husky. As the ghost soul fused in, the mechanical eye sockets in its face swiveled. At the same time, information streamed into Zhao Dong's mind. The ghost soul requests a connection. Do you wish to connect? Connect, Zhao Dong said. Connection successful. The load dog moved. It actually stood upright like a human. Master, the load dog spoke. Strictly speaking, it was the ghost soul within that was speaking. The load dog was only the tool it had attached itself to. Zhao Dong had seen ghost souls like this in novels. It was quite fascinating. Every ghost soul was actually a living being, with its own personality and hobbies. That made Zhao Dong curious. What was this ghost soul of his like? What's your name? Zhao Dong asked. My name isn't important. What's important is why I've been placed inside a dog, a mechanical dog with some wooden pieces bolted on. The load dog said this while raising its forelegs and shaking its head. Zhao Dong found it intriguing. Do you remember anything from before? I know nothing of the past. Since I first became conscious, I was in that crystal. For what it's worth, I had hoped you might attach me to a weapon that might have been better and far more impressive. Zhao Dong said, when a better vessel shows up, I'll let you go into it. Alas, it can only be this way for now. Shall I give you a name? The load dog nodded in resignation. A good, how does that sound? The load dog's eyes spun, apparently rather dissatisfied. I am attached to a dog's body, but I'm not actually a dog. Zhao Dong chuckled. He had said it on purpose. Indeed, this ghost soul had a personality. Then pick one yourself. You're the master, it should be your pick. Zhao Dong said bluntly. You're made of iron and wood. It's either Tizi or Mutu. Tizi is too ugly to hear. Mutu, it is settled. Mewtwo. The load dog repeated it, resigning itself to fate. According to the novels, ghost souls didn't need food. Their souls were like energy stones to begin with, able to store spiritual energy. So it only needed to rest, or to absorb from items that carried spiritual residue, and it would gain the energy it required. Thus, Zhao Dong took out the water grass from earlier and tossed it over. Mutu, absorb it. Mutu said, Don't treat me the way you treat a dog. It makes me uncomfortable. It even had a temper. Zhao Dong nodded. My mistake. He picked up the water grass, put it in a coconut shell, and carried it over. Only then did Mutu nod in satisfaction. Thank you, master. I'll dig in. As it ate, its whole body radiated white light, as if some suction were drawing in the nourishment from the water grass. Zhao Dong paid no further attention, still posting messages in the trading channel. Buying lumber. He planned to craft a blueprint and then build a larger boat. Rumble. Rumble. The weather dip in the jungle changed at a moment's notice. It had been perfectly fine a moment ago. Then suddenly thunder clamored across the sky. The storm had arrived. Mutu stopped absorbing the water grass and looked up. It's raining. Our boat doesn't have a roof. Shall we paddle it under a big tree? You certainly know a thing or two. I'm genuinely curious what you were when you were alive. I'm curious too, Mutu muttered. Zhao Dong activated with manipulation, and the boat advanced slowly. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, the survivors were setting up an outcry. It's raining. My supplies are finished. Haha, I'm pretty lucky I won a tent as a prize before and thought it was useless. Not anymore. Haha. Envious. Envious. At that moment, even Zhao Dong felt jealous. But then, Lucio sent a message. It's raining here. I saw on the World Channel that many places are raining too. Is it raining by you? I have a tent. Whoa, this is too good for me. Zhao Dong felt a warm current rise within him. If before he had approached Lucio with caution, now he considered her a friend. Zhao Dong, thank you so much. I was worried about finding shelter from the rain. Lucio, you're welcome. Compared to what you've done for me, this is nothing. Zhao Dong, how about your place? Lucio, we're doing alright. We're staying in a cave now. As she spoke, Lucio sent over a picture of a tent. The wind grew increasingly fierce. Zhao Dong immediately steered the boat beneath a large tree, secured it with an iron chain, and then fastened the tent to the boat. This type of tent was similar to those used for wilderness survival, capable of housing only 2 people for rest. As soon as the tent was set up, torrential rain began to fall. Goodness, it's as though the sky is tilting over and dumping water straight down. Zhao Dong watched with considerable surprise. Meanwhile, Mutu sat outside the tent, allowing the rain to drench its body. Master, witnessing this rain feels strangely familiar to me. Did something come to mind? I'm not certain. The images are fragmented. Mutu's forelimbs twitched as it lay down on the ground, muttering, perhaps. I too was once some kind of survivor. This downpour continued relentlessly for 3 full days and nights. At first, people in the chat channel were still chatting cheerfully. Because of the rainy weather, they couldn't go out to hunt anyway. However, as the heavy rain persisted, many grew worried. The rain was so intense that many settlements were submerged, forcing people to abandon considerable supplies and retreat. Moreover, under such circumstances, making fire was impossible. In fact, it wasn't merely about starting a fire. Finding even dry grass proved exceedingly difficult. After this, fire starters will likely become valuable once more. Zhao Dong thought to himself quietly, calculating the time. It had been roughly 10 days since he arrived here. According to the schedule, the gold coin trading function should have appeared by now. Sure enough, that morning, the heavy rain finally lessened. He gazed at the surrounding lake and noticed the water level had risen considerably. At the same time, an announcement appeared. Announcement: gold coin trading function has been activated. Level 5 unlocks the mall function. Zhao Dong's mall had already been unlocked, and upon checking, he found the merchandise options had multiplied compared to before. Aside from that, Wu Qingya, the elf tribe's holy maiden whose shop carried an even wider selection, messaged him. Divine Zhao, I managed to obtain the iron blocks you mentioned. Can we conduct the trade now? Last time, Wu Qingya had wished to trade for glowing stones, but Zhao Dong had paid her little mind. Now she had finally obtained what he was looking for. Iron was perpetually scarce in such a place, and Zhao Dong readily agreed. Zhao Dong, certainly. I have another matter to discuss. Perhaps you might be interested. Zhao Dong, I have substantial supplies I'd like to store at your shop for resale. The gold coins earned would be divided 7 to my share and 3 to yours. In the future, these shops would become extremely precious, as selling goods directly without one would be remarkably slow. Furthermore, gold coins would grow increasingly valuable the further time progressed, which is why Zhao Dong was willing to offer such favorable terms. That being said, Zhao Dong understood her character well. This woman was exceptionally proud, yet equally unwilling to suffer loss. If the arrangement failed to meet her expectations, she would simply decline to cooperate. Indeed, upon reviewing Zhao Dong's proposal, Wu Qingyao felt tempted. With a 7-3 split, she could profit from the 3 shares effortlessly, quite straightforward. Unexpectedly, Divine Zhao conducts business with such generosity. Her perception of him improved somewhat. Like the elf race, they preferred to transact with those of straightforward character. They subsequently discussed several additional details. In essence, Zhao Dong would hand over his supplies to Wu Qingyao, who would organize and list them for sale. The gold coins earned from sales would be reported to him for splitting. Once the details were settled, Wu Qingyao asked curiously, "Divine Zhao, aren't you afraid I'll accept your goods and then disappear?" Zhao Dong smiled. He might have genuinely worried about others, but not her. Yet in fiction, elves were portrayed as remarkably forthright. Unlike humans or orcs, they would never betray trust or engage in duplicity. "Zhao Dong, I trust the elf race." "Wu Qingyao, you're clever enough. Our elf race would never stoop to the deceit and manipulation that humans and goblins practice." "Zhao Dong, then I shall send the items now." Zhao Dong first sent over 50 glowing stones. He also forwarded the various roasted meats he had recently prepared. With that, his once full storage backpack became considerably less crowded. "Zhao Dong, for now, let's start with this. Over the coming days I'll prepare more roasted meat. Mine has the effect of boosting physical stamina and mental energy." This was the function of his stainless steel delicious pot. Any food cooked in it possessed extraordinary effects. Upon seeing this, Wu Qingyao was instantly astonished. "Your roasted meat is that impressive?" "Zhao Dong, you'll know when you try some myself." As he spoke, Zhao Dong also added Wu Qingyao as a friend. "Zhao Dong, now that the rain has ceased across various regions, many people will certainly need fire starters. I'll produce more now, and you can list them for sale when you come online." "Wu Qingyao, it appears you've acquired some flame-based skill." "Zhao Dong, yes." "Wu Qingyao, how enviable. Once I've profited from this, I plan to leave as well. This wretched place is too cold. I nearly freeze awake every single day." Zhao Dong chuckled. "Then if you wish to leave, you'll need to make proper preparations." After chatting with Wu Qingyao for a while, the rain outside finally stopped. Zhao Dong put away the tent and stretched. "Mu Tu, get ready. You'll be in charge of roasting meat." Mu Tu rose lazily. "Don't you have plenty of roasted meat already?" "I intend to sell them." "Oh, in that case." Mu Tu was quite obedient and began going into the forest to gather some branches. Besides being able to run on all fours like a dog, Zhao Dong had also discovered that it could stand upright on its hind legs, with its front claws extending to grasp objects. Overall, as a pack beast, it was quite fully equipped in terms of functionality. With Mu Tu's help, Zhao Dong found things considerably more convenient. Soon, a large bundle of tree branches was gathered. Flames erupted from Zhao Dong's hand, and a streak of fire shot toward the bundle of branches. Under the burning flames, the branches quickly dried out and transformed into kindling that was easy to ignite. After charring one end red, Zhao Dong sent the fire starter directly to Wu Qingyao. Worth noting was that Wu Qingyao, as a merchant, could conduct trades at any time and from anywhere. This was precisely why Zhao Dong had contacted her. He needed a woman who could trade at any moment. Upon receiving the fire starter, Wu Qingyao was very excited. Her fire had gone out these past few days, and she had nearly frozen to death. Now it was all right. She immediately lit a flame inside her dwelling. Then she posted a shop announcement. This was the advantage of Wu Qingyao's shop. She could post advertisements for various goods every day. Announcement: Wu Qingyao's shop has listed new merchandise. Multiple fire starters provided by Divine Zhao, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Zhao Dong saw the notice and smiled faintly. Wu Qingyao truly knows how to run a business. She published the notice by leveraging his name, easily creating a celebrity effect. After all, he was the deity spoken of by the survivors. Whenever his name surfaced, many would instinctively pay attention. Sure enough, upon seeing the notice, excitement spread among many. I was just thinking of buying a fire seed, and now this is perfect. Hurry up and log on. I want to buy a fire seed. It has been raining for days, and I'm sick of eating raw meat. Me too. I'll go prepare firewood at once. Soon, a fire seed became available through Diwuchinya. The price wasn't high, 2 gold coins per seed. Now, hunting beasts would drop coins at random, so survivors would store some gold. Leave the trading to others. It makes life much easier for me. Zhao Dong was quite satisfied. The flames roared to life. He set a stainless steel pot on the fire, poured in oil rendered from fatty meat, and tossed in chunks of crocodile meat. Instantly, the sizzle of roasting meat filled the air. Mu Tu, you're roasting the meat like this, do you understand? Zhao Dong instructed. This is easy, leave it to me. Mu Tu nodded, showing a rare human touch. Now things were easier. Zhao Dong, fed and satisfied, cleaned up and checked the map. He planned to follow the map to a region called Myoto Mountain. There, a ferocious beast known as Myoto Ron roamed, along with many lizards and venomous snakes, all of considerable power. Especially the Myoto Ron, whose strength was boundless and who loved to gnaw on human flesh. Having confirmed the route, just as he was about to depart, a prompt appeared before him. Xinshou Village No. 168, Emergency Alert. Xinshou Village No. 23, Wang Zhang, activated the challenge channel and forcibly challenged Xinshou Village No. 168. Xinshou Village No. 23, challenging Xinshou Village No. 168. Zhao Dong's gate-hardened No. 168 Xinshou Village was his very own. Zhao Dong had read about the challenge channel in the novels. Some luckier participants could obtain a chance to challenge. If the challenge failed, the challenger side would lose a total of 100 attribute points. For example, strength, speed, stamina, and spirit each would lose a portion, totaling 100. At the same time, random gear or items might drop. And on the winning side, the attributes would increase by 100 points, allocated at random. They would also receive the opponent's random dropped gear or items. Overall, the challenge, though it seemed fair, actually favored the initiator, because they could tailor it to their own advantages. For example, if the challenger's side had many level 4 survivors, they could issue a challenge such as, within 3 days, the village with the most level 5 survivors wins. That would give him the edge. Zhao Dong immediately checked the current challenge. Within 48 hours, the village with the most level 3 survivors wins. Hint, Xinshou Village No. 23 and Xinshou Village No. 168 have begun merging. You can chat with each other. What? Within 2 days, the village with the most level 3 survivors must win. No. 168 Xinshou Village seems to have only 4 people. Yes, only 4. Zhao Dong's gaze sharpened. Since the 2 villages merged, people from their side appeared in the chat channel. Unfortunately, their side's leaderboard was hidden. On our side, only 4 people had reached level 3. The chat channel filled with wails. It's over, we're doomed, they came prepared. If we lose, we'll drop 100 attribute points. I started with just a little over 100 to begin with. What am I going to do? Yes, I don't want all my hard-earned resources to go to waste. What can we do? This is unbearable. We drift in this slaughter-filled world, already pitiful enough. Why must we tear each other apart? Can't we live safely and peacefully together? Zhao Dong read these comments and shook his head slightly. It had only been a short time in this world. Many survivors' minds still clung to the old ways. You say you don't want to kill one another. How could that be? Why would people stay friendly? Do not assume that human nature is inherently benevolent. What keeps people civil is law and social rules. When those rules vanish and no one is bound, everyone thinks only of themselves. Zhao Dong prepared to act. He had long since surpassed level 3, and with his strength, he could easily recruit some level 2 survivors to slay the beasts. To help them level up, he still carried this confidence. Meanwhile, as some grew pessimistic, others spoke up with optimism. What are you afraid of? Don't forget, our village has Zhao Dong the Great. Yes, and boss Yu Li, she's also level 4. Yu Li, there is no time to waste, all level 2 people, private message me. Meanwhile, Another prompt appeared. Hint, Xinshou Village no. 23 and no. 168 are in a challenge. The leaderboard channel is temporarily hidden. What? The leaderboard is hidden. I want to know how many level 3 survivors Xinshou Village no. 23 has. This is really over. Why is everyone so fearful? Losing before the fight isn't acceptable. I'm level 2. I'll fight to reach level 3 with all I've got. The person upstairs is right. I just counted there are 68 level 2 survivors on our side. There's still great hope. Announcement. The challenge has begun. Chat is open for both sides. Zhao Dong checked and found that people from Xinshou Village no. 23 could also post messages. What happened? Who issued the challenge for our village? It seems to be a man named Wang Zhang. Damn, isn't he the no. E-boss, Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang is already level 5. What is going on? If he loses, what about the consequences? It's clear the folks from Xinshou Village no. 23 are anxious. Oh, I know Mr. Wang Zhang. He's a formidable man. I think he can lead us to victory. Then a survivor named Elisa spoke. Turns out she's a foreigner. Miss Elisa, how do you know he will win? Because he had already brought many level 2 warriors to the Crocodile region. Oh, that surprised me. I misjudged Mr. Wang Xiang. Our side has well over 100 level 2 survivors. We are sure to win. Of course, the reason Wang Zhang started this challenge is that he's sure of victory. I am his devoted fan. Elisa spoke again. Watching their exchange, Zhao Dong's gaze narrowed. Good heavens, there are over 100 level 2 survivors on our side, almost twice as many as theirs. The pressure is immense. Looking at the information from Novice Village no. 23, the people in Novice Village no. 168 were even more despondent. Zhao Dong prepared to send a message to contact the level 2 survivors and lead them to level up. But at this moment, Yuli sent a message. Great Master Zhao Dong, you must have seen the information. The situation is extremely critical. If we fail, we will lose many attribute points and suffer material losses as well. I have just contacted nearly 30 level 2 survivors. They are not far from me and are on their way here. I plan to lead them to level up. Can you come? In Yuli's opinion, their disadvantages were extremely significant. However, there was one advantage that could compensate for all their shortcomings. That advantage was Zhao Dong. She didn't know how strong he had become, but she did know that after entering the land of walking corpses, he had managed to defeat that armored corpse. This left her in awe. Zhao Dong hadn't expected Yuli's organizational skills to be so impressive, so he immediately agreed. Very well. Send over your coordinates. Yuli, 385, 55, 321. This is a mountain near the land of walking corpses. There's a firebird area here, birds that can breathe fire, mostly level 4 and level 5. They're quite suitable for level 2 survivors to fight against. Zhao Dong frowned upon seeing this. How long would it take to clear this out? How about this? Let's head to Bullhead Mountain. Of course, Yuli knew Bullhead Mountain well. That place was home not only to ferocious minotaurs but also to poisonous insects and venomous snakes. And their levels were not low, mostly above level 6. It was precisely because the ferocious beasts there were too powerful that survivors almost always avoided the area. And now, Great Master Zhao Dong was actually proposing they go there. I'll come over first and we'll see. Help us, Yuli relayed the situation to those nearby. The crowd erupted in uproar. At this point, 6 level 2 survivors had already arrived, 3 men and 3 women, who appeared to know each other and had formed their group early on. Upon hearing this, they all shook their heads vigorously. The girl with the ponytail exclaimed urgently, "No way, going to Bullhead Mountain. That place is terrifying." Exactly. A friend of mine, also level 2, went with me once. He was suddenly grabbed by a minotaur monster, and they literally twisted his head off and ate him right in front of me. The speaker was a man around 25 years old. After finishing his account, he couldn't help but shudder. Clearly, that scene had left an indelible terror in his mind. Yuli was well aware of the dangers, as well. Level 2 players without an expert's guidance would simply be walking into certain death. But who was Zhao Dong? He was a grandmaster. Since he had said such a thing, Yuli felt that Great Master Zhao Dong must have his reasons. So she reasoned with them earnestly, saying, I understand the dangers, but Great Master Zhao Dong is different. Since he said so, he wouldn't say it without reason. We should trust him. That's right. Shao Ko, the girl beside her, nodded and said, let me tell you, a few days ago, it was Great Master Zhao Dong who killed the armored walker in the land of walking corpses. What? That was a mutated walker. One touch of its black flame and you die instantly. Yes, but Great Master Zhao Dong killed it. We must believe what he says. Hearing this, the several level 2 survivors who had been fearful all nodded. The name of Great Master Zhao Dong still carried considerable weight in their minds. At this moment, Zhao Dong was making his way through the jungle, carrying a wooden spear in hand. As he walked, he felt a sense of helplessness. It had all happened too suddenly. He hadn't had time to craft an iron spear, so he was forced to use a wooden one instead. As for Fu Douchuan, he had been left behind at home to continue roasting meat. The jungle, drenched from the heavy rain, was damp everywhere. But Zhao Dong did not slow his pace in the least. While Zhao Dong was running, inside Novice Village No. 23, Wang Zhang, the one who had initiated the challenge, had actually already made his preparations long before this moment. Before him stood a large group of level 2 survivors. Listen up, ahead lies the crocodile nest. I've scouted it before. The creatures are around level 3. You should have no trouble handling them. What you need to do now is hunt the ferocious beasts relentlessly and level up. Aside from your group, another batch of level 2 survivors similar to you has already been sent by my teammates to a wild wolf area. I'm confident that within 48 hours, more than 20 of you will reach level 3. Wang Zhang said this with a smile. He was indeed very confident, as he had analyzed the situation before the challenge began. On their side, there were currently 8 level 3 survivors, whereas Novice Village No. 168 only had 4. That alone was a difference of twice as many. As for the level 2 survivors, they also outnumbered the other side by double. With such a gap, winning would be easy. Now, kill! 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 Instantly, everyone present raised their weapons excitedly and charged toward the water pool. By now, Zhao Dong had already arrived at the place Yuli had mentioned. Along the way, he encountered several wild wolves, but he ignored them and rushed forward at top speed. Nearly 40 people were already waiting for Yuli. Scanning the crowd, they were all level 2 survivors. As for those near Yuli, they were level 3. As Zhao Dong approached, every player looked at him with excitement. This was Great Master Zhao Dong, who was usually so elusive that he rarely showed himself, and now they were finally seeing him in person. So handsome, whispered the girl named Shao Ku beside Yuli. Hello, Great Master Zhao Dong. Yuli greeted him. Zhao Dong gave a slight nod and called out, we can't waste any time. Let's head to Bullhead Mountain now. Brother Zhao Dong, the Minotaur monsters there are very powerful, and there are even more mutated ferocious beasts. Wouldn't that be too risky? Someone questioned. With me here, everyone need not worry. I'll follow Great Master Zhao Dong. Yes, I believe in him too. Zhao Dong continued, moreover, think about it, this could be an opportunity for you to grow stronger. Right, let's go then. Zhao Dong was very satisfied with most people's attitude. Let's go. Zhao Dong walked in front, and at this moment, Yuli and her teammates approached. Brother Zhao Dong, a young girl just found me and explained why Wang Zhang chose our Novice Village for the challenge. Oh. Why? Zhao Dong was curious. He had also been wondering when he came. It's because of me. A young girl with a melon seed face stepped forward. My name is Huang Xiuan. Wang Zhang used to be my colleague. He kept pursuing me, but I refused. Later, my boyfriend beat him up. He probably held a grudge against me. One day he found me and struck up a conversation, learning that I was in Novice Village No. 168. Just before the challenge, he sent me a private message, saying he wanted me to pay the price. Looking at this pitiful girl, Zhao Dong nodded and said, can't have her, so destroy her instead. Never mind all that. Just focus on growing stronger. Bypassing the land of walking corpses, the group, led by Zhao Dong, finally spotted Bullhead Mountain after 2 hours of travel. As soon as they entered the Bullhead Mountain area, Zhao Dong's hearing became even more alert. Great Master Zhao Dong, I smell a fragrance. There should be spirit fruits nearby. At this moment, Zhao Ku stepped forward and spoke. Oh! Zhao Dong cast an intrigued glance. He still had some impression of this girl. Where exactly is it? Zhao Dong asked. Walk forward a bit, then it's on the right, Zhao Ku said. Alright, everyone stay alert. I'll go take a look. Zhao Dong walked ahead. As they advanced, Zhao Ku said the scent was growing stronger. At the same time, Zhao Dong also heard some sounds. It seemed that within this dense forest lurked unknown dangers. Yet Zhao Dong was not worried. With his current attribute advantage, even if he encountered a ferocious beast over level 10, he could handle it with ease. Moments later, Zhao Ku's eyes lit up. She pointed at a towering giant tree not far away. It's over there. At the top of the towering tree, a long trailing plant clung and grew across it. And on that plant hung a brown fruit shaped like a peach, glowing faintly. With its shimmering light, it was obviously a spirit fruit. He immediately activated a tribute display. Climbing fruit, non-toxic, a parasitic spirit fruit. Eating it instantly restores up to 200 points of mental energy and some physical stamina. What a treasure! Zhao Dong's eyes lit up. Deep in such a danger-ridden place, his greatest concern was the gradual depletion of his mental energy. With this climbing fruit, things would certainly be much better. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Dong dashed out in a single stride, ready to pick the fruit. But at that moment, a massive snake head emerged from behind the tree. SSSS. The giant snake flicked its tongue, threatening Zhao Dong. Level 7 black-eyed venomous snake, a slender but extremely long venomous snake. It likes to coil around its prey, inject venom, and kill it. Level 7. Although it was powerful, its defense was even worse than a level 4 crocodile's. Zhao Dong instantly manipulated the wooden spear and thrust it forward. Thud! Just as everyone was exclaiming that the snake was no ordinary beast, no one expected Zhao Dong to attack directly. Ding! Critical hit triggered. Then they saw the wooden spear pin the snake's tail to the tree. The crowd burst into an uproar, every eye blazing with excitement. The powerful venomous snake they had deemed formidable had been disposed of with ease. Damn, I was about to run, and it's already over. Someone said speechlessly. Several girls' eyes sparkled. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. So cool. Zhao Dong looked at Zhao Ku and said, You're also level 2. The rest is yours to handle. Getting people leveled up on this trip was exactly Zhao Dong's goal. Though it was troublesome, winning would still increase their strength. Besides, after killing the ferocious beasts, attribute bubbles would randomly drop, so he wasn't at a loss. Zhao Ku quickly nodded and walked forward with a spirited expression. The pinned black-eyed venomous snake could not struggle at all, especially with Zhao Dong stepping on its head. Zhao Ku raised her blade and brought it down, cleaving the snake in two. The next second, a wisp of white light entered her mind. Her face lit up with joy. I actually got 80 energy points. At that moment, everyone was envious. At this rate, they would level up easily. Zhao Dong put away the climbing fruit and pressed on. The terrain gradually rose upward. Deep in the forest, several monsters with bullheads and human bodies were quietly watching Zhao Dong and his group. Beside these bull-headed humanoids, human remains lay scattered all over the ground, along with several black hounds. Guru. The bull-headed men communicated with one another. Then, as if they had confirmed something, all nodded firmly. For a moment, red light flickered in their eyes. Jili. The leading bull-headed man, wearing a long string of fingers around his neck, waved his hand grandly. Then, one by one, the black hounds rushed out impatiently. Rustle. Down below, Zhao Dong's ears twitched as he keenly caught countless rustling sounds. It seems quite a few beasts are charging over. Everyone, get into formation. Zhao Dong let out a loud roar, then saw black hounds charging out of the forest one after another. Zhao Dong immediately activated a tribute display. Level 5 Bullhead Hound, a brutal and extremely swift beast, tamed by the bull-headed human tribe. Once bitten, blood is sure to flow. A level 5 beast. Zhao Dong mused inwardly. These were hounds tamed by the bull-headed man. That meant the bull-headed man should be nearby. Forget it. He would kill these bull-head hounds first. Everyone, form a defensive formation. Yuli also shouted. Zhao Dong had already charged into battle, 3 wooden spears floating around him to guard his surroundings. At the same time, several wind blades swept out. Puff, puff. The sudden wind blades slashed at the hound's limbs. In an instant, several bullhead hounds were knocked to the ground. The ferocious bullhead hounds, one after another, now looked as if they had seen something horrifying, fear showing in their eyes. This human was actually this powerful. Behind him, many survivors also wore shocked expressions. Before they could even take a closer look, great god Zhao Dong had already dealt with more than half of the bullhead hounds. Too terrifying. Why haven't you attacked? Zhao Dong bellowed. By now, most of the bullhead hounds had their limbs severed and lay on the ground like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yuli nodded to her teammates, and the group charged out. Bam, bam, bam. The sound of fierce fighting rang out, and the originally savage bullhead hounds were all killed. As streams of white light swept over some people's heads, they all looked delighted. I'm only 200 energy points away from leveling up. Me too. I only have 180 left to go. Wow, you guys are amazing. I still need over 400. This time, they had killed more than 20 bullhead hounds and dropped 8 iron treasure chests. Yuli, being thoughtful, suggested, we all kill these beasts with the help of great god Zhao Dong. I propose that the drop supplies go to Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong was surprised. He had originally wanted to say the same thing. After all, he wasn't some great philanthropist. Helping everyone level up was purely to win the challenge. Now that Yuli had brought it up herself, he nodded slightly and said nothing more. Shaoku also nodded and took the initiative to collect the iron treasure chests and give them to Zhao Dong. Some survivors were envious, but they were sensible enough not to say anything. Zhao Dong nodded. Ma'am, then I won't stand on ceremony. Without even looking at the items, he put them into his spatial backpack one by one. Everyone was utterly astonished at the sight. Brother Zhao, it seems you bought a spatial backpack. Yuli asked in surprise. Yes. Wow, you must be incredibly rich. A spatial backpack costs 5,000 gold coins, you know. Yes, I'd love to buy one too, but I can't afford it. I've only earned about 10 gold coins so far. Same here. After killing those bullhead hounds just now, besides energy points, I actually earned 5 gold coins, Shaoku added. Wow, lucky you. I didn't earn any. Zhao Dong was not impressed. As the beast's levels increased, the drop rate of gold coins grew higher. But for him, his supplies were placed with Diwu Qinyao to be sold, so he figured he wouldn't let gold coins in the future. Just then, roar. From deep in the forest, an angry roar came. Roar. Hearing this sound, everyone's faces paled in shock. It felt as though the entire mountain range was trembling, causing even the nearby leaves to rustle violently. Rage. The Minotaurs had discovered that their hounds had all been slaughtered, inciting their fury. Roar. Another furious roar echoed from the mountain peak, rustling the leaves as it swiftly approached from afar. Clearly, the Minotaurs were charging over. They were consumed by rage. These humans were far too audacious, not only trespassing into their territory but also slaughtering the hounds they reared. Unforgivable. They intended to slaughter all the humans and claim them as food. Panic began to spread through the crowd, for within the dense forest, some had already caught sight of the Minotaur's full stature. They were giants as colossal as mountains, each standing a towering 3 meters tall. Compared to them, humans seemed as tiny and fragile as infants. The Minotaurs are coming. What do we do? Should we run? The colossal roar struck terror into the hearts of many. Zhao Dong immediately barked. What is there to panic about? I am here. He had already discerned the levels of these Minotaurs through his attribute display. Minotaur, level 7, a towering, robustly built humanoid beast. They prefer living in groups and possess a degree of intelligence. They wield weapons such as cleavers, uprooted trees, and spiked clubs, and typically rear bullhounds to fight alongside them. They relish feeding on humans and are highly territorial. Most of these Minotaurs were level 7. In truth, were it not for his presence, the survivors behind him would be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Furthermore, in addition to the ordinary Minotaurs, There were actually several at level 8 and level 9. The one leading them, adorned with a long necklace of human fingers around its neck, was clearly their chieftain. The dual horns atop its head were exceptionally long, possessing terrifying ramming power. To capture the bandits, one must first capture their leader. Zhao Dong muttered, locking his gaze onto the chieftain. There were about a dozen minotaurs in total, which aligned with Zhao Dong's estimates. Before arriving, he had already ascertained their approximate numbers based on the map, which gave him the confidence to engage in this battle. Even before the minotaur chieftain reached them, its colossal frame began to swell at a visible rate. Its eyes turned a crimson red, and the violent aura radiating from its entire body more than doubled in intensity. Zhao Dong's gaze narrowed. He activated his tribute display as he looked at the chieftain, only to discover that the chieftain had undergone a mutation and its level had reached level 9. Minotaur chieftain possesses the berserk talent. When enraged, its strength and speed are doubled. It was indeed formidable. After all, minotaurs were already renowned for their immense strength and speed. With the addition of the berserk talent, just how powerful would it become? Let's test the waters first. Zhao Dong took the lead and charged forward. Countless wind blades swept toward the other ordinary minotaurs. Swish! 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 The ordinary minotaurs, their speed hindered, inevitably slowed down. Recognizing Zhao Dong's strength, the minotaur chieftain proactively initiated a charge. Suddenly, it dropped to all fours like a ferocious tiger, lunging forward with savage force. Holding the blade transformed from the hammer of industry, Zhao Dong slashed down heavily with the razor-sharp edge. Simultaneously, capitalizing on his speed advantage, he swiftly sidestepped. Slash! The blade sliced right through one of the chieftain's horns. But just as he was about to cleave the minotaur's skull in two, the chieftain evidently sensed the extraordinary nature of the weapon in Zhao Dong's hand. Stricken with panic, it desperately twisted its body aside and managed to dodge. Leaving a severed horn behind, the minotaur retreated rapidly, its eyes filled with sheer shock. To be wounded by a mere human in their very first exchange, what on earth was this creature's origin? Zhao Dong stabilized his stance. He needed to protect the ordinary survivors around him. Thus, he had to keep an eye on his surroundings. His wind blades continued to assault the surrounding ordinary minotaurs, unleashed one after another as if they cost nothing. On the survivors' side, they were not to be outdone either. Several survivors possessing ranged attack talents began to unleash their respective skills. Throwing skill, fire. A survivor hurled a wooden spear toward the minotaurs. Taste my poison powder back. A young girl shouted, throwing a black pouch directly at them. Air cannon. Another survivor assumed a Kamehameha-like stance, rapidly firing a blast of energy. Though a few survivors were low level, their talents were by no means weak, and they indeed caused significant trouble for the minotaurs. Zhao Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Staring at the minotaur chieftain before him, he went on the offensive. The minotaur chieftain touched its broken horn and, with a furious roar, uprooted a tree as thick as a bowl from the ground and swung it wildly at Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong flipped through the air, swiftly dodging the strike. He was currently looking for an opportunity. From their brief clash earlier, he had realized that while these minotaurs possessed outstanding strength and speed, their defense was noticeably weak. He needed to aim for their necks to deliver a fatal blow. With this in mind, Zhao Dong gripped his blade, his flames already prepared. Just as the minotaur chieftain swung the tree once more, a stream of fire erupted toward it. The raging flames instantly blinded the minotaur chieftain. In an instant, the chieftain retreated with a roar, unable to open its eyes. Zhao Dong was overjoyed. Striking while the iron was hot, he decided to end its life now. Decisively unleashing his speed, he arrived beneath the minotaur chieftain like a phantom. Slash! The blade sliced precisely into its neck. Instantly, fresh blood spurted out. At the same time, Zhao Dong noticed the health bar hovering above the minotaur chieftain's head. Previously, he rarely paid attention to these health bars due to the intense nature of combat. Now, having backed away, Zhao Dong spared a moment to glance at it. The originally long health bar was depleting rapidly as the cut on its neck bled out. Feeling the wound on its neck, the minotaur chieftain was both shocked and enraged. Clutching its neck, it staggered through the forest. At this moment, panic seized the minotaur chieftain. It felt its strength fading and sensed the approach of death. Around it, the other minotaurs were similarly struck with horror. Their chieftain had actually been slain by a human. Thud! Just as its health bar was about to empty completely, the minotaur chieftain finally collapsed to the ground in bitter defeat. It let out a low growl, its voice carrying endless resentment. Yet, the victor takes all, and the vanquished is left with nothing. Such was the brutal reality. Seeing this, the other minotaurs sought to flee. In truth, during the battle just now, even with Zhao Dong's assistance, the minotaurs have still held a slight upper hand. 2 level 8 minotaurs had even swung their spiked clubs and sent several survivors flying. However, the death of their chieftain shattered their will to fight. Especially when they saw Zhao Dong's cold eyes fixated on them. Don't let them escape, Zhao Dong commanded. Whoosh! Zhao Dong closed in on the group of minotaurs, unleashing a torrent of flames toward them. Seizing this opportunity, countless winged blades slashed toward their necks once more. Ah! Instantly, several more minotaurs collapsed in bitter defeat. Go on, finish them off, Zhao Dong said calmly. Understood. The survivors charged forward one after another. Miserable shrieks and screams echoed through the night sky. The battle was finally over. After a quick count, they had lost 5 survivors, and a dozen or so others were wounded. Yuli had also suffered a few scratches, but nothing serious. She immediately looked toward a young man and said, "Help treat the wounded." The young man possessed a healing talent and nodded at once. With the battle concluded, Zhao Dong began collecting attribute drops across the battlefield. The minotaurs had dropped only 2 kinds of attributes upon death, strength and speed. To his surprise, the minotaur chieftain had dropped a large bubble. Berserk Shi. Excellent, I've gained Berserk again. Zhao Dong rejoiced inwardly. He then gathered all the treasure chests and stored them in his spatial backpack. While everyone rested, Zhao Dong slipped into the jungle alone. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he soon spotted a place on the mountain teeming with countless strange birds. These birds were enormous, over 2 meters tall, each covered in cyan feathers, with claws glinting with a cold black light clearly razor sharp. He projected their attribute display. Iron Claw Skybird, level 6, a bird that has lost its ability to fly, possesses incomparably sharp iron claws, and delights in eating carrion. No wonder there are so many of these birds there protected by the Minotaur tribe. Zhao Dong began to form a plan. He hurried back. Those of you who only need about 200 energy points to level up, come deeper with me first. Everyone else, keep watch on the perimeter. When everyone had finished resting, Zhao Dong made the proposal. Yuli understood his intent. He was adopting an elite strategy. After all, with too many people on the field, killing fierce beasts would split the energy points too thinly. That way, advancing within the limited time would be far slower. Letting those on the verge of leveling up go first would undoubtedly be much faster. Soon, about 20 people stepped out of the ranks. Good. Stay close to me. With that, Zhao Dong led them toward the Iron Claw Skybirds. As they walked, Zhao Dong took a moment to check the chat channel. As soon as he entered, he saw the survivors, who had just finished resting, chatting. Brother Zhao Dong is incredible, he killed the Minotaur chieftain outright, and I got a ton of energy points. Victory is within reach. Novice Village 23 thought they could deal with us. Ho ho, let them see how formidable we are. While the people of Novice Village 168 were chatting, someone from Novice Village 23 mocked them. Humph, our boss Wang Zhong led us to the crocodile nest, and after one wave just now, another 5 people leveled up. How satisfying. Big bro Wang Zhong, my idol, it was only with his help that I leveled up. At that moment, Wang Zhong on the other side actually spoke up. Wan Xiuwan, do you see now? You refused to be with me before, saying I had no ambition. Now I'll let you see that I'm the strongest of them all. As Zhao Dong walked, he glanced at the woman beside him. Huang Xiuwan was right there. She clenched her teeth, clearly having seen the message too. Big bro Wang Zhong, Huang Xiuwan is just looking down on people. As for looks, I'm decent too. Can I be with you? Some seductive women dreamed of finding a powerful patron. Wang Zhong grew even more smug. Do you see now, Xiuwan? Don't bother with him. Zhao Dong looked at Huang Xiuwan and said, the more you respond, the more excited he gets. In a little while, you'll level up first and show him what you're made of. Huang Xiuwen nodded. Soon, Zhao Dong led the group to the territory of the Iron Claw Skybirds. The woods here were even denser. On every large tree hung a bird's nest the size of a wash basin, where young Iron Claw Skybirds lived. The adult Iron Claw Skybirds did not fly up to the nests. Instead, they relied on their powerful iron claws to grip the tree trunk and climb up step by step. They had an extremely strong sense of territory. They had been resting just moments ago, but sensing people approaching, they raised their heads one after another. Whoosh! 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 The next second, 3 wooden spears pinned 3 Iron Claw Skybirds to the ground. No! Kill them! At Zhao Dong's command, the survivors charged out howling. They knew they were no match on their own, but with Zhao Dong here. One move from Zhao Dong was enough to injure and restrain several Skybirds. All they had to do now was finish off the kills. There were plenty of Iron Claw Skybirds here. Wooden spears stabbed in and out without pause, while wind blades swept across in relentless waves. There were too many of them. Just then, Shao Ku slashed down one Skybird with a single stroke. A white light surged around her. I leveled up. I leveled up. An excited expression bloomed on her face. At the same time, Huang Xiuwen froze for a moment, then felt the white light on her body and exclaimed with delight, I leveled up too. Zhao Dong smiled. His plan was working exactly as he had expected. These people had all been close to leveling up in energy points, so letting them advance first was indeed the right call. Shao Ku, Huang Xiuwen, you two head back and tell everyone to come over. Zhao Dong looked around. It was safe here, so there was no harm in bringing them all over. Okay. Meanwhile, the Iron Claw Skybirds, having been attacked, were all furious and flew over in a swarm. What foolish birds! Zhao Dong almost laughed at the sight. By now, his mental energy was running low. He had no choice but to take out the climbing fruit from before and take a huge bite. Crack! The flesh of the climbing fruit was crisp, though bland and dry, carrying an indescribably bitter taste. But once it entered his stomach, a great surge of strength seemed to well up from his abdomen and flow through his entire body. Moments later, Zhao Dong was overjoyed. He could feel his blood boiling and his body heating up. His mental energy was rapidly recovering. He fought even more ferociously, activating his berserk power as he strode into the midst of the battlefield. Countless Iron Claw Skybirds extended their claws and lunged at him. Clang! 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 It was completely useless. Zhao Dong's defense had clearly reached an extremely terrifying state. The attacks of these Iron Claw Skybirds could not harm him in the slightest. Instead, Zhao Dong seized the opportunity and grabbed several Iron Claw Skybirds by the head. Seeing some survivors on the verge of leveling up, he tossed the dying birds toward them. Kill them! Why yes, boss! The group was dumbfounded. Big bro Zhao Dong was simply monstrous like a humanoid beast. By then, Shao Ku and Huang Xiuwen had also arrived. Seeing Zhao Dong's ferocious display before their eyes, everyone was stunned. At that moment, 8 more people in the crowd were simultaneously enveloped in white light. That many more had leveled up again. Those who haven't leveled up, 10 more of you go up now, Yuli organized. Okay. Brother Zhao Dong, I smell that fragrance again. Shao Ku came over and said. Oh. Zhao Dong was very pleased. This girl's nose was incredibly sharp. It seemed another spirit fruit was nearby. Where is it? Shao Ku had already reached level 3. She moved much faster now, scouting ahead, and soon discovered a mountain stream not far away. Looking down, Zhao Dong was overjoyed. It was another Iron Claw Skybird nest. Zhao Dong was elated at the moment, for he had unexpectedly discovered another Iron Claw flying bird nest. Moreover, this nest held even more of them. The fragrance is coming from down below, Shao Ku said gravely, and it seems there is more than just one scent. Good, good. Zhao Dong also happened to feel that the burst of spiritual power just now had consumed a huge amount of energy. If he could replenish himself with spirit fruits again, that would be even better. Follow me down. Zhao Dong shouted to those behind him. By now, the Iron Claw flying birds behind them had almost all been killed. The group hurried over. Zhao Dong took a deep breath. Then a towering column of flame surged forward. Woo, woo, woof. The searing heat quickly incinerated the dense forest in its path. In this way, a clean, even slope was carved out. Zhao Ku's lips parted slightly in surprise. She had not expected Zhao Dong to be so fierce and do it outright. No, we don't have to worry about poisonous insects and venomous snakes hiding in the dense woods. Zhao Dong was quite satisfied with his handiwork. In truth, he was not afraid of those poisonous insects and venomous snakes in the first place. With his current defense, they could not even break through his body. But the people behind him were still afraid. Zhao Dong charged down, and the crowd followed close behind. The startled flock of iron-claw flying birds swooped toward Zhao Dong. Scram! He unleashed a volley of wind blades. At this moment, he no longer cared whether the blows were lethal. There were simply too many, so he focused on felling a large number at once. After landing, he cast his gaze around and spotted some fruits in the crevices of the rocks by the mountain stream. He immediately activated a tribute display. Snake-eye fruit, a fruit that grows in stone crevices, usually beside venomous snakes, nourished by the snake's saliva. Eating it can rapidly increase spiritual power. Hey, good stuff. There were fully a dozen or so fruits here. Zhao Dong did not stand on ceremony and picked them immediately. Time ticked by. With Zhao Dong's help, the others fought desperately, hacking and slashing. Before they knew it, evening had already fallen. In this wave, around 40 people had leveled up from level 2 to level 3. This wave is solid. After leaving Newton Mountain, someone excitedly wanted to say something in the chat channel. But Zhao Dong stopped him. If we say it now, Novice Village 23 will be on guard. Brother Zhao is right. This is our secret. We should wait until tomorrow, after the challenge is over, before saying anything. Then we'll all know who won and who lost. Yuli also spoke up. The man who had just been about to send a message scratched his head sheepishly and said, "All right." Night fell. For convenience, everyone slept at the foot of Newton Mountain. Zhao Dong took out his roasted meat and distributed it. Eat up. Those who are sleeping should go to sleep early. Those on watch should keep watch. Thanks, Brother Zhao Dong. Some people took the roasted meat from Zhao Dong with surprise and delight. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong found a spot under a big tree and prepared to rest. At the same time, the chat channel was buzzing with activity. Haha, over 20 people from our Novice Village 23 have reached level 3 today. Victory belongs to us. Holy crap, that's amazing. We're down 4. We really lost. Don't be pessimistic. I think there's still hope. I heard God Zhao Dong has gathered quite a few people to hunt monsters together. Under his lead, we are sure to succeed. Yes, God Zhao Dong is not to be trifled with. I have faith in him. Everyone chimed in one after another. But at this moment, an untimely voice emerged. Zhou Shuyang, forget it. Everyone, look at the chat channel. Not a single one of those following Zhao Dong has said a word. Don't you know what that means? They must have failed. Yuli, Zhou Shuyang, you're also level 3. Can't you be a little more ambitious? You're really boosting the enemy's morale and deflating our own. Zhou Shuyang, Sister Yuli, aren't you on Zhao Dong's side too? You can tell us how it's going. You haven't spoken either, so it seems things aren't going well, right? Yuli, that's none of your business. Zhou Shuyang, seriously, is God Zhao Dong's reputation really worth that much? Yes, I admit he's amazing, but he's not a god. I really can't understand it. In real life, celebrities have fan clubs. Why does this place have them too? Zhou Shuyang's words angered some of the survivors around Zhao Dong. This guy, isn't he deliberately trying to crush people's confidence? Exactly. Brother Zhao Dong, want me to go talk to him for you? Several survivors around Zhao Dong asked. No need. Zhao Dong refused outright. He didn't care about such hollow fame at all. As Zhou Shuyang spoke, the people of Novice Village 23 were delighted. Haha, even someone on your side said so. It seems you've already realized your own shortcomings. Just give up now. Zhou Shuyang spoke again. What rotten luck. If it weren't for that woman Huang Xiuwan, we wouldn't have been targeted by Wang Zhong either. Zhao Dong read the message and shook his head. Every place has those teammates who don't help and only hold others back. Fortunately, this guy wasn't here. Otherwise, Zhao Dong would have killed him. to spare himself the annoyance. Brother Zhao, this is some flying bird meat I just roasted. At that moment, Wang Xiuwen and Shao Ku walked over and handed him a flying bird leg. It looked like an oversized chicken drumstick, perfect in color, aroma, and flavor. Thanks. Zhao Dong took the leg and said, don't take the messages they just sent to heart. Wang Xiuwen nodded. After being here this long, I've long since come to terms with it. I think only strength matters most. That's good. One night passed quickly. Before dawn of the next day, Zhao Dong got up early. Let's go. He led the group to the vicinity of the iron-claw flying bird nest discovered yesterday. After one night, quite a few flying birds had reappeared at the nests in this place. Kill! He charged down at the forefront. With the experience from yesterday, everyone fought with practiced ease this time. Within half a day, all the level 2 members he had brought had already advanced. To that end, Yuli had to privately message a few level 1 people to come over and keep on killing. Time passed quickly. Around nightfall, Zhao Dong brought everyone back. The 48 hours are almost up, and the challenge will end soon. I wonder how it will turn out. Don't worry. In this wave, we had a full 80 people level up. Yeah. Zhao Dong was relaxed about it too. That afternoon, in the chat channel, quite a few people from Village 23 were bragging that they already had 40 people reach level 3. Little did they know that on the side of Novice Village 168, that number was double. Haha, 40 people in our Novice Village 23 have reached level 3. This wave is secured. Zhou Shuyang, damn, our Novice Village 168 is really trash. Zhou Shuyang, you don't help, yet you keep spouting nonsense. Is that necessary? Zhou Shuyang, is it really that hard to admit that we're inferior to others? You can admit it yourself, but you don't speak for everyone else. Wang Zhang, stop arguing. Zhou Shuyang, right? I think highly of you. You can come to my Village 23, and I'll have your back from now on. Zhou Shuyang was overjoyed and hurriedly sent, thanks, big brother. But at that moment, an announcement appeared in the chat channel. The challenge results had been released. Announcement, 84 people in Novice Village 168 have reached level 3. 48 people in Novice Village 23 have reached level 3. Congratulations to Novice Village 168 for winning the challenge. Boom! The chat channel instantly erupted. Everyone was stunned. Damn! What's going on? Did Novice Village 168 just win? 84 people reached level 3. What's going on? Didn't we only have a few, like 4, before? They were all stunned, completely dumbfounded. Announcement. Congratulations to all members of Novice Village 168, who will each receive a random increase of 100 attribute points. Congratulations to all members of Novice Village 168, who will randomly obtain supplies from Novice Village 23 members. At this moment, on the side of Novice Village 23, many people discovered that their own attribute points had been randomly reduced. In total, 100 attribute points were reduced. Many became much weaker in an instant. All those lost attribute points were added to Novice Village 168 side. At the same time, their supplies also diminished. The weapon in one person's hand and some food vanished mysteriously. Some people's stored spirit fruits suddenly disappeared as well. For a time, Novice Village 23 was shrouded in clouds of grief and despair. They never imagined they would lose, and lose so thoroughly. Zhao Dong, meanwhile, was wild with joy. He saw that all of his attributes had increased. In addition, some roasted meat, grilled fish, and free padded cotton coats appeared at his feet. A wooden shield and free spirit fruits also appeared. He activated the attribute display to check. Cliff climbing fruit. They turned out to be free cliff climbing fruits. Zhao Dong knew these were supplies dropped by the people from Novice Village 23. And around him, many others also had supplies appear by their sides. Fruits, lavish meat and fish, clothing, weapons. Everyone was overjoyed. Even beside Yuli, a small wooden cabin appeared. This amused Yuli, whose small cabin had actually flown over, of all things. Inside it were also plenty of supplies. And so, after this wave, everyone in Novice Village 168 had made a hearty profit. Ha ha ha! We're rich, we're rich. I gained 100 attribute points. Now I must have the strength of at least level 5. I gained 2, and I got a light steel saber, terrifyingly sharp. This is so awesome. It's all because we won. Honestly, I don't even know how we won. It must have something to do with the great Zhao Dong, right? Seeing the confusion of many, Yuli and the others finally revealed the truth. Since the challenge was over, there was no need to keep it hidden. Yuli, it is truly thanks to the great Zhao Dong. He led us to Oxhead Mountain, where the fierce beasts are of very high rank, so for ordinary survivors, leveling up is faster. But after all, the great Zhao Dong is only one person. How can he guarantee everyone else's safety? Someone responded, since the great Zhao Dong brought us here, he certainly has his extraordinary abilities. Anyway, don't ask so many questions. Great Zhao Dong, you are my eternal god. At this moment, all the people in Novice Village 168 were immersed in excitement. By contrast, the people of Novice Village 23 were amid a chorus of wails. The more arrogant they had been before, the more miserable they now appeared. Oh my god, mister! Wang Zhang, didn't you say we would definitely win? I've suffered heavy losses this time. So tragic. Damn it, Wang Zhang, how did you do things? You're such trash. No wonder Huan Xiuwen looks down on you. Disgusting. Wow, my small wooden cabin is gone. I got it from opening a treasure chest, and it held all my belongings. Gone, all gone. There's no hope in living anymore. By a riverside, Wang Zhang stared in shock at his feet. There had originally been 3 cliff-climbing fruits, some roasted meat, and equipment. Gone. All gone. He had even lost attribute points. Now he had nothing but his level without the attributes. His strength was greatly diminished. How could this happen? Wang Zhang's face was full of shock. Wang Zhang, don't let me see you, or I'll definitely kill you. It's so detestable he started such a challenge just to retaliate against a woman. What trash! I will remember you. I must kill you. Being in the same novice village as you is a curse for 8 lifetimes. The barrage of curses lasted a very, very long time. Those from Novice Village 168 who were lurking in the chat couldn't help but laugh. However, some who knew the inside story also felt lingering fear. Fortunately, the great Zhao Dong had made his move this time, otherwise, they would have been the ones crying. Announcement, this challenge has ended. The chat channel is now being disconnected. The leaderboard has begun to recover. Finally, everything returned to normal. Zhao Dong had packed his things and looked at the crowd. Alright, I'll be going now. Brother Zhao, I just finished roasting some fly in bird legs. Take a few with you. Xiao Ku chased after him, saying with some admiration. This time, they had hunted so many iron-claw flying birds and brought back all the carcasses. The meat tasted good, so Zhao Dong took some too. Now his spatial backpack was loaded with them, almost full. Thanks. He didn't stand on ceremony, took a large leg, and left. Wow. When will I ever become as formidable as the great Zhao Dong? Roar. At this moment, a furious roar suddenly came from Oxhead Mountain. Everyone's expression changed. It's the sound of the Oxhead men. Earlier, after the Oxhead chief was killed, a group of Oxhead men had been frightened into hiding. Now, somehow aware that Zhao Dong had left, they began to stir with restless intent one after another. Hurry, get out of here. Run. In the dark night, Zhao Dong moved swiftly through the jungle. The moment he spotted a fierce beast, he charged over and disposed of it. Through fighting, he found that his combat adaptability had greatly improved. Soon, his spatial backpack could not hold any more. So he opened the friends channel and found Diwu Qinya. At that time, Diwu Qinya had packed her things and was preparing to leave this bitterly cold land. There was nothing to be done. This wretched place was simply too cold. She was deeply frustrated. Other clansmen had landed in jungles or grasslands. Her broken place was cold, and worse, there were no fierce beasts. As a result, she was still only level 1. Seeing Zhao Dong's trade request, Diwu Qinya clicked to accept. Soon, the room was filled to the brim with fierce beast carcasses. There were 40 iron-claw flying bird carcasses. Wild wolves and porcupines totaled 10. Diwu Qinya was stunned. Did you dig out a den of fierce beasts? Zhao Dong, pretty much. Help me list them for sale. Normally, he would roast them before selling them. But that was too much effort. Now there were hardly any fierce beasts around here, so he planned to leave and go farther away. Diwu Qingya, alright, but I'm planning to leave this place in a few days anyway. Zhao Dong, sure, take care on the road. Oh, by the way, I just got a few cotton coats, they should be helpful to you. Diwu Qingya, why didn't you say so earlier? Send them to me right away. Before she knew it, after becoming familiar with Zhao Dong, Diwu Qingya had grown just as easygoing and outspoken in her speech. Zhao Dong smiled slightly. He didn't mind, in fact, he found the elf girl rather endearing. Perhaps all elves were like this. He sent over 3 cotton-padded coats. Diwu Qingya received them and jumped up excitedly. With these coats, she would be safer on the road. She immediately listed Zhao Dong's supplies in her shop. Announcement: Diwu Qingya's little shop has just listed the supplies from the great Zhao Dong's latest hunt. Fair deals for one and all come by now. Afterward, Diwu Qingya returned a portion of the gold coins earned from the past 2 days' sales to Zhao Dong. Just then, a private message arrived. She glanced at it. It was from a survivor named Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan, hello, pretty lady. Believing that every customer was a guest, Diwu Qingya replied, hello, what do you need? Zhou Fan, I have some spirit fruits. Diwu Qingya's eyes lit up. Spirit fruits? Do you want to sell them? What supplies would you like? Spirit fruits were regarded as the hard currency around here. Zhou Fan, I need gold coins. What's your price? Diwu Qingya, spirit fruits go for about 100 gold coins each. The market had already opened, and its inventory grew a little each day. As it grew, the value of gold coins kept climbing. Zhou Fan had already seen the spirit fruit prices in Diwu Qingya's shop and knew she wasn't lying. But as the protagonist, he was naturally meticulous in his calculations, and no matter what he did, he had to come out ahead. He immediately said, the price is acceptable. How do we split the proceeds? Diwu Qingya, as you know, I'm cooperating with the great Zhao Dong. Our split is 70 to 30, with him taking 70 and me taking 30. Zhou Fan was enraged. Zhao Dong again. Zhou Fan, I've seen the stuff Zhao Dong gives you. It's nothing but roast meat and carcasses. Compared with my spirit fruits, it's hardly worth mentioning. Diwu Qingya frowned. What are you trying to say? Zhou Fan, it's simple. I'll give you my spirit fruits. We split 90 to 10, with me taking 90. Then all my spirit fruits will be left with you to sell on my behalf. As for Zhao Dong, I hope you'll end your cooperation with him. Zhou Fan, I have a spirit fruit patch here, with at least 1,000 fruits growing. I'm sure you know what choice to make. Diwu Qingya, 90-10. Zhou Fan, yes. After sending the message, Zhou Fan was smug and complacent. Even he knew the 90 to 10 split was far too low. But it was his bargaining tactic. First, he would give an extremely low offer. If the other side refused, he would gradually raise it a bit. His ideal offer was 80 to 20, which would be far more advantageous than Zhao Dong's 70 to 30 split. From this, he thought, one could see that he was superior to Zhao Dong. Unfortunately, his little schemes seemed utterly ridiculous in the eyes of an elf like Diwu Qingya. The elves detested people who were petty and small-minded. What was more, Zhou Fan had actually asked her to stop cooperating with Zhao Dong. Admittedly, if she had never met Zhao Dong at the start, she might have done precisely that. But now, Zhao Dong had helped her so much. What's more, he had just sent her 3 cotton-padded coats. Perhaps these things were indeed worth less than spirit fruits. But it was a gesture of kindness offered when she needed it most. It showed that Zhao Dong regarded her as a friend. Since they were friends, how could an elf ever betray a friend? Diwu Qingya, I'm sorry, but I reject your request. Zhou Fan, who had been so smug moments before, felt his pupil's contract. Why? Zhao Dong's goods are clearly not as good as mine. Diwu Qingya, they're indeed not as good. But I don't want to betray a friend. At the same time, I'd also like to know, why are you so hostile toward him? Friend? Inside the cave, Zhou Fan threw back his head and laughed. That's hilarious. This silly woman actually says Zhao Dong is her friend. Zhao Dong, oh Zhao Dong, your social skills are something else. A flicker of jealousy passed through Zhou Fan's resolute gaze. Zhou Fan, it seems you've been deceived by him too. Diwu Qinyao, I'd like to hear more. Zhou Fan, if I tell you his identity, maybe you'll understand. Diwu Qinyao, please, tell me. Zhou Fan, he's a rich second-generation heir. A rich second-generation heir. That was all? Diwu Qinyao was speechless. She had thought it would be some vicious, heinous criminal. As it turned out, it was only that. Come to think of it, she was a rich second-generation heir herself. She was the holy maiden of the elves, and her parents were the chieftains of the elf race, also the wealthiest people in the entire elven clan. Zhou Fan had expected that once Diwu Qinyao learned Zhao Dong was a rich second-generation heir, her opinion of him would change drastically. Who would have thought Diwu Qinyao would respond directly, I like rich second-generation heirs. That woman definitely has a screw loose. Zhou Fan fumed. In his view, rich second-generation heirs were all vicious and evil, and in real life, he had personally slapped countless such heirs in the face. Why didn't that work here? Zhou Fan, fine. Maybe you still don't know what he's done. When chasing women, he uses intimidation, bribery, and all kinds of underhanded tricks. He's an absolutely terrible person. Do you still think he's good now? Hearing this, Diwu Qinyao naturally felt some misgivings. But she wasn't stupid. Carefully recalling every moment she had shared with Zhao Dong, she felt he wasn't that kind of person. Diwu Qinyao, words alone prove nothing. Zhou Fan, there's a girl called Lucio. He once bullied her. Diwu Qinyao, forget it. I don't want to deal with whatever grudge exists between you two. In short, if you want to leave your goods with me to sell, then fine. The terms are 70-30. With you taking 70 and me taking 30. If you don't want to, then forget it. Zhou Fan, fine, 70-30 it is. Just kick Zhao Dong out of the game. In Zhou Fan's view, without Diwu Qinyao's shop, Zhao Dong would surely have far fewer ways to earn gold coins in the future. Then, by leveraging his advantage of having so many spirit fruits, he would slowly win Diwu Qinyao over. The plan was simply perfect. In recent days, he had gradually stepped out of Zhao Dong's shadow. His luck had also grown better day by day. Not only was his level skyrocketing, but most importantly, he had discovered a patch of spirit fruit trees. There were so many spirit fruits that he could never finish them all. Meanwhile, outside, countless people were fighting savagely over a single spirit fruit. This was his advantage. Zhou Fan's plan was excellent, but to his surprise, Diwu Qinyao let out a soft chuckle. Diwu Qinyao, sorry, but I've started to dislike you, and I don't want to do business with you. Not only that, she simply closed the chat. Rather than waste time, she should hurry and make preparations. The sun had already risen on her side, and she needed to get ready to leave early. Still, while she was making her preparations, Diwu Qinyao told Zhao Dong what Zhou Fan had said. Zhao Dong was moving swiftly through the jungle. When he saw the message, he suddenly grinned. If I calculate the timing, Zhou Fan would indeed be trying to work with Diwu Qinyao around now. Unfortunately, that Zhou Fan was too clever for his own good. Diwu Qinyao, Zhao Dong, I trust you, but that guy keeps bad-mouthing you out there. That's not good, is it? Zhao Dong simply created a group chat and pulled Lucio and Diwu Qinyao into it. Zhao Dong, didn't he say I bullied Lucio? Then let the person involved explain it to you. Lucio was enjoying seafood offal soup with her mother at the cave entrance when she suddenly noticed Zhao Dong had added her to a group chat. Upon closer inspection, the group contained only 3 members, and to her surprise, the third was a beautiful young woman with pointed ears. A faint frown creased her brow, and an inexplicable sourness stirred within her heart. Lucio, what's going on? Zhao Dong, I have matters to attend to. You two carry on. The jungle was pitch black, and despite the illumination provided by luminous stones, one still needed to exercise caution. Soon after, Diwu Qinyao began conversing with Lucio and relayed everything Zhou Fan had told her. Lucio's brows knit slightly. She found Zhou Fan's behavior utterly unacceptable. Utterly unacceptable. Perhaps there had been conflicts between them in the past, but those matters were long behind them. Moreover, Zhao Dong had never done anything morally reprehensible. On the contrary, he had never harbored ill will toward Zhou Fan. And Zhou Fan? He had wounded Zhao Dong grievously on multiple occasions from behind. In comparison, Zhou Fan proved to be petty and insidious. With no other recourse, Lu Xiao found herself defending Zhao Dong. She concluded, perhaps Zhou Fan was simply consumed by jealousy. Di Wu Qingya, that's exactly what I thought. But the man is far too narrow-minded. Fortunately, my character is upright, or I might well have been deceived by him. Lu Xiao, I apologize for that. Di Wu Qingya, there's no need to apologize, it wasn't your deception. By the way, if you need any goods, you can purchase them from me. The great Zhao Dong has entrusted quite a number of fine items to my shop. With that, Di Wu Qingya sent a photograph of a luminous stone. Di Wu Qingya, what do you think? A stone that glows at night. Lu Xiao, I already have one. Zhao Dong gifted me over a dozen. Gazing at the shimmering stones within her cave, Lu Xiao sent a message. Di Wu Qingya, what? He gave you so many? He must treat you extraordinarily well. Reading Di Wu Qingya's remark, Lu Xiao felt an inexplicable warmth blooming in her heart. Di Wu Qingya, as expected, beautiful women are blessed with fortunate destinies. I begged the great Zhao Dong multiple times, promising to sell goods for him, before he finally agreed to give me any. Lu Xiao, is that so? Zhao Dong is indeed a kind man. While the two women chatted, Zhao Dong was already nearing the vicinity of his boat. However, just as he was about to arrive, a voice reached his ears. It was the telepathic voice of Muto. Master! Muto belonged to the realm of spectral souls. Upon forming a master-servant bond, it could communicate with Zhao Dong through thought. Master, there are people near the boat, and they come with ill intent. I see. Stay hidden. Zhao Dong's eyes narrowed. He had not expected to encounter such trouble upon his return. He hoped these individuals meant no harm, but if they did, he would not hesitate to send them to their deaths. In the darkness, his figure moved like a phantom, weaving through the dense forest. Soon, he spotted several shadowy figures. Haha, we've hit the jackpot. I wonder who left this boat. The supplies on board are incredibly abundant. Keep it down. Someone might come back, muttered a burly man missing an eye. Brother, what's there to fear? We'll lie in wait here. If he returns, we'll simply toss a grenade at him. That's right. Who would have thought we'd win against novice village? No. 23 this time. Hee, that fool over there obtained 2 grenades, and now they're all ours. 4 men were speaking in total. The one-eyed burly man, presumably their leader, nodded slightly at his men's words. In that case, we'll eliminate him. With so many supplies on his boat, his personal stash must be even greater. Tell me about it. If only he were a woman, it would be perfect. The last one we found was far too defiant. We hardly laid a hand on her, and she still took her own life. The one-eyed man sneered wickedly. Precisely. Otherwise, following me, wouldn't she be living in luxury? And you lot, if you hadn't been so brutal, would she have killed herself? Brother. The men chuckled awkwardly, though inwardly they were speechless. Wasn't their leader the most brutal of all? As they spoke, entirely unaware that someone was already lurking above them, none other than Zhao Dong. It seems none of them are decent people, Zhao Dong sneered. So be it. Silent wind blades sliced through their necks with effortless precision. Put. The one-eyed man felt a sharp pain in his neck and instinctively reached up, only to discover his hand drenched in warm blood. He was bleeding. What was happening? Along with him, 2 of his companions fell to the ground simultaneously. Blood pooled and stained the earth around them. Only then did Zhao Dong descend, his gaze cold and impassive as he looked down at the corpses. He disliked killing, but when others sought to harm him, he showed no mercy. Shua. At that moment, a figure emerged from a nearby corner. Another one? Trying to flee. Zhao Dong blurred forward in an instant, blocking the man's path. The man appeared to be around 20 years old, with delicate features. Don't kill me. Were you with them? Yes, we were merely passing through. I swear we meant no harm. Trying to deceive him now. Did he think Zhao Dong hadn't heard their conversation? Enraged, Zhao Dong let out a bitter laugh and, without further word, delivered a sweeping strike that ended the man's life instantly. He cast all the corpses into the river. At that moment, Muto emerged from its hiding place. Moving with remarkable agility, It leaped to Zhao Dong's side in just a few bounds. I was worried you wouldn't return in time and that someone might seize the boat, Muto muttered as it hopped aboard. Speak up earlier next time. Understood. However, the fierce beasts in this area have been nearly eradicated by your hand. I've overheard many passing survivors remarking on the dramatic decline. Hearing this, Zhao Dong could only sigh in speechless exasperation. He had systematically eliminated the crocodile nest, the land of walking corpses, and hunted numerous fierce beasts in succession. Over time, the number of fierce beasts in the vicinity had diminished considerably. Master, shall we depart soon? Yes, it's about time. But before we leave, I must enlarge the boat. This vessel was still too small. With so much cargo, there was barely enough space to sleep. Moreover, in the event of violent storms or attacks from underwater beasts, he genuinely worried the boat might not withstand the strain. Therefore, before departing, he had to upgrade the vessel. As night fell, Zhao Dong began preparing the boat's blueprints. Creating blueprints was straightforward. Take a block of wood, then activate the professional talent of Master Artificer to begin drawing the vessel's design. Zhao Dong had attempted this before, and after acquiring the profession, he found himself exceedingly adept at crafting blueprints. He closed his eyes and sat in meditation, legs crossed. The prepared block of wood instantly dissolved, transforming into a blank sheet of paper radiating a white glow. Upon the paper, the outline of a ship gradually emerged. Zhao Dong murmured, larger hull, paddles at the stern. Overall, the vessel he envisioned resembled an ancient wooden raft. The hull featured 3 levels. 2 decks with an additional structure resembling a house above. The area would be more than twice as large. This size was precisely manageable by his spiritual sense. Any larger, and the mental energy expenditure would become prohibitive. The patterns on the blueprint gradually merged and refined step by step. Seeing this, Zhao Dong felt a surge of excitement. It was getting better and better. He no longer needed to worry about freezing awake in the middle of the night. He wouldn't have to worry about being drenched to the bone during heavy rains anymore. The cabin on the boat should be spacious enough to store more supplies. The hull needs to be sturdier. The oars should be positioned on the sides. Over half an hour later, Zhao Dong finally completed his ship design. With a flash of white light, a blueprint fell into Zhao Dong's hands. Raft ship blueprint completed. Required materials, 10 units of timber, 5 units of stone, 1 unit of iron, 2 energy stones. Once equipped with energy stones, a ship crafted from the blueprint could be activated and would move swiftly. This meant he could operate it even without spiritual power. He had plenty of energy stones now, but timber and stone gave him a headache. He couldn't fathom why stone was needed to build boats. Such was the nature of blueprint crafting. With the required materials in hand, he could use the blueprint immediately and begin construction. Before he knew it, he had been busy until late at night. Zhao Dong was about to rest when he opened the chat panel and was surprised to see that Lucille and Wu Qingyao were still chatting. Wu Qingyao, I've already left and am now heading south. Lucille, it's evening here. Be careful when you travel, and wear more clothes. Wu Qingyao, don't worry. The cotton-padded jacket Zhao Dong gave me is very comfortable. Zhao Dong chanced to interject, Wu Qingyao, leaving so soon. I was hoping to get some timber and stone from you. As for iron, he still had some remaining after previous trades, so the immediate priority was stone and timber. Timber was relatively easier to come by, though he needed a large quantity. Lucille, do you need those for? Zhao Dong, to build a boat. Saying this, Zhao Dong shared a photo of the blueprint he had just created. At once, both girls were dumbfounded. Wu Qingyao, a blueprint? You're so lucky to have obtained a ship blueprint. If I had a boat, traveling would be so much more convenient for me. Lucille chimed in, indeed. I'm by the seaside, and with a boat I could reach farther places. I've noticed several small islands not far from here. I feel that once my level rises, I could go over there and see if I'm lucky. Zhao Dong smiled and said, the blueprint is something I crafted myself. They were all stunned, especially Wu Qingyao. Since opening her shop, her horizons had broadened considerably. She knew well how crucial blueprints had become. With a blueprint, one could rapidly produce various tools, equipment, and shelters. Rumor had it that someone had won a stone house blueprint through a lottery draw. After purchasing the necessary materials, he had used the blueprint immediately. It had taken over a week to complete the stone house. Now it was incredibly comfortable. Even if he suffered serious injuries, simply entering the stone house would allow his wounds to heal slowly. This was the unique property granted by that stone house blueprint. However, Wu Qingyao knew that blueprints were exceedingly rare, obtainable only through lottery draws or treasure chests. Zhao Dong claiming he had crafted it himself. How was that possible? Wu Qingyao naturally didn't believe it and immediately responded, "You're not joking, are you? How could one craft a blueprint on their own?" Zhao Dong, why would I lie to you? I obtained the true crafting master profession, whose special ability is to manufacture blueprints. Zhao Dong, moreover, the blueprints I create require fewer materials and possess superior properties. Upon seeing this, both girls' eyes lit up. This was incredibly powerful. Wu Qingyao was overjoyed. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Make me a ship blueprint sometime. Zhao Dong, alright. Use this design, I'll power it with both energy stones and ores. Wu Qingyao, deal. I'll gather stone and wood for you over the next few days. Lucio, speaking of which, I have quite a bit of stone here, but the timber is rather thin and seems unsuitable. I'll help you collect more stone these past few days. Zhao Dong, very well. Lucio, what do you need to craft? I still have some timber that could be used to make a few blueprints. Lucio, then I'd like a door. The wind has been fierce here lately, blowing straight into the cave while I sleep. Zhao Dong, very well. Wu Qingyao, Lucio, Zhao Dong treats you so well he's making things for you without even being asked. Zhao Dong was at a loss for words. Wasn't he putting the young girl in an awkward position? Fortunately, Lucio had matured beyond her earlier self. She teased half-jokingly, "He's just as good to you, isn't he?" After saying this, Lucio stuck out her tongue. She felt her cheeks growing warm and was surprised within herself that she didn't mind others misunderstanding the relationship between her and Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong was also slightly surprised. It seemed his status in Lucio's heart had risen considerably. He smiled and began crafting the wooden door blueprint. Lucio sent a photo of the cave entrance. Based on its shape, an oval wooden door began slowly appearing on the white paper. The wooden door blueprint was completed. Required materials: 1 unit of timber, 1 unit of dry grass, 1 unit of soil. The materials needed were quite miscellaneous. However, the quantities weren't large. Zhao Dong immediately messaged Lucio. She was quite excited upon reading it. Got it. I'll start preparing tomorrow. Zhao Dong, alright, I'll go to sleep then. Early the next morning. Today's luck was good. The trading channel was open early. Zhao Dong immediately posted a message, seeking large quantities of timber, stone, dry grass, and iron or favorable terms. If the trading channel is offline, you can transact directly at Wu Qingyao's shop. If anyone wants to craft items, feel free to contact me. I can produce 2 blueprints. The moment this message went out, it instantly set the world channel ablaze. Holy crap, great God Zhao Dong, you can craft blueprints. I want to build a house, wooden is fine. Great God Zhao Dong, how much material do you need? I want one too. I was living peacefully in a cave, but suddenly a group of stone men appeared, and I had no choice but to flee. I live in a cave and really need a door. Master Zhao, I have many trees over 30 meters tall here. I'll gather timber for you. Blueprints were now incredibly precious. Everyone had previously lost all hope. But things had changed. The fact that Zhao Dong could craft blueprints was simply unbelievable. In an instant, Zhao Dong's private messages overflowed. He could only reply, "Everyone, don't rush. As long as you have the materials I need, I can craft the blueprints." Actually, he could also craft items, but that was very time-consuming, and he didn't want to spend every day manufacturing tools. As soon as Zhao Dong's message went out, countless people began preparing wood, stone, and all kinds of materials. Great God Zhao Dong, I'll get ready immediately. Wait for me. I want to build a wooden cabin. How many materials do I need? Zhao Dong replied, crafting one blueprint requires 2 units of each material I just mentioned. His only cost was a few minutes and 1 unit of wood. What he earned, apart from wood, was stone, thatch, iron, and more. A killing. That was the advantage of a monopoly. If you thought it was expensive, you could refuse, no one was forcing you. But if you wanted to survive better, you had no choice but to buy. Great God, can you make high-tech products? Like gun blueprints? That was pure wishful thinking, he thought. Zhao Dong was speechless. He remembered reading in novels that a master toolmaker could only craft cold weapon products or basic infrastructure. High-tech products were simply unrealistic. But that didn't mean such blueprints didn't exist, it all depended on luck. Zhao Dong, not this kind. I can only craft cold weapon products and infrastructure, such as houses, boats, wooden items, and so on. Everyone understood. Soon, a man named Li Mingxian privately messaged Zhao Dong. Great God, I want to make a wooden box that can store all kinds of weapons and be carried on my back. The man talked at length, and Zhao Dong understood it was similar to the sword case carried by ancient wandering heroes. Zhao Dong, all right. Clearly well off, the man immediately sent over the materials. Zhao Dong began crafting the sword case blueprint. It consumed 1 unit of wood, and the image of the sword case instinctively took shape in his mind. 3 minutes later, the blueprint was complete. Zhao Dong sent over the blueprint, and Li Mingyan was thrilled. Not bad, exactly as I imagined. Zhao Dong, if you want to work together again, just look me up. Now that he had materials, Zhao Dong began crafting a wooden door for Lucille's cave. Meanwhile, Lucille was outside gathering stones with her mother. I never expected that boy Zhao Dong to be so capable, he can even make blueprints. This time we should gather more stone, and later we'll ask him to make a small boat. Yang Wang smiled with relief. Lately, with Zhao Dong's help, her and Lucille's life had been getting better every day. On top of that, their levels had risen. Lucille smiled. Yes, but right now he has to make the boat first. It's fine, we're in no hurry. Before they knew it, the mother and daughter had arrived at an exposed mountain ridge on the island. They had come here before. It was very safe. The strongest wild beasts were no more than wolves. The rest were porcupines, birds, and various snakes and insects. Their levels were all below 5. This time, they had come specifically to gather stone from the mountain. Yang Wang's body rapidly hardened, and then she slammed her fist down. Bam! The stone shattered on impact. Lucille then carried the stones, set them in one place, and sent them to Zhao Dong. Soon, they had gathered 2 units of stone a good haul. Ha! Daughter, what is this? Suddenly, Yang Wang let out an exclamation. Beneath the stone, they had unexpectedly discovered something glittering. Lucille hurried over. At a glance, it wasn't a glowing stone. Although this kind of stone also emitted light, its glow was noticeably dimmer by comparison. More importantly, there seemed to be a trace of spiritual power inside it. Yang Wang said, CEO, why don't you ask Zhao Dong? He's well informed and will definitely know what it is. Yang Wang had a feeling that this was no ordinary thing. Lucille nodded and immediately sent Zhao Dong a message. Zhao Dong was in the middle of crafting the wooden door. When he saw the message, he casually opened the photo Lucille had sent. At that sight, he was startled too. Was this glittering thing not an energy stone? He had previously received a reward of 10 energy stones, so he knew what they looked like. Suddenly, Zhao Dong grew excited. Zhao Dong, Lucille, this is something great, it's an energy stone. Lucille, an energy stone. Although Lucille had never seen an energy stone before, she had heard of them. She knew they were extremely precious. Not only could they be mounted on weapons to increase their power, but when a person's spiritual power was exhausted, holding an energy stone would quickly replenish it. This was an energy stone. Lucille suddenly grew excited. Judging by their number, there seemed to be a lot of them. Zhao Dong, hide them well, and don't let anyone know. Lucille, okay. But just then, Yang Wang beside her said, I just asked someone, and he said he recognized this thing. He can come over and help us mine it together. Mom, don't tell him where we are. Lucille was startled. She quickly told her mother about Zhao Dong's warning. Yang Wang frowned. Oh, good thing you said that in time. Yang Wang looked at the messages. Over these days, she had come to know quite a few people in this area through the chat channel. People usually talked about nearby wild beasts and helped one another, which gradually lowered her guard toward people. But this time, she had been careless. The person she had chatted with before was now constantly sending her messages. Hey, sis, why aren't you answering? I know this kind of stone, but you probably don't know how to use it. Let me teach you. Where are you? Tell me your location, and I'll give you 10 pieces of my roasted meat. How about that? Hey, you there? Damn it. If you don't answer, I'll find you and kill you. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, the person on the other end threatened her outright. Young Wang panicked and quickly told her daughter what had happened. Ignore him. Lu Xiao shook her head. Energy stones are too precious. If they find out, they'll fight us to the bitter end. Young Wang nodded, still shaken, silently blaming herself for being too careless. Just then, Zhao Dong sent a message. The door is done. Great. Zhao Dong finished the door. Now that our cave has a door, we won't have to take turns keeping watch at night. Lu Xiao immediately shared the good news with her mother. The good news instantly washed away the earlier tension. Then Lu Xiao sent Young Wang the picture of the door as well. Young Wang took a look and nodded slightly. In the photo, the door looked thick and solid. It was to be installed about 2 meters inside the cave. According to Zhao Dong, the door was also very easy to install. Because the blueprint already had a special trait, material fixation. When the time came, one only had to stand the wooden door upright in place, and it would lock itself there. To open it, one simply pushed it inward or outward. All in all, it was no longer an ordinary door but a system item. That was the effect of a tool created from a blueprint. The mother and daughter did not head back right away. With so many energy stones here, they wanted to see how many were further down. Bam! Bam! Young Wang kept striking the rock, and more energy stones appeared. What they didn't know was that a man in the woods not far away was fuming. That woman isn't answering anymore. What's going on? Usually that elder sister gets along well with you, doesn't she? In the group, there were 6 people in total, all burly and stocky men. Yeah, Brother Su, I was thinking we could use you to lure her in, figure out their location, and have some fun with a woman. Brother Su sneered. You think I don't want to? There's also a daughter with that woman. Damn it, mother and daughter. And now they've discovered the spirit stones too. Brother Su, did you talk too hastily just now? Brother Su frowned. Hasty my ass. How was I supposed to know? But from what she let slip during our conversation, I guess this mother and daughter must live by the seaside. We'll search along the coast. The damn bold ones dare to ignore me, I'll show them who's in charge. By evening, Young Wang and Lu Xiao had collected a total of 20 spirit stones before heading back. There were spirit stones deeper below, but further down lay the bottom stratum of deep bedrock. With her current strength, Young Wang was not yet powerful enough to break through the deep bedrock here. But before leaving, to avoid drawing attention, they spent over an hour filling the hole with soil. Then they covered it with a pile of scattered rocks. Only then was it done. Returning to the cave, the mother and daughter were exhausted. After washing their hands in seawater, Lu Xiao began installing the wooden door at the cave entrance. Installing. 123. 34. As the progress bar advanced bit by bit, the wooden door gradually became fixed in place. Both mother and daughter were beaming with joy. Along the way, Young Wang kept praising Zhao Dong, unable to help but remark, it's such a pity he's not here. Otherwise, you two should make a match. Mom. Lu Xiao rolled her eyes, finding her mother's remarks utterly absurd. What, am I not right? You're still too young. Think about it, why has Zhao Dong been so good to you all this time? Do you really think he's some kind of philanthropist? Well, although Lu Xiao had long suspected that Zhao Dong helped her because he had feelings for her, her heart still fluttered at her mother's words. Noticing her mother's knowing smile, Lu Xiao quickly changed the subject. Let's drop it. The door is almost done. Zhao Dong has been needing a lot of materials lately, so I'm helping him send out purchase requests. Oh. Lu Xiao sat at the entrance of the cave. This spot had been well concealed with plenty of weeds, making it nearly invisible from a distance. She opened the chat channel and was surprised to find that Zhao Dong had posted another purchase request. It turned out he wanted to build a boat but was still short on lumber. Meanwhile, Somewhere on the grassland, Zhou Fan was savoring roasted meat. His recent days had been quite comfortable. After his village challenged another group, Zhou Fan turned the tide in the end and secured victory. Everyone in their village received a random increase of 100 attribute points. Moreover, he had acquired quite a bit of supplies. Zhou Fan was quite smug. Seeing Zhao Dong's purchase request, he sneered. "Zhao Dong, I do have quite a bit of lumber, but I won't sell it to you." He muttered to himself. Lately, Zhou Fan had also gathered quite a collection of lumber. His purpose was that he wanted to build a small boat himself. Recently, he had found that traveling by water was much more convenient along the riverbank. Furthermore, his luck had been decent. He had met a blacksmith who claimed to be from the dwarf race. This blacksmith knew how to craft tools. So after paying a certain price, he finally got the man to help him build a bamboo raft. Originally, he had planned to construct a larger boat, but it would require far more materials. Besides, the dwarf craftsman had said that a large boat would take him a month to complete. He couldn't afford to wait that long, so he had no choice but to settle for something smaller. At that moment, he noticed that Lucille had posted a purchase request. What does she need so much lumber for? Zhou Fan mumbled. Considering that after their earlier argument, Lucille hadn't spoken to him at all, it made him quite uncomfortable. Lucille was his woman, and he had no intention of giving up on her. Even worse, he couldn't bear the thought of watching Lucille grow close to Zhao Dong. As a god of war and a former elite soldier, this was absolutely unacceptable. Perhaps this is my chance. Remembering he had quite a bit of lumber, Zhou Fan sent a message. "Lucille, what do you need so much lumber for?" Lucille noticed the message and paused, deep in thought. She knew Zhou Fan hated Zhao Dong and had no intention of telling him about her and Zhao Dong's affairs. But she quickly reasoned that she and Zhao Dong had nothing improper going on, so there was no need to be so secretive. Thus, she replied, "Zhao Dong says he wants to build a boat and needs a lot of materials, so I'm helping him gather them." When Zhou Fan saw this, he nearly burst with anger. His own woman was doing things for another man. Fury and resentment surged through his heart. He felt as though 10,000 horses were trampling across his head. How dare she cheat on me? To Zhou Fan, Lucille was already his woman, and her actions were a betrayal. "Zhou Fan, you'd actually help someone like Zhao Dong." Lucille frowned. "Why are you being so unreasonable again?" "Humph, women." Zhou Fan sneered. "It seems you've truly been deceived. I really don't understand what benefit has he given you." "Lucille, he's given me a lot, and he even built me a door." "Zhou Fan, he's definitely tricking you. Once you give him the wood, he'll deny everything." "Zhou Fan, besides, it's just a door. I can do that too. Why didn't you ask me?" "Lucille, sorry, he's already built the door for me, so your claim that he's deceiving me is impossible. Moreover, finding lumber for him is something I'm willing to do." "What? How could this be possible?" Zhou Fan was dumbfounded. She was doing this voluntarily. His woman, so willingly. Lucille sighed and patiently explained, "Zhou Fan, I know you mean well, but I hope you'll stop thinking so poorly of Zhao Dong. Do you have lumber? If you do, give it to him first. Then when you have difficulties, you can ask him for help. Wouldn't that be better?" Asking me to seek his help. Zhou Fan couldn't help but roar at the sky. "In your dreams I'll never beg him." Zhou Fan stood up and kicked the fire pit in front of him, responding bluntly, "I have no lumber." "Lucille, then it's fine. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. You and Zhao Dong can clear the air between you. There's no need to be so stubborn." Zhao Dong, now this woman can't go 3 sentences without mentioning Zhao Dong. Zhou Fan was truly disappointed. If not for Lucille's beauty and figure, would he even bother responding? From then on, he stopped replying altogether, letting things take their course. Seeing no response, Lucille frowned, sensing that Zhou Fan had changed. "Achoo! Achoo!" On Zhao Dong's end, he suddenly sneezed several times in a row. Looking around, he muttered to himself, "Who's talking smack about me behind my back?" Shaking his head, he continued gathering resources. He now had an abundant supply of materials. The stone had all been gifted to him by Lucille, while the wood came from trades with others, supplemented by his own relentless logging during the day. Finally, as dusk fell, the resources were fully gathered. Placing all the materials on the ground, he drew out the blueprint for the raft. Begin construction. The blueprint dissolved into a flurry of white light, scattering across the ground. Immediately after, a progress bar appeared. Raft construction initiated. Estimated time, approximately 8 hours. Progress, 1, 3, 9, 16, 22. Wow, it's taking so long to build this time. Zhao Dong was taken aback. But on second thought, it made sense. When others used blueprints to construct such massive vessels, it easily took them days, if not over a month. For him to need only about 8 hours was already remarkably fast. This incredible speed was entirely thanks to the hammer of industry, his professional carpenter class, and his professional toolmaker master title. With these enhancements, the construction time was drastically reduced. By now, the hammer of industry was already floating within the white light, playing away as it actively assisted in the building process. Click! Click! He snapped a couple of photos and sent them to Lucio. The ship is under construction. I'll show you once it's finished, and then I'll build one for you too. Lucio was sipping meat broth with young Wang when she saw Zhao Dong's message. Her lips curled upward into a gentle smile. Seeing this, young Wang teased with a smile. Is that a message from Zhao Dong? Lucio nodded, silently admitting it. Young Wang sighed with emotion inwardly. Even as her mother, she hadn't realized when her daughter had started becoming so incredibly happy upon receiving messages from Zhao Dong. By comparison, Zhou Fan's recent actions indeed seemed rather unreliable. Mom, look. Zhao Dong has already gathered the materials and is building a ship. He said once it's done, he'll make one for us too. When the time comes, we can explore the surrounding islands. Young Wang smiled and nodded. After taking a sip of the rich broth, she said, yes, he's a truly thoughtful young man. In that case, let's gather more stone tomorrow. Though the quality of the wood on our island isn't very good. We can post a buying request later. Since we have plenty of resources on hand right now, we can easily trade for some. As the mother and daughter discussed their plans, Zhao Dong didn't just wait around for the ship's construction to finish. Under the cover of night, he heard a rustling sound nearby and quietly crept toward it. Squeak! Squeak! Suddenly, a porcupine covered in sharp quills charged out. Anyone else hit by it at this moment would likely have been severely injured. But Zhao Dong was completely unfazed. With his current terrifying defense, the porcupine's quills were utterly useless against him. He grabbed the beast in one swift motion, and its attributes materialized before him. Giant porcupine, level 4, possesses sharp quills. Touching it will turn you into a pincushion. So weak. A level 4 beast posed absolutely no challenge to him now. With a casual squeeze, the porcupine was dealt with. Checking the rewards, he saw a measly 13 energy points. Zhao Dong curled his lip in disappointment. He had just realized a rather troubling fact. As his level increased, the energy points he gained from hunting lower-level beasts began to dwindle. He had to hunt high-level beasts or those of his own level to maintain a high yield of energy points. Furthermore, the drop rate of treasure chests from low-level beasts had also decreased. Deciding not to waste any more time, Zhao Dong returned to his camp and retrieved his harvest from Nyoto Mountain over the past few days from his spatial backpack. It was a massive pile of treasure chests. On Nyoto Mountain, all the dropped chests belonged to Zhao Dong, and he had unceremoniously brought every single one back. Looking at the ground covered in chests, Zhao Dong felt a slight headache. While others suffered from a lack of chests, he was troubled by having too many to open. He started with the iron chests. Congratulations, you have obtained a bag of salt. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Congratulations, you have obtained a bag of cumin. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 pieces of coal. Congratulations, you have obtained a lucky draw attempt. Congratulations, you have obtained a pair of warm snow boots. He had accumulated far too many resources to even use them all. Most notably, he had acquired a pair of warm snow boots. He had no use for them himself, but considering that Wu Qingyao was currently on the ice plains, an endless expanse of snowy mountains, she was surely in dire need of such warm gear. Thus, Zhao Dong contacted Wu Qingyao. Without even asking if she wanted them, he simply sent the snow boots over. When the boat suddenly materialized before her, Diwu Qingyou was completely dazed. Immediately after, uncontainable joy washed over her face. Boss Zhao Dong, I officially declare you the absolute greatest. Diwu Qingyou leaped with excitement. At this moment, she was huddled inside a makeshift ice cave she had dug out. Night had fallen outside, and during these hours, she had to shelter indoors, or she would freeze to death. Giggling with sheer delight inside the ice cave, she glanced down at her warm shoes. They were called warm shoes, but they were actually just ordinary cloth footwear, already thoroughly soaked and offering absolutely no insulation. Her poor little feet had been freezing. But now, the snow boots had arrived. Diwu Qingyou wasted no time in putting them on. As a premium item obtained from a treasure chest, they were not only insulating but also possessed a special warming property, making them incredibly cozy the moment she slipped them on. After bouncing around happily for a while, Diwu Qingyou suddenly realized she hadn't even thanked Zhao Dong yet. That was far too impolite. She hurriedly sent a message, Big Brother Zhao Dong, thank you so much. I absolutely love your boots. It felt a bit too mushy. Zhao Dong shook his head slightly with a smile, surprised that Diwu Qingyou had such a side to her. It really proved the old saying, once you get close to a girl, you'll find she can be quite proactive. Zhao Dong, glad you like them. Just consider this a favor you owe me. Diwu Qingyou, no way, this was a gift from you. Zhao Dong, if I'd known, I should have asked for some benefits first. Diwu Qingyou giggled happily. She knew full well that Zhao Dong was just teasing her. After chatting for a bit, Zhao Dong resumed opening his chests. As he went on, he even pulled out items like shampoo, toothpaste, and towels. This left him both amused and bewildered. Naturally, he kept them all. Keeping oneself clean was always a good thing. Finally, he began opening the silver and gold chests, obtaining several blades. He even acquired 5 spears. Staring at these spears, a sudden idea struck Zhao Dong. Although I can't manipulate metal, I can easily bind wooden shafts to them. When I manipulate the wood, won't these iron spears take flight and be usable too? Once this thought took root, the more Zhao Dong pondered it, the more excited he became. Thus, he began using the rope he had just obtained from the chests to bind them together. At the same time, inspired by this concept, he also started crafting spear blueprints. With iron spearheads and shafts crafted from wood, one blueprint after another for these wood and iron hybrid spears was quickly created. Dawn broke. Zhao Dong had risen very late today. There was no helping it, he was utterly exhausted. After finalizing the blueprints for the spears the night before, he had crafted 20 spears that combined wood and iron in one breathless session. Now, with spearheads forged of iron, their penetrating power was far greater. Swish! 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 Zhao Dong brandished the spear, nodding slightly, quite satisfied with the outcome. Ding! Congratulations! The rat boat has been successfully constructed. At that moment, the system's notification suddenly arrived. The rat boat was complete. Zhao Dong was beside himself with excitement and dashed to the riverbank at once. He was stunned, truly stunned this time. There, by the river, the rat boat looked like a wooden cottage floating on a lake. It was imposing, and yet possessed a certain elegance. It felt massive, clearly of formidable defensive power. Haw haw haw! Zhao Dong let out a long laugh to the heavens and leapt onto the boat without a moment's hesitation. Master! At that moment, Mutu came running over, curiously peeking around the boat. Wow, so this is the upgraded boat. With such a sturdy hull, ordinary beasts underwater won't be able to hood it at all. Yes, this means we can now sail far, Zhao Dong said with satisfaction. With a thought, he activated the wind blade. In the air, a blade of wind shot toward the side of the boat. Slap! The wind blade, striking with about 50% of his full force, merely left a scratch on the boat's side. Truly sturdy. Zhao Dong was thrilled. A boat built by an ordinary craftsman would never be this sturdy. But forged with the industrial hammer, the boat's defense rating was raised to an entirely different level. Then, with a thought, Zhao Dong activated wood control. Splash, 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 splash. As if driven by an immense force, the boat began to glide forward. At that moment, Zhao Dong's expression shifted slightly. Damn it! You never know until you try. The moment the boat moved, he was taken aback. The amount of mental energy this vessel consumed was simply enormous. If the amount of mental energy consumed by the small boat to travel 1 kilometer was 1/10 of his current reserve, then this large boat consumed 3/10 of his reserve for the same distance. A staggering threefold gap. But Zhao Dong didn't find it daunting, because this boat had another feature. That is, everything produced from blueprints is premium quality. He could install energy stones on the boat. With the energy stones, he wouldn't need to expend his own mental energy at all. He would only need to use it occasionally to adjust the direction. He opened a small compartment to the right of the helm at the bow, revealing 2 slots for installing energy stones. He took out 2 energy stones and placed them into the slots one by one. With a click, a gauge resembling a thermometer on the helm swiftly filled to the green mark. That was the energy level indicator. When the gauge's reading dropped to the bottom, it meant the boat's energy was depleted. At that point, new energy stones would have to be installed. Without delay, he stored the supplies on the shore into the cabin one by one. Finally, he stepped inside. The interior was spacious. Wooden windows on both sides and at the stern could be opened, allowing him to check the outside conditions at any time. Inside, Zhao Dong laid out a bed, and also crafted a small stool and a square table for everyday meals. By the cabin door, he casually hung a few strips of dried fish and some roasted meat. As for the bottles and jars, he placed them in an empty cabinet in the inner room. With that, everything was in order. Zhao Dong was very pleased with the result. He casually snapped a photo of the bedroom and sent it to Lucille. Lucille was collecting stones on the mountain with her mother when she saw the photo and was taken aback. Wow, he's fixed it up so nicely. Lucille's big eyes widened to their fullest. She shook her head with a smile, wishing deep down she could have a boat like that. If she did, she and her mother could also sail around to see the surroundings. Over the past few days, reading what others had said in the chat channel had made her realize just how important strength was for survival. Yet staying secluded in this corner was clearly untenable. It was fine for a short while, but over time, if their strength failed to improve and villains came around, what would they do? Zhao Dong, how about this? I'll gather the resources now and build one like this for you too. Lucille, it really is beautiful. But let me handle the materials. Having you make it is already so much trouble. Zhao Dong smiled, so she knew it was trouble for him. Huh? Of course, he wouldn't send that. Instead, he replied, it's fine. After all, you gave me so much stone. Otherwise, it would have taken me much longer to build. Zhao Dong, then I'll post the request for you. Get the materials together as soon as possible, and once it's done, I'm planning to leave this place. Lucille, alright. After the conversation, Lucille immediately posted the request. Meanwhile, far away, Zhou Fan had just finished building his raft. Ha ha! The raft is finally finished. Thank you. Zhou Fan sent a message to the dwarf craftsman. By the way, the spirit fruits you sent me are all shriveled up. Their medicinal power is very weak. The dwarf craftsman replied, speechless. Zhou Fan grinned. He had sent the shriveled spirit fruits on purpose. As the protagonist, he always had to get the better of every deal. It would have been a pity to throw those spirit fruits away, so he might as well use them to pay the bill. As for the other party's displeasure, that was hardly his fault. Zhou Fan deliberately replied, oh, I'm so sorry. You took such a long time to build the raft. Of course the fruits dried out while sitting around. The dwarf craftsman said helplessly, there's too little medicinal power left. I'm at a loss. Zhou Fan, I'll get you a good one next time, don't worry. I have a lot of things to forge here, and I'll refer some business to you later. Alright then. Hee, dwarves are such fools, so easy to deceive. Zhou Fan chuckled contentedly and hopped onto the boat. This bamboo raft was nothing but a few bamboo poles lashed together, extremely crude. But for Zhou Fan, traveling by water was already quite good. It allowed him to quickly reach areas teeming with fierce beasts and level up faster. After that, Zhou Fan took a photo of the bamboo raft and sent it to Lucille. Yes, he still couldn't get Lucille out of his mind. He believed that Lucille was currently in dire straits, which was why Zhao Dong had managed to seize the opportunity. At this critical moment, he absolutely must not fall for the trick and break up with her. If he did, it would truly play right into Zhao Dong's hands. Lucille was about to post her request when she saw the photo and let out a sigh. He's showing off such a shabby raft to me. Zhou Fan is really something else. After silently concluding that Zhou Fan had no character, she decided not to call him out, since he had saved her once in the past. Lucille, congratulations. Zhou Fan, I know a dwarf craftsman. He made it for me. We're close buddies. If you need one, I'll get him to build one for you too. After sending the message, Zhou Fan thought to himself, I've been so good to you, aren't you satisfied yet? How? Women are just that easy to fool. At that moment, Lucille also posted her request for materials. Zhou Fan had originally assumed that after he said this, Lucille would be moved to tears. Then she would ask him to help build a bamboo raft like this. To his surprise, Lucille replied, that kind doesn't suit me. Zhou Fan frowned. What's wrong? I think it's quite nice. Didn't you say you lived by the sea and wanted a vessel capable of long-distance sailing? Lucille, that's true. I just posted a request for materials to build such a vessel, but Zhao Dong has already agreed to help me. I'm sourcing materials now to give to him for the construction. Zhao Dong again. Zhou Fan's eyes blazed with fury as he read this. He was certain that Zhao Dong was deceiving Lucille. How could someone like Zhao Dong actually build a boat for her? A liar, definitely a liar. Zhou Fan, Lucille, it's a good thing you told me about this beforehand. I can be sure Zhao Dong is trying to cheat you out of your materials. You mustn't fall for it. Ah, cheat me? Lucille frowned, finding Zhou Fan's notion somewhat ridiculous. No, he's already finished his boat. Let me show you. Then she showed Zhou Fan a photo of Zhao Dong's boat. Seeing how well off Zhao Dong's living conditions were, Zhou Fan's eyes turned red with envy. This rich second-generation heir was more formidable than he had imagined. However, he was certainly not going to lose. Zhou Fan, this only proves he built it for himself. From what I know of him, he won't build one for you. Lucille, why do you always think the worst of others? Zhou Fan, I don't. I just don't want you to waste these materials. Lucille, do you think that asking for these materials is a waste? Disappointment at this moment, Lucille was utterly disappointed in Zhou Fan. But in Zhou Fan's eyes, giving timber to Zhao Dong, what was that if not waste? So he replied, all right, be rational. I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it. In the past, it was because of me that I stopped him from pursuing you, wasn't it? Now I'm stopping you to prevent you from suffering losses. Seeing this, Lucille was furious. She wondered, Zhao Dong wasn't married, and neither was she. How could stopping Zhao Dong from pursuing her be for her own good? Lucille frowned. Don't say that. I think it's perfectly normal for Zhao Dong to pursue me. After all, we're not married. Why shouldn't I give him a chance? Zhou Fan was stunned. My God, Lucille would actually think that way. Bam! Zhou Fan slammed his fist against a nearby rock. The force of his blow shattered the rock instantly, sending fragments scattering across the ground. After a brief burst of anger, Zhou Fan took a deep breath. He thought of many things. He couldn't afford to lose his temper now. Lucille had said Zhao Dong wouldn't deceive her, hadn't she? Very well, he would expose Zhao Dong's true colors. By then, Lucille would surely come to know what kind of person Zhao Dong really was. It had to be said that Zhou Fan's mentality was indeed extraordinary. He remained unruffled, his resolute face filled with composure. A man should do everything in his power to let his woman know who is the best. Next, I'll give these supplies to Lucille. Once she hands them over to Zhao Dong, he'll ignore her afterward. Ha ha, then Lucille will see Zhao Dong's true face. Zhou Fan glanced at the leftover materials at his feet. Since these materials were useless to him anyway, he might as well give them to Lucille. So he immediately sent a message. All right, Lucille, I was a bit harsh just now, but I truly have your best interests at heart. How about this? I'll give you the supplies right now, okay? Lucille, you don't have to force yourself. In her heart, Lucille no longer wanted to accept Zhou Fan's gifts. She felt that Zhou Fan was an extreme person and she wanted nothing more to do with him. Zhou Fan, no, let me give them to you. With that, Zhou Fan sent the supplies directly. Looking at the materials, Lucille sighed. They had been sent, but she wouldn't take them for nothing. She had decided that from today onward, she would draw a clear line between herself and Zhou Fan. Lucio, I'll send you other supplies according to the prices I posted. Indeed, Lucio's intention was to avoid being indebted to him. Unaware of her true motive, Zhou Fan chuckled gleefully. Lucio really must like me. I only gave her some useless supplies, and she's already giving me things in return. Women. Then Lucio sent over some seafood products, kelp, crabs, lobsters, shells, and some fruits. Wow, these supplies are quite abundant. Zhou Fan's eyes lit up. At that moment, he suddenly felt that chatting with Lucio was quite pleasant. This woman has so many supplies. If I win her over, won't there be many benefits in the future? Zhou Fan thought smugly. Meanwhile, after receiving the items, Lucio immediately sent the supplies to Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong was startled. Whoa, Lucio, you've suddenly got so many supplies. Did you hold someone up for their money or their affections? Lucio pouted. And you're still joking at a time like this? Zhao Dong, haha, a smile keeps you young for 10 years. Lucio shook her head, thinking to herself that Zhao Dong was such a smooth talker. She then told him about her recent conversation with Zhou Fan. Zhao Dong was surprised. This Zhou Fan really was willing to make heavy investments. Well, as the Dragon King protagonist, how could he allow his woman to be intimate with another man? Zhao Dong, I can tell by counting on my fingers he must have badmouthed me behind my back. Lucio, yes, I now find him rather extreme. Zhao Dong, well, I still need some more materials. Gather a bit more, and I'll finish the boat and send it to you. Lucio, thanks, I'll send you a few energy stones. At that moment, gleaming energy stones appeared before Zhao Dong. His eyes lit up. Wow, these were good stuff. It was indeed a wise move to cozy up to this woman. After putting away the items, Zhao Dong prepared to gather some timber. The sooner he finished the boat, the sooner he could leave this godforsaken place. But at that moment, an acquaintance sent him a message. Zhou Fan, little trash, heh. Zhao Dong's pupils constricted. Wow, calling him trash right off the bat. Zhao Dong, is this how you usually talk? No manners at all? Zhou Fan sneered. Why should I show manners to a spoiled rich kid like you? In fact, he had secretly discovered Zhao Dong's account a long time ago. He had been silently lurking. Until today, when Lucio had sent him so many good things, he felt it was time to contact Zhao Dong. Let him know, the woman you went to such lengths to please, she's being this generous to you, sending you so many things at once. This is the difference between us. Zhou Fan curled his lips into a smirk and replied, do you think you've already won Lucio over? Do you think my relationship with Lucio has gone sour? If that's what you think, I have to say you're too immature. Is this guy insane? Zhao Dong shook his head in utter disbelief. Then again, it made sense. He was dealing with a stereotypical Dragon King protagonist, whose favorite pastime was delivering grandiose threats. Zhao Dong ignored him completely and went back to chopping trees. Zhou Fan, having sent his message, immediately felt a surge of satisfaction. He was already picturing Zhao Dong on the other end, consumed by hysterical rage. In a moment, Zhao Dong would surely roar in fury, demanding to know what had happened between him and Lucio. And at that point, Zhou Fan planned to flaunt the photos showing Zhao Dong exactly what kind of supplies Lucio had sent him. But what puzzled him was that after several minutes had passed, there was still no reply. Ha! Am I being ignored? Zhou Fan's eyes narrowed, and unable to resist, he sent another message. I know you're hurting inside, but that's just reality. My relationship with Lucio will not be affected no matter how hard you try to interfere. Zhao Dong, busy with his work, glanced at the message and muttered under his breath, this guy never quits, does he? He set down his industrial hammer and replied directly, what exactly do you want to say? Zhou Fan, let me show you the supplies first. He then snapped a photo of the provisions that Lucio had just sent him. Though Lucio had been perfectly clear at the time these supplies were her payment in exchange for what he had given her, in Zhou Fan's mind, this was merely her way of expressing shy gratitude without openly admitting it. Lucio cared about him. These supplies proved it. Zhao Dong took a look at the photo. Indeed, the supplies were plentiful. And he noticed they were all seafood products. On closer inspection, good heavens, weren't these the same provisions Lucio had given him a few days ago? In that instant, Zhao Dong understood. This guy was showing off. As a typical overpowered protagonist, Zhou Fan's greatest joy was nothing more than posturing and displaying his superiority. At this moment, Zhao Dong actually laughed. Lucio had made it crystal clear to him earlier she did not want Zhou Fan to misunderstand, so after receiving his things, she had sent him some supplies in return. An equivalent exchange. But Zhou Fan had somehow twisted it in his mind, convinced that Lucio harbored romantic feelings for him. Damn it, he really is one of those arrogant Dragon King protagonists. The slightest kindness from a woman and he thinks she's in love with him. Zhao Dong was beside himself with exasperation. He cast a glance at the few energy stones in his spatial backpack. If Zhou Fan knew that what Lucio had given him was even more valuable energy stones, no less, what do you think his reaction would be? He would probably leap into a fit of jealousy. After all, everyone knew now that energy stones were priceless treasures. They were extremely rare and virtually impossible to find on the open market. These stones could instantly replenish spiritual energy consumption, and a single stone could be used repeatedly, far more practical than any food rations. Zhou Fan was feeling quite smug at the moment. After sending the photo, Zhao Dong had indeed gone silent. Ha ha ha, it must be jealousy. But just then, a new message arrived from Zhao Dong. It was another photo, this time showing several energy stones. Ha! Energy stones. Zhou Fan's eyes tightened. What's the meaning of sending this? Zhao Dong, nothing much. You wanted to compete, didn't you? Here, take a look. These are what Lucio just sent me. Oh, and by the way, she mentioned she was sending supplies to you too. It seems she called it an equal exchange. Frozen. This time, Zhou Fan was truly dumbfounded. How could this be? How could Lucio send him something so precious? Zhou Fan's eyes turned crimson with jealousy. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong did not sit idle either. He turned and messaged Lucio, recounting everything Zhou Fan had just boasted about, complete with screenshots. Upon reading them, Lucio was furious. That Zhou Fan, how could he act like this? She was extremely disappointed in him now, regretting ever having been so kind to him in the first place. And now he had gone to Zhao Dong to flex and show off. Lucio comforted him. Zhao Dong, I'm truly sorry. I had hoped to preserve our old classmate relationship and avoid making things awkward, but I never expected him to behave like this. Zhao Dong, don't overthink it. Just be cautious around people like him in the future. I think Zhou Fan is far too extreme. Lucio, thank you. Daughter, something's wrong. Who are those people over there? Just then, Yang Wang noticed that several figures had appeared not far from their cave. Lucio looked and saw 6 people, all apparently men. Let me go check. Lucio possessed an invisibility ability, and she was about to head over when her mother spoke. Be careful. I get the feeling those people mean no good. Saying this, Yang Wang took out a pair of binoculars, an item she had obtained from a treasure chest while hunting monsters earlier. She peered through them, and her face instantly changed. It's Su Chang. Mom, you know them? Lucio was surprised. When we discovered the energy stones yesterday, didn't someone already know about it? They even wanted to come over. Right. Could it be him? Yes, it is him. Yang Wang felt overwhelming remorse in her heart. Su Chang had seemed so kind when they first met. He had taught her how to hunt, how to find water sources, how to identify non-toxic food, and so on. She had grown increasingly trusting of him. But the moment she revealed knowledge of the energy stone's location, his true colors had shown. Seeing her unwilling to disclose the exact position, Su Chang had threatened her several times. And now he had actually come looking for them. He's still a distance from our cave entrance. Let's hide here for now and avoid going out. Lucio quickly devised a plan. She decided not to approach either, opting instead to wait for the group to leave. At that moment, Zhao Dong sent another message. Lucio glanced at it and said helplessly, Zhao Dong, I'm sorry. I've run into some trouble here. Let's talk later. Zhao Dong, what's wrong? Lucio, 6 people seem to know we have energy stones. They've come looking for us. Zhao Dong frowned. Had they already encountered trouble so quickly? This was beginning to diverge from the plot of the novel. Zhao Dong, I have some iron spears here. Let me send them your way if you need them. Lu Xiao had been about to say there was no need for the trouble. Judging by the people on the other side, they likely would not find them and would leave soon. But unexpectedly, the group suddenly turned their attention toward the rocky hill where they were hiding. Lu Xiao, they're actually coming over. Sorry to trouble you, Zhao Dong. Please send the spears. Recently, Lu Xiao had also unexpectedly gained a throwing ability through a lottery draw. She planned to use it for long-range attacks if all else failed, taking down a few of them. Of course, she could also flee with her mother if necessary. But the problem was, could running away really solve anything? Setting aside the fact that their cave contained abundant supplies, what would they do once they left? In the darkness, living outdoors was practically asking for death. Soon, Zhao Dong sent the iron spears. Daughter, what should we do? Young Wang grew anxious, for the group was indeed heading their way. There's no time now to hide these energy stones. If they discover them, we'll suffer enormous losses. I'll ambush them and take them down. Lu Xiao spoke with a grave expression, her eyes burning with determination. At the foot of Mount Longshore, 6 middle-aged men approached slowly. Brother Su, look at the photo that woman Yang Wang sent you. The stone material is similar to this mountain. A balding man examined it and spoke. This group clearly took Su Chang as their leader. He had a formidable build. When he tightly clenched his fists, they instantly turned stone-hard, unyielding and unbreakable, even shifting in color. Yes, indeed very similar. Let's go investigate. Brother Su, there are footprints on the ground too. Walking ahead, a spiky-haired man known for his incredible speed crouched down to inspect the grass. There were 2 delicate little footprints in the grass. A bare-chested burly man walked over laughing, and crouched down to examine them as well. Ha! Look at those petite little footprints. Must be 2 women. Hearing this, the group's morale surged. Ha ha ha! Excellent. Seems it's that mother and daughter. Su Chang laughed heartily. Show Uzi. Boss! The spiky-haired man flashed forward and appeared before Su Chang. You're fast. Quickly go check that mountain for signs of excavation. Got it. This Shuzi was indeed remarkably fast. With a burst of speed like a hunting leopard, he shot forward. Behind the pile of rocks on the mountaintop, Lu Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. So fast. She felt tense inside. Although recent battles with ferocious beasts had greatly strengthened her abilities, she still faced enormous psychological pressure when confronting humans. Unconsciously, Zhao Dong's figure surfaced in her mind. When danger arose, she realized only Zhao Dong could bring her a sense of peace. Then she took a distant photo and sent it to Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong was also quite worried. Lu Xiao's strength had improved significantly, but her mental fortitude was lacking. After seeing Lu Xiao's photo, he sent, "A fast guy is coming. Don't act rashly right now, your throwing accuracy is unlikely to hit him." Lu Xiao, should I just fight hand to hand? Zhao Dong, if you do that. Zhao Dong quickly sent over his plan. After reading it, Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. That was a brilliant idea. Shuzi was the youngest among this group. But he was smart. Through flattery and sycophancy, he quickly earned Su Chang's trust, always being the first to share in any benefits. Still, he was never satisfied. He was young and driven. He wanted to become the boss of this gang. Strength. True strength is what's needed. Shuzi muttered to himself and soon reached the mountaintop. Once I gain real power, Su Chang will mean nothing. He thought about not long ago, when they had robbed a group of travelers and one of the women was his classmate. He begged and pleaded with Su Chang, asking him to let her go because she was the girl he loved. In this brutal world, he had hoped to be with her. But Su Chang had simply backhanded him. And then he could only watch helplessly as the girl was taken away. In that moment, rage consumed his heart, and he swore to make Su Chang pay someday. What's that? On reaching the mountaintop, something behind a rock caught his attention. So bright, flickering. What was this? Damn, this looks exactly like energy stones. Shouzi's heart raced as he looked closer. It really did resemble energy stones. He decisively approached. Then he discovered it. 10 energy stones indeed, 10 genuine energy stones. Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich. Shouzi immediately broke into laughter, but soon his brow furrowed. He had found 10 energy stones, but that didn't mean they were all his. Given Su Chang's nature, he might give him at most 2, and only if Su Chang was in a good mood. If only they were all mine. Shouzi narrowed his eyes and reached out to grab them. But at that moment, an iron spear suddenly shot out from the side of the rock. Thwack! Shouzi's chest was pierced clean through, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! The attacker was none other than Lucio. She had long been concealed nearby, and seized the moment when Shouzi was distracted by the energy stones, eliminating him swiftly. Squelch! Lucio surged forward and cleaved through with her bone knife. Shouzi never expected to die so inexplicably. Phew! Young Wang stepped out cautiously from the side. It's done. Yes, thank goodness Zhao Dong came up with that plan. Lucio felt a chill run down her spine. Just now, Zhao Dong had sent her a message with exactly this strategy. Use the energy stones as bait, wait for him to reach for them greedily, then strike without warning. Only 5 left now. I'll go ahead. Lucio activated her invisibility again and advanced with her iron spear. Her invisibility was so effective that even those with keen hearing could scarcely detect her. Moreover, anything she touched absorbed her stealth ability. So even the spear in her hand was completely invisible. Over here, Zhao Dong saw Lucio's message and breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the fastest one had been dealt with. With Lucio's invisibility, as long as she maintained her speed, no one could handle her. Thinking of this, Zhao Dong himself felt a twinge of envy toward that ability. Announcement: No. 168 Novice Villages Hao Yong has discovered a zombie nest. Announcement: No. 769 Novice Villages Li Zhihou has discovered a zombie nest. Village War Challenge initiated. Within 24 hours, the village whose residents collectively eliminate the most zombies wins. Failure penalty: every villager loses 100 attribute points. No. 168 Novice Village and No. 769 Novice Village chat channels are now merged. A challenge order appeared again. Zhao Dong's gaze sharpened, and he immediately opened the chat channel. Holy crap, Hao Yong, what's going on? We are supposed to kill zombies en masse, but where are the zombies? At that moment, Hao Yong spoke up. Hao Yong, I was pursuing a firebird when something unexpected happened. I fell down a slope, the ground collapsed, and a village shrouded in black mist appeared. Then I saw a notification that I'd discovered a zombie nest. Holy crap, what luck. What do we do now? The challenge has already started. Hao Yong, wow, I don't know what to do either. Hurry and send coordinates. Hao Yong, alright. Once the coordinates were sent, many began heading toward the zombie nest. There was no choice. Now was the critical moment of the village challenge. If they lost, everyone would lose attributes, along with all their rewards. They refused to let everything they had painstakingly built be taken away. At the same time, people from No. 769 Novice Village entered the chat. Damn it, the No. 168 Novice Village people. Judging by the name, they're Chinese. Damn it, I don't like Chinese people. I prefer Americans. Their soldiers protect our country. I'd do anything for them. Same here. I dislike them too. They keep stealing our culture, claiming kimchi is theirs. It's disgusting. Kimchi is our culture, period. Zhao Dong glanced at it and furrowed his brows. The inhabitants of Newbie Village No. 769 appeared to all be from the Korean peninsula. Originally, some people from Newbie Village No. 168 hadn't paid much attention to such matters. After all, they were a great nation and would not fuss over trivialities. But looking at the situation, these people were becoming increasingly outrageous. A survivor could no longer tolerate it and said dumbfoundedly, Fine, fine, kimchi is your culture, alright? Honestly, kimchi would be considered embarrassingly inadequate even for hosting guests back home. Exactly. I truly don't understand what's so delicious about kimchi. I only eat a few bites of it when having porridge in the morning. Small nations, accustomed to poverty for too long, now treat kimchi as a treasure. Hearing these words, the people from Newbie Village No. 769 grew furious. You Chinese dare insult our kimchi culture. Have you ever tasted authentic kimchi? It is the most delicious food in the world. I wholeheartedly agree. I dream about kimchi every single night. I can't fall asleep unless I eat kimchi each day. Seeing the crowd obsessing over kimchi endlessly, Li Zhiho finally spoke up. Li Zhiho, enough, everyone. Though I also look down on Chinese people, this is a challenge. We cannot let our guard down. Li Zhiho, how did you discover the zombie nest? Li Zhiho, actually, I found it several days ago. However, the system requires other villages to also discover it before the challenge can begin. What? Does that mean you've already made extensive preparations? Li Zhiho, yes. Everyone, gather around now. Our first squad is already preparing to enter. The zombie hunting operation begins. Ha ha ha, we get you right free this time. Li Zhiho, you're amazing. Let's hurry over and support Li Zhiho. The channel erupted instantly. Meanwhile, at Newbie Village No. 468, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. They had made so many preparations. What should they do now? You Li, don't worry. Remember, we have Master Zhao Dong. Right, with Master Zhao Dong here. What's there to fear? Zhou Shuyang, sigh, can everyone face reality? They've been preparing for days. I think we'll lose this time for certain. Damn it, are you speaking sarcastically again? You haven't lifted a finger and all you do is dampen morale. Zhou Shuyang, I'm simply saying admitting that others are superior to us. Is that so difficult? Go stuff it. We have Master Zhao Dong. Zhou Shuyang, sigh, still refusing to acknowledge others' superiority. I find the people here truly pathetic. Reading this, the people of Newbie Village No. 468 were furious. Zhao Dong was also somewhat irritated. This guy was definitely unhinged, always boosting others' confidence while crushing his own side's morale. But now, he had to make preparations. He needed to head to the zombie nest as soon as possible and hunt zombies. These Korean peninsula people thought they could win and looked down on them. Very well, let's give them a resounding slap and show them our strength. Zhao Dong immediately posted a message. I'll head to the zombie nest first. This time, we shall surely triumph. After packing his belongings, Zhao Dong set the boat in motion. Navigating briefly, the boat sped across the water. Following the coordinates Hao Yong had provided, he traveled along the waterway. Then, at a fork, he turned right, passing through that area. He would disembark there and proceed on foot to the zombie nest. Soon, the boat emerged from the previous area. In the new region, numerous fierce beasts unfamiliar to Zhao Dong appeared. Horned giant lizards, single-horned rhinoceroses, mammoth elephants, army ants the size of cats. And the levels of these fierce beasts were gradually increasing. Beasts of level 12 or 13 even appeared. However, for Zhao Dong at present, level 13 beasts were manageable with ease. Checking his attributes, combined with the 100 attribute points gained from the previous challenge and the large number of attributes collected on Bullhead Mountain, his stats were now drastically different. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Class, Carpenter Master. Tool Making Master. Level, L6, 520, 1000. Strength, 360. Speed, 400. Endurance, 335. Defense, 3305. Hardening. Spirit, 610. Skills, Critical Hit, 100. Fire. Wind Blade. Berserk. Talent, Attribute Display. Wood Manipulation. Gold Coins, 12400. Distributable Attribute Points, 0. Equipment, Industrial Hammer. Eye of Attributes. Spatial Backpack, Defensive Vest. L Boning Knife. Gill Shoes. Stainless Steel Gourmet Pot. Telescopic Long-Range Sight Glasses. Spirit Rice 15,000 克. Spirit Medicine X2, and so on. Special Items, Newbie Village No. 168 Map. Energy Stones X8, and so on. By now, he not only possessed multiple ranged attack capabilities, such as Wind Blade, Wood Manipulation, and Fire. As for melee combat, he had plenty as well. Like Berserk, Critical Hit. His arsenal was quite extensive. After approximately an hour and a half of rowing, the boat finally docked at a wide grassland. It was a vast prairie with no large trees around. Not far away rose dense small hills, stretching endlessly. Entering them, one would likely lose their way easily. He moored the boat at the waterside below a small hill and said to Mutu, "Guard the boat here. If anything happens, notify me through telepathy." "Yes, master." Mutu nodded repeatedly, adding helplessly, "Too bad this body of mine cannot fight." Zhao Dong smiled, "Wait until I find an opportunity to forge you a powerful body." Thank you, master." Zhao Dong nodded and left. With Mutu watching over, he felt completely at ease. At this moment, a system notification arrived. Announcement: personnel from Newbie Village No. 168 and Newbie Village No. 769 have entered the zombie nest. The zombie nest will close in 24 hours. So these secret realms close after activation. Zhao Dong was taken aback. It seemed before the 24 hours elapsed, he must leave, otherwise he would be trapped in the zombie nest forever. Zhao Dong did not know the difference between zombies and wraiths within the nest. But in his view, they should be quite strong. If they were weak, how could this place be classified as a secret realm? Run! The tiger beasts here are too strong. Save me, save me. Ah! How unfortunate. We haven't even reached the zombie nest and already ran into big trouble. Zhao Dong's ears twitched, catching numerous screams of distress. Someone was ahead. He shortened his steps, wielding his spear, and charged forward. But he had arrived too late. Below lay no fewer than 4 corpses, scattered haphazardly, all beaten to death by a striped tiger as large as a small elephant. At the same moment, the striped tiger also spotted Zhao Dong and turned its head, poised to pounce. Tiger with narrowed eyes, level 10, still in early adulthood, this fearsome beast possesses tremendous strength and speed, with absolute explosive power. Here, it reigns at the apex of the food chain. Level 10 dares to claim the apex of the food chain. Zhao Dong sneered, glancing at the tiger's health bar. Pretty mediocre, really. But he knew this was because the tiger with narrowed eyes had only just reached adulthood. Had it truly matured, its level would likely exceed 20. Zhao Dong didn't intend to waste time. He glanced at the floating bubbles near the corpses. Strength 3. Speed R. Fist power 4. Roar. The tiger with narrowed eyes let out a deafening bellow and lunged toward Zhao Dong. Take this punch. Facing a level 10 ferocious beast, Zhao Dong didn't dodge or flinch, he swung his fist directly forward. Bam! Critical hit triggered. With a single strike, the tiger's health bar vanished at an almost visible rate. Splat! Its skull exploded like a rotten watermelon, crumpling to the ground motionless. The sheer terror of one punch. Zhao Dong smiled faintly. Though he was only level 6, his strength came from absorbing attributes. Successfully slaying the level 10 tiger with narrowed eyes. Congratulations, you've earned 130 energy points. But energy had become almost irrelevant to Zhao Dong now. What truly mattered was the attribute drop. His gaze fell on it, and he wasn't disappointed the tiger had yielded a speed attribute increase of 5. After collecting the attributes from the deceased, Zhao Dong made his way quickly toward the zombie nest. At his current speed, he moved like a shadow across the grasslands. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, the players from Novice Village 769 erupted in excited cheers. Our Li Shihou is incredibly powerful, no surprise given his special forces background. He just took down 3 zombies in one go. The zombies here may be formidable, but they're nothing for Li Shihou. I just watched players from Novice Village 168 lose 3 members to zombie bites in an instant. Hilarious. At that moment, Hao Yong interjected. Hao Yong, that's despicable. The players from Novice Village 769 have no honor. My friend was hunting zombies when they ambushed him from behind. My friend wasn't paying attention and died. The group chat erupted into chaos. Damn it, they've lost their minds just to win, stabbing people in the back. Hao Yong continued, exactly. I'm lucky I ran fast enough. Those bastards are shameless. They're exactly like their sportsmanship, always striking from behind. I told you so. I've seen them turn on their own during the Olympics. There's no telling what they'll do to outsiders. Absolutely disgraceful. I nearly fell for their trick too. I was hunting zombies alone when 2 of them came at me with weapons. Fight back. Zhao Dong's eyes narrowed. He'd long known that some Koreans lacked honor, willing to betray their own people for victory. But he never imagined they'd be this shameless. Fine, if you're this dishonorable, Don't blame me. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Dong's eyes. While the players from Novice Village 168 cursed them for their cowardice, the opposing side laughed with cruel joy. At that moment, a woman named Li Nao spoke up. I'm Li Zhihao's friend. I'm notifying everyone in Novice Village 769 to converge toward Li Zhihao's position. If you spot any zombies, alert us immediately. Li Nao, Li Zhihao has already reached level 8 with formidable strength, making him incredibly efficient at hunting zombies. So that's how it is. Let's push forward together and eliminate everyone from Great Xiao. They actually accused us of cheating. How naive. If that's their attitude, then we'll simply continue slaughtering them. Enraged, the players from Novice Village 168 were furious. But the majority wore somber expressions instead. Because the players from Novice Village 769 had gained the advantage, they now outnumbered everyone inside the zombie nest. This meant they'd already secured the prime positions. If the others tried to move in now, they wouldn't just fail to claim good spots, they might end up surrounded and attacked. Zhou Xuyang chimed in once again with his cynical remarks. See? I told you we were going to lose. Just listen to me, stay put and at least survive. Sure, you'll lose a lot of attributes and supplies, but it's unavoidable at this point. It was clear Zhou Xuyang had already given up. Zhao Dong frowned at this. His side had been full of fighting spirit before, but now with Zhou's words spreading doubt, many might follow his example and surrender. This guy. Zhao Dong was about to respond when Yuli sent him a message. Brother Zhao Dong, we're almost there. He replied, alright, I'm currently at the mountain range grassland and heading in as well. Yuli was shocked when she saw his location, mountain range grassland. That area has extremely high level ferocious beasts. How did you manage to enter from there? Well, Zhao Dong hadn't really paid attention to the levels. True, the map marked it as extremely dangerous, but that meant nothing to him. Whenever danger appeared, he'd just fight through it. High attributes gave him that kind of freedom. Yuli mentioned, we all came through the dense forest in the Walking Dead zone. Zhao Dong, alright, I'm almost there too. Yuli, brother Zhao Dong, if you need any help, just let us know. There's no map inside the zombie nest, and I'm worried you might not find the zombies. Speaking of which, Zhao Dong genuinely needed her help. Zhao Dong, then tell me where the zombies are concentrated, and share whatever you know about their levels. Yuli, understood. She then began sharing the intelligence she had. This zombie-infested area was an ancient settlement spanning a vast territory. Rows of eerie, foreboding houses lined the area. The zombies here weren't typical shamblers, they wore ancient garments and possessed the ability to soar through the skies and burrow on the ground. Most notably, these particular zombies had no defined levels. Each one defeated would drop energy points or treasure chests, which was overall similar to taking down other ferocious beasts. After processing this information, Zhao Dong nodded inwardly. No levels, huh? Just as he was pondering, a stone on the ground suddenly exploded. A creature made entirely of stone lunged at him. What the hell is this? The sudden attack caught Zhao Dong off guard. The area had been eerily quiet, the rock pile ahead was completely still. He never would have expected a stone golem to emerge from such a tranquil setting. He immediately activated his attribute display. Stone Golem, level 11, a unique ferocious beast inhabiting the rocky terrain, feeding solely on stone. It harbors intense hostility toward humans and will fight to the death upon encountering them. Good heavens, so it won't stop until one of us dies. Zhao Dong gazed at the countless rocks scattered across the mountainside, wondering how many stone golems might be lurking among them. However, detouring was no longer an option. If he went around, he'd waste at least half a day. In this moment, time equated to survival. This stone golem truly seems assembled from rock, somewhat resembling the stone golem from the game League of Legends. Has 2 arms and 2 legs, and its eyes are like 2 pitch dark holes dug into the stone, deep and shadowy. As for its mouth, it looks like a large hollow torn into the stone. It saw Zhao Dong, and its dark eyes grew even darker, and it sprang up without a word. You can still jump. Zhao Dong's battle spirit surged. If he was heading up the hill, he would settle it with a single punch. Boom! He drove off the ground like a cannonball, shooting toward the stone golem. Die! Boom! A critical hit triggered. With a single punch, the golem's chest was pierced. Then countless rocks exploded, lifting a storm of dust into the air. "Ho, this is..." As the stone golem fell, Zhao Dong keenly sensed something was off. On the ground, a bright, gleaming object burst forth. Careful inspection revealed an energy stone. Was it possible for such a precious thing to come from a stone golem? Besides that, he also gained 160 energy points and 4 gold coins. This truly was an unexpected blessing. Zhao Dong figured that such a fortune likely came from how formidable the stone golem was. It was only level 11, yet its defenses rivaled those of level 20, he guessed. So many people wanted to kill stone golems, but it was far too difficult. It was only because his own strength and speed had surged, plus the blessing of a critical hit, that he could achieve a one-punch kill. Now Zhao Dong actually hoped there would be more of these stone golems. The more there were, the more energy stones he would obtain. He continued walking, his steps lightly skimming over the rubble. Sure enough, Zhao Dong did not disappoint. On the way he encountered 6 more stone golems, all ranging from level 10 to 15. Zhao Dong dispatched them with a single punch each, without any hesitation. After earning 6 more energy stones, Zhao Dong realized the toll such attacks took on him was substantial. He immediately picked up the energy stones and began absorbing their energy. Yet his steps never ceased, and he began descending. Halfway down the mountain, he finally saw it. Beyond a barren hill, a towering ancient town loomed faintly in the distance. The town hung in a dim hush, a spine-shattering aura of gloom radiating from it. The miasma gathered and refused to disperse, as if a giant hand shrouded the town. Truly astonishing to see an ancient town appear in the midst of the desolate mountains. Zhao Dong had already started down the mountain. He believed that after finishing this challenge, he would return here to hunt the stone golems and claim more energy stones. Due to wasting some time earlier, by the time he reached the dense forest, more than an hour had passed. The people of Xinshou Village 769 were overjoyed. Their haul had been good, they had slain 30 zombies. This showed the zombies were not weak, and low-level players would need to band together to take them down. High-level survivors also needed to rest from time to time. Fortunately, the people of Xinshou Village 168 had not despaired. "Everyone, do not be discouraged. I just killed 2 with my friends, and I found a pattern. Though these zombies have tough skin, targeting their necks makes them easy to deal with. Yes, everyone, do not let those sticks mess with your minds. They'd love to see us rush, after all." Zhou Shuyang, sigh. "I think what they're saying isn't wrong. They're in control, truly outstanding. But I don't think we should pin too much hope on it. The bigger the hope, the bigger the disappointment." "Zhou Shuyang, you show up everywhere. Don't forget we have Zhao Dong, the Great. I hear Zhao Dong has been silent for so long maybe he's given up." Hao Yong roared in anger. "Do you think everyone is like you, shouting give up at every turn?" "Zhou Shuyang, not at all. I just think we can't win. If you think you can, go hunt zombies. I'm not wasting time running far away, it's pointless, and we'll end up wasting too much time or dying anyway. Isn't that just playing for nothing?" "Zhou Shuyang, so yeah, I'd advise everyone not to go." "Humph, if you don't want to come, don't come, no one will force you." "And they said Zhao Dong would give up, are you blind?" Zhao Dong spoke now. "I'm almost at the zombie nest." "Ha ha ha, see? Zhao Dong the Great has finally appeared. Zhao Dong the Great, show them your might." "Zhou Shuyang, alright, I was wrong, but think about it, Lord Zhao Dong is coming so late. Even if he's mighty, the world may already be doomed." Sigh. "Zhao Dong, just wait and see." After speaking, Zhao Dong closed the chat channel and turned his gaze toward the forest ahead. Within the forest lay the town. There, the zombie nest awaited. Absorbing the energy from the energy stone, the stone's spirit force dissolved into powder, its energy exhausted. Zhao Dong's figure flickered as he sped toward the interior. Soon he arrived at the edge of a vast pit. Below lay a huge crater, with row upon row of dark houses standing at the bottom. Dimly one could also glimpse some streets and the occasional passerby. Were these survivors or locals of the town? Zhao Dong could not tell. He leaped, plummeting downward. Instantly the temperature dropped by about 10 degrees, and a cold aura lingered on his skin. So cold. Zhao Dong frowned. It was hard to imagine such a place appearing in the forest. It felt like a secret realm. Now he stood on a narrow street, surrounded by emptiness, yet distant footsteps could be heard faintly nearby. Step, step, step. The footsteps drew closer. He hadn't fought zombies of this kind before, so he did not know how they would behave. He did not let his guard down. His elbow-cleaving knife was ready. Step. Finally, around the corner, a figure appeared. No wonder the steps sounded so odd, for this was not the sound of walking, but the hopping of zombies. A figure about 7 meters tall, with bronze-colored skin, dressed in ancient coarse-linen robes, a face like a slab of cured meat, lit from the front. This is a zombie. Ha! The zombie exhaled a breath that was indeed pitch black. Inhaling such air would surely poison one. Zhao Dong's face grew cold as he immediately activated his status display. Zombie, roughly classified as Heijiang, with extremely high defense, impervious to blaze. It can spew poisonous gas that poisons those who inhale, and there is a chance it can rapidly become a zombie. With great strength and a taste for human blood, this zombie clearly saw Zhao Dong, its eyes turning red at once, the gaze growing increasingly ferocious. Blood! The zombie emitted a grinding, guttural voice. Zhao Dong took a deep breath. This zombie had not revealed its level. In the novels, many monsters similarly lacked revealed tiers. Without exception, all had inflicted significant damage on the survivors. Zhao Dong would naturally not be careless. His spear was already in hand. Swish! The zombie extended its arm. There was no bending of its legs. Next moment it sprang forward like a coiled spring, already upon him. Its fingernails were pitch black, 5 digits pressed together. Each nail was 5 centimeters long, resembling a set of miniature daggers, extraordinarily sharp. A cold wind howled toward him. Zhao Dong flashed aside, narrowly dodging the claws. But he hadn't expected the zombie to move with such abnormal agility. It whirled its head and slashed again. A gust of wind whizzed past his ear. It nearly grazed the edge of his earlobe. Zhao Dong gave a slight nod. He was gradually deciphering the zombie's attack patterns. From here on, he would hold nothing back. In the blink of an eye, he drove his spear forward with full force. Whoosh! The iron spear pierced straight through the zombie's chest. Critical hit triggered. The zombie's previously hardened skin was instantly shattered through. Squelch! The zombie was nailed against the earthen wall behind it. GHH! Black mist spewed from the creature, attempting to poison Zhao Dong. Alert instantly, Zhao Dong sent a stream of flames racing toward the toxic fog. The zombie seemed to intensely despise fire. As the flames approached, it let out an agonized scream. Swish! Zhao Dong drew his elbowing knife and struck down at the zombie's head once more. In an instant, the zombie's head flew high into the air. As the severed head hit the ground, Zhao Dong was about to sigh in relief. But at that moment, he noticed something was wrong. The zombie was still alive. Its body, pinned to the wall, thrashed violently. Its hands clawed wildly, attempting to drain Zhao Dong's blood. Good lord, what tenacious vitality! Zhao Dong was taken aback. In truth, he could have used the same strategy against the earlier stone golem, a single palm strike to crush it. But the problem was, that approach consumed enormous energy. No matter how many spirit stones he had, he couldn't afford such wastefulness. And more importantly, relying solely on such methods would provide zero improvement to his combat techniques. Against weaker beasts it might suffice, but against powerful foes, it would prove useless. Since there was still time, Zhao Dong decided to spar with these zombies a bit more. Let me try this approach. Zhao Dong recalled the novel's plotline. The story had featured creatures like these zombies. Back then, the method had been to pierce the zombie's heart and drain its blood. After a while, the zombie would gradually wither into a desiccated corpse, completely dying. Whether the zombies in this secret realm were the same as those elsewhere, Zhao Dong decided to test it. He withdrew his spear, aimed at the zombie's heart, and drove it in with full force. Ah! A thunderous roar erupted, so powerful that Zhao Dong himself felt a wave of discomfort. But the effect was obvious. The zombie was in excruciating pain, roaring in fury. Its previously plump flesh was visibly wearing before his eyes, shrinking rapidly. It truly works. Zhao Dong stepped back and glanced at the severed head on the ground. As if the blood and chi of the body and head were connected, the head was also rapidly desiccating. At the same moment, white light emanated from the zombie's body, all of it flowing toward Zhao Dong. Zombie killed successfully. 100 energy points earned. Glancing down again, he spotted 2 gold coins on the ground, along with a spirituality attribute free bonus. Zhao Dong was ecstatic, another spirituality increase. This greatly surprised him. His earlier motivation had been lacking, but now he was full of drive. Great Zhao Dong, this is Yu Li. A friend of mine is in the central region. There seem to be many zombies there. Zhao Dong, understood. The central region, right? I'm heading over now. He memorized the route and burst into a sprint. You bastard Koreans, ambushing me, I'll kill you. Ah! Ho, there's a voice. Hearing it, Zhao Dong accelerated. Soon he spotted a survivor being swarmed by 2 Koreans. You bastards, Boss Li Zhiho said the best way to eliminate competition is to just kill you all, haha. Boss Li Zhiho really thought this through. Though honestly, even without killing you, your methods wouldn't stand a chance against us. In this killing world, every race's voices were unified. Even if the words differed, everyone could understand one another. Damn it, Great Zhao Dong won't let you off. The speaker was a young man, teeth gritted in fury. He was already injured, on the verge of death. But at that moment, ripples appeared in the air before him. The 2 Koreans were about to strike when the air before them twisted. 2 translucent daggers materialized. Thwip! Thwip! Each man received 1 cut, their necks pierced through. Zhao Dong emerged slowly from the distortion and asked the young man, "Are you alright?" "You are." The young man stared at Zhao Dong, his eyes widening. Great Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong was speechless. Was his reputation really that vast now? He gave a slight nod and asked, "Do the Koreans nearby always deal with people this way?" "Yes, it's despicable. I had 4 teammates just now, all ambushed." Zhao Dong's expression darkened. "Good. Since they show no mercy, don't expect any from me." "Aha, Great Zhao Dong. Where are you heading now?" "The central region. I've heard there are tons of zombies there." "Ah, the central region. That place is very dangerous. Not only are there many zombies, but there are also plenty of Koreans." Before he could finish, Zhao Dong had already shot out like an arrow. Such incredible speed. The young man shook his head in awe. Zhao Dong sprinted along the main road toward the central region. To save time, he activated his berserk state this round. As the transformation took effect, his body immediately changed. His muscles began to swell, and both his speed and strength multiplied exponentially. Boom! His foot struck the ground, and the earth itself began to crack. At that moment, 2 zombies appeared. Without a word, Zhao Dong punched forward. Bam! Bam! Both zombies exploded on impact. In terms of defense, these zombies were still no match for the stone golems. Collecting his rewards, Zhao Dong kept moving without pause. He then dispatched 3 more zombies, each killed with a single punch. Finally, he arrived at his destination. From afar, he spotted 2 large characters. Jiang Manor. Visibly, this had once been the estate of a wealthy family. Dozens of people now gathered at its entrance. "Boss Li Zhiho, we've cleared all the Xiao Nation people from the surrounding area. However, several strong experts have arrived and are causing us considerable trouble." A lackey-like figure spoke to a man draped in a black cloak. That man was none other than Li Zhiho. It was said he was the top fighter of Newbie Village No. 769, and his combat prowess was formidable. Previously, villagers who defied him had been crushed with ease, meeting gruesome ends. Li Zhiho gave a slight nod. "The zombie count in the outer areas is low. We should focus solely on killing here. But to prevent interference, we absolutely will not allow anyone to approach." "How domineering!" A teasing voice echoed from somewhere. "Who is it?" At the sound, everyone turned around in surprise. Li Zhihao's companions were visibly startled upon seeing the newcomer. They had seen Zhao Dong's face in the chat channel and recognized him immediately. Li Zhiho frowned slightly. "A Xiao person, Zhao Dong." "Damn it, he's that Zhao Dong who won the first reward 3 times. I don't see what makes him so special." "Yeah, he's alone. If we kill him, the Xiao people will definitely surrender immediately." Li Zhiho smiled and nodded, confident in himself. He was already at level 8 and had obtained the stealth talent. His stealth attack came and went without a trace, helping him dodge numerous dangers. Want to kill me? Funny, I've been wanting to take all of you out too, Zhao Dong said leisurely as he walked forward. He appeared indifferent but was actually observing his surroundings and listening to footsteps. Including those in front of him, there were about 20 Korean people in total. Those who had managed to reach this central area were not weak by any means. Even better. If he wiped them all out, newbie village no. 769 would probably never recover. You really are master, full of confidence. Li Shihao smiled. He was waiting. Several of his subordinates had already circled behind Zhao Dong. Attack! At his command, a man and a woman who had been lurking behind Zhao Dong rushed out wielding machetes. At the same time, Li Shihao nodded to his companions, and a group surged toward Zhao Dong. Shit, die! The man and woman raised their machetes high, bringing them down on Zhao Dong from above. Excitement flashed in their eyes. Is this the so-called master? How ordinary. The machetes were already above Zhao Dong's head, yet he didn't seem to notice at all and made no attempt to turn around. This was a bitter disappointment. The legendary master was utterly ineffective. Shit, die. The man grinned. But then, his neck grew hot, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. Blood gushed forth instantly. What? The woman beside him froze. After falling to the ground, she felt a numbness at her neck and warm blood trickling down from her collar. Both had their throats sliced open inexplicably and collapsed simultaneously. Terror seized everyone. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Because the attack came and went without warning, they couldn't even fathom how Zhao Dong had struck. Zhao Dong regarded the people surrounding him with a calm expression. Ho! He let out a soft exclamation. He had noticed that Li Shihao had suddenly disappeared. Given Li Shihao's pride, he wouldn't have fled voluntarily nor had his followers shown any panic. Then there was only one possibility. Li Shihao had activated his stealth ability and was hiding in the shadows. Where's your boss, Li Shihao? Zhao Dong scanned his surroundings, asking casually. Hee, your boss is right around you, a young woman said with a smile. Zhao Dong looked at her and a thought struck him. I think I've seen you on TV. You're an actress, aren't you? You actually recognized me. Zhao Dong nodded. He remembered the woman had appeared in several dramas, including one called Kind Sister-in-Law. She was attractive, very sensual. Who would have thought she became one of Li Shihao's followers? Zhao Dong was only slightly surprised. He mused that after everyone was brought to this killing world, those celebrities and public figures must have arrived as well. Given their sheltered lifestyles, they were probably struggling to survive. Ah! Suddenly, someone lunged at him with a blade. Zhao Dong moved instantly. The iron spear in his hand flew through the air. A flash of cold gleam shot like lightning toward his rear. Thud! Blood splashed everywhere, dousing the faces of those nearby. Swish, swish, swish. The spear danced through the air, piercing through chests one by one. A group of people stared in disbelief at their own bodies. Pierced through. Their bodies had been impaled. I don't want to die. Li Shihao, save me. The former celebrity clutched her chest and cried out in agony. Unfortunately, no one paid her any mind. They fell one after another, leaving only 4 remaining on the field. At that moment, they were afraid. And Li Shihao, hiding behind Zhao Dong in stealth mode, was petrified. In the blink of an eye, his followers were dead. How could someone be this powerful? Is this really the strength of a master? Li Shihao's legs trembled. He repeatedly told himself he could stay hidden and need not fear. Yet a chill ran through his heart anyway. Your boss Li Shihao has stealth ability, doesn't he? Zhao Dong asked a male follower. Even if you know, it won't help. In his stealth state, as long as he doesn't come out, you can't touch him. Zhao Dong nodded. Loyal indeed. But do you really think I have no way to deal with him? Zhao Dong almost laughed. Suddenly, his expression hardened. Transparent blades began to materialize throughout the area. Chaotic blade slash. Zhao Dong's voice dropped low. This was his own created technique. Centered on himself, he unleashed wind blades that attacked any living thing within range. Ah! No! One by one, the people in front fell. Li Shihao was inevitably affected as well. Bloody sprays appeared in the air as Li Zhiho was struck. Plop! He fell to the ground. His hands, feet, and face were covered with deep slashes, some so severe that bone was visible. Hey, I found you. Zhao Dong turned and looked at Li Zhiho, a cold smile crossing his face. Li Zhiho couldn't help but shudder. He deeply regretted his actions. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so arrogant. Don't kill me. We're all human, all in this world, just trying to survive. Li Zhiho had completely lost his earlier arrogance. All he wanted now was to live. Oh, that wasn't what you said to my Xiao people earlier. Zhao Dong shook his head slightly, looking at Li Zhiho's current state with utter contempt. Your followers are all dead. Die with them then. Whoosh! The wind blade sliced through in an instant. Li Zhiho clutched his throat in disbelief. His pupils dilated slowly, filled with regret. Zhao Dong surveyed the corpses around him. Li Zhiho and his followers were all dead. At the same time, on the chat channel, their avatars turned gray. When the next day refreshed, none of their avatars would appear again. As Li Zhiho and his group died, some people in Newbie Village No. 769 finally noticed something was wrong. Hey, why did our boss Li Zhiho's avatar turn gray? I noticed it too. What about Xiaolina and the others? Weren't they Li Zhiho's followers? Why are their avatars gray? Something's wrong. Very wrong. Turning gray means they're dead. Does that mean? An ominous feeling hung over everyone in Newbie Village No. 769. Zhao Dong scavenged the supplies at the scene. It was his habit to loot the fallen. These survivors were numerous, and their equipment was decent, so he was sure they had quite a few good things on them. Sure enough, he found some knives and even a bow. Even if he had no use for them, it was still good to keep them around. In Li Zhihao's backpack, he even discovered 2 energy stones and 3 spirit fruits. Zhao Dong smiled, picked up a spirit fruit, and took a loud, crunchy bite. Not bad, sweet and delicious. The mental energy he had just expended began to recover slowly. After putting everything away, Zhao Dong turned his gaze toward the gate of the Jiang mansion. The place was very quiet, but according to the survivors, it was extremely dangerous inside, filled with zombies. Zhao Dong hunched low, moved to the door, and quietly pushed it open. Creak! The door swung open. Peering through the gap, what came into view were rows of pitch-black coffins. So many coffins. Zhao Dong was shocked. At the same time, corpses in the nearest coffins sat bolt upright all at once. There were so many of them in an instant, 10 zombies turned to look toward the gate. It seems they've smelled my human scent. Zhao Dong didn't plan to wait any longer. Seizing the chance before they could gather, he started killing. With 2 elbowing knives in hand, he charged straight in. Zombies had already jumped down from the coffins on both sides. At that moment, a cold light flashed, and the 2 boning knives pierced the hearts of 2 zombies simultaneously. Ugh! The 2 zombies let out miserable screams, their bodies rapidly shriveling. Zhao Dong was too busy to pay attention to the kill notifications. Zombie after zombie was leaping out of the coffins and surging toward him. Frowning, Zhao Dong wolfed through the area at top speed. Die! He stabbed quickly with the boning knife and pulled it out. His movements were fluid and seamless. Finally, all the zombies in the courtyard's coffins had been slain. By now, he no longer bothered to count how many zombies he had killed. In any case, there were plenty. As for the energy absorbed, it went without saying that these zombies had dropped a ton of energy. Just then, the system notified him, "You have entered the Jiang mansion and killed more than 10 zombies. A 1-star quest has been triggered." A quest has dropped. Zhao Dong was briefly stunned, then smiled. Having read many novels, he knew that sometimes entering a certain place or hunting a certain ferocious beast could, if you were lucky, drop a quest. Quests were divided into 1-star to 9-star ratings. The higher the stars, the harder the quest and the better the rewards upon completion. Although this was only a 1-star quest, the reward after completing it was still quite substantial. Zhao Dong checked it at once. 1-star quest. The Jiang mansion is filled with zombies, as if some unspeakable secret is hidden here. Find the secret and complete this quest to receive a summoning type reward. So it's a secret hunting quest. Zhao Dong nodded slightly. The summoning type reward made his eyes light up. summoning meant the ability to call forth people, ferocious beasts, or even weapons and equipment. This was far better than opening treasure chests. Alright, next I'll search for clues. What secret is this Jiang mansion really hiding? Zhao Dong looked around. He was now in the front courtyard of the Jiang mansion. The area was very large, and it was clear that the Jiang family had once been a top-ranking wealthy household. Going deeper inside, the mansion resembled a large courtyard-style compound. There were many rooms on all sides, but Zhao Dong did not linger. He strode straight toward the largest, most central building. He had just entered another courtyard when his gaze shifted. In the yard, a petite woman in patterned clothes was standing motionless in a corner, her back against the wall. Zombie, a female zombie, a former member of the Jiang family. Beneath her calm appearance, she is extremely dangerous. Ha! It's actually a female zombie. Zhao Dong felt a twinge of regret. What a pity he couldn't take advantage of her while she was still fresh. With the bony knife in hand, he took a quick look at his current stats. Not bad at all. He had already leveled up earlier and was now level 7. Well, better finish it quickly and search for clues inside. Zhao Dong flicked the bony knife. Just as he was approaching the female zombie, she suddenly turned around. Hiss! Seeing the female zombie's face, Zhao Dong froze for a moment. It was so delicate. Honestly, after being single for so long in the slaughter world, even a female zombie now looked pretty to him. Unfortunately, her temper didn't seem very good. She bared her sharp teeth at Zhao Dong. Then, like a leopard, she suddenly leaped into the air. Die! Zhao Dong struck instantly, stabbing with unerring precision into the female zombie's heart. But at that moment, he realized something was wrong. The female zombie's skin was actually as tough as refined iron. The bony knife penetrated only about a centimeter before Zhao Dong felt an immense force pushing back. Damn, this can't be an ordinary zombie. Zhao Dong was startled, and in that same moment he raised his other hand and smacked down hard. Only then did the bony knife sink deeper. Squelch! The female zombie's eyes went rigid, and her delicate face rapidly withered. What a pity, Zhao Dong sighed. He picked up the reward and began searching the female zombie's body. Ever since accepting this quest, he had thought that since these zombies had once been members of the Jiang family, they were bound to carry some clues. Unfortunately, Zhao Dong only found a few handkerchiefs and nothing else. Thump! Thump! Suddenly, from inside the house came the sound of hopping. Zhao Dong suppressed his aura, crouched low, and crept beneath the window to look into the room. In the dim interior, sure enough, 2 zombies were hopping in circles around the coffin. The coffin was very large and gave Zhao Dong an extremely dangerous feeling. Then he noticed several sheets of paper placed on top of it. The paper had turned yellow, but the handwriting was still clear, as if recording something. Ha! At that moment, the 2 zombies inside seemed to sense something and turned their heads toward Zhao Dong. These 2 were female zombies, their clothes very similar to those of the female zombie he had just killed. Whoosh! One of them launched itself at him. Zhao Dong sidestepped, and the moment it came out, he swung the bony knife at its 2 arms. This time, he used all his strength, and both arms were severed cleanly. Whoosh! He stepped down with another forceful strike, and the zombie's heart was pierced through. At the same time, the zombie in the inner room finally charged out. This female zombie was older, a woman of about 50. She stared at Zhao Dong but surprisingly did not attack. Suddenly, however, her belly began to grow larger and larger. What the hell? Zhao Dong's eyes narrowed, and then it suddenly hit him. His expression changed drastically. Explosive zombie. In novels, it was a very troublesome kind of zombie. When it encountered enemies, it wouldn't scratch or bite. Its belly would rapidly swell and then explode. It was a mutually destructive way to fight. Fall back. Zhao Dong retreated. Just then. Bam! Black blood splashed directly onto Zhao Dong's arm. Zhao Dong's face turned grim. The black substance on his arm was rapidly creeping up toward his shoulder. How venomous! Zhao Dong took a step back. The black blood of this Jiangshi was incredibly toxic, spreading at an alarming speed. If this continued, he would undoubtedly turn into a Jiangshi as well. What was he waiting for? Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the spiritual elixir. This elixir could neutralize all poisons and cure 100 ailments. He had previously acquired 3 of them, one of which he had given to Lucille's mother. Now, it was his turn. Zhao Dong swiftly swallowed it without the slightest hesitation. Rumble! His vital energy surged within him like 10,000 galloping horses, roaring incessantly. As the spiritual elixir entered his stomach, the rapidly spreading toxin was instantly suppressed. It works! Zhao Dong breathed a sigh of relief. He had just been thinking that if the elixir failed, his only option would have been to sever his own arm. Fortunately, the spiritual elixir did not let him down. Looking at the mangled remains scattered across the ground, Zhao Dong took a deep breath. That was a close call. It seemed his previous smooth journey had gradually made him complacent. He had to be more cautious from now on. Zhao Dong thought to himself as he entered the house. Thud! 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 A strange sound echoed, as if something were tapping against an object. This sound. Zhao Dong looked at the coffin lid before him. The noise was clearly emanating from inside the coffin. Was the entity inside trying to break out? Zhao Dong's expression grew solemn. Anything sealed within such a massive coffin was bound to be extraordinary. No matter, he would first see what was written on the paper. Picking up the paper, Zhao Dong focused his gaze. It appeared to have been written by a young master of the Jiang manor. The Jiang family was in the business of preserving corpses with wax. Realization dawned upon Zhao Dong. No wonder those Jiangshi had such pale faces, as if they had been coated with something. Thinking back, that coating was wax. The paper contained the farewell letter of the eldest young master of the Jiang family. For generations, the Jiangs had run a wax corpse business, coating bodies in wax to preserve them from decaying for thousands of years. However, in this generation, the eldest young master had no desire to inherit the family business. He wanted to become a school teacher. Naturally, his father refused and forced him to stay home to make wax corpses. Yet, one night, the eldest young master died under mysterious circumstances. This farewell letter was left right by his feet. At the end of the letter, he expressed his deep disappointment in his father, stating that he no longer wished to live and had thus committed suicide. If that weren't enough, he also laid a curse. Every corpse preserved in wax by the Jiang family would turn into a Jiangshi, and everyone in the Jiang family would meet a gruesome end. My goodness, to cast such a vicious curse to harm his own family. Zhao Dong was astonished. However, this only brought up more questions. Logically speaking, even if the eldest young master of the Jiang family did not want to inherit the business and wished to quietly be a schoolteacher, even if his father did not support him, surely he wouldn't go to such extremes. Zhao Dong had a faint feeling that there was more to this story. Since the coffin could not be opened for now, he decided to head deeper inside to search for clues. Beyond lay a series of smaller rooms. Upon opening them, they resembled storage warehouses. Suddenly, an overwhelming stench of decaying flesh assailed his senses. This time, Zhao Dong concealed his aura even more thoroughly. He approached the window and peered inside. He froze. Never in his wildest dreams did Zhao Dong expect so many wax corpses to be hidden here. A dense crowd of wax corpses stood in neat, orderly rows. This is where they preserve the corpses. Once finished, they are stored here in an orderly fashion. Zhao Dong was shocked. Finding nothing else of note to investigate here, he walked further inside. There were several bedrooms nearby, and he began checking them one by one. A few of the rooms had clearly been abandoned for a long time, thick with dust. However, one master bedroom caught Zhao Dong's attention. It was very clean, with the bedding neatly made. On the desk in the master bedroom, he spotted a letter. Everyone says I drove my eldest son to his death, but I know that is not true. People in our household keep dying. Who on earth is behind this? But it no longer matters. Since almost everyone is dead anyway, I no longer care to uncover the secret behind it all. You wanted everyone in the Jiang family dead. Fine. I am the only one left. I hope you do not regret this. I will turn everyone in this place into Jiangshi. After reading just a few lines, Zhao Dong could feel an overwhelming sense of resentment radiating from the letter. You, too, have come to harm my Jiang family. Suddenly, someone approached from behind. No, strictly speaking, they floated over. He was walking on his tiptoes, completely silent. Turning around, Zhao Dong narrowed his eyes. The man had silver hair, a long beard, and was dressed in fine silks and satins. He was likely the master of the Jiang family. However, his figure was ethereal and fleeting, as if he had no physical form. A ghost? You wrote this letter, Zhao Dong said. Heh, it seems you indeed came to harm my Jiang family. Since everyone in my family is dead, the people of this town shall not have peace either. The master of the Jiang family spoke in a sinister tone, suddenly bursting into laughter. My son, my daughter-in-law, my wife. You may all awaken now. Anyone who harms the Jiang family must die. As he wailed like a banshee, the massive coffin outside began to shake even more violently. Bam! 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 Rumble! A towering wave of resentful energy coalesced in the air above the entire Jiang manor. The surrounding Jiangshi turned their heads in unison and began hopping toward him. Thump! 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 Outside, a small Jiangshi leaped forward, launching itself through the air with outstretched claws, aiming straight for Zhao Dong's neck. Clang! Parrying with his bony knife, he flung the small Jiangshi away. Master Jiang, your family has been ruined like this. You must know what actually happened, right? Having repelled the small Jiangshi, Zhao Dong looked at the old man before him. He was still keeping his mission in mind, hoping to coax some useful information out of him. It is too late. Everyone is dead, so let us all die together. Humph. Then I shall slay a few more of your Jiang family members. Watching several more small Jiangshi approach, Zhao Dong swung his long blade repeatedly. Critical hit triggered. Critical hit triggered. These small Jiangshi were clearly weak, falling one after another like vegetables to a cleaver. Seeing this, the master of the Jiang family, now in his spirit form, wore a hideous expression. Kill him! Kill him quickly! Roar! The massive coffin outside exploded. Bam! 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 A towering, 2-meter-tall Jiangshi, covered from head to toe in long black hair, came hopping toward them. With every leap, debris and gravel scattered in all directions. Zhao Dong was shocked. This Jiangshi had already evolved into a hairy Jiangshi. My son! Seeing the approaching hairy Jiangshi, Master Zhang's face lit up with excitement. My son, another person has come to harm us. Kill him! The hairy Jiangshi directed its pitch-black gaze toward Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong quickly activated his attribute display. Jiang family hairy Jiangshi. After the death of the master of the Jiang family's eldest son, his body was specially preserved and mutated into a Jiangshi. Having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, it has become an indestructible hairy Jiangshi. It has developed an innate ability to drain blood from a distance. It can actually drain blood from a distance. Zhao Dong's gaze sharpened. In an instant, he felt the blood inside his body begin to boil rapidly. It was trying to drain his blood. Soon, Zhao Dong realized his nose was bleeding. From his nostrils, fresh blood flew through the air toward the hairy Jiangshi. Damn it! Is it really this powerful? Zhao Dong was shocked. This was only a 1-star mission. He couldn't begin to imagine how absurdly powerful 2-star, 3-star, or even 9-star missions would be. Meanwhile, 2 female zombies dressed as maidservants burst through the door and flew through the air toward Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong frowned. This was the most dangerous predicament he had faced since entering the slaughter world. This hairy zombie was far too powerful, and it could even drain blood from a distance. Fireball! He immediately mastered all his spiritual force, manipulating flames and sweeping them toward the hairy zombie. At the same time, his berserk ability activated. In an instant, an even more surging bloodline force churned within his body. As his blood energy swelled, the blood that had been flowing toward the hairy zombie was halted. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Dong clenched his fists and drove explosive punches at the 2 maidservants charging at him. Boom! Boom! Both punches triggered critical hits at the same time. In an instant, the 2 maid zombies burst into twin clouds of blood mist, dead beyond all doubt. Roar! The hairy zombie let out a furious roar, and almost every survivor nearby heard it. One after another, their expressions changed drastically. What kind of creature could have made that sound? Meanwhile, as the closest survivor to the hairy zombie, Zhao Dong found his pressure greatly reduced after unleashing his berserk ability. The industrial hammer in his hand began to rise slowly, taking the form of a blade. There was no helping it though the elbowing knife was sharp, it was still somewhat ineffective against this kind of hairy zombie. Only this special weapon, the industrial hammer, could deal with it. Kill him! Those who provoke the Jiang family must die. Old Master Jiang kept roaring from the side, clearly anxious as he recognized Zhao Dong's might. Zhao Dong glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, and a wisp of flame shot toward him in an instant. The spectre seemed extremely afraid of fire. His expression shifted slightly as he dodged aside. At that moment, the hairy zombie also moved, extending its sharp claws and leaping into the air. A powerful suction force surged toward Zhao Dong. He pushed his berserk ability to its absolute limit. He noticed that the hairy zombie's power to drain blood from a distance came from the terrifying dominance of its bloodline. That bloodline was like a magnet, drawing other people's blood toward it. But as Zhao Dong activated his berserk ability, his own bloodline power entered a berserk state as well. The hairy zombie's bloodline attraction was rendered ineffective. With such a result, Zhao Dong's heart eased completely. His blood would no longer be drained, and he could face the hairy zombie with peace of mind. You want to drain my blood? Not so easy. The berserk power made Zhao Dong's muscles swell, and his entire frame expanded by a full size. By now, the industrial hammer in his hand had become a razor-sharp blade. Unstoppable! Locking onto the hairy zombie, Zhao Dong shot forward like a leopard. He vaulted into midair and slashed horizontally at the zombie's waist. Squelch! Black blood sprayed through the air. That single slash cut the hairy zombie cleanly in two. The blade was so sharp that cutting anything was as easy as slicing tofu. Arg! The hairy zombie let out a miserable roar and gazed up at the sky. Then, like a punctured sack, its body crashed to the ground. Of course, the hairy zombie was not finished. Zhao Dong aimed at its heart, ready to thrust in. No! Old Master Jiang panicked. This was his eldest son. Even though the boy had become a zombie, he did not want him to die. Zhao Dong withdrew his hand slightly and said gravely, No. Then tell me what exactly happened here. It was all my fault, all my fault. Old Master Jiang grew reminiscent. Back then, the Jiang family was at its zenith. We made our living trading wax corpses and were the wealthiest clan in these parts. Little did I know, our wealth was precisely what made us a target. The steward colluded with outsiders, poisoned my eldest son to death, and forged a suicide note in his name. After that, the Jiang family members were poisoned one by one, until only I was left alone in this world. As old Master Jiang spoke, the dusty past was laid bare. Zhao Dong understood. He had thought as much. No matter how unwilling the Jiang son was to inherit the family business, he would hardly kill himself, let alone swear such a vicious oath. So it was the steward who had joined forces with outsiders to destroy the Jiang family. Afterward, the people here all said the Jiang mansion was haunted and wanted to burn it down. Ha ha ha, this is the ancestral estate of my Jiang family. How could I watch so much of our heritage be destroyed in my hands? So, my only choice was to die together with them. The reason our Jiang family's wax corpse business did so well was that we actually turned the corpses into zombies. However, while making them, we had always taken precautions to prevent the corpses from turning. But since the people here had no love for me, I no longer prevented those corpses from turning. My eldest son especially, I made him into the corpse king. All he needs is to keep draining blood and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. He will become a zombie king, gain intelligence, and roam the world freely. Old Master Jiang suddenly looked at Zhao Dong and said solemnly, So, I hope you will not kill him. In return, I will tell you a great secret. What great secret? The Jiang family's treasure. Do you want it? It is wealth accumulated over centuries of our family's legacy. Zhao Dong shook his head slightly. No matter how much treasure there was, it was useless to survivors like them. At that moment, a prompt appeared before him. Congratulations, Survivor Zhao Dong. You have completed the 1-star mission. Rewards have been issued. Mission complete. Zhao Dong was overjoyed. Indeed, through old Master Zhang's account, he had come to understand what had happened to the Jiang family. At that moment, he understood, to complete this mission, all he needed to do was defeat this hairy zombie. Well, since the mission was complete, there was no need to keep them alive. Just as he was about to act, old Master Zhang's soul suddenly turned savage and lunged at Zhao Dong. Old devil, I knew you were up to no good. From start to finish, old Master Jiang had never intended to negotiate. Whoosh! A surge of spiritual force stabbed into Zhao Dong's mind. Zhao Dong's mind throbbed in pain, and he immediately recalled something from novels. Spectral creatures attack using spiritual force. A survivor had to counterattack with spiritual force. Spiritual force? Ha! Zhao Dong smiled. His current spiritual force was in an absolutely terrifying state, already nearly 700 points. Ha! Spiritual force erupted from his mind. Old Master Jiang, who had been trying to kill Zhao Dong, turned ashen. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling shriek, for he realized that Zhao Dong's spiritual attack was so terrifying. Successfully slew old Master Zhang's soul. Gained 300 energy points and 100 spiritual attribute points. Holy crap, that's a lot of rewards. Zhao Dong's eyes brightened. This was indeed a big fish. Old Master Zhang's soul began to dissipate. He lay slumped on the ground, his face twisted with extreme agony. My Jiang family is doomed. Spare the Jiang family, spare it. The hairy zombie on the ground was still struggling. Zhao Dong had no intention of holding back. He flicked the blade and stabbed it straight into the zombie's heart. Successfully slew the hairy zombie. Gained 300 energy points. Ha ha, killed it. His gaze swept across the ground. 2 golden treasure chests lay there. As those 2 boss-level figures perished, Zhao Dong noticed that a level-up prompt began to appear before him. However, he didn't check the stats panel, because another notification popped up in front of him. Announcement: Survivor Zhao Dong has successfully slain the zombie king in the zombie lair. The zombie kill count shall be credited as 100. Haha, it actually counted 100 zombies for me directly. Zhao Dong was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. But on second thought, it made sense that fur zombie strength was clearly overwhelming. One could say that ordinary survivors might slowly whittle down 100 zombies, but if they tried to kill a fur zombie, they would probably be instant killed by it. Therefore, counting 100 zombies for him was perfectly normal. He thought it was perfectly normal, but the chat channel erupted at once. No one was happier than the people of Beginner Village. No. 168, they were all stunned. Then, everyone burst into ecstatic joy. I told you all that the great god Zhao Dong is incredible. He actually killed the zombie king and added 100 zombies to our count in one go. Haha, now those Koreans don't even have a place to cry. Isn't that right? They were still bragging to us about how awesome Li Zhihou was, but now Li Zhihou has turned gray. Li Zhihou is dead. Ha ha ha. Zhou Shuyang, weren't you the one saying just now that those Koreans were formidable and that even with the great god Zhao Dong on our side, we couldn't win? What do you have to say now? Zhou Shuyang, at this moment, was still roasting meat. That's right, he was certain they would lose, so there was no point wasting time hunting zombies. Seeing the messages, he curled his legs, so the great god Zhao Dong really did manage to turn the tide after all. Where would he dare say anything now? He had always believed that he was right and that others were so outstanding. But now, he suddenly realized he had been wrong. Over at Beginner Village No. 769, a pall of gloom hung in the air. Aish! The advantage we fought so hard to secure has been overtaken in an instant. Everyone, don't lose heart. We built up plenty of advantages before. There's nothing to fear. That's right. No matter how awesome Zhao Dong is, after dealing with the zombie king, he must be out of strength. Let's hurry up and... Seeing these messages, Zhao Dong shook his head slightly. They say I have no strength left. Heh, then let me show you what despair really means. His gaze shifted to the house. It was a place he had just passed, where piles of wax corpses were stored. With the death of the old master of the Jiang family, it seemed that no one was suppressing those wax corpses anymore. One by one, cracks began to appear on the wax covering their bodies. The cracks gradually widened, and the wax fell away in sheets. Then, all the wax corpses opened their eyes at once. They had no dark irises, only pale white pupils, radiating a bone-chilling coldness. Bam! 2 wax corpses were the first to leap out. Catching the scent of Zhao Dong's fresh blood, they lunged at him. I've been waiting for you. Zhao Dong smiled slightly. These zombies dropped a considerable amount of mental energy attributes, and he was just in time to make a killing. The next moment, the blade in his hand slashed across. And thus, a one-sided massacre unfolded here. Zombie killed! Zombie killed! Before he knew it, more than half an hour had passed. Every wax corpse in the area was wiped out by Zhao Dong. Looking around again, the ground was littered with severed limbs. Half! I really am tired. Zhao Dong panted, gazing at the ground with a smile. Though exhausted, the gains were simply two enormous countless treasure chests and mental energy attributes. It looked like he was about to make another fortune. His figure flickered through the courtyard as he quickly gathered everything up. The treasure chests, one after another, were also stowed into his space backpack. He soon grew annoyed. Along the way, he had collected too many treasure chests, and his space backpack could no longer hold them all. Looks like I'll have to buy a bigger one. Zhao Dong opened them all. His gold coins now totaled more than 10,000. He had seen earlier that a large-sized space backpack had gone on sale, with triple the capacity of this one. Naturally, the price was triple as well, reaching 10,000 gold coins. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Dong purchased the large space backpack. Now he had two space backpacks. Zhao Dong labeled them separately. No. E small backpack and No. R large backpack. The No. One backpack was for food, daily necessities, clothes, quilts, and equipment. As for the No. Two large backpack, it was for the edible carcasses from hunting and the various treasure chests he obtained. Those chests were all meant to be unpacked once he got back. Thud, thud, thud. In the distance, more zombies came sweeping in. Zhao Dong's eyes gleamed as he raised his blade and charged forward. Roar, roar, roar. The zombie horde roared, but it was utterly useless. Like a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep, Zhao Dong madly ripped zombie lives. Unknowingly, time had already run out. Over at Beginner Village No. 168, some people were starting to panic. Although Zhao Dong's slaying of the zombie king had greatly increased their zombie kill count. Afterwards, many people tried to contact Zhao Dong, only to discover that he never replied. Instead, from Beginner Village No. 769, reports of victory kept pouring in. My squad just killed 4 zombies. Us too, Samnida, we killed 6, haha. Even though Li Zhiho is dead, we are still pretty capable. Have you all noticed that Zhao Dong hasn't said a word for a while? I bet he got hooked fighting the zombie king and is off licking his wounds somewhere now. Hearing this, the people of Beginner Village No. 168 grew anxious. Is that really so? Then what do we do? Are we going to lose? Don't panic, everyone. The result isn't out yet. At this moment, Zhou Xuyang's avatar flickered. Zhou Xuyang, give up. If Zhao Dong really had what it takes, he would have spoken up already. He's probably afraid of embarrassing himself, so he's keeping quiet. After this, surprisingly few people argued against him. In all honesty, they also felt that if the great Zhao Dong truly had a sure chance of winning, he should have said something. And since he wasn't speaking now, he was most likely injured. With that thought, many people instantly panicked. What in the world should we do? Zhou Xuyang, what else can we do? Everyone just accept defeat. I've said it all along, is acknowledging someone else's superiority really that hard? Sigh. Zhou Xuyang shook his head as he said this. He had actually thought Zhao Dong would lead them to victory, but in the end, they were still going to lose. Sure enough, other people were truly exceptional. At this point, some people grew unhappy. Zhou Xuyang, why are you the one blabbing again? Even if the great Zhao Dong is injured, he still made a huge contribution. What about you? Exactly. If you ask me, you're just jealous of the great Zhao Dong. People like you are truly repulsive. Zhou Xuyang, I'm repulsive. Fine, fine. I really can't understand you people, I'm just stating the facts. Humph, even if the great Zhao Dong is injured, we still have the rest of us. Zhou Xuyang, no matter how much you keep seeing doom and gloom, we can still succeed. That's right. Zhou Xuyang, then just wait and see. At last, time arrived. The challenge result was about to be revealed. Announcement, Village 769 has defeated 438 zombies. Haha, I told you so. We Koreans are invincible. This time is incredible. You still want to compete with us Koreans? Absolutely delusional. Even if Zhao Dong killed the zombie king and counted it as 100 kills, so what? We still win. Soon, everyone from Village 769 chatted happily, as if they had already won. But then the next announcement made them frozen in shock. Announcement: Village 168 has defeated 1549 zombies. Hiss! Anyone who saw this number couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The gap in numbers is so enormous. This. Everyone from Village 168 erupted in excitement. Ha ha, the gap, this is the gap. Koreans, why are you silent now? Lord Zhao Dong, thank you for leading us to victory again. We love you. At this moment Zhao Dong also noticed the announcement. Such a huge gap. Zhao Dong's gaze tightened. He roughly calculated his own kill count. Including the zombie king, the total came to around 900. This meant without him, their village 168 people had already defeated over 500 zombies. Still more than those Koreans killed. Thinking this, Zhao Dong sent a message. Actually my kill count is limited too. Most of it relied on everyone's united effort. Really? Great God. Zhao Dong replied, yes, let me put it this way. I just calculated my kill count and it didn't exceed 1000, meaning without me, you would still have won. What? So that's how it is. Haha, you Koreans, see that? Lord Zhao Dong himself said even without him we are still stronger than you. A small nation is just a small nation. Zhao Dong said, don't listen to what they say, we need our own confidence. Lord Zhao Dong is right. Announcement: Zombie nest is about to close. It's closing? Zhao Dong looked up and quickly left this place. As he left, he also discovered his attribute points had increased by another 100 on average. Meanwhile, some supplies appeared around him, and he knew these were dropped by people from Village 769. Zhao Dong felt pleased within himself. This round had been extremely profitable. When he came here, he came from the Stoneman location. No one dared to come to this place yet. When he rushed here, there was not a single person beside him. As the zombie nest dispersed, the originally grey ancient town gradually disappeared. Finally it became a dense forest, silent and soundless. After confirming the surroundings were safe, Zhao Dong headed to the foot of the mountain to check this round's rewards. Flipping through them, he was shocked. This time was truly exhilarating. Before there were too many attributes and he hadn't noticed at the time. Now looking at them, good heavens, on those zombies he had actually picked up skill attributes again. Flight attribute, 15. Refreshing, he had the flight attribute again. Besides that, after killing the zombie king, he also obtained another attribute. Corpse poison, 18. Corpse poison attribute. What is this? Zhao Dong was greatly delighted and checked immediately. Can release poison anytime and anywhere. Moving his mind, Zhao Dong extended his finger, and on his index finger, a wisp of grey mist swirled. He casually flicked it, and the mist flew out. After landing on a patch of green grass, a shocking scene appeared. The grass was rapidly turning black at a speed visible to the naked eye. So poisonous. Zhao Dong was secretly startled inside. However, this poison was useless against him, as he had immunity. Overall, among these two skills he picked up this time, the flight skill was more useful, making it more convenient for him to travel in the future. Besides that, his level also surged while he was inside just now. Now his attributes were completely different. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Class, Carpenter Master, Tool Manufacturing Master. Level, L9, 520, 3000. Strength, 460. Speed, 490. Endurance, 450. Defense, 455 plus 5 points hardening. Spirit, 840. Skills, critical hit, 100, flame, wind blade, berserk, corpse poison, flight. Talent, attribute display, with control. Gold coins, 5000. Allocable attribute points, 0. Equipment, industrial hammer. Eye of attributes. Spatial backpack, defense vest, aloe bone carving knife, deal shoes, stainless steel delicious pot, telescope. Spirit rice 15 kilograms, spirit medicine 2, and more. Special items, 168 novice village map, 18 energy stones, and more. Boom! Zhao Dong stepped lightly and activated flight. His entire body seemed as if gas was attached to his feet, soaring into the air. At first this feeling was rather concerning, but as his control gradually improved, Zhao Dong slowly descended. This feeling is really quite good. Zhao Dong smiled slightly, then immediately checked this mission's reward. After learning about what happened to the Jiang family, he obtained a summoning type reward. This summoning type had a chance to summon helpers. Zhao Dong clicked on the reward to view it. Summoning reward, summoning token. Soon, an antique-looking token appeared in Zhao Dong's hand. Zhao Dong had read novels and knew the use of this item. After using the summoning token, the token in hand would flash with white light. In the blink of an eye, a light gate would appear before him, and a sacred aura would emanate from this light gate. At that time, the summoned person or thing would appear. However, this also had a drawback. That was the uncertainty of summoning. If one wanted targeted summoning, for example, wanting to summon soldiers, or healers, or even mages, at this time, a recruitment token was needed. Therefore, the summoning token and recruitment token were used together. Zhao Dong did not want to waste this precious summoning token. If he randomly summoned something useless, he wouldn't even know where to cry. Carefully putting away the summoning token, Zhao Dong walked while opening treasure chests. This time he obtained over 10 golden treasure chests. It could be said he made a huge profit. Congratulations on obtaining a mechanical crossbow. Congratulations on obtaining 2 energy stones. Congratulations on obtaining a skeleton unit summoning token. Oh! Zhao Dong's gaze tightened. This luck was quite good. He actually got a skeleton unit summoning token. Skeleton soldiers appeared frequently in novels. The protagonist Shou Fan hunted countless skeleton soldiers in the early stages. Zhao Dong's thoughts moved, and he summoned immediately. A white light gate flickered before him. But this time, a dark rotten aura was transmitted there. Soon, a message appeared. Congratulations, survivor Zhao Dong, successfully summoned 5 skeleton soldiers. Zhao Dong simply stood there. Before him, 5 skeleton soldiers wielding broken swords materialized. Respected master, it is our utmost honor to become your subordinates. The 5 skeleton soldiers knelt in unison, their right arms bent to touch their chests as they spoke with deep reverence. Zhao Dong was left speechless. These 5 skeleton soldiers were indeed incredibly weak. They appeared fragile and frail, and their equipment, in particular, looked utterly dilapidated. However, considering that his vessel would only grow larger in the future, he indeed required some assistance. Though weak, these skeleton soldiers possessed absolute loyalty. Their loyalty status displayed, 5. This was the defining benefit of summoning. Regardless of the summoned creature's nature, their loyalty remained absolute. So, what are your names? Zhao Dong inquired. Master, we awakened from the darkness. We know neither our identities nor our names. The 5 skeleton soldiers replied in unison. I see. Zhao Dong nodded, his gaze landing on one of the skeletons wearing a helmet. You appear to be the sturdiest. We shall begin with you. Your name shall be Jiao Yi. And you shall be Yao Air, and you shall San, and so forth. This was simple and efficient. He could not be bothered to memorize individual names. Understood. Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, master. Jiao Yi said respectfully. Jiao Yi, from now on, your squad is under your command. Now, follow me closely. Understood. Zhao Dong took the lead. Admittedly, with the skeleton soldiers in tow, Zhao Dong's pace slowed down significantly. Yet, there was no alternative. The skeleton soldiers were indeed weak, and if they wished to grow stronger, they could only do so by absorbing the essence from the carcasses of fierce beasts. Fortunately, Zhao Dong had not recruited them for combat, but merely to perform menial chores. Arriving once more at the stony mountain, the stone golems seemed to have gone into hiding. Only a mere 3 of them remained this time. After dispatching them with a single punch each, Zhao Dong continued on his way with nonchalance. Behind him, however, the 5 skeleton soldiers were utterly dumbfounded. Our master is actually this powerful. The azure soul fires within their eye sockets flickered intensely. This was the flame of life for the skeleton soldiers, serving as their eyes. At this moment, they all felt as though they had aligned themselves with the right master. Without hesitation, the 5 skeleton soldiers crouched beside the shattered remains of the fallen stone golems, eagerly absorbing the residual energy. As they absorbed the energy, the soul fires in the skeleton soldiers' eyes burned even brighter. Meanwhile, on a deserted island thousands of miles away, Lu Xiao had already dealt with Su Chang's game. The process had been surprisingly smooth, largely because she had followed Zhao Dong's advice, using energy stones to lure out the swiftest, lean member of their group. After assassinating the lean man, she used her invisibility to sneak close to the rest of the gang, ultimately eliminating Su Chang and his cohorts. 24 hours had already passed since then. Lu Xiao and her mother, Yang Wang, had already returned to their cave. Though both were in high spirits, there was one matter that perplexed them. Zhao Dong had not replied to their messages for a very long time. Previously, she had sent all the materials she collected to Zhao Dong, hoping he could construct a vessel. But after the materials were sent, Zhao Dong fell completely silent. This left both of them deeply anxious, wondering what might have happened on his end. Just then, a message arrived from Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan, Lu Xiao, it has been so long. Still no word from Zhao Dong. Lu Xiao let out a sigh. She knew exactly what Zhou Fan implied. When Zhou Fan had given her materials earlier, he had warned her that Zhao Dong was a fraud who would surely sever all contact once he secured her resources. Although Lu Xiao refused to believe Zhao Dong was that kind of person, the reality remained that he had not contacted her. Zhou Fan, Lu Xiao, why the silence? I just checked, and Zhao Dong's profile icon is active. Lu Xiao, what are you trying to say? Zhou Fan, you are truly foolish. I told you before that Zhao Dong was deceiving you. See? I was right. Lu Xiao pursed her lips. She somewhat regretted mentioning Zhao Dong's lack of communication to Zhou Fan. She firmly believed that Zhao Dong was simply occupied with something. Yet Zhou Fan thought otherwise. He was convinced that Zhao Dong had swindled her out of the materials and vanished. Zhou Fan, no matter. Just treat it as a lesson learned. You must understand that in this world, I am still the one who treats you best. Frowning, Lu Xiao replied, I believe Zhao Dong must be busy with something. He has no reason to do this. Besides, he has already helped me so much in the past. Even if I were to give him these materials as a gift, I would do so willingly. Upon reading this, Zhou Fan's eyes turned red with jealousy. Even now, this foolish woman is still defending Zhao Dong. Zhou Fan was furious. As the Dragon King, he felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal, as if he were being cuckolded. A surge of murderous intent even welled up within him. Indeed, at this moment, he deemed Lu Xiao utterly foolish. Zhou Fan, you still refuse to wake up. Fine. Let us wait a little longer. Lu Xiao sighed. Beside her, Yang Wang noticed her daughter's uneasy state and asked hastily. Still no reply from Zhao Dong. Lu Xiao nodded. Yang Wang stirred the campfire before her and said, Zhao Dong is not that kind of person. He must have been delayed by something. I know, but that Zhou Fan keeps pestering me, claiming Zhao Dong is a liar. It is incredibly annoying. Why does this Zhou Fan enjoy driving a wedge between people so much? Indeed. Yang Wang shook her head slightly. That boy is truly lacking character. Just as they were speaking, Lu Xiao suddenly stood up, her face lighting up with sheer ecstasy. Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong replied to my message. At this moment, Lu Xiao felt happier than she ever had since arriving in this killing world. Her previous restlessness during Zhao Dong's silence was not out of fear of being deceived, but rather out of concern that he might have encountered some danger. Now, Zhao Dong had finally replied. Zhao Dong, I was busy just now and only just got online. Having sent the message, Zhao Dong made his way down the mountain toward the riverbank. He felt somewhat helpless about the situation. Lu Xiao had sent numerous messages, which he had actually noticed while he was still inside the zombie lair. After seeing her message stating she had dealt with Su Chang's group, he had not paid much further attention. Subsequently, Lu Xiao sent many more messages, but Zhao Dong was fully occupied fighting zombies and could not reply. Now that he finally had a moment of respite, he replied immediately. Afterward, Zhao Dong briefly explained what had transpired on his end. Naturally, basking in the beauty's concern, Zhao Dong could not resist embellishing the danger of his situation just a tiny bit. Upon reading his reply, Lu Xiao indeed showered him with warm concern. Zhao Dong smiled, feeling a rare touch of warmth in this brutal killing world. Zhao Dong, rest assured, I am fine. I just emerged from the zombie lair and secured quite a few good items. I will send them over to you shortly. Lu Xiu was a decent person and had previously sent him a generous amount of energy stones. Now that fortune smiled upon him, Zhao Dong naturally would not forget her. Lu Xiu, thank you. I knew you wouldn't just ignore me for no reason. That Shou Fan kept saying you were a liar, but I think he is the one lying. I'm a liar. Zhao Dong asked, what did he say? Afterward, Lu Xiu told Zhao Dong some of the things Shou Fan had mentioned earlier. In the end, she said, he is still stubbornly refusing to wake up and likes to slander you behind your back. Zhao Dong said, the pure are naturally pure. From now on, be careful when you talk to him. That guy must have changed after coming to the slaughter world. Lu Xiu inexplicably explained, I don't even talk to him anymore. Then do you talk to me? Zhao Dong smiled slightly, reading the hidden meaning in Lu Xiu's words. It seemed this girl was interested in him after all. They chatted a little longer, and the sky outside was growing dark. Zhao Dong quickened his pace and managed to reach the boat before nightfall. Wood was very sensible. After Zhao Dong left, it hid in the jungle and used leaves to slowly cover the boat. Then, at intervals, it patrolled the surroundings by itself. Fortunately, nothing unusual was found. Even if a fierce beast did appear, it would do everything in its power to lure the beast away from the boat. Master, you're back. These 5 skeletons are. Wood tilted its head, looked at the 5 skeletons, and gasped, are the skeleton soldiers you recruited? Oh, you even know about that. Zhao Dong smiled in amusement. Hello. The master mentioned you on the way here. You're called Wood, right? My name is Zhao Yi. The skeleton soldier at the lead spoke to Wood, cyan flames flickering in its eye sockets. Hello. Wood seemed to think of something and suddenly hopped over to Zhao Dong. Master, later I want to become a skeleton too. This body is too uncomfortable. Alright, when there's a chance later. Zhao Dong touched his stomach. Let's eat first. He was truly starving. Although he had eaten a little roasted meat in the zombie lair, he had not eaten much. With his current appetite, one meal had to be at least the size of 3 wolf legs to be enough. This was something happening to every survivor as well. As everyone grew stronger, their appetites increased accordingly. Zhao Dong lit 2 campfires. On one fire, a pot of meat soup was simmering. The pot was filled to the brim with meat soup. Soon, the rich aroma spread everywhere as the soup boiled and bubbled. A few chunks of tiger meat floated in it, meat from the tiger he had hunted earlier. On the other fire, there was the sizzling smell of barbecue. Several fish were roasting on it, along with the tiger penis and the tiger leg. Since he now had the resources, Zhao Dong also sprinkled some barbecue seasoning and salt over the food. If anyone saw this, they would be greatly astonished. After all, most people still lived in extreme poverty and scarcity. But Zhao Dong actually had this much seasoning. The meat soup was ready. Zhao Dong took a large gulp, then, ignoring the scalding heat, began tearing and biting at the meat, eating it in huge mouthfuls. Soon, he devoured everything like a whirlwind. Ah, that feels good. Zhao Dong sat on the ground, totally content. Meanwhile, the 5 skeleton soldiers stood guard around him, being very considerate. Zhao Yi noticed that Zhao Dong had finished eating and sensibly nodded to Zhao Er and Zhao San. Zhao Er and Zhao San came over and began to clean up. After putting away the pot, they added some firewood. Very sensible. For the next 3 consecutive days, Zhao Dong had originally wanted to hunt a wave of high-level fierce beasts here. But he found that the density of fierce beasts in this place was far too low. He often had to search for a long time before coming across any fierce beasts. This efficiency is way too low. Zhao Dong was disappointed with this place and decided to leave. That day, the breeze was gentle and the sun was warm. The sunlight fell on him, making Zhao Dong feel wonderful. Set off. Zhao Dong stood at the bow and waved his hand. Right now, he was a captain. As for the 5 skeletons, they had now put on the clothes Zhao Dong had given them. 4 skeletons rowed the boat on the left and right sides, while Zhao Yi kept guard at the stern. Of course, the boat could also be powered by energy stones. But energy stones were so expensive, wouldn't it be wasteful to use them without any reason? So, as long as manpower was available, Zhao Dong chose to use manpower. The boat slowly sailed out of this area. Zhao Dong checked the map. If he continued forward, he would be leaving this place. Zhao Dong pondered to himself. Every village had borders in all directions. Those borders might be desolate danger zones, or they might be the villages of other survivors. It all depended on luck. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before him again. Survivor 1 Yen from No. 167 Novice Village has intruded into No. 168 Novice Village. The two villages are merging. The chat channels are beginning to merge. Village war has started. Within 24 hours, whichever village has the first villager to reach level 8 will gain priority naming rights. Villagers of the defeated side will randomly drop 100 attribute points and randomly drop equipment. Those who surrender will randomly drop 50 attribute points but will not drop equipment. The villages had merged. Zhao Dong was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a plot in the novel. If villagers of two villages crossed paths, a village war would be triggered. Village wars came in many forms. This one, a contest over who could reach level 8 first, was a comparatively simple type. If they won, No. 168 novice villages' resources and territory would expand accordingly, including the population of No. 167 novice village, who would also be merged in. If they lost, they would be reduced to subjects of No. 167 novice village. As the two villages merged, people in both villages began to raise a ruckus. 1 Yen, you've barged into No. 168 novice village. That was someone from the No. 167 side speaking. Stop arguing. We've merged anyway. Now we just have to see who reaches level 8 first. We're from the Xiao Kingdom. Where are you all from? We're also from the Xiao Kingdom. We just took on the Banzi Kingdom in a challenge and won, so satisfying. Impressive. Since we're all our own people, there's no problem. People of No. 168 novice village, surrender now and lose less. What? Are you kidding? Do you know who we have here? No matter who you have, our brother Long here is already level 6. Haha, you're killing me. Our great god Zhao Dong hasn't even spoken yet. I suggest you check the leaderboard. What level is the great god Zhao Dong now? As the two villages merged, their leaderboard functions also merged. At the top was Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong, level 9. HSSSSS. Seeing that level, everyone was shocked. Damn, so the great god Zhao Dong is here after all. He's already level 9, he truly deserves the title of great god. How can we even play now? I propose that all of us in No. 167 novice village surrender. Right, the great god Zhao Dong has already won in advance. Hurry up and surrender. This time, these people were surprisingly united, and one by one, they all chose the surrender option below the announcement. No. 167 novice village has surrendered collectively and merged into No. 168 novice village. No. 168 novice village may choose a new village name. Would you like to choose one now? Facing this prompt, some people said, it can be like that. Yuli spoke up, how about this? Since we've come this far thanks to the great god Zhao Dong, let him decide. Well said. Great god Zhao Dong, whatever you say is how it will be. I support you with both hands and both feet. Zhao Dong, let's go with No. 168 novice village. It sounds auspicious, and I think the name is quite good. Zhao Dong said it casually, mainly because he felt that names did not matter much and there was no point wasting time debating one. Besides, he also thought it was a decent name. Since the great Zhao Dong has spoken, I support it. Same here. After the confirmation, the two villages officially merged. At the distant horizon, a white curtain of light slowly faded away. This curtain had been the boundary between the two villages. As the curtain vanished, the two villages officially merged. System announcement, No. 168 novice village has finished merging. Population increased, map expanded, and resource enrichment has begun. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, Zhao Dong felt the water in the river seething. Then, at the distant horizon, a colossal mountain peak rose abruptly from the earth before him. At the same time, the waterway seemed to swell, becoming ever wider. At the Stoneman Mountain far away, a massive lake had been inserted into the landscape out of thin air. The map is adding resources. Zhao Dong was stunned. He had read about scenes like this in novels, but when it truly appeared before him, he still sighed in wonder at the marvels of this world. Mountains rose, rivers appeared all suddenly, out of nowhere. This must take divine power to accomplish. But was this really divine power? Zhao Dong sneered coldly. Fortunately, he had read novels and knew what sort of plot came next. This world was by no means ordinary. When the rumbling finally faded away, the transformation of the world was complete. By now, everything before him was vastly different. What am I seeing? A five-finger mountain just appeared out of nowhere right in front of me. I'm going crazy. A bunch of unicorns suddenly appeared beside my house. What should I do? Help! Boo-hoo, I used to live on a mountain, and now it's turned into an isolated island surrounded by water. What am I supposed to do? Everyone, don't panic. This is a good thing. Our village's resources were starting to run low. With this happening, we won't have to go far, and we might even get some benefits from it. Exactly. A spirit fruit tree just appeared here, covered in spiritual fruits. I've struck it rich. Hey, poster above, where are you? Let's get rich together. Seeing the densely packed stream of messages, Zhao Dong smiled softly. The world was now completely different. By the look of it, the map in his hands was no longer of much use. Might as well look around for a while and find a place to settle down. Thinking this, Zhao Dong continued forward. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the edge of a dense forest. The moment he arrived, he noticed several elephants roaming in the forest. He immediately sent a status check toward them. Jungle Giant Elephant, level 16, a juvenile mammoth with terrifying strength and defense. It lives in herds, and adult mammoths are often nearby. If you encounter one, it is recommended to steer clear. Looks formidable. Zhao Dong was secretly astonished. It was already level 16 at juvenile stage. If it reached adulthood, wouldn't it be over level 30? Zhao Dong shook his head. He had originally wanted to hunt a few, but at that moment, the sounds of fighting came from ahead. The very first moment, he activated his energy stone, and the boat shot forward at speed. Soon, on the opposite bank of the river, he noticed 3 corpses, 1 man and 2 women. The 3 probably knew each other, but they had been attacked by something. On closer inspection, their wounds had all been made by knives or swords. At that sight, Zhao Dong frowned. This was done by humans. He shook his head. Looking at the chat channel, everything seemed calm on the surface, but behind the scenes, many people were ambushing and killing survivors. All sorts of things were happening. This was also the reason he had not chosen to work with anyone else. He simply did not want to hand his back to another person. Those 3 had dropped the attributes strength and speed, and he did not hesitate to go pick them up. This place had good sunlight, so Zhao Dong decided to settle here for a few days. It couldn't be helped after drifting on the water for days. Many things in the boat had become damp. He wanted to dry his clothes by the sun and take some time to recuperate. Dispose of the corpses and move the stuff off the boat. Zhao Dong ordered the skeleton soldiers. Yes. What Zhao Dong did not know was that, not far away, 4 people were watching him. These 4 2 men and 2 women were exactly the gang that had just ambushed and killed the previous 3. When they saw Zhao Dong's 5 skeleton soldiers unload supplies from the boat one after another, all 4 were stunned. He's really loaded. A short-haired woman's eyes lit up. No kidding. And that boat is pretty good too. If we get the boat, we won't have to risk trekking through the jungle, and we won't have to spend nights dreading attacks by wild beasts. The speaker was the group's leader, Zhou Jianfa. He was around 40, with thick stubble on his face and a bristling, brutish look. Because of the distance, they could not make out Zhao Dong's face. However, a lean, gaunt young man behind him frowned and said, "Brother Zhou, this guy has 5 skeleton minions. He's not weak, far stronger than the 3 before. We should pick someone else. If this guy didn't have a boat, I could still walk away. But he does have a boat." Zhou Jianfa glanced at him contemptuously, licked his dry, cracked lips, and went on, "Besides, they're just skeleton soldiers. We've dealt with them before. Those things are fragile, extremely easy to handle. Brother Zhou, this guy has so many supplies, he might not be easy to deal with." The short-haired woman was also hesitant. "This mark is a thorny one. Damn it, you're all useless. Zhou Jianfao said indifferently. At the very worst, I'll go back and have my older brother come along. At the mention of his older brother, the few of them finally looked a little less tense. If Brother Kai came, then there definitely wouldn't be any problem, the short-haired woman said fawningly. The other woman nodded too. But the lean young man still knit his brows tightly. Zhou Jianfao looked at him and sneered. Bai Xiuchun, what are you thinking about? Still worrying? Stop thinking. You know college students like you are timid, afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. But you have a clever head, so come up with another plan right now to take care of this man at the least cost. Zhou Jianfao stared coldly at Bai Xiuchun as he spoke. Bai Xiuchun's gaze hardened, and a faint, inscrutable look flashed across his gentle, bookish face. Brother Zhou, we can do it. But once it's done, I want you to give Li Xiu to me. Bai Xiuchun cast his eyes toward a nearby woman, who looked like a schoolgirl. This woman had once been his classmate and his secret crush. But after arriving in this world, the two of them were no match for others. After joining this team, Li Xiu had been taken by Zhou Jianfao. Yet Li Xiu was all too willing, thinking only Zhou Jianfao could protect her. Li Xiu's expression shifted slightly, and she stepped forward to deliver a slap. Slap? Bai Xiuchun, how many times have I told you? Don't you dare set your mind on me. Zhou Jianfao smiled coldly, then said, Bai Xiuchun, as long as you help me get that boat, Li Xiu can spend a month with you. At the news, Bai Xiuchun's face lit up with joy, and his eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at Li Xiu. Li Xiu's expression changed subtly as she cast a pitiful look at Zhou Jianfao and spoke up. Zhou Jianfao's face grew cold and he retorted that she had done nothing for him here, and now he demanded her to contribute something. Anyway, you won't lose a single piece of flesh. Li Xiu's voice carried a wry sorrow as she protested that she was his woman, and asked what that mattered. If I have many women, do you want me to dote on you as well? For Zhou Jianfao, Li Xiu had long grown tired of playing with her. Obedience was fine, but disobedience would earn her a slap. He added dryly that if she spoke any more nonsense, he would drive her out of the camp. Li Xiu's face went pale. Since entering this deadly world, she had hardly hunted any ferocious beasts. Because she was afraid, she did not dare, and she only wished to survive quietly. She even fantasized about the days when many people had praised her as a goddess. So if she were separated from the group, there was little doubt she would die a brutal death. Brother Zhou, I'm sorry. Zhou Jianfao ignored her and turned to Bai Xiuchun, requesting his plan be laid out. Although Bai Xiuchun's strength was weak, his head was sharp. Several times, under his schemes, they had successfully cut down many survivors, and quite a few ferocious beasts as well. Therefore they still trusted Bai Xiuchun's plan. Bai Xiuchun hesitated for a moment, then lifted his head and said that he had thought of a method. The current strength of the opponent was clear. Besides him, there were 5 skeleton soldiers. Although their side was outnumbered, Kaigu could commune with wolves and move swiftly. The plan was to have Kaigu use his wolves to lure the men away. Once he left, Brother Zhou would begin to strike down the skeleton soldiers, and then they would sail away by boat, avoiding a direct clash while securing the vessel. After Bai Xiuchun finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up, especially Zhou Jianfao, who nodded vigorously and praised that Bai Xiuchun had not misjudged him and that the plan was excellent. Bai Xiuchun lowered his head and thanked Zhou Gu, though a cold smile flickered in his eyes. Then he said they should begin implementing the plan. Zhou Jianfao agreed, saying he would inform Kaigu. Bai Xiuchun would design a route to lure the men away, and everyone would wait here. Once the men left the ship, they would strike. Bai Xiuchun suggested the plan, and Zhou Jianfao approved, urging speed. Bai Xiuchun nodded and departed. The Kaigu mentioned was Zhou Jiankai, Zhou Jianfao's elder brother. The two were real brothers, but Zhou Jiankai was far stronger. His awakening talent allowed him to bond with wolves. Because of this, he had already tamed 2 level 5 wild wolves. This made him very powerful and the leader of their team. Even Zhou Jianfao obeyed him. Bai Xiuchun moved swiftly through the jungle and soon paused in a secluded grove. Here stood a tent, guarded by 2 dark-furred giant wolves at the front and back wolves raised by Zhou Jiankai. Seeing these 2 wolves, Bai Xiuchun's eyes filled with envy. If he could obtain them, he might become the camp's chief. Then he would win Li Xiu's favor. But there was no room for such ifs. The two wolves, upon spotting Bai Xiuchun, gave threatening whines and became highly vigilant. He claimed he came to see Kai Gu. Inside the tent, the giggles of two women could be heard. When they heard Bai Xiuchun's voice, the two women immediately burrowed back under the covers. From under the quilt strode a burly man with a chest full of hair, Zhou Jiankai. He resembled Zhou Jianfao in features, though his build was leaner. But Bai Xiuchun did not dare to underestimate him. He knew Zhou Jiankai's personal strength was greater than Zhou Jianfao's. Offended at being disturbed, Zhou Jiankai appeared somewhat displeased. Glancing at Bai Xiuchun, he spoke coldly, asking whether Bai Xiuchun and his brother hadn't gone to intercept the free passers-by, and why Bai Xiuchun had returned alone. Could it be he had run into trouble? Kai Gu explained that there was a ship they had found, and Bai Xiuchun described the situation, also noting that Zhou Jianfao planned to seize that ship. A ship, you say? Zhou Jiankai nodded with a skeptical look. That's not bad. With a ship, our actions will be much easier, and from what you say, this ship is large, right? Yes, Kai Gu, at least enough to shelter 10 people. Of course, Bai Xiuchun meant that with some squeezing, more could fit. Ha ha ha, good. Zhou Jiankai was quite pleased. If we take the water route, things will be much easier. Then he asked, but you mean to use my wolves to lure that man away? Yes. That man has 5 skeleton soldiers, and he possesses quite a bit of gear. I think a frontal assault would be costly for us. You're right. Your plan is thoughtful. Then we will ride out together to lure that fellow away, Zhou Jiankai said. To him, the skeleton soldiers were nothing, but that man might have some real skills. To be on the safe side, the plan to lure the tiger away from the mountains remained best. After agreeing, Zhou Jiankai stepped out of the tent. The two wolves hurried over to rub against him. Zhou Jiankai mounted the larger of the 2 giant wolves and pointed to the other, instructing Bai Xiuchun to sit on that one. Yes. Bai Xiuchun took a deep breath. It was his first time riding such a colossal wolf, and he felt a touch of trepidation. Fortunately, the wolf had been thoroughly trained by Zhou Jiankai, so it should be fine for a while. Let's go. With a command, the 2 giant wolves leapt and bolted toward the nearby forest. Bai Xiuchun asked where to start. Bai Xiuchun confirmed the route and they ran toward the rest point opposite where Zhao Dong's ship lay docked. Soon they reached not far from the vessel. Zhou Jiankai could see the ship not far away, where Zhao Dong roasted meat and 5 skeleton soldiers were busy. The supplies did seem abundant. Zhou Jiankai's eyes lit up. The ship was good. He would take it. Bai Xiuchun had asked the wolves to lure the man away. Bai Xiuchun bowed his head slightly, appearing a bit tremulous, which Zhou Jiankai interpreted as fear, sneering at the supposed cowardice. Zhou Jiankai sneered inwardly and muttered a word. The 2 wolves, under his command, charged out. Zhao Dong was roasting meat when he suddenly noticed something charging from the bushes. Wild wolves! Zhao Dong exclaimed, but the 2 wolves looked strangely at Zhao Dong, then turned and fled. Zhao Dong was left puzzled, wondering why it seemed they were trying to lead him away. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Zhou Jiankai watched the 2 wolves with heightened tension. What he did not notice was that Bai Xiuchun had already stood behind him. His hands began to coalesce into a blade, and while Zhou Jiankai did not notice, Bai Xiuchun struck with a single cut. Zhou Jiankai never dreamed in his wildest fantasies that he would be ambushed by the seemingly harmless Bai Xiuchun. By the time he felt a sharp sting in his spine, Bai Xiuchun had already struck again. He quickly turned around, but Bai Xiuchun had already swiftly retreated. His face was filled with ferocity and excitement. Hee, finally! It worked! Bai Xiuchun whispered excitedly. Bastard! You actually ambushed me! Zhou Jiankai struggled to reach out toward Bai Xiuchun, but his strength seemed completely drained, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. Bai Xiuchun carefully stayed back. He was smart enough to know that too many words invite trouble. So without wasting breath, he picked up a rock and threw it. In truth, he had been overly cautious. Zhou Jiankai had already lost too much blood and was at the end of his rope. Without much resistance, he was bludgeoned to death. Finally dead, Bai Xiuchun breathed a sigh of relief. He had wanted to do this for a long time. But previously, Zhou Jiankai had always been protected by 2 wolves, giving him no opportunity to act. Next up is Zhou Jianfao's crew. A flicker crossed Bai Xiuchun's eyes. The two brothers, Zhou Jiekai and Zhou Jianfao, had dared to defile Li Xiu long before this moment. He had already plotted his revenge. This time he finally had his chance, and it was excellent. After concealing the body and taking what he needed, Bai Xiuchun's gaze shifted toward Zhao Dong in the distance. Zhao Dong grew furious when he noticed the two wild wolves prowling around him, yet they kept their distance. He had been about to deal with them himself, but when his ears twitched, he caught fragments of conversation drifting through the forest. A smile spread across his face. He understood someone was trying to trap him. Though he didn't know how many were behind this scheme, his mind was made up. He would draw them out. Anyone else might have hesitated to strike at this moment, but Zhao Dong trusted his own abilities completely. In a flash, he shot forward in pursuit. Ha ha ha! He took the bait. From a distant corner, Zhou Jianfao watched the scene unfold with great excitement, while Bai Xiuchun approached silently behind him. Brother Fa! Bai Xiuchun called out. Where's my brother? Zhou Jianfao asked. He's guarding from another location, using the two wolves to lure that person away. He also said once that person leaves, Brother Fa should lead the group to attack, eliminate the skeleton soldiers, and then escape by boat, Bai Xiuchun explained. Good, let's move now. Li Xiu, you stay here and keep watch. Li Xiu, a woman whose strength was shockingly weak, never needed to fight. Li Xiu nodded eagerly. Though she lived a humble existence, dangerous tasks were never hers to handle, which brought her great comfort. Zhou Jianfao waved his hand. Attack! Several people surged forward quickly. But as Bai Xiuchun stood at the rear, watching Zhou Jianfao's retreating figure, he clenched his teeth and turned away. Zhou Jianfao's sudden appearance startled all 5 skeleton soldiers. At the same time, he noticed something was wrong. Someone was missing from their group. Damn it, that Bai Xiuchun is gone. Zhou Jianfao cursed loudly, a dark foreboding settling in his chest. Meanwhile, his men had already charged at the skeleton soldiers. Clang! The skeleton soldier raised its blade to block. At that moment, Zhao Dong emerged from the forest. Oh! What exactly do you think you're doing? Zhao Dong dragged a wolf in each hand. Zhou Jian-sized wolves. Zhou Jianfao's heart clenched as he witnessed this. Both wolves had been eliminated. He forced a nervous smile. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Zhao Dong sneered. You show up and immediately attack my skeleton soldiers, and you call that a misunderstanding. His expression turned cold as wind blades materialized. Shriek! The blades slashed toward 3 people. To Zhao Dong's surprise, the short-haired woman instinctively raised her arm to block and managed to defend herself. Big brother, let's talk this out. I was forced. The short-haired woman trembled as she spoke, her gaze involuntarily drawn to Zhou Jianfao, whose eyes were wide with shock and his body turning cold. Oh, is that so? Then be more careful in your next life. Zhao Dong unleashed another wave of wind blades, this time striking from all directions with no escape. Meanwhile, Bai Xiuchun had already reached Li Xiu. She was astonished. Bai Xiuchun, why aren't you going over there? Panting heavily, he replied, Li Xiu, I've liked you for a long time. Do you know that? I know, but you're too weak, Li Xiu said calmly, looking at the man who had once been her sycophant. It was a pity Bai Xiuchun may have had some cleverness, but it wasn't enough to support her. In this dangerous killing world, she needed to attach herself to someone strong. Too weak. Heh, let me tell you, Zhou Jiankai is already dead. And when Zhou Jianfao and the others go over there, they'll die too. How do you know that? Ha ha ha, because the person they're going to kill is Zhao Dong, the great Zhao Dong. What? How do you know that? Bai Xiuchun pointed to his eyes. I recognized him right away. I deliberately told them to go handle him, using his hand to eliminate them. Now they're all dead. Li Xiu, from now on we can rely on each other for survival. But to his surprise, upon hearing this, Li Xiu became excited. It's the great Zhao Dong. Tell me, with my looks, wouldn't the great Zhao Dong definitely take an interest in me? For a moment, Li Xiu was overjoyed. She felt her luck had finally arrived. With her goddess-like beauty, the great Zhao Dong would surely choose her, and she would no longer need to hide and flee. She would never have to serve those brothers again, nor be treated as a plaything to be gifted to others. But Bai Xiuchun's expression darkened slightly. Li Xia, You. He never could have imagined Li Xiao thinking this way. He. You really think the great Zhao Dong would take an interest in you? Stop dreaming. Bai Xiuchun said immediately, his face twisting with malice. Bai Xiuchun, even if the great Zhao Dong doesn't want me, do you really think I'd want you? Li Xiao looked at him with disdain. You're too weak. Back when we were classmates, you had no money. Now in this world, you're still this weak. Wanting to pursue me like this don't make me laugh. Do women only care about these kinds of interests? Bai Xiuchun clenched his fists tightly, his voice barely steady as he spoke. Then prove to me where your excellence lies. Bai Xiuchun hesitated, his expression darkening. Indeed, he couldn't even pinpoint his own strength himself. How could anyone value him? But as he looked at Li Xiao's face, a killing intent stirred within him. Since you won't let me have you, then I'll destroy you. I'm done talking to you. I'm going to find the great Zhao Dong. Li Xiao was already fantasizing about the moment Zhao Dong saw her and took her into his harem. But as she took her first step, a sudden chill ran down her spine. She instinctively looked down to see crimson blood already pooling from her abdomen. Bai Xiuchun is killing me. She collapsed with a thud, struggling to turn her head, and saw Bai Xiuchun standing nearby with a dark expression. His hand had transformed into the shape of a dagger, blood dripping from its blade. Hey! From now on, I have nothing holding me back. Thank you, Li Xia. You've taught me many things. From now on, I will have no ties whatsoever. Thank you, Li Xia. You have taught me everything I needed to learn. No, save me, I don't want to die. Feeling the pain tearing through her abdomen, Li Xiao reached out toward Bai Xiuchun with immense difficulty. Bai Xiuchun, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Save me. From now on, I'll stay with you and live a proper life. Gazing at the pitiable Li Xiao, a hint of reluctance flickered through Bai Xiuchun's eyes. But in the very next moment, he steeled his resolve. It's already too late. Bai Xiuchun shook his head slightly. The reason he had been so fond of Li Xiao was that he had been quietly watching this beautiful girl ever since primary school. Back then, Li Xiao was exceptionally kind and adorable. When he was bullied, it was Li Xiao who stepped forward and rebuked those delinquent students. But look at her now. For the sake of survival, she had become a completely different person. Hey! She was no longer that girl. Bai Xiuchun, you'll die a horrible death, a horrible death. Li Xiao suddenly shrieked, her voice gradually fading. Someone else. Not far away, Zhao Dong hovered above a tree trunk, having spotted Bai Xiuchun and Li Xiao. He had arrived in time to hear their conversation and already understood what had happened. He could never have imagined that this seemingly honest Bai Xiuchun was so dangerous, scheming to eliminate so many people. Such a man absolutely had to be dealt with. He couldn't help but think of certain characters from the novels he used to read. Some protagonists were bullied without end and looked down upon by their girlfriends, yet they endured it all in silence. Then, at some fateful moment, such people would rise abruptly and annihilate every last enemy. This type was extremely perilous, the sort that grew stronger with every setback, making them incredibly difficult to handle. His role in this world was the villain, and for all he knew, this was yet another child of destiny. Better to kill him off before he had a chance to rise. The instant he thought of this, Zhao Dong darted forward. Just as he was about to unleash a wind blade, Bai Xiuchun, not far away, seemed to sense something and snapped his head up. Oh! Quite alert, aren't you? Zhao Dong smiled faintly. Yet by the time he jumped down, Bai Xiuchun had already vanished into the bushes. Fear gripped Bai Xiuchun in that moment. His pursuer was far too swift and he recognized the man. Almighty Zhao Dong. Zhou Jianfao and his group had been disposed of so quickly. In that instant, Bai Xiuchun understood that he had still underestimated Zhao Dong's strength. He had thought that, from such a great distance, Zhao Dong wouldn't notice him after killing Zhou Jianfao's bunch. He was mistaken. If there's no other choice, I'll have to use that thing. Bai Xiuchun immediately pulled a token out of his pocket. Escape token, upon activation, teleports the user 1,000 meters away. This was a fine treasure he had obtained from a treasure chest, and he had been reluctant to use it. Now, at last, he had no choice. He gritted his teeth, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. God Dao. Humph. What was so impressive about him? He simply got a few lucky breaks at the start. If I had your luck, with my intelligence, I would absolutely be far more outstanding than you. Just wait, once I grow strong, I'll kill you. At this point, the fury in his heart shot through the 9 heavens. The woman he loved was dead. From now on, he would care about no one. Then, without hesitation, he triggered the escape token. Whoosh! Bai Xiuchun's figure vanished into thin air. Zhao Dong landed, swept a glance at the place Bai Xiuchun had disappeared, and furrowed his brow. Could it be an escape token? Zhao Dong muttered. He had read about this item in novels. Take Shoufan, he had possessed several in the early stages, relying on them to turn danger into safety time and again. A child of destiny, indeed. I must kill him as soon as possible. Zhao Dong glanced at the woman on the ground. This Li Xiu had already died from excessive loss of blood, her 2 eyes wide open. Zhao Dong didn't linger, flying straight up into the sky. He was confident Bai Xiuchun hadn't gone far, for the escape token's range was only 1,000 meters, a trifling distance to him. No sooner had he taken to the air than a giant eagle, half the height of a man, came at him. What a nuisance! The attribute display showed the eagle was merely level 5. He summoned a wind blade and struck it in a single slash. Crash! The giant eagle let out a miserable cry and dropped. In the jungle below, the moment Bai Xiuchun appeared, he resumed his desperate sprint. He dared not pause, afraid that Zhao Dong would overtake him. Seeing the thick forest thinning out ahead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Once he burst out of there, he would be safe. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong was still searching from above. At the same time, he dispatched skeleton soldiers to sweep through the jungle in several directions, but Bai Xiuchun was fast on his feet. Zhao Dong produced an energy stone, absorbing its energy even as he continued flying. He kept close along the large trees. The moment he heard a location fall silent, with no insects chirping, it meant someone had entered that area. Suddenly, from under a huge tree not far away, countless birds burst into flight. It seems he's there. Zhao Dong laughed softly, scorching flames rising in his hand. He flicked his hand casually. Boom! Rumble! 3 fireballs in a row shot out, exploding across the ground. Ah! On the ground, Bai Xiuchun's form was blasted out of concealment. He was disheveled and begrimed, his face full of shock. Discovered after all, his heart instantly sank into the abyss. In the explosion just now, Bai Xiuchun's face was covered in blood. His right arm, in particular, was badly damaged, as if fractured. He sprawled on the ground, raised his head with great effort, and saw Zhao Dong slowly drifting over. So you can fly, no wonder you came so fast. Bai Xiuchun gritted his teeth, but immediately put on an extremely amiable look. He was betting that almighty Zhao Dong would not kill him. As long as he stayed alive, he had confidence he could survive. When that day came, this world of slaughter would still have a place for him. Zhao Dong stopped in front of him, expressionless. Bai Xiuchun. Almighty Zhao Dong, I never had the slightest intention of opposing you. Is that so? Zhao Dong's tone was icy. He had not killed him yet because he wanted to know whether there was somebody else behind them. I was a university student. After arriving in this world, I was controlled by the Zhou brothers, Zhou Jianfao and Zhou Jiancai. Earlier, when they saw your boat, they wanted to seize it. I was unwilling, but they forced me. Afterward, I even killed Zhou Jiancai. Zhao Dong asked, I have no interest in the affairs between you all. Tell me this, those 2 wolves from earlier, why did they seem to be under your control? Zhao Dong was quite interested in the ability to control wolves. Take this pursuit, for example, he could simply order wolves to attack rather than personally involving himself. Ah, that was Zhou Jiancai's ability. His innate talent was to communicate with dire wolves. I see. Seeing that Zhao Dong seemed easy to talk to, a faint hope of survival surfaced in Bai Xiuchun's heart. Almighty Zhao Dong, I really am a good man. Please, spare me. What about your camp? From here, to the right. When you see a stretch of bare woods, you'll have found it. And Zhou Jiancai's corpse, where did you hide it? Zhao Dong was conjecturing, would Zhou Jiancai's innate ability drop now that he was dead? If it dropped, that would be perfect. After picking it up, he too would gain the ability to tame wolves. Zhou Jiansai's corpse is near your boat. Would you like to take a look? I can show you the way. Bai Xiucheng tried his best to appear harmless and docile. Zhao Dong was about to agree when he received a message from Wood. Master, we've discovered a male corpse in his forties nearby. So it must be Zhou Jiankai. With Zhou Jiansai's corpse now in his possession, Zhao Dong naturally had no intention of letting Bai Xiucheng live. No need to bring me there. Can I leave then? Go ahead. Zhao Dong waved at Bai Xiucheng dismissively. This idiot actually let me walk away. A surge of joy filled Bai Xiucheng's heart. He became even more convinced that Zhao Dong's strength came purely from luck, and if those opportunities had been his, he'd be far more powerful. He quickly thanked him. Thank you, Great One. I'll be going then. As Bai Xiucheng turned and stepped out, he made a silent vow to himself. After this, I must be far more cautious. Though he was weak now, fortune could turn someday he'd achieve greatness. His excitement grew with each thought, but the very next moment, a wooden spear instantly pierced his chest. Bai Xiucheng froze, his entire body driven backward by the immense force. Dazed, he stared at the wound in his chest, his body nailed against the great tree before him. Why? Why are you still killing me? Realizing what had happened, Bai Xiucheng twisted his gaze savagely toward Zhao Dong. Didn't you say I could leave? Yes, I said you could leave. I never said I'd let you live. Zhao Dong's tone remained cold and detached. Cruel. Bai Xiucheng finally understood. He now knew exactly why Zhao Dong had become so formidable, and it all made sense. Flap! A gust of wind sliced horizontally, piercing Bai Xiucheng through and through. Then Zhao Dong began examining the items on his body. Those destined children always carried many valuable advantages. His innate talent might not be exceptional, but it would prove useful nonetheless. If he could find these things, they would be incredibly beneficial. Sure enough, after searching, Zhao Dong discovered a small pouch containing black powder. He activated his attribute scan and examined them. Unknown poison powder, turns flesh to bone upon contact. Red spirit fruit, consuming it benefits survivalists around level 5, greatly increasing strength. Bomb stone, functions as an explosive when thrown. Not bad, but unfortunately these items held little appeal for him at his current level. For instance, the red spirit fruit only proved useful to survivalists around level 5. Shortly after, Zhao Dong spotted a bubble dropping beside Bai Xiucheng's foot. Malice display 20. What the hell, a malice display? Zhao Dong froze completely. This item seemed incredibly valuable. The so-called malice display allowed him to detect ill will within a certain range. Once malice exceeded 50 points, that person posed a potential threat. When malice surpassed 80 points, it meant the other had decided to kill him. When it reached 100 points, it meant they were determined to fight to the death. This was absolutely a tremendous asset. Previously, Zhao Dong had worried about the risk of betrayal within a team. What if a teammate stabbed him in the back? Now he no longer needed to worry, since he could directly perceive malice. He suddenly recalled why Bai Xiucheng had fled moments earlier. There was a reason Bai Xiucheng had detected his malice. However, unless this ability was actively activated or provided spiritual energy was sufficient, he obviously could not detect malice. This was also why Bai Xiucheng had genuinely believed he would be spared. Without hesitation, he collected the malice display. In an instant, Zhao Dong noticed a reservoir of malice energy within his heart. To detect another's malice, he merely needed to focus his thoughts, and this energy would flow along his gaze. At that moment, he could ascertain the exact level of their malice. Good. Time to collect Zhou Jiansai's attributes. Zhao Dong turned back and projected his intent to Wood. Guard Zhou Jiansai's corpse, I'm coming over. Understood, Master. Moments later, Zhao Dong descended into a patch of tall grass. His gaze swept across the area, and he spotted traces of blood seeping through the vegetation. Walking closer, he found a corpse lying motionless in the grass, eyes wide open in shock. This man was Zhou Jiankai. Since Bai Xiucheng had already stripped the body clean, Zhao Dong made no effort to search for valuables. He looked around, searching for any dropped bubbles. Finally, in a blood-stained patch of grass, he discovered a bubble that had grown somewhat translucent. Spiritual Wolf Language 14. Judging by its fading clarity, this bubble was about to dissipate. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Zhao Dong touched it immediately. In that instant, a flood of knowledge filled his mind. A wolf totem sank into his consciousness like a seal carved deep and permanent. Unforgettably profound. Excellent. Zhao Dong felt a wave of satisfaction. He resolved to seek out wolves later and attempt communication. Once he secured a wolf, traveling would become far more convenient. After finishing his tasks, darkness had already fallen. Zhao Dong had no reason to seek out the remnants of the other group's camp. It was unnecessary. Moreover, the dense forest at night was even more dangerous, so caution was the wiser course. Night had fully descended. In the group chat, Zhao Dong conversed with Lu Xiu and Wu Qingya. According to Wu Qingya, she had finally escaped the frozen wasteland. Though the area remained cold, conditions had undoubtedly improved. She could now see distant mountains and endless stretches of grassland. She had purchased a map and knew that once she crossed this great grassland, she would enter warmer territory. As for Lu Xiu, after she and her mother dealt with the bandits, they cast the corpses into the sea. Tomorrow she would continue gathering stone and send the materials to Zhao Dong, who would then construct a boat for them. Once the conversation wound down, Zhao Dong continued, I happened to acquire something useful today, red spirit fruit. It benefits those around level 5 by restoring strength. He had obtained 4 red spirit fruits from Bai Xiucheng. Since he had no use for them, he sent one to Wu Qingya. The remaining 3 went to Lu Xiu. Wu Qingya now ran a shop, and many survivors brought her red spirit fruits to ask about them, so she recognized the item immediately. She grew excited, Brother Zhao Dong, you're too kind. I have no way to repay you, perhaps I could bear you a child. Zhao Dong smiled faintly and took her words lightly. This was just how Wu Qingya was always fond of joking. Zhao Dong replied, forget it. You're not my type. Wu Qingya nearly grew cross. Not your type. I'm just teasing you. Don't take it seriously. Wu Qingya responded with a furious expression. Lu Xiu read the chat and smiled gently, also feeling a stir of excitement. Consuming this fruit increased physical strength. It would be a tremendous help to her cultivation. These days, she had come to appreciate the critical importance of power even more. Daughter, what kind of fruit is this? Yang Wang leaned over with curiosity. Lu Xiu explained, and Yang Wang expressed astonishment. Zhao Dong is far too generous. He actually gave you something this precious. Lu Xiu nodded gently, genuinely moved as well. Mother, please eat. She handed over 2 fruits. My daughter, your mother is old now. 1 is enough. As for you, eat more. Neither of them was particularly high in cultivation level, so consuming these fruits had a pronounced effect. Mother and daughter pushed them back and forth, but in the end, Lu Xiu ate too. As the red spirit fruit settled in their stomachs, a warm sensation flowed through their abdomens. At the same time, their muscles turned scorching hot, and the fiery burning surged through their entire bodies, leaving both mother and daughter flushed crimson from head to toe. A surge of strength erupted within their muscles. A night slipped by. Early in the morning, Zhao Dong chewed on wild fruits while brewing spiritual rice porridge. Having grown tired of eating meat over the past few days, Zhao Dong decided to make some porridge. Yesterday's unexpected incident had left the task of sun-drying the supplies unfinished, so today he resumed the work. While Zhao Dong ate, the 5 skeletons busily transported supplies toward the river bank. In no time, the shore was lined with all kinds of goods. One might have mistaken it for a street stall. Mutu was not idle either. Using his 2 front claws, he arranged the supplies one by one. However, when he noticed a crossbow, he froze. A familiar memory welled up in his heart. Mutu, what's wrong? Zhao Dong noticed something amiss and called out while washing the pot by the river. Mutu withdrew his thoughts and said in a low voice, I don't know why, but when I saw this crossbow, it felt extremely familiar. This crossbow had been obtained from the zombie lair a while back. Zhao Dong had never used it, having planned to practice with it when he found the time. You've used it before? Zhao Dong was curious. Ma'am, I do have that memory, though it's fragmented. Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, he dashed into the forest. Hey, where are you going? Zhao Dong was taken aback and called out again and again with his mind, Mutu. Mutu! Where are you going? Master, I'll be right back. This guy. Zhao Dong shook his head. He chose not to interfere, guessing that Mutu must have had his reasons. Sure enough, within a short while, Mutu came dragging a corpse back. It was none other than Zhou Jian's body from yesterday. Zhao Dong understood at once. You want to possess this corpse? Mutu nodded eagerly. I think being a skeleton is quite nice. Zhao Dong thought about it and found it acceptable. After taking control of these 5 skeleton soldiers, he immediately discovered they were far more useful than the pack dogs. Take combat, for example. Despite being weak in battle, skeleton soldiers still had the strength of a 3rd-level survivor. Pack dogs, meanwhile, could not fight at all. Very well, but we must first strip the flesh from the corpse. Zhao Dong frowned at the body. Mainly, after the possession, the dead flesh would still rot, so the meat had to be removed in advance. Jiao Yi, I'll leave it to you. Jiao Yi nodded, and holding a boning knife, he dragged the corpse to one side and began his work. After working until noon, the ethereal soul essence within the pack dog was finally transferred into the skeleton frame. With a flicker of blue flame within the skull, the skeleton slowly rose to its feet. Master, I feel so much better now, Mutu said in pleasant surprise. He squeezed his 5 fingers, bare of flesh and skin, utterly thrilled. Zhao Dong was equally satisfied with Mutu's condition. He now had 6 skeleton soldiers. Mutu, these are your weapon and shield. Zhao Dong handed him the spear and the wooden shield obtained earlier. Mutu was overjoyed. The feeling of walking is truly wonderful. Welcome to our ranks. Jiao Yi walked over and gave a slight nod. At that moment, Mutu went to the pile of supplies, picked up the crossbow again, and quickly loaded the bolt. Once ready, he took aim at a large tree not far away. Everyone held their breath, watching the scene. Whoosh! The bolt shot out swiftly. Thunk! The bolt struck the edge of the tree. Jiao Yi said, not bad. With more practice, you'll get even better. Zhao Yi walked over and remarked, better than me. Zhao Dong, however, smiled and asked, didn't any of you notice? He walked over and pointed at the spot where the bolt had struck. Only then did Zhao Yi and the other skeleton soldiers realize something was unusual. At the tip of the bolt, a green leaf was pinned through. Impressive. So he hit a green leaf. Who would have thought? Zhao Dong approached Mutu and asked, how did you do it? Just now, he had noticed that the instant the leaf fell, Mutu struck in a flash, and the bolt precisely hit the leaf. Mastering this feat could not be explained merely by exceptional aim. It also required judging the speed at which the leaf fell and the direction of the wind. All of this demanded a sharpshooter's keen powers of observation. Mutu shook his head slightly. It's a strange feeling, as if I was born knowing how to do this. Zhao Dong patted his shoulder. Very good. Practice a bit more, and I'll make you more bows and arrows later. After a moment's thought, he took out the bow he had obtained earlier. Try this one too. All right. Mutu took the bow, and involuntarily, he closed his eyes. I can feel the wind. Suddenly, he opened them, and within the skeleton's eye sockets, searing cyan flames blazed to life. He drew the bow and knocked the arrow in one seamless motion. Whoosh! The arrow shot out this time. It actually struck the tail of the previous arrow. The precise strike split that arrow clean in two. Impressive, truly impressive. It seems you possess an innate talent for archery. I'm rather curious now what you used to be. Zhao Dong's eyes blazed with interest. This was a tremendous asset indeed. Restoring him to a human body had indeed been the right choice. Since the pack dogs were of no use anyway, Zhao Dong planned to give them slight modifications and send them to Diwu Qingyao for sale. These things could actually serve as mounts as well. Just insert an energy stone, sit on top, and control it to move forward, and the pack dog would walk. It just wasn't very fast. But for long journeys, it saved considerable effort. Most importantly, it conserved one's strength. So he sent the photos to Diwu Qingyao. He then stopped paying attention to it. In the pack dog's head, where the ethereal soul essence had originally been stored, he installed an energy stone. The next second, the pack dog could move again. However, the pack dog had lost all its sentience now. It could only act upon a mental command. What Zhao Dong hadn't expected was that the thing so worthless in his eyes left Diwu Qingyao utterly stunned. Diwu Qingyao sent a dozen messages in a row. Bro, THTH this. This is way too badass. You actually have one of these. Do you know, in the wild, this thing can be ridden like a donkey, and its carrying capacity is astonishing. You're giving it away? You're actually giving it away? Diwu Qingyou rambled on and on. In the end, it all amounted to 2 words, badass. Zhao Dong was speechless. Wasn't it just a pack dog? What he didn't know, however, was how immensely useful such a walking supply carrier was in the outside world. Many people wanted to journey far away, but lacking any vehicle, they could only discard some of their supplies. But with a pack dog, that was no longer necessary. Zhao Dong, isn't that a bit too much? Diwu Qingyou, really, this thing is so wonderful, and you're actually going to sell it. Why not give it to me? Zhao Dong, what price? Diwu Qingyou, we're such good friends, how can you bear to charge me? Zhao Dong chuckled. Here she was again, playing the coaxing game. Zhao Dong, use it for now. Remember to get me something good later. Diwu Qingyou, thanks, you're the best. With this settled, Zhao Dong's next plan was to track down the giant wolves. After obtaining the Steel Spirit Wolf language, Zhao Dong wanted to hunt down a couple of wolves to serve him. Wolves had many strengths, keen noses and sharp hearing. In the future, when he traveled and slept, wolves could stand guard and protect him. With this in mind, Zhao Dong packed up, left the skeleton soldiers to guard the ship, and entered the jungle. He had already checked the vicinity. He planned to go deeper into the jungle in search of wild wolves. However, this jungle didn't seem to be their territory. He had covered 5 kilometers without finding a single wolf. Instead, he spotted 2 ferocious beasts with single horns. Soon he crossed the jungle, but just then, a huge silhouette swooped down from the sky. Caw, caw. Zhao Dong looked up and saw a monstrous bird blotting out the sky, diving at him ferociously. Its wingspan was over 5 meters, and its head was larger than a human's. Upon closer look, it even had a human-like face, but with thick hair behind its ears, somewhat like a monkey. He immediately activated a tribute display. Human-faced flying bird, level 17, possesses a massive body and extremely swift flight speed. Fierce beyond measure, its claws can sever steel and are exceptionally tough. It has a human face, can understand human speech, and enjoys eating human flesh. It usually carries an innate talent, feather projection. Hiss! How powerful! After all, a level 17 ferocious beast was already a rarity in these parts. And this human-faced bird actually possessed an innate talent. Moreover, judging by the description, this talent was innate from birth, unlike some beasts where some have talents and others don't. The beast had excellent vision, spotting tiny Zhao Dong from afar. It let out a shrill cry and circled overhead, seemingly looking for an opportunity to strike. Human flesh and blood were the most delicious thing in the world to it. This was clearly a ferocious beast with considerable intelligence. Its gaze fell upon Zhao Dong. Faintly, it sensed a hint of danger from him. This made it wary, not daring to approach. But in the end, it was still a bird. Unable to resist the temptation, it hurtled toward Zhao Dong. Here it comes! Zhao Dong was already prepared. Not only had he secretly taken out 10 spears from his spatial backpack, but he had also condensed dozens of wind blades in the air. Now he was luring the enemy into a trap. Swish! Swish! A massive gust swept through the air. The human-faced bird hooked its sharp claws, intending to snatch Zhao Dong into the sky with a single strike. Zhao Dong's face lit up. He was waiting for this move. All his attacks were primed. This strike would surely finish it. But just then, something unexpected happened. Instead of diving further, the human-faced bird hovered in midair like a helicopter. The next second, its feathers stood on end and shot forth. Swish! Swish! The ferocious speed made Zhao Dong's expression shift slightly. It was directly attacking him. This creature was truly intelligent. Zhao Dong immediately realized that the human-faced bird had sensed something amiss with him, so it adopted a cautious approach and attacked from a distance. Seeing the rain of feathers shooting toward him, Zhao Dong dared not be overconfident. After all, the attribute display had stated that its feathers were as hard as iron, no trifling matter. Whoosh! Zhao Dong darted behind a tree. After dodging the feather barrage, he used the cover of the forest to fly skyward. At the same time, wooden shards gathered around him. The human-faced bird, having missed its strike, was astonished to find Zhao Dong's trail lost. Just as it was bewildered, a sense of crisis struck. The human-faced bird looked up and saw spears raining down from the sky. And the human who had just been attacked was now hovering in midair. The bird was utterly astounded, but what shocked Zhao Dong even more was that it neither dodged nor evaded. It charged straight at the spears. It flapped its wings, knocking the spears aside effortlessly. He was stunned. The human-faced bird's feathers were even harder than his iron spears. After all, his spears had wooden shafts, but their tips were iron and extremely hard. And now they had all been broken by a single sweep. The human-faced bird stared at Zhao Dong, as if seeing a flying human for the first time. Its strangely human face was highly wary. Whoosh! However, it was clearly confident in its speed, and it arrived above Zhao Dong even faster. In all fairness, when it came to flight speed, the human-faced bird was far too quick. Zhao Dong had no choice but to summon the industrial hammer. It quickly melted into a blade, and Zhao Dong landed on the ground. Only on the ground could he make full use of his speed advantage. Ka! The human-faced bird dodged sharply. Zhao Dong tensed his entire body. Just as the bird expected him to strike with his weapon, a mass of black mist suddenly shot over. Simultaneously, 3 fireballs followed behind. What the hell is that? The bird was startled. This guy fought dirty, a sneak attack. Boom! 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 The fireball struck the human-faced bird square on, sending it hurtling away. Success! Zhao Dong rejoiced. The bird, struck so heavily, had fallen to the ground. It looked utterly pitiful. Zhao Dong gripped his blade, ready to finish off the bird. He lunged with both legs and leaped into the air. Swish! Swish! From within the dust, more feathers shot forth. Zhao Dong's expression darkened. This bird was not only powerful, but also incredibly quick to react. Even after falling, it could counterattack so quickly. Zhao Dong had no choice but to dodge. But the distance was too close. He hastily pulled a wooden shield from his special backpack. These were all obtained from treasure chests before and never used. The wooden shield quickly placed itself in front of him. But the next moment, bam! 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 The shield burst apart, and feathers struck his body. Fortunately, the wooden shield had slowed the impact, and his high attributes meant Zhao Dong only suffered grazes. It was his first time getting hurt. In an instant, his face, chest, and arms were all lacerated. That was close. If he hadn't summoned the wooden shield in time and relied only on his physical defense, he probably wouldn't have blocked it. The human-faced bird soared back into the air. Its eerie face glared at Zhao Dong, filled with hatred. This despicable human had actually wounded it. You're dead. The human-faced bird actually spoke human language. Well, you can talk. Zhao Dong was stalling for time. He had just exhaled a poisonous mist, and the poison should be slowly taking effect. The human-faced bird was about to attack again, when its expression suddenly shifted. You poisoned me. You poisoned me. The human-faced bird flapped its wings, but its strength was clearly failing, the power behind its strokes growing weaker and weaker. Zhao Dong had no time to waste on words with it. He began to condense the wind blade, preparing to strike its wings while it was distracted. Just then, the human-faced bird keenly sensed the ripples appearing in the air. It let out a sinister laugh and barked, Good, very good. It seems you possess other abilities as well. I underestimated you. It flapped its wings violently, and the wind blade that was just beginning to coalesce seemed to be affected, its form starting to destabilize. Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow. He could see that the wind force generated by the bird's wings was simply too powerful, causing the surrounding airflow to become highly unstable. Consequently, his wind blade was instantly dispersed. It indeed had some tricks up its sleeve. Zhao Dong felt a pang of regret. By this time, the human-faced bird had already soared to a great height. I am furious. Just wait for my vengeance. Screech! With a harsh shriek, the human-faced bird circled twice before leaving the area. Vengeance on me? Zhao Dong frowned, not expecting this human-faced bird to hold such a grudge. Weren't you the one who tried to attack me first? Zhao Dong shook his head. He estimated that the bird would likely launch sporadic aerial attacks on him, which would be highly troublesome. For instance, if it struck his vessel like that, the boat might very well be capsized. He had to find a way to eliminate it. Reflecting on the battle just now, Zhao Dong could see that this fierce beast possessed formidable defense. Neither his spear nor his winged blades had been effective. The only means he had to counter it, aside from poison, was fire. Of course, to ensure his own safety, he also needed to bolster his defenses. Recalling the scene earlier, Zhao Dong realized he had still been too careless. Although his attribute points made him highly powerful, he was still lacking when facing certain specialized beasts. To Zhao Dong's surprise, though he expected the human-faced bird to harass him periodically, there was no sign of it afterward, leaving him on high alert for most of the day. While Zhao Dong was speculating on how the human-faced bird would deal with him, the creature had already swooped down upon a campsite. This was a camp situated on a nearby mountain, with a population of 20 people, led by a man named Zhang Yang. This man had acquired the tentacle talent. From beneath each of his armpits grew tentacles extending over 10 meters in length. A single whip of the tentacle could tear a person in half, possessing colossal strength. Alert! Alert! A giant bird is flying this way. Archers, get ready, get ready. This camp was clearly not weak. Everyone had their designated roles. Even 3 women raised their wooden spears and hurled them at the incoming human-faced bird. Facing such pathetic attacks, the human-faced bird showed nothing but disdain. Begone! It flapped its wings violently, and in an instant, the entire camp was thrown into utter chaos. Countless supplies were swept into the air. Even more terrifyingly, several people failed to hold onto the nearby trees and were blown away, crashing into the trunks behind them and spitting blood. Powerful, simply too powerful. This must be a fierce beast of level 15 or higher. As a leader, Zhang Yang was highly competent. Yet at this moment, even he could not help but feel despondent. It was too strong. This time, they would likely all perish. I will not kill you. To everyone's surprise, the human-faced bird suddenly spoke. It seemed severely poisoned, panting heavily as it uttered these words. Damn it, I must seek treatment as soon as possible. The human-faced bird muttered internally, but still gritted its teeth and persisted. Listen up, gather before me. Those who disobey shall die. Zhang Lian's expression shifted slightly. He was contemplating whether to flee when, suddenly, a middle-aged woman spat out yellow sand from her mouth. Ability blinding dust. In an instant, the woman was enveloped in a cloud of dust, completely concealing her figure. Zhang Liang felt a pang of envy. This woman usually did absolutely nothing, yet now she was making a clean getaway. Still, one had to admit that her ability was indeed highly advantageous for escaping. But just then, over a dozen black feathers shot toward her like arrows. In an instant, 2 blossoms of blood erupted amidst the billowing dust. Those who flee shall die. The human-faced bird flapped its wings, and as the dust was blown away, it revealed the lifeless body of the middle-aged woman. Seeing this, those who had harbored thoughts of escaping froze in their tracks, not daring to make a move. Zhang Lian's heart stirred. From the look of things, the bird truly did not wish to slaughter them all. He had no idea what was going on, but there was no other choice now. This bird was too powerful. Steeling himself, he stepped forward. Everyone, come over. I believe this divine beast lord must have something to say to us. You certainly have a way with words. Are you their leader? The human-faced bird asked flatly, looking at Zhang Yang. Yes, how may we serve you? As they spoke, several people walked over, trembling. The human-faced bird before them was so hideous that many dared not lift their heads to look at it. The human-faced bird said indifferently, I know you are survivors stranded here. If you wish to live, I want you to kill someone. Kill whom? Right ahead in the Pingyuan Valley River. I will lead the way. Whoever kills him, I shall bestow upon them spiritual fruits and weapons. This human-faced bird was clearly incredibly cunning. Knowing it might not be a match for the target, it decided to use these humans to launch an assault. Hearing this, Zhang Liang frowned. Just to kill one person. Indeed. Only one person? That seems quite simple. This is too easy. The human-faced bird sneered faintly. It is indeed simple, but that brat possesses some ability. I want you to issue a public announcement as well. I want to put a bounty on his head. What? You even know about that? Zhang Liang was thoroughly shocked. He did not realize that this species of human-faced bird possessed extremely high intelligence. Particularly after consuming many humans, it had gradually mastered language and learned how to exploit mankind. Left with no choice, forced by circumstances to survive, they could only post the messages one by one. Kill the man residing in the Pingyuan Valley River area. Reward, 20 spiritual fruits, 10 fierce beasts, and various equipment. At dusk, Zhao Dong was eating by the river bank. His luck was rather poor today. There were clearly no wolves in this area, and he had found nothing after searching for half the day. As for that bird from earlier, it seemed to have vanished into thin air. Never mind, I will leave this place tomorrow. Zhao Dong made up his mind. Before going to sleep, he habitually checked the chat logs. With one look, he was utterly shocked. In the regional channel, many people were posting messages. Bounty: kill a young man in the Pingyuan Valley River area. The killer will be rewarded with a heap of spiritual fruits, weapons, and fierce beasts. Who is that guy, and who wants him dead? At this moment, a man named Zhang Liang posted a message. It was a human-faced bird that made us post this. I heard that bird has also approached many others. Anyone who disobeys will be killed by it. Holy crap, that bird is so badass. It even knows how to do this. Zhao Dong stared in utter disbelief. The Renlian fake incredibly cunning, even posting bound kill him. If you can't defeat someone, do others too as well? But perhaps the Renlian Feiqing hasn't realized who he is yet. If those people knew his true identity, what would they think? At that moment, not far away in a patch of grass, a pair of eyes fixed their gaze here. I've checked the area. There is only this blaze. The speaker was Zhang Liang. After accepting the Renlian Feiqing's assignment, though unwilling, he had no choice but to come. Because the Renlian Feiqing was currently at his camp, he was a fairly responsible leader who could not bear to watch his own men be eaten by Renlian Feiqing, so he arrived early at this place. In the darkness, a woman's figure slowly appeared. What now? Zhang Liang asked in a hushed voice. I've seen one person, it should be him. A yellow-haired woman whispered, but in the darkness she couldn't clearly see Zhao Dong's face. Zhang Liang nodded slightly. Good. We'll circle around later. Thinking it over, he added, we must be careful. The Renlian Feiqing are so formidable that if they fell into this man's hands, his strength must be extraordinary. The Feiqing did say it, you know it's poison. A burly man nearby dismissed it. He seemed to want to show off before the yellow-haired woman. Glancing at the woman's curvaceous figure, he said, I'll go ahead first. While he's asleep, we will. He didn't finish. Figures bearing blades emerged from all directions. Who is there? Zhang Lian's face changed. After careful recognition, his heart sank. The attackers were skeleton soldiers. He hadn't seen such skeleton soldiers before, but he had heard of them in conversations. Quite polite, coming to see me in the middle of the night. Zhao Dong stepped up slowly. Knowing that the Renlian Feiqing would be harmful to him, Zhao Dong arranged 6 skeleton soldiers to lurk around him in the surrounding woods. Sure enough, he sensed something off. These people were plotting to ambush him. But Zhao Dong wasn't planning to kill them. After all, behind the mischief was Renlian Feiqing. He needed these people to lead him to Renlian Feiqing. Only when Renlian Feiqing is truly dead will he rest easy. Hearing the sounds, Zhang Liang and his 10 odd men felt their hearts sink. No doubt this is the man who even Renlian Feiqing faltered against. They hadn't yet acted, and they were found out. Brother, let's talk this over properly. Zhang Liang swallowed hard. Honestly, he didn't want to face such a terrifying person. But Renlian Feiqing was in the camp. He was at his wits' end. Whom had they provoked? All he could think about was surviving. Master Zhao Dong. Suddenly, the yellow-haired girl cried out, Zhao Dong, Master Zhao Dong. What? Master Zhao Dong. Quite a few people looked on under the pale moonlight. After clearly recognizing Zhao Dong's face, they were all shocked. It really is Master Zhao Dong. Damn, I get it now. Zhang Liang slapped his thigh. No wonder the Renlian Feiqing faltered. The great Zhao Dong beat it. A group of people suddenly realized. The explanation clicked. Such a formidable Feiqing would not dare retaliate because Master Zhao Dong is here. Zhao Dong felt rather speechless. When did he gain so many fans? He could only look at the crowd with an expressionless gaze and say, Did you all come to kill me because you listened to Royan Fichin's words? Zhang Lian's face fell into mourning. Master Zhao Dong, we didn't want this either. Now that Fichin is in our camp, if we don't listen, it will eat us all. That's right, my wife is still in the camp. I can't abandon her to survive. Master Zhao Dong, save us. Seeing Zhao Dong, these people also lost the will to continue resisting and knelt to beg for mercy. This left Zhao Dong speechless. The burly man who had previously vowed to ambush Zhao Dong was now a sobbing mess, crying, Zhao Dongji, save us. I'm only 36. I don't want to die. Damn, I'm younger than you. The yellow-haired girl was bolder, pouncing to Zhao Dong's feet. Master, as long as you save us, I have nothing to repay you. I can only offer myself to you. Ahem. You witch. Zhao Dong frowned and helped the girl to her feet. All right, if I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Master Zhao Dong, you don't bear grudges against the small. I admire you most. Zhang Liang breathed a sigh of relief. The others nodded vigorously. Zhao Dong said, all of you, rise and tell me what happened. Most importantly, where is that Renlian Fichin now? In our camp. Zhang Liang began to speak. After the Renlian Fichin issued its orders, it seemed exhausted and rested at the top of a large tree. During this time it had also eaten the 3 ferocious beasts in their territory. That Fichin took my poison. I didn't expect its toxin tolerance to be so strong it's still able to rest here in your camp. Zhao Dong shook his head. He decided to strike overnight. He aimed to take it down while the Renlian Fichin hadn't fully recovered. Alright, time is short. Let's head to your camp now. Zhao Dong said to Zhang Liang. Good, with Master Zhao Dong here, we will surely kill that Fichin. Yes, Master Zhao Dong, I told you, if you saved us, I would pledge myself to you. I have sworn it and I won't break it. The yellow-haired girl spoke with a fluttering voice. People nearby cursed under their breath at her shamelessness. Isn't this just freeloading? Zhao Dong's expression turned dark. To be fair, the girl was quite pretty and had a good figure. Moreover, using the malice display he checked, and her malice was 0. That indicated she harbored no real ill intent. Yet such an eager clingy approach felt uncomfortable. A quick sweep over the others showed little malice as well. The only one who seemed to harbor affection for the yellow-haired girl was the burly man. Seeing the yellow-haired girl's kindness toward him, the burly man's malice rose to about 50. Yet Zhao Dong only gave him a deep glance, and the malice dropped by about 10%. It seemed he was just a coward. Dealing with Renlian Fichin is urgent, let's go. Zhao Dong ordered, and a chorus of cries followed as everyone rushed after. To Zhao Dong's surprise, at that moment Lucio sent a message. Lucio, just now someone posted in the World Channel that Novice Village 168 plans to head to Plains Valley Gorge River to kill someone. I figure you must be from Novice Village 168 as well. With so many after one person, who could it be? Zhao Dong, as he walked, replied, the person to be killed is me. They were stunned. Reading the message, Lucio frowned slightly. A sense of worry rose. Lucio, what will you do now? Run quickly. Why are they bullying you? It's so unfair. Please, don't get hurt. Damn. Zhao Dong read the message, his face frozen in astonishment. He knew that these past few days, Lucio had harbored feelings for him. But he never expected her to be this anxious about him. A smile tugged at Zhao Dong's lips. After a moment's thought, he deliberately replied, I'm afraid I have no choice this time. I'll just have to take the risk. Lucio, what do you mean no choice? Just hide and no one will find you. Don't worry, whatever supplies you need while you're in hiding, I can send them to you. I have to admit, at this moment Zhao Dong was genuinely touched. Zhao Dong, I can't believe you care about me this much. Even if I die now, I'll have no regrets. Lucio pursed her lips. Lucio, it's the middle of a crisis, and you're still joking around. Zhao Dong, I'm not joking. This situation is too dangerous, and truly, I have no options left. Lucio, I've always wanted to meet you in person, but I may never get the chance. Lucio, don't say that. At that moment, Lucio's heart was in turmoil. She herself didn't know when exactly Zhao Dong had become so important to her. Before, she hadn't realized it, but after hearing that Zhao Dong was in danger, she suddenly panicked. Zhao Dong, before I die, can I ask you one favor? Lucio, stop talking about dying. Whatever you need, just tell me. Zhao Dong, well, could you send me a few selfies? I miss you so much. What kind of ridiculous request is that? Lucio was dumbfounded, secretly cursing under her breath. Man, even on the brink of death, still only think about such frivolous things. Lucio, absolutely not. Zhao Dong, how hurtful. There really is no one in this world who cares about me. I might as well just die. Lucio knew Zhao Dong was saying this on purpose, but considering he was genuinely in danger at the moment, she hesitated. Gritting her teeth, she replied, then I'll take the photos, but you have to promise me one thing. Zhao Dong, sure. Lucio, you haven't even told me what the condition is, and you're already agreeing. Zhao Dong, you're only doing this because you care about me, so it must be something good. I trust you. Lucio, fine. I hope with all my heart that you fight hard and survive. Then come find me. After sending the message, Lucio's face flushed crimson. She was embarrassed even by her own words, wondering why she had sent such things. Zhao Dong smiled. Zhao Dong, don't worry. I'm not going to die so easily. After all, I still need to find you. After reading Zhao Dong's message, Lucio couldn't quite explain what came over her. It was as if some invisible force guided her hand, and she snapped a beautiful photo and sent it over. It was nighttime, and Lucio and her mother each slept on a small bed made of thatched grass and quilts. Lucio wasn't wearing much to sleep, just a camisole. As a result, the selfie turned out exceptionally well. Her figure was striking and alluring. There wasn't a trace of the desperate, ragged look that had become common since the apocalypse began. She looked nothing short of youthful and radiant. Lucio, done. Zhao Dong stared at the photo, completely stunned. Zhao Dong, goddess. Truly a goddess. You look absolutely stunning. Lucio, stop flattering me. I'm wearing something so ordinary, what's there to admire? Although Zhao Dong was clearly laying it on thick, Lucio couldn't help but laugh brightly. Lucio, anyway, I've taken the photo for you now. You have to live well, okay? Zhao Dong, don't worry. But once I survive, what reward will I get? How about one selfie from you every day? Lucio, no way. Just as Zhao Dong was making his way along the road, exchanging playful banter with Lucio, news about a group of people hunting down a single individual in Newbie Village No. 168 began to spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang contacted his team members on his way back, instructing them to prepare for battle against the faceless bird. The people in the camp had no idea what was going on at first. Why were they suddenly being asked to take down a colossal creature like a faceless bird? How were they supposed to handle such a thing? However, upon hearing that the person the faceless bird was hunting was none other than the legendary Zhao Dong, everything clicked. So it's about taking down Zhao Dong, understood. We'll get ready immediately. When it came to choosing between a faceless bird and the great Zhao Dong, these people knew exactly which side to pick. At that moment, Zhou Fan, browsing the international chat channel, also noticed the news from Newbie Village No. 168. Recently, he had been living quite comfortably. Blessed with protagonist luck, he had acquired numerous rare treasures and made many connections. Upon noticing the news about Newbie Village No. 168, Zhou Fan frowned. Isn't that Zhao Dong's village? The faceless bird is hunting someone. Who is it? Thinking about this, Zhou Fan recalled that he had once given Lucio a batch of supplies. She had mentioned that Zhao Dong was going to build her a wooden boat. At the time, he had confirmed that Zhao Dong was merely deceiving her. So much time has passed. Xiao must have seen through Zhao Dong's true colors by now, right? Zhou Fan thought to himself and sent a message. Xiao, what's happening with Zhao Dong? Having learned from past experiences, Lucio knew that Zhou Fan harbored strong prejudices against Zhao Dong, so she naturally held back. Lucio, none of your business. Zhou Fan frowned. Why was Lucio's attitude so strange? Annoyed, he sent another message. What's wrong? Are you mad at me? Alright, I admit I was a bit extreme in the past. I apologize, but I truly care about you. Lucio, what are you getting at? Zhou Fan, didn't you say before that Zhao Dong was going to build you a wooden boat? How's that going? Lucio, he hasn't finished it. Zhou Fan chuckled. I told you he was lying. Zhou Fan, so what's the situation now? Lu Xiao, puzzled, what situation? Zhou Fan, it's already this late, and don't you wonder why he still hasn't built you that boat? Last time you said he hadn't contacted you in a long while. I knew it. He took all the supplies for himself and stopped giving them to you. Lu Xiao was completely at a loss for words. Zhao Dong was currently being hunted, and her mind was already in chaos. And here came Zhou Fan, rattling on endlessly. She had originally planned to ignore him, but considering that he would continue to slander Zhao Dong behind her back, she finally responded, first, Zhao Dong has been in contact with me. He has been busy gathering supplies recently. Second, he is facing some trouble right now, and I need to do my best to help him. If you refuse to help, that's your choice. I don't wish to discuss this any further. That's all. Zhou Fan was stunned. He read the message in utter disbelief. Zhao Dong had contacted Lu Xiao afterward. How was that even possible? He should have taken the supplies and gone into hiding long ago. For a moment, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white, seething with anger. Of course, it was merely impotent rage. What a foolish woman. Zhao Dong is definitely stalling for time. Why can't you see it? Zhou Fan muttered under his breath. But at that moment, a ruthless plan slowly took shape in his mind. He believed he could use Lu Xiao's own hands to eliminate Zhao Dong. Overcome by an irresistible impulse, Zhou Fan gazed at a luscious, dew-kissed fruit resting in his palm. In Zhou Fan's hand lay a vibrantly colored, poisonous fruit. He had previously acquired it from a band of bandits who had approached him under the guise of companionship, attempting to trick him into consuming this toxic fruit. Naturally cautious, how could Zhou Fan casually consume food offered by strangers? He immediately sensed something amiss, and after overhearing their conversation, he confirmed that the fruit was indeed highly toxic. In appearance, however, this poisonous fruit closely resembled a common spiritual fruit, making it difficult to distinguish. After resolving the threat posed by those bandits, he pondered for a moment and deliberately sent a message. Xiao, what kind of trouble did Zhao Dong get into? Zhou Fan, all right, I admit that out of jealousy, I was somewhat envious of him. It was my fault. Over the past few days, I've reflected on it and realized I truly misunderstood him. Zhou Fan, if possible, I would like to make amends. After sending the message, Zhou Fan felt a surge of smugness. He was confident that with Lu Xiao's naive and kind-hearted nature, she would undoubtedly agree. Just as he expected. Reading the message, Lu Xiao pondered to herself, wondering if Zhou Fan had truly had a change of heart. A sense of relief washed over her. It would be wonderful if Zhou Fan and Zhao Dong could reconcile. Lu Xiao, have you seen the news from Beginner Village? No. 168. The person those people are hunting down is indeed Zhao Dong. Zhou Fan was ecstatic. Ha, so the one being hunted is actually Zhao Dong. Zhou Fan laughed. To think I would find this so effortlessly after searching so long. Zhao Dong, oh Zhao Dong, you have only your own wicked deeds to blame. Even heaven itself wants you dead. Zhou Fan chuckled, yet he feigned concern in his response. What? So that's how it is. Frankly, there is no deep-seated hatred between Zhao Dong and me. Seeing him in this state now is truly worrisome. Lu Xiao was delighted, glad to finally see a change in Zhou Fan. Lu Xiao, it's wonderful that you think this way. I feel the same. After all, we are classmates. The trouble he is facing now is truly an undeserved disaster. Zhou Fan, indeed. That's why I've decided to help him. I have a spiritual fruit here that I'd like to give him. This way, if he runs into danger and finds himself unable to hold on, he can use it to restore his strength. Lu Xiao, thank you so much. At this moment, Lu Xiao truly believed that Zhou Fan had changed. Little did she know that this was all part of Zhou Fan's insidious plot. The spiritual fruit was poisoned. Lu Xiao, then send it over to him and explain things nicely. I believe he will speak with you amicably as well. Zhou Fan sneered. If I send it to him directly, what if Zhao Dong doesn't trust the spiritual fruit's effects? As the protagonist, Zhou Fan was meticulous in everything he did. At all times, he had to ensure absolute certainty. Thus, he explained, I think it would be better if I gave the item to you, and you passed it on to Zhao Dong. Lu Xiao was surprised. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to hand it over? Zhou Fan, no, you are the most suitable person. After all, you know that Zhao Dong and I have a strained relationship, and he hasn't contacted me lately. Zhou Fan, so, only if you deliver it will Zhao Dong accept it. Once he uses it, you can tell him where the spiritual fruit came from. He will definitely change his opinion of me, and we can be good friends and brothers in the future. His own words made Zhou Fan feel nauseous. Lucio, alright then, I'll do this favor for you. It had to be said that Lucio was far too kind-hearted. She did not suspect any foul play whatsoever. Zhou Fan, thank you very much. I will send the item to you now. Shortly after, Zhou Fan sent over the poisoned spiritual fruit. He specifically reminded Lucio that this was meant for Zhao Dong, cautioning her not to eat it herself. On Lucio's end, she gazed at the spiritual fruit sent by Zhou Fan, thinking to herself that he indeed seemed to have changed. However, Yang Wang found it rather strange upon hearing this. Why would Zhou Fan suddenly become so generous for no apparent reason? Nevertheless, she didn't dwell on it and said, Zhao Dong is currently being hunted down. Xiao, you should send it to him as soon as possible. Alright, Mom. By this time, Zhao Dong had already led his group quite a distance away. During the night, the number of fierce beasts multiplied. Sure enough, as Zhao Dong approached the edge of a pool, his ears twitched as he sensed something amiss. The pool suddenly began to bubble and churn. In an instant, a massive column of water erupted into the sky. Oh no! Zhang Lian's expression changed as he groaned inwardly. Under normal circumstances, they would never dare to wander around outside so late at night. Desperate, he could only summon his talent tentacles. The two tentacles whipped out like lashes, striking toward the water column with a sharp crack. However, the moment his tentacles made contact with the water column, something possessing immense strength within it suddenly grabbed hold of them. Oh no! Zhang Lian's face paled. He could already foresee his demise, a certain death. Yet, at the critical juncture, Zhao Dong suddenly pulled him back. Immediately after, arcs of wind blades launched from both sides of the water column. With a flurry of tearing sounds, mists of blood erupted from within the cascading water. In that split second, the column of water collapsed, revealing the true form of the fierce beast behind it. It was actually a one-horned rhinoceros beast. However, it was clearly a juvenile, meaning its defense was weak, allowing Zhao Dong to dispatch it with ease. Of course, while it seemed weak in Zhao Dong's eyes, it was still a highly formidable adversary to the others. After all, this beast's level had reached an astonishing level 10. My goodness, a one-horned rhinoceros beast was actually defeated by almighty Zhao Dong in a single strike. Everyone stared in sheer astonishment. In particular, the yellow-haired girl's eyes shone with intense admiration. This must be the power of an almighty expert. If only he were my man, how wonderful that would be. Forget about the carcass, Zhao Dong said as he collected his rewards. Since you all rest here in the dead of night, you must have someone with a detection talent, right? I do, the yellow-haired girl said, stepping forward. Her name is Huang Jiajia. Her talent is green light eyes, which allows her to see clearly in the dark. It is thanks to her that we were able to make our way here in the middle of the night, Zhang Liang explained on her behalf. Huang Jiajia added, however, I can only see objects, I cannot detect hidden dangers. That's more than enough. Keep watch and avoid any hazardous areas. We need to seize the opportunity to slay the human-faced avian before nightfall, while it has not yet fully recovered, Zhao Dong instructed. Alright. As Zhao Dong spoke, he handed a spiritual fruit to Huang Jiajia. Eat this. It will restore your strength so we can pick up the pace. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Huang Jiajia was so moved she was on the verge of tears. In this brutal world of slaughter, where deception lurked around every corner, this was the first time someone had treated her with such kindness. Her spirits lifted, Huang Jiajia naturally quickened her pace. Navigating around several hazardous zones, the group finally arrived near Zhang Lian's camp just as dawn was about to break. Almighty Zhao, it's that tree. In the darkness, following the direction of Zhang Lian's finger, Zhao Dong looked toward the grandest tree in the area. It was towering and colossal, its peak piercing high into the clouds. At this moment, however, a massive, pitch-black giant bird was resting atop the tree. It was a wonder how the treetop could support such a colossal body, yet the giant tree remained perfectly motionless. Boss Zhang Yang. Just then, two slender dark figures approached stealthily through the gloom. Great Zhao Dong, these are the brothers from my camp. Zhang Yang introduced the two men. Zhao Dong remained expressionless and gave a slight nod. How many have died? A thin-faced, dark-skinned man sighed. Counting the elderly woman who died during the day, we've lost 3 people in camp. That bird is vicious, it wants to kill people at the slightest provocation. I figured that even if we obeyed it, it would still turn on us once it got what it wanted. Another man with slightly fairer skin said, right. At least it hasn't moved since falling asleep. But now we're worried when it wakes up hungry and there's not much meat in camp. I'm afraid it will eat us. What's there to fear? Now the great Zhao Dong is here. Yeah, great Zhao is here. Several people looked at Zhao Dong with determined eyes and said. Zhao Dong looked at them and instructed, wait here and stay on guard. I'll sneak over and kill it. Great Zhao, let us go with you. Yes, it's too dangerous. They thought Zhao Dong cared about them, which was why he insisted on going alone. Little did they know that wasn't the reason at all. It was simply because these people were too weak. If they came along, they'd be no help and might even wake the human-faced bird, causing real trouble. So Zhao Dong decided to take care of it himself. Stay put and don't make trouble for me. His expression turned stern, unusually serious. All right, great Zhao. Go carefully. The others could hardly see more. They could only watch Zhao Dong head through the darkness toward the big tree. Zhao Dong moved through the jungle, absorbing energy from energy stones as he walked. By the time he neared the big tree, he was fully prepared. At such close range, Zhao Dong could smell a sour, rancid odor from the human-faced bird. At the same time, he discovered the secret of its feathers. Each feather was exceptionally smooth and extremely hard. When they rustled, they gave off crisp clattering sounds. The human-faced bird seemed to be sleeping soundly, breathing lightly and occasionally smacking its lips. It's even grinding its teeth. Zhao Dong sneered. A ball of black mist in his hand drifted silently toward the human-faced bird's face. The mist seeped into its nostrils, making it frown slightly. The creature was extremely vigilant. In an instant, it opened its eyes. Right then, 2 spears arrived in a flash. Thud! Thud! In that split second, the spears pierced both of the bird's eyes. Ka! The bird shrieked. Blinded, it was helpless in an instant. The bird immediately crashed to the ground. Boom! The deafening crash threw everyone around the camp into panic. What was going on? Zhao Dong raised his industrial hammer and charged over. A blade manifested by the industrial hammer slashed out. Hateful humans! You dared to ambush me while I was resting. The human-faced bird was furious. It ignored its wounds. The feathers all over its body spread out, readying an indiscriminate attack. No! At that very moment, Zhao Dong's attack arrived. The blade descended from the sky and split the human-faced bird's head. Crack! A crisp sound. The bird's head split in 2 in an instant. The next second, its bristling feathers seemed to melt and instantly drooped. Success! Zhao Dong didn't dare grow careless. He had to make sure the human-faced bird was absolutely dead. Die! Then he slashed across again. Squelch! The human-faced bird's head was severed and flew away. Successfully killed level 17 human-faced bird, gained 400 energy points. Awesome! Zhao Dong's eyes lit up. This energy point reward was really generous. But no matter how many energy points he got, they weren't as satisfying as the attribute bubble that dropped. Zhao Dong noticed that, following the fierce beast's death, a huge bubble had fallen on the ground. Flight increased by 30. Damn, this was awesome. Zhao Dong was overjoyed. In earlier battles, he had realized that his flying speed was too slow. In the fight with the human-faced bird, he could fly but didn't dare go head-to-head. Now things were different. The extra flight reward was sure to greatly increase his speed. In a flash, Zhao Dong touched the attribute bubble. A gentle current of air poured into his body. This was the power of flight. Unlike the flight ability he had obtained before, this time he gained an understanding of the air currents around him. For example, when the wind blew, he knew exactly what flying angle would make him faster. This was a very important improvement. The next second, Zhao Dong focused his mind and flew to the right. Not bad, my speed really has increased quite a bit. Zhao Dong calculated that his speed was twice as fast as before. Of course, this speed couldn't be maintained for long. Even the human-faced bird only reached its greatest speed when diving. At other times, it kept a steady pace. Just then, people from the distant camp came running over with torches, howling and shouting. Has the human-faced bird been dealt with? Whoa, that fast? As expected of a great master. I was just waiting for an earth-shaking, soul-stirring battle, but it ended this quickly. A great master is a great master, truly extraordinary. Everyone talked at once. Zhao Dong plucked one of the bird's feathers. It really was rock hard. This material would be great for making spears. Unfortunately, it was useless to him. After all, his specialty was wood manipulation. Through wood manipulation, he could launch long-range spear attacks. But since these feathers weren't made of wood, they were completely useless to him. As for selling them, Zhao Dong began to think. Without hesitation, he sent one feather to Diwu Qingya. At that time, Diwu Qingya was already on a vast grassland, riding the pack dog Zhao Dong had given her. The journey had worn her out completely. Her body had nearly been wrecked. Fortunately, Zhao Dong had given her the pack dog, allowing her to rest while riding it. Otherwise, she couldn't bear to imagine it. Ha! What did brother Zhao Dong send? Diwu Qingya looked at the feather in front of her. It was pure black, glistening with a glossy dark light. It was over a meter long, exceptionally straight. Holding the oval end, Diwu Qingya's eyes lit up. Wouldn't this be perfect for a spear? Indeed, this feather was perfectly suited for making spears. It was so hard that even iron was hardly its match. Diwu Qingya, brother Zhao, what fierce beast did this come from? Zhao Dong, it's a steel feather from the human-faced bird. There are plenty more here. Help me list them for sale. The human-faced bird. Diwu Qingya was taken aback. She quickly took out the fierce beast skill manual. She had bought this book from the system store. It detailed the appearance, abilities, and temperament of every fierce beast. It wasn't expensive, only 100 gold coins, so many survivors had bought it. When she looked it up, Diwu Qingya was stunned. Even in its juvenile stage, a human-faced bird was at least level 10. And a human-faced bird capable of growing steel feathers was at least level 15. Exactly how powerful has the great Zhao Dong become? Diwu Qingya murmured to herself. Regardless, Diwu Qingya wasted no time and immediately listed the steel feathers for Zhao Dong. Announcement: Diwu Qingya's shop is now online, featuring the steel feathers from the human-faced beast hunted by the great god Zhao Dong. Feathers as hard as iron can be used to make spear weapons. Characteristics: lightweight, hard as iron, sharp as a blade. The advantage of these feathers is that they have the same effect as iron, yet weigh only half as much as an iron spear. This was incredibly convenient for survivors embarking on long journeys. The key was that there were so many of these feathers that Zhao Dong could sell them at a very low price. An ordinary iron spear, if you included the materials and purchased the blueprint, would cost at least 50 gold coins. That wasn't even counting the material costs. Yet Zhao Dong was selling them for only 30 gold coins. As soon as they went online, they caused a buying frenzy. Ding! Survivor Wang Mingda spent 30 gold coins to trade for a steel feather. Ding! Survivor Zhang Wu spent 30 gold coins to trade for a steel feather. They sold incredibly fast. Soon, over 100 feathers had been sold. Zhao Dong plucked the feathers, and Long Liang and his group joined in to help. By the time they finished, Dong had already broken. This time, Zhao Dong had earned a fortune. Diwu Qingya looked at the pile of supplies and nearly cried, "Brother Zhao Dong, this is too much. Zhao Dong, take your time organizing it. I still have things to do. I'll leave it to you, okay?" Now, looking at the stripped bird, Zhao Dong said, "I'll leave this carcass to you." Zhang Liang and his group were overjoyed and gathered around Zhao Dong, admiring his heroic bearing. "Great God, why don't you stay in our camp from now on?" A middle-aged man raised a wooden spear and shouted loudly, "Brother Zhao, from now on, you're our leader." Then a little girl also exclaimed. Zhang Liang, as the leader, said with a serious expression, "Great God Zhao Dong, I know that powerful experts like you usually prefer to act alone, because you're afraid we might hold you back. So we don't ask you to stay here forever. We only hope you can come visit when you have time. We will always follow your orders. That's right, we'll follow your orders. Zhao Dong, you're our eternal leader. It had to be said that Zhang Liang had some leadership ability. He was also good at reading the situation and knew what Zhao Dong needed. Zhao Dong didn't decline. He nodded and said, I do need to go on a long journey to become stronger, so it's not convenient for me to lead everyone. However, if it's appropriate later, I will come back. Zhao Dong had thought about building his own faction, but definitely not now. He needed a safe territory, one that had a water source, abundant resources, and a secure environment nearby. Right now, he had none of that, so he needed to explore. And bringing so many people along was obviously inconvenient. Brother Zhao, since you're leaving, why not have something to eat first? At this moment, Wang Jiaqiu walked over and said somewhat reluctantly. Yeah, you saved us. Have something to eat before you go. Hearing this, Zhao Dong thought it was fine. He had marched here in a hurry last night and was already exhausted. Besides, it had been so long since he had met other living people. Chatting with them now sounded good. Thus, Zhao Dong was surrounded and led to the center of the camp. The camp was stationed near a large cave. There were about 20-odd people, and the strongest was Zhang Liang, who was at level 5. Great God, Zhao Dong is here. Prepare some fine wine and good food quickly. Let's get the barbecue going. Brother Zhao, do you like spicy food? A little boy ran over and asked. Zhao Dong smiled and said, Oh, you have spicy things and wine here. Zhang Liang, standing to the side, said with an apologetic smile, There are many of us. While exploring the surroundings, we discovered chili peppers. As for wine, some people got it from opening treasure chests. I see. Then put in some chili. I'll have a cup later too, Zhao Dong said with a smile. Sure thing. They came to a large pot where the meat soup was bubbling and steaming. A group of people were dragging back the corpse of the human-faced bird, preparing to dismember it. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang, frowning deeply, said, Brother Zhao, if we stay here all the time, won't our strength grow very slowly? Hearing this, Zhao Dong looked at the people with worried faces and did not hide the truth. Yes, in this world, only by continuously hunting beasts and growing stronger can you avoid being eliminated. Zhao Dong said. Hearing this, some people began to sob. Zhao Dong didn't want to break their hearts, but the truth was the truth. If they sought comfort now, in the future, as others grew stronger, the beasts here would also change. When that time came, they would no longer face ordinary beasts. Zhang Liang sighed and said, Actually, I've long understood this truth, but I've never been able to make up my mind to leave this place. After all, we've stabilized here. It's hard to imagine what would happen if we traveled a long distance to somewhere else. Let's take it one step at a time. Zhao Dong couldn't say much. He could only console them. Brother Zhao, here's the meat. Wang Jiaqiu brought over a large bone with meat still sizzling with heat. The aroma was tantalizing. Thanks. Zhao Dong was already famished, so he took the meat and gnawed on it. Meanwhile, the others walked aside and began discussing. While eating, Zhao Dong took a moment to check the chat and was surprised to find that Lucio had sent him a message in the middle of the night. The general meaning was, You're in danger. I happen to have a spirit fruit here, given by someone else. I'm sending it to you to eat when necessary. The spirit fruit had already been sent and stored in the chat channel's trading area. Zhao Dong didn't overthink it. He took it out and, instinctively, took a look. Poisonous spirit fruit, resembles a spirit fruit in appearance, but its flesh is highly toxic. Eating it will cause death by poisoning. What? Zhao Dong was stunned, his expression suddenly changing. It's actually a poisonous fruit. That's not right. Lucio wouldn't give me this without reason. She just said it was from someone else. Could it be Shou Fan? Zhao Dong sneered. It must be him. Only Shou Fan would do something like this. Moreover, in the novel, Shou Fan had incredible luck and had indeed obtained many heavenly treasures. Among them was the poisonous fruit. Shou Fan had used it to trick and kill many people. Immediately, Zhao Dong sent a message to Lucio. Lucio, do you know? I almost died. Lucio hadn't rested all night. wanting to send Zhao Dong a message but afraid of disturbing him. Now that she finally received his message, she hurriedly replied, "What happened?" "Zhao Dong, the beast has already been dealt with by me." "Lucio, that's great." "Zhao Dong, however, you almost got me killed." "What?" Lucio tilted her head, utterly confused. "Lucio, what do you mean?" "Zhao Dong, let me ask you, who gave you the spirit fruit you sent me?" "Lucio, alright, I'll be honest. It was Zhou Fan. He said he was sorry for what happened before and wanted to make up with you. I thought since we were classmates, it was good that he could reflect. Then he gave me the spirit fruit and asked me to pass it to you as an apology. Did you eat it?" "Zhao Dong, do you know? This fruit is poisonous." "Poisonous?" Lucio's gaze sharpened. How could this be? Her heart sank, and she quickly sent a message. "I have examined it. It is identical to a spirit fruit. I have eaten spirit fruits before. How could this be poisonous?" Afterward, Zhao Dong explained the differences between the two fruits, then sent the poison fruit back. "Zhao Dong, Xiao, you have been deceived by Zhou Fan. He intended to use you as his weapon. From beginning to end, he never wanted reconciliation." Lucio picked up the spirit fruit before her. "Daughter, what's wrong?" Lucio recounted the incident. Yang Wang slapped her thigh. "Ah, I knew it. That Zhou Fan has no good intentions. Something felt off to me, and now I see he meant to harm Zhao Dong." "How could this happen? Is Zhao Dong alright?" Yang Wang asked anxiously. "He is fine, it's just, I never expected Zhou Fan to go this far." At that moment, a flock of seabirds flew across the sky. Yang Wang said, "Throw the spirit fruit out and test it." "Alright." Deep down, Lucio still clung to a sliver of hope. It was not that she still trusted Zhou Fan, but she could not bear the thought of him sinking so low as to harm others. She hurled the poison fruit with all her strength onto the beach. A flock of seabirds circled over the sea. Soon, they spotted the vivid red poison fruit and swooped down in a frenzy, clamoring to grab it. In no time, the poison fruit was devoured by several seabirds. But then, something unexpected occurred. Those lively seabirds collapsed one by one onto the beach, motionless. "It really is poisonous." Yang Wang's expression darkened. She had seen clearly the birds that perished were exactly the ones that had consumed the poison fruit. "Zhou Fan actually deceived me. How ruthless." Lucio gritted her teeth in anger. She quickly messaged Zhao Dong, "It really is poisonous. My mother fed the fruit to seabirds just now, and they all died." "Zhao Dong, I have a special ability that allows me to perceive information about certain objects. Otherwise, I might have fallen for it myself." How terrifying. A wave of dread washed over Lucio. She had nearly become the unwitting killer of Zhao Dong. "Lucio, I am so sorry. I was so naive. I thought Zhou Fan was sincerely apologizing. I never expected this." "Zhao Dong, it is not your fault. By the way, I have good news. Through selling some items, 5th Qinyao informed me that all the resources for building your wooden boat have been gathered. I expect you will see the boat early tomorrow morning." Lucio was deeply moved. Even in such circumstances, Zhao Dong was still thinking of her. "Lucio, thank you so much. I do not know what to say." "Zhao Dong, are you touched? Send me some selfies. I'm so lonely here. This guy is teasing me again." Lucio's delicate face flushed. However, she no longer felt the slightest annoyance. Instead, it felt perfectly natural. Perhaps this was the legendary love-struck state. Nevertheless, Lucio immediately sent a message to Zhou Fan, demanding answers. Meanwhile, Zhou Fan was savoring his meal with satisfaction. "Zhao Dong is probably already dead from the poison by now." "Ha ha ha!" Lucio never dreamed Zhao Dong would die without reason. "I am truly brilliant." Zhou Fan found himself admiring his own cleverness. "What a genius I am." "Ha! Lucio is messaging me." Zhou Fan's eyes lit up. "I knew it. Lucio still has feelings for me. She reached out to me so quickly. Once Zhao Dong is dead, Lucio will inevitably be mine." Zhou Fan smiled faintly, full of confidence. But when he read the message, he froze. "Lucio, Zhou Fan, I never expected you to be such a person. You actually deceived me and tried to poison Zhao Dong to death." How could Liu Xiao have discovered it? Zhou Fan showed no remorse. Instead, his expression turned grim. He naturally would not admit anything, so he quickly replied, Xiao, are you misunderstanding something? Did something happen to Zhao Dong? Liu Xiao, you are still playing dumb. Zhou Fan, I truly have no idea. Liu Xiao, in any case, I will have nothing more to do with you from now on. Reading the messages, Zhou Fan's teeth nearly ground to dust. Ha ha! Suddenly, he threw his head back and let out a long roar. Interesting, truly interesting. I, Zhou Fan, will one day be defeated by a rich second-generation heir. So be it. Zhou Fan shook his head slightly, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Liu Xiao, since you refuse to understand, do not blame me for being ruthless and merciless. In that moment, Zhou Fan no longer regarded Liu Xiao as one of his own. She was now an enemy, a villain in his eyes. Suddenly, Zhou Fan turned his head and saw a massive black bear appearing behind him. Roar! The black bear roared and raised its enormous paw, ready to strike Zhou Fan. Scram! Zhou Fan leaped into the air, activated his skill, and kicked the bear squarely on the skull. Bam! The black bear collapsed immediately. I, Zhou Fan, fear nothing, he declared to the sky. Zhao Dong, it seems I have no choice but to deal with you this way. Then, Zhou Fan took out a token. A challenge token. Once used, it allowed the holder to designate an opponent and initiate a challenge. Achoo, achoo. Zhao Dong, who had just returned to the boat, suddenly sneezed twice. Someone must be talking behind my back again. Zhao Dong muttered. Shaking his head, he began organizing the materials before him. All the materials needed to build a boat for Liu Xiao were ready. Next, he needed to prepare the blueprints. With a thought, the blueprint manufacturing began. Over an hour later, the progress bar for the raft boat appeared. Raft boat construction has begun. 1, 5, 8. Zhao Dong did not waste time. During this period, he posted a message. Recruiting via summoning order. Favorable conditions. Interested parties, contact me. After previously obtaining a summoning order, he discovered that random summoning carried too much uncertainty. He was in no hurry, so he planned to gather multiple recruitment orders before summoning together. This way, he could ensure the summoned entities would meet his needs. Otherwise, randomly summoning some useless creature would be a tremendous waste. Night fell. The raft boat was still under construction. Zhao Dong and Liu Xiao were chatting. According to Liu Xiao, she had completely severed ties with Zhou Fan and vowed never to associate with him again. What could Zhao Dong say? He had won this round effortlessly. Of course, Zhao Dong also knew that given Zhou Fan's vindictive nature, he would not let this go. This Zhou Fan is truly troublesome. Zhao Dong shook his head. At that moment, an urgent announcement suddenly appeared. Announcement: Jason Clare from Beginner Village 555 has activated a challenge token and forcibly challenged Zhao Dong from Beginner Village 168. Challenge token: the losing party drops 3 levels and randomly loses equipment. The winning party randomly obtains the opponent's equipment and gains 1 level. Competition content: Jason Clare selects an enclosed area that will gradually shrink within 1 hour. Within that hour, hunt down the opponent. Hint: those who prematurely surrender are also considered the losing party. The sudden announcement darkened Zhao Dong's face. The challenge order was no stranger to him. It had appeared many times in the novel. It served as a platform to resolve grievances between 2 parties. The challenger selected a territory, and the challenged would be teleported there shortly afterward. It resembled a battle royale game, yet it was a battle royale for only 2 participants. The so-called gradual shrinking of the area meant that the poison circle on all sides would steadily close in. When nearly an hour had elapsed, the 2 would finally come face to face. This kind of challenge favored the challenger. After all, one would only issue a challenge when confident in one's own strength. Moreover, the challenger would certainly choose a battleground he was familiar with. That was all Zhao Dong knew. But the crucial question was, who exactly was this Jason Clare? Who was he? Zhao Dong had never heard of him. Could Zhou Fan be pulling the strings behind this again? In fact, Zhao Dong's guess was right. At this very moment, Zhou Fan, staring at the announcement that had just swept across the screen, let out an excited roar to the heavens. Zhao Dong, You never saw this coming, did you? Jason Clare, Zhou Fan, I've already issued the challenge. Don't forget when this is done, give me 2 fruits that boost strength, plus 30 spirit fruits. Zhou Fan, don't worry. But be careful, Zhao Dong has claimed the first clear reward 3 times, so he should hold no fewer than 4 talents. Jason, relax. Have you forgotten? I come from a vampire lineage. Ha ha ha. Zhou Fan chuckled, feeling assured of Jason. Zhou Fan had met Jason during a transaction. On that occasion, Zhou Fan had come across a fruit called the blood fruit. Checking the codex, he discovered it could greatly replenish blood-based power. Since he had no use for it himself, he put it up for sale. Jason, hailing from a vampire family, struck up a deal, and through repeated exchanges, the two became acquainted. This was Zhou Fan's cleverness. Knowing Zhao Dong possessed considerable strength, he decided to have Jason strike instead a scheme to kill with a borrowed blade. Zhou Fan, then I feel reassured. Still, Zhao Dong has already reached level 10. You must stay cautious. Jason, haha, don't worry. Through countless battles, I've learned one truth. In this place, level doesn't mean everything. Jason was only level 9, but as a vampire, his innate attributes were far superior to a human's. He also possessed flight, blood draining, and various other abilities. Because of this, he had become the village chief of Novice Village No. 555 head of everyone else, enjoying abundant resources and privileges. Thus, he was brimming with confidence. Zhou Fan, then I'll leave it to you. Meanwhile, the survivors who saw the announcement were all stunned. What's going on? Who does this Jason think he is? How dare he challenge our great Zhao Dong? Is he asking for death? He's simply throwing his life away. Does he not know that Zhao Dong can even take down a human-faced flying beast? In Novice Village No. 168, a wave of collective mockery erupted. Just then, another announcement appeared. Announcement, the chat channels of Novice Village No. 555 and Novice Village No. 168 are now linked. Whenever 2 villages came into contact, their chat channels merged. By now, everyone was accustomed to this. Novice Village No. 555, oh, noble mister. Jason, has this Zhao Dong offended you? Then he truly cannot survive. Novice Village No. 555, mister. Jason is a true gentleman. If he wants to deal with Zhao Dong, he must have his reasons. I believe Mr. Jason can finish Zhao Dong off within minutes. Although Zhao Dong was quite renowned in the eyes of many, that fame belonged to the earlier days. As time passed, Zhao Dong had not made any earth-shattering headlines. Instead, in some villages, certain individuals through extraordinary talent or sheer fortune had risen to local prominence. Jason, for instance, was originally a vampire with prodigious brute strength and the ability to fly. After arriving in the world of carnage, his powers reached even greater heights. Thus, many locals supported Jason, convinced he would emerge victorious. At this point, the people of Novice Village No. 168 grew indignant. Oh, give it a rest. You clearly have no idea about the power of our great Zhao Dong. Novice Village No. 168, that's right. If you knew, you'd be scared out of your wits. No. 555, oh, is that so? Then let me tell you a secret, the honorable mister. Jason is a vampire. No. 168, so what? No. 555, forget it. I've taken a look at them. They're from the eastern nation of Xia. They're far too thin and frail. Never mind, mister. Jason being a vampire lord, even an ordinary man could easily overpower him. No. 555, indeed. The only explanation is their sheer arrogance. If I were this Zhao Dong, I'd kill myself right away rather than court humiliation. At that moment, Jason spoke up. Jason, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind words. I am Jason, of the vampire lineage, and I have lived for 300 years. No. 555, wow, mister. Jason has appeared. The moment I saw his words, I knew he was a true gentleman. No. 555, whoever earns his favor would be the happiest person in the world. As soon as Jason showed up, the chat channel exploded. The people from Novice Village No. 555 showered him with endless praise. Zhao Dong felt nauseous just reading it. Jason, everyone, rest assured. Since I have initiated this challenge, I hold absolute certainty of victory. I will not let the citizens of America down. Zhao Dong now understood this fellow was from America. No. 555, Mr. Jason, what level are you now? Jason, I am now level 9. I've heard Zhao Dong is level 10. But a slight gap in levels means nothing to us vampires. No. 555, exactly. Just the other day, I beat someone a whole level above me. No. 555, Mr. Jason, you're incredible. May I follow you? No. 555, yes. I'll do anything for you. I hope you'll turn me into a noble vampire too. Jason, we'll discuss that after I return. As long as you know your place, none of this will be a problem. At that moment, the Americans were elated beyond measure. Over in Novice Village No. 168, however, many wore grim expressions. A vampire. Zhao Dong is in serious trouble now. It must be foreigners jealous of Zhao Dong, targeting him deliberately. They've always loved bullying us. To think they're still at it is utterly detestable. Let's ask Zhao Dong if he needs any help. Meanwhile, on the international channel, many people also cried out in shock. America's Jason versus Xiao's Zhao Dong. I've heard of both of them. One is a noble vampire, the other the already legendary Zhao Dong. I believe Mr. Jason will surely win. The sender's address showed Odai country. Sibyl, the noble gentlemen of Meijian country are definitely going to win after all. Their soldiers have always protected us. Another person said on the public channel. System announcement, Novice Village No. 342 and Novice Village No. 46 have begun a village war. Suddenly, another message appeared. Before long, everyone's attention was drawn to the large-scale village war. Zhao Dong paid no attention to any of this. After the challenge prompt appeared, he began his preparations. Quite a few people privately messaged him, saying they could help if there was anything they could do. However, Zhao Dong ignored them. This challenge was something only he would go to. No one else could truly help. System announcement, Jason Clare has finished selecting the battleground and is now being teleported. The next moment, a pillar of light descended from the sky, directly enveloping Zhao Dong. Teleporting. With a whoosh, Zhao Dong vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was surprised to find himself in a modern western town. Yet the scene before him was one of utter ruin. It was desolate and lifeless. The houses were dilapidated, and the roads were covered in weeds and trash. Not far away, the entire sky was shrouded by a black light barrier. Moreover, the black light barrier was slowly drawing closer in this direction. Take him out within an hour. Zhao Dong activated flight and landed on the roof of a nearby house. That house was the tallest building here, providing an excellent view. System prompt, you have entered a spatial space. The chat channel and spatial backpack cannot be used. Zhao Dong was not surprised by the sudden prompt. Because he knew this would happen, he had brought the necessary weapons with him in advance. At his waist hung an elbow-boning knife and a blade formed from the melted-down industrial hammer. On his back were 2 spears, each 60 centimeters long, and a crossbow. He was fully equipped. Meanwhile, in a suburban park in the distance, Jason was hidden in a thick tree, his body hanging from a branch as he observed his surroundings. Seems he isn't here. Jason smiled and slowly revealed his true face. He had sharp fangs, extraordinarily pointed ears, and a nose that jutted downward. His skin rapidly changed from its original bronze color to a pallid white. Whoosh! The next second, Jason soared into the air. Draped in a black cape, he flew with his nose twitching, sniffing the air around him. He was extraordinarily familiar with this place. It was the town where he had lived and worked since childhood. Every tree and every blade of grass was deeply familiar to him. Now that the slaughter world had begun, there was no one left here. The whole world seemed abandoned, already fallen into desolation. Where could he be hiding? Jason inhaled, catching the scent of blood. As a vampire, his sense of smell was extremely sharp. At that moment, he turned his gaze toward the southeast. Found the scent. Standing on a rooftop, Jason spotted Zhao Dong on another rooftop with his enhanced vision. At that moment, Zhao Dong also looked over at him. Ha ha ha! Jason let out a loud cry, leapt up, and flew toward Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong did not move, he simply raised his crossbow and fired. Whoosh! Immature! Far too immature. Seeing such a flimsy attack, Jason casually waved his hand. The bolt was effortlessly knocked away. Zhao Dong, I thought you might have something remarkable, but you're still just playing these boring little tricks. How disappointing. Jason arrogantly raised his head, standing on a rooftop not far from Zhao Dong. His eyes fixed on Zhao Dong with contempt, and two sharp fangs jutted out past his lips. So you really are a vampire? Zhao Dong smiled. Just like on TV. His crossbow shot earlier had been deliberate, meant to make the other let down his guard. You don't seem afraid of me, Jason said calmly. Oh, right. You probably think surrendering will let you leave, don't you? Then let me remind you, only the challenger can surrender. So even if you want to surrender, it's useless. You must die today. I know. Zhao Dong shrugged. Let me guess, first the person who wants to kill me is Zhou Fan, right? Jason was momentarily stunned, then smiled. You're smarter than I thought. Zhao Dong was speechless. This was too easy to guess, really. At that moment, the black light barrier in the distance crept closer bit by bit. Jason didn't intend to waste time. I still have things to do, so I'll deal with you first. Boss! A powerful psychic fluctuation burst from his eyes. Zhao Dong felt the blood within him seething. A chill ran through his heart, calling to mind the time he had encountered the Zombie King. Back then, when the Zombie King tried to drain blood through the air, his blood had seethed madly just like this. Hey! Zhao Dong was not worried about this at all. Roar! The blood inside him seemed to roar, and a massive berserk force surged out violently. Crack! Crack! The rooftop beneath his feet split apart and shattered. At this moment, the power of the blood within him calmed once more. Ha! Jason was stunned. The long-range blood drain had actually failed. You do have some skill. After his shock, Jason's eyes blazed with light and he became incredibly excited. Your blood must have a berserk effect. I'll drink your blood and become just like you. Jason was overjoyed. After drinking blood, he had a certain chance of gaining the target's blood energy. Just as his thoughts were running wild, ripples appeared in the air behind him. One blade after another shot toward Jason at vicious speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Caught off guard, Jason's back was slashed open with several bloody gashes, and blood spilled to the ground. Ha! A sneak attack! Jason glanced at the wind blades condensing behind him, gave a cold laugh, and blurred over to another rooftop. The wounds on his back healed at a visible speed. Your recovery is impressive, but it must have limits. Zhao Dong muttered, flinging wind blades at him as if they cost nothing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jason was incredibly fast, weaving through the wind blades. Attacks at this level were nothing but child's play for him. Ignoring his bleeding wounds, he charged right up to Zhao Dong. It's over, kid. Jason opened his gaping maw, trying to bite Zhao Dong directly. Boom! Suddenly, a towering column of fire blazed toward Jason's face. Fire! Jason's eyes widened as he cried out inwardly. As a vampire, he loathed fire. At this moment, Jason was utterly astounded. This kid before him had so many talents that even Jason felt a trace of envy. Yet what he couldn't understand was that, logically, the more talents one had, the greater the consumption of psychic energy. How could this kid possess so much psychic energy? He must be at the end of his strength. Zhao Dong thought to himself. Jason blocked the flames, enduring intense pain as he retreated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhao Dong's figure flickered repeatedly, the industrial hammer in his hand swinging continuously. But just then, Jason unleashed his innate ability. Blood Shadow Attack. On Zhao Dong's left and right, two blood-red humanoid figures suddenly materialized and lunged at him. What a bizarre attack! At this moment, Zhao Dong's heart tightened. Two crimson figures, holding blood-red sabers aloft, slashed toward him. Zhao Dong was pushing his limits. Two wooden spears flew out from his back into the air. Puff, puff. The two figures were pierced through. Yet, it was completely futile. The blood-red sabers slashed heavily onto Zhao Dong's body. Ultimately, Zhao Dong was sent flying by two colossal forces. What powerful blood shadows! Zhao Dong landed, his heart filled with shock. Little did he know, Jason was even more astonished. One had to know that his crimson figures possessed boundless strength, and their blood-red sabers were incredibly sharp. In the past, they could easily slaughter even a wild boar of over level 10. Yet against Zhao Dong, they had merely managed to knock him back. This was enough to show that Zhao Dong's defensive power had already reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, Jason began to take Zhao Dong seriously. From the left and right, the two crimson figures flanked Zhao Dong. Rising to his feet, Zhao Dong looked at the repulsive figures whose bloody bodies wriggled incessantly, and a plan formed in his mind. In that case, I will use fire to dry them out bit by bit. Although this would be highly exhausting, his spiritual power was immensely vast, he could well afford the drain. Whoosh! Flames soared into the sky, surging toward the crimson figure on the right. I'll start with you. Zhao Dong roared. The crimson figure froze as the scorching flames caused its blood to boil violently. Its originally massive body actually began to shrink gradually. It really works. Zhao Dong was overjoyed. With a sudden stride forward, the flames wrapped around the crimson figure like tongues of fire. Jason's expression changed drastically. These blood figures were helpers he had refined by absorbing countless amounts of blood. If he lost even one, it would be a loss too devastating to bear. Grasping the rapier at his waist, he thrust it toward Zhao Dong. Swish! Wind blades swept forth. However, this time, Jason neither dodged nor evaded. He was determined to eliminate Zhao Dong beforehand. At this moment, he actually felt a tinge of regret. That Shou Fan had repeatedly claimed Zhao Dong would be easy to deal with. Who would have thought he would be this troublesome? I must demand more money when I return absolutely. The attack of the wind blades was simply too weak. Though Jason was drenched in blood and looked miserable, he had actually suffered no fatal injuries. Kid, it's useless. The moment I decided to risk my life, you had already lost. Is that so? Holding the industrial hammer, Zhao Dong smiled in the face of Jason's onslaught. Having waited for so long, he had finally lured this guy close to him. In an instant, Zhao Dong's flight ability erupted. After absorbing the flight capability of the human-faced avian, Zhao Dong's burst flight speed had tripled. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right before Jason. Raising the industrial hammer, he struck down swiftly. It's useless. A weapon like this has absolutely no effect on me. Ah! Before he could finish his sentence, Jason let out a blood-curdling scream. The blade clipped straight down upon his forehead. With a crisp crack, half of Jason's skull was sent flying. Jason was instantly slain, having no time to even utter a surrender. With Jason's death, his two crimson figures rapidly began to melt. Ah! No, I don't want to die. Why? Why is this happening? I don't want to live. Countless heads shrieked within the blood, and human faces scrambled to break free from the bodies. Yet it was entirely futile. Thud! Zhao Dong landed steadily on the ground and took a deep breath. Though this battle had been arduous, fortunately, his spiritual power was formidable. Combined with his powerful defense attributes, the encounter had ultimately been safe despite the thrill. At this moment, Zhao Dong truly appreciated the benefits of having powerful attributes. It felt incredibly exhilarating. He decided that from now on, leveling up could wait, focusing on collecting attributes was the ultimate path. By then, the surrounding black mist was already close at hand. In the sky, a pillar of light beamed down upon him. Challenge ended. Initiating return. Swish! Zhao Dong vanished from the spot. Returning to the forest, Zhao Dong looked at his rewards for this challenge. Announcement: congratulations to survivor Zhao Dong for winning this challenge. Boom! The chat channel erupted completely. Countless people were left dumbfounded. No! 168, haha, victory! God, Zhao Dong indeed won. No! 168, damn it, the people from Novice Village know. 555 were just calling us weaklings. Now look at them, slapped right in the face on the spot. No! 168, people of No. 555, isn't your Magian nation supposed to be so formidable? Why don't those who were just clamoring come out and say something now? For a moment, all the villages of the Xiao nation erupted in jubilation. Meanwhile, On the side of the Magian nation, everyone was utterly bewildered. Even the powerful Lord Vampire had lost. How could this be? Just then, someone cried out in shock. Jason Clare's avatar has turned gray. Turning gray meant he was already dead. These words caused a massive uproar. No! 555, oh my god, wasn't it said that the person who issued the challenge token could surrender? No! 555, yeah, why is this? No! 555, there is only one possibility. When Jason died, he didn't even have time to utter a surrender. So, it is highly likely he was killed in a single strike. Gasp! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was left in utter disbelief, instantly killing a powerful vampire in one blow. At this moment, the name of Zhao Dong was deeply etched into everyone's hearts. Zhou Fan's face was filled with utter disbelief. That idiot Jason. I told him to be careful, yet he still died. Damn it. He shook his head, his gaze shifting to a fierce beast not far away. Kill, kill, kill. Zhao Dong, I will definitely become stronger than you. With that, Zhou Fan charged forward. Not bad, I leveled up. Having returned, Zhao Dong wore a smile. He was now level 11. Besides that, he had also acquired quite a few good things, all of which were resources dropped by Jason. There were plenty of resources. Just the spirit fruits alone numbered 7. My goodness, if I got this many spirit fruits just from a random portion of his resources, how many did he actually have? Zhao Dong was quite astonished. Apart from the valuable spirit fruits, he also discovered some interesting items. Wooden cabin blueprint. Women's underwear blueprint. Men's underwear blueprint. A pile of various clothing items. My goodness, could this Jason have been a tailor? Normally, a single person wouldn't carry so many clothing-related resources, as there was no need for it. Yet Jason clearly had far more than his own needs required. Furthermore, among them, Zhao Dong also found a wide variety of needles and threads. This further confirmed his suspicion. This Jason was definitely a tailor. At this moment, Lu Xiao sent a message. Zhao Dong, are you alright? Having seen the chat logs, Lu Xiao had messaged Zhao Dong immediately. Zhao Dong, perfectly safe. But do you know why Jason came looking for trouble with me? It was because of Zhou Fan. Zhao Dong briefly explained what Jason had told him. Lu Xiao was furious. Zhou Fan again. How can he be like this? Zhao Dong, let's not talk about unpleasant things. I got quite a few resources, some of which are clothes. Do you need any? Lu Xiao, oh my goodness, clothes. Yes, please, that's wonderful. Over the past few days, Lu Xiao had felt constantly uncomfortable because she had no spare clothes to change into. Moreover, her current 2 outfits were already tattered. Hearing Zhao Dong's message now, her heart bloomed with joy. By the way, I have some good news for you too. Lu Xiao said. Zhao Dong, what good news? Lu Xiao, during the day, I dived into the water to gather some shells, and unexpectedly discovered that many shells at the bottom actually contained pearls. Afterward, I checked the illustrated guide and found out they are 5-colored shell pearls. Consuming them can replenish mental power. Lu Xiao, my mother and I just ate one, and our mental power instantly increased by 10 points. Consuming just one could restore 10 points of mental power. Even with Zhao Dong's vast experience, he could not help but marvel at this moment, silently declaring her the absolute best. In the next instant, 3 pearls the size of ping-pong balls appeared before Zhao Dong. 5-colored shell pearl, an exquisite multicolored pearl grown within shells along the coastline. Consuming it has the efficacy of replenishing mental power and strengthening the physical body. It was indeed an exceptional treasure. Zhao Dong was astonished that Lu Xiao had given them to him so readily. One had to understand that items capable of restoring mental power were incredibly rare. Her gesture left him somewhat surprised. However, he quickly came to terms with it. He had helped Lu Xiao immensely in the past, and she was inherently a kind-hearted woman. Naturally, when she obtained something valuable, she would think of him. Zhao Dong, thank you. Lu Xiao, this is a trait, you know. You have to give me the clothes. Zhao Dong smiled. As they grew closer, she would occasionally tease and joke with him like this. Zhao Dong, sure, take your pick. Which ones do you want? With a mischievous glint in his eye, Zhao Dong deliberately took a few photos of the undergarments and sent them over. These undergarments were all part of Jason's private collection. He had no idea why that fellow had hoarded such things, but in any case, they were of superb quality and absolutely exquisite. One piece in particular was actually made of hollowed-out lace. Even without wearing it, a single glance was enough to make one's blood race and heart pound. Lu Xiao stared at the images, her entire face flushing a deep crimson. She spat softly, "That Zhao Dong, teasing me again." In the past, she would have certainly been furious if he dared to do such a thing. But now, having grown familiar with him, she found his playfulness rather charming. "Lu Xiao, I'm ignoring you." Zhao Dong smirked. When a girl said she was ignoring you, it was often just a playful display of flirtation. If she truly stopped messaging, then he would be in real trouble. "Zhao Dong, just kidding. These are supplies I obtained after killing Jason. Since I have no use for them as a man, I might as well give them to you." "Lu Xiao, no way, they're too ugly." How could she call such beautiful garments ugly? "Zhao Dong, but there are no other suitable options right now. You can't just go without undergarments, can you? I heard that without them, bacteria can easily slip in, leading to all sorts of health issues." Lu Xiao gritted her teeth. This guy was definitely scaring her on purpose. Yet, even though she knew it was a deliberate scare tactic, she had to admit that she was genuinely frightened. "Lu Xiao, fine, just give them to me." "Zhao Dong, that's a good girl. It's not like anyone's watching you anyway, so there's no harm in wearing them, right?" Following that, a pile of clothes was sent over. Naturally, along with the undergarments, he also sent several women's coats and trousers. Beholding the dozens of garments before her, Lu Xiao was speechless. "I've been teased again." She had originally assumed they were all undergarments, never expecting there would be coats and trousers as well. It was a massive, pleasant surprise. "Zhao Dong, I've sent the items. Remember to take a picture and show me after you wear them." Lu Xiao nearly flew into a rage. This guy was becoming increasingly unbridled with his words. Yet, for some reason, her legs felt weak, and an inexplicable, ticklish sensation stirred in her heart. No, Lu Xiao, pull yourself together. You can't let yourself be teased so easily." She shook her head to clear her thoughts. Beside her, young Wang frowned. "Xiao, did Zhao Dong send these clothes?" "Yes, Mom," Lu Xiao replied with a bitter smile. She couldn't even speak ill of Zhao Dong in front of her mother anymore, or she would surely face a lecture. The night passed quickly. In the early morning, Zhao Dong checked his personal attributes. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Class, Master Carpenter. Master Toolmaker. Level, 11, 340, 5000. Strength, 510. Speed, 520. Constitution, 540. Defense, 650, Hardened. Mental Power, 1200. Skill, Critical Strike, 400. Skill, Flame. Skill, Wind Blade. Skill, Berserking. Skill, Corpse Poison. Skill, Flight. Talent, Attribute Display, Wood Control, Malice Detection, Telepathic Wolf Language. Gold Coins, 15000. Unallocated Stat Points, 0. Equipment, Hammer of Industry. Eye of Attributes. Spatial Backpack, Defense Vest, Aloe Boning Knife, Deal Boots, Stainless Steel Gourmet Pot, Farseeing Telescope. Spiritual Rice, Poison Powder, Bomb Stone, Red Spirit Fruit, etc. Special Items, Map of Novice Village 168. Energy Stones, Summoning Token, etc. Without realizing it, his mental power had grown this formidable. Zhao Dong stared in astonishment. 1,200 points. If others were to find out, they would likely be scared to death. One must know that for a normal level 10 survivor, a mental power of 200 was already considered above average. Yet his was several times that. Of course, this was partly due to his picking up mental power attributes, and partly because eating the 5 colored pearls last night had directly boosted his mental power by 40 points. Only then did he reach such a staggering value. At this moment, the wooden boat before him was fully constructed. Since it was built for Lu Xiao and her mother, Zhao Dong sent it directly to them. Glancing at the trading channel, he saw it had remained online since yesterday, so it was still functional. Survivor Zhao Dong has sent you an item. Please check and accept it. Currently tidying up the clothes, Lu Xiao noticed the notification. She quickly checked it, and immediately fell into a state of sheer ecstasy. Mom, the boat Zhao Dong made for us is finally complete. It's finished. Young Wang, who was gathering firewood, cast it aside instantly and ran over, asking, "Where is it? Let's head to the shore to retrieve the boat." Once a vessel was retrieved from the trading channel, it could no longer be stored back. Thus, they had to withdraw it right by the sea. The mother and daughter ran to the shore, staring at the boundless ocean, their hearts filled with excitement. Now we can explore other islands in the future. Yang Wang sighed with emotion. With a sudden flash, a loud boom echoed across the sea as the vessel materialized. A massive ship lay sprawled before them, identical in every way to Zhao Dong's own vessel. The mother and daughter boarded, and Lu Xiao immediately installed 2 energy stones. Forward! The ship, powered by the energy stones, began to sail smoothly. Having settled his affairs, Zhao Dong prepared to depart from this place. He had 2 immediate objectives. First, to hunt for wild wolves and tame one as his beast pet. Second, to search for recruitment orders, using summoning tokens to call forth more useful resources. The ship had only just sailed a short distance when a sudden mutation occurred. On the ground where he had just been anchored, a hand abruptly reached out. It was not a human hand. At that exact moment, a system announcement appeared. The 10-year period has arrived. The giant cicada beast has completed its hibernation. The cicada is a commonplace and fragile creature of insect kind. Beyond their shrill summer calls, they leave little else in people's memories. Yet in this world of slaughter, the cicada was no ordinary creature. A flicker passed through Zhao Dong's eyes as memories of the colossal cicada beast surged forth. In the early stages of the slaughter world, the colossal cicada beast wrought a terrible calamity. These creatures lay dormant for a decade beneath the earth, emerging only when their long slumber ended. Starving and ravenous, they would sally forth to prey upon humanity, devouring flesh to sate their hunger. What followed was nothing short of horror, a catastrophic plague unleashed by these aberrant cicadas. Yet that was not the most dreadful aspect. The true terror, however, resided in their capacity to shapeshift into human guise. Clothed in mortal flesh, they would draw near unsuspecting victims before striking without warning. A sharp cracking sound rang out. Zhao Dong stared at the earth before him as black, chitinous hands broke through the soil, and a shadowy humanoid form labored its way into the light. Zhao Dong swiftly cast a diagnostic glance. The creature before him registered as an 11th-level giant cicada beast, a shape-shifting insectoid horror capable of flight, possessing tremendous strength, and harboring a taste for human flesh. Once its dormant period concluded, the beast would enter a 3-month feeding frenzy before slumbering once more. Having devoured countless web novels, Zhao Dong understood that during the early stages of the slaughter world, a starved cicada beast would rage through its meals with unrestrained hunger. This made the coming months the most perilous. Acting without delay, Zhao Dong posted a warning in the No. 168 Novice Village channel, cautioning that the colossal cicada beasts possessed the terrifying ability to take human form. He urged all survivors to remain vigilant. The message sent shockwaves through the channel. Could cicada beasts truly assume human guise? By the heavens, we must discover a means of detection. A woman just gave me a flirtatious wink. Could she be one of those beasts? Oh God, it's true. She's lunging at me, wings on her back. Zhao Dong dispatched urgent messages to Lu Xiao and Wu Qingya, warning them to stay alert for the shape-shifting horrors. Returning his attention to the creature before him, a giant cicada beast freshly emerged from its earthen burrow, he noted its disorientation. The beast, very acclimated to the surface, recoiled from the harsh sunlight above. In the next instant, the beast's form shifted and condensed into that of a youth clad in ragged garments. He fixed his gaze upon Zhao Dong, assuming the man before him remained oblivious to his true nature. Greetings, friend. I have been wounded in an attack by a ferocious beast. I implore you, lend me your aid. The youth fell to his knees before Zhao Dong, extending a trembling hand. Very well. Zhao Dong's face remained impassive. In the next breath, a whirlwind of razor-sharp wind blades descended upon the cicada beast from every direction. Before the creature could register what was happening, it was shredded into fragments. A paltry creature, barely worth my effort. Zhao Dong gave a slight shake of his head. Yet for ordinary survivors, such a beast would prove nothing short of calamitous. And what awaited was far worse. The cicada beast population would soon swell to horrifying numbers. May all survive this trial, he prayed silently. The system chimed, 100 energy points awarded for eliminating the giant cicada beast. As Zhao Dong prepared to depart, his gaze fell upon a shimmering stat bubble materializing at the beast's remains. His attribute I discerned it instantly. Mental strength Wu. Ha! Yet another species capable of yielding mental strength drops. Zhao Dong's spirit soared. His suspicions had been confirmed. Every ferocious beast that assumed human form tended to leave behind this valuable attribute upon its defeat. He instantly unleashed his wood manipulation technique, and the vessel surged forward with the speed of a racing skiff. Landing gracefully upon the shore, he reached down to claim the shimmering stat bubble. Another boost to his mental strength. Ding! Congratulations on claiming the first giant cicada beast kill. A system notification chimed, and Zhao Dong's eyes narrowed. To his astonishment, a token lay glittering at his feet. A 3-star quest token. 10 years have passed, and the cicada beast horde approaches. Their numbers grow too great. To spare the living from annihilation, you must seek out the cicada queen and command her to stay her children's hands. The cicada queen lies imprisoned across the land. Gather 3 inscribed stone fragments, reunite them into a complete steel, and break the seal that binds her. Quest advisory: the stone tablet fragments have been scattered throughout Novice Village No. 168. Upon breaking the seal, your village shall gain passage to the cicada queen's domain, unlocking extraordinary new resources. Upon completion, the cicada queen herself will acknowledge your valor, granting you favor and the possibility of her future assistance. This was an opportunity too splendid to refuse. Though quest tokens were nothing new to him, the rewards on offer were substantial. Completing this mission would yield 2 distinct advantages. The first, Novice Village No. 168 would expand its domain and gain access to richer, more abundant resources. The advantages of such plenty were self-evident. Greater resources meant more materials to strengthen one's capabilities, allowing everyone to advance more rapidly. The second advantage, however, was personal, specifically tailored to him alone. Recognition from the cicada queen herself. Such an honor was hardly to be scoffed at. Regardless, he would be hunting ferocious beasts either way, with or without a quest. He made his decision without hesitation and accepted the quest. Instantly, the token transformed into a parchment map, revealing 3 locations marked as the sites where stone tablet fragments could be found. The mission's nature was straightforward. The cicada queen lay bound by seals across 3 distant locations, and only by recovering the inscribed stone fragments could he hope to break her chains. Once all 3 fragments were assembled, the sealing array would yield its prize. With this understanding, Zhao Dong made ready to depart for the 3 marked locations. Since he alone had claimed this quest, the fragment locations had been placed within the boundaries of Novice Village No. 168, meaning he could reach all 3 without ever departing his home settlement. Scanning the map, Zhao Dong identified the nearest objective, a swamp region to the east. Advisory: the first stone tablet fragment lies at the swamp's heart, concealed beneath a twisted ancient tree. A swamp, then. He had heard warnings from other survivors: poisonous insects, venomous serpents, and swarms of ferocious ants plagued that region, along with something far more sinister lurking within the muck. Zhao Dong muttered to himself. Any ordinary survivor would seek companions for such a perilous expedition. But for him, solitude posed no disadvantage. Jiao Yi, he called. Master! 6 skeletal warriors materialized before him. Set course to east. We sail for the swamp. As you command, my lord. The vessel began its journey. Meanwhile, across the land, countless giant cicada beasts emerged from beneath the earth. Starvation had rendered them even more vicious. Though they besieged lesser ferocious beasts, the cicada beasts found such prey utterly unpalatable. Consequently, lone survivors became their primary targets. Across the communication channel, warnings about the cicada beasts' menace multiplied. En route to the swamp, Zhao Dong reviewed these alerts with growing gravity. A message arrived from Lucio. Just moments ago, 3 figures burst from the earth behind me. Mom and I were gathering energy stones. We were nearly terrified to death. Zhao Dong, those were giant cicada beasts. Lucio, I managed to slay them, but they proved far more difficult than expected. Lucio, fortunately, it's over. Oh, and I have news. While hunting those beasts, I discovered something remarkable, a fruit called bone fruit, shaped exactly like human bones. Bone fruit? Zhao Dong's eyes lit up. This was truly something wonderful. Bone fruit, as its name suggested, was a fruit shaped like a bone. This kind of fruit didn't grow on trees but sprouted from the ground, much like potatoes. After consuming it, one's bone density and strength would increase, making bones far more resilient to damage. Another benefit was its extraordinary value to skeleton soldiers. Each skeleton soldier that consumed bone fruit would see their bone strength improve, and upon reaching a certain threshold, they would be able to level up. Lucio, I discovered these bone fruits growing in the soil while hunting giant cicada beasts. There were about a dozen of them. I knew you had skeleton soldiers, so I thought I'd send them your way. After sending the message, Lucio forwarded the bone fruits. Gazing at the pile before him, Zhao Dong was delighted. Lucio was truly too kind. Recently, he had been troubled by the weakness of his skeleton soldiers. By his calculations, they were only around level 3. As for Muzi, although he possessed the talent of a divine marksman, his frail bones indicated his combat prowess wouldn't be particularly formidable. But now, with the bone fruits, he was confident his skeleton soldiers would see a significant boost. Zhao Dong, thank you so much. I don't even know how to repay you. How about I give myself to you in marriage? Lucio pursed her lips. You really do dream big. Zhao Dong chuckled, and as he joked with Lucio, the skeleton soldiers nearby began to catch the fragrance of the bone fruits. This exquisite aroma, emanating from their very souls, captivated them. Master, what is this? It smells amazing, Muzi asked, unable to resist. Yeah, I think it's wonderful too. Zhao San stared intently at the bone fruits by Zhao Dong's feet, eager to eat but too afraid of being reprimanded. Zhao Dong smiled gently and explained the wonders of the bone fruits. Hearing this, the skeleton soldiers erupted in jubilation. Eat up, 2 each, Zhao Dong commanded. There were 13 bone fruits in total. Each skeleton soldier received 2, leaving 1 for Zhao Dong to boost his own stamina. Thank you, Master. Master is the best. The 6 skeleton soldiers eagerly gathered around, picking up the bone fruits and devouring them. Wow, this is delicious. Damn, I feel my body getting stronger. Ah, this feels incredible. The skeleton soldiers emitted sounds of pure ecstasy. Zhao Dong smiled faintly and began eating as well. The bone fruit in his hand was pure white at both ends, identical to a real bone. He took a bite, and instantly, white juice sprayed forth. Truly a fine thing. Zhao Dong was very pleased. The taste was slightly sweet, with nothing else notable about it. After swallowing, he didn't feel any dramatic change, only a sense of enhanced vitality. It seems this fruit doesn't have such an obvious effect on humans, Zhao Dong surmised. His gaze shifted to the 6 skeleton soldiers. Zhao Dong was slightly startled. Their condition was clearly different. Their originally sparse bones were becoming noticeably denser before his eyes, thickening at a visible rate. Especially for Zhao Yi, some areas previously covered by armor had actually grown flesh-like muscle tissue. Congratulations! Skeleton soldier has advanced to level 5. Congratulations! Skeleton soldier has advanced to level 4. Congratulations! Skeleton soldier has advanced to level 4. Congratulations! Holy crap, they actually leveled up. Zhao Yi, the highest among them, had reached level 5. The others were all at level 4. With this, their bodies were no longer as fragile as before, and their strength had increased considerably. Zhao Yi swung his arms in excitement. Master, I've leveled up. I've grown stronger. So have I. Excellent. I hope you'll continue to work hard. Zhao Dong said with satisfaction. Yes, we will. Good. Now, continue rowing toward the swamp area. With a wave of his hand, the boat resumed its journey. Splash, 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 splash. This time, they made it through unscathed. After approximately 2 hours, Zhao Dong finally approached his destination. Soon, he traversed through the jungle and arrived at a sparse thicket. This was the swamp area of Novice Village No. 168. On the surface, It appeared to be an ordinary thicket inhabited by countless unknown ferocious beasts. These beasts didn't look particularly fierce, some were even quite small in size. However, according to the map, this place concealed numerous dangers. For instance, the swamp's many patches of grass that looked perfectly ordinary were, in fact, treacherous swamps. Stepping onto them unknowingly could easily cause one to sink into the mud. No matter how strong or well-armored you were, once trapped in such mud, it was nearly impossible to escape on your own. As soon as he stepped ashore, Zhao Dong's gaze sharpened. He noticed footprints near the shore. Apparently from 3 people. Judging by how fresh they were, they had likely passed through not long ago. Shaking his head, Zhao Dong chose not to pursue it. He moored the boat in a concealed spot within the thicket, then turned to Zhao Yi and Musi. Stand guard over the boat. I'm going in to check things out. Zhao Yi said worriedly, Master, this swamp area is fraught with dangers, and there are poisonous insects and snakes everywhere. You've already run out of antidote medicine, which would be very troublesome if you encountered them. Musi agreed from the side, yes, I think we should split some of our forces to support you. Zhao San stepped forward, our skeleton bodies are light, so we can take the lead and scout ahead for you, Master. Zhao Dong considered their suggestions and found them reasonable. Although he wasn't particularly afraid of swamps, he could simply fly, having some assistance was still preferable. Then very well. Zhao San, Zhao Si, you two will accompany me, Zhao Dong ordered. Yes, Master. Upon hearing the command, the 2 skeleton soldiers became immediately enthusiastic. Each grabbed an iron spear and walked ahead of Zhao Dong, beginning to scout the path. 4 skeleton soldiers liked them, as long as they didn't encounter ferocious beasts. Those poisonous insects and snakes had absolutely no effect. The trees in the thicket weren't tall, but the humidity was immense. After walking for a short while, Zhao San noticed a massive flower ahead. This flower towered taller than a human, and at its butt, a mouth was slightly open, revealing a human arm bone inside. Master, this flower isn't right. Reminded by Zhao San, Zhao Dong looked up and immediately summoned the attribute display. Piranha Bone Flower, Level 12, an adult-phase carnivorous flower capable of astonishing biting force. It often disguises itself as an ordinary plant to lure victims close. Once they approach, it suddenly opens its massive jaws and devours them whole. A piranha bone flower, Zhao Dong muttered softly. He activated Air Slash. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of air blades all targeted the roots and stems of the piranha bone flower. As long as one didn't approach this type of carnivorous flower, it was very easy to deal with. In a single strike, the massive stem was severed, and the giant flower bud tilted sideways before collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, Zhao San and Zhao Si voluntarily approached, driving their spears into the flower bud. The flower bud showed no response, its enormous mouth splitting open as it spat out a hand that had not yet been fully digested. Clutched in the hand was a small dagger. Zhao Dong sighed softly as he witnessed the scene. He wondered which unfortunate soul had lost an arm to that man-eating flower bud. Brushing the thought aside, Zhao Dong continued his journey forward. Having these 2 skeleton soldiers scouting ahead indeed made things much more convenient. Numerous venomous snakes and insects swarmed onto them, but to no avail. Instead, the 2 skeleton soldiers nonchalantly grabbed the venomous snakes and stuffed them into their mouths, drinking the fresh blood. During this time, Zhao Dong began to notice a pattern. Aside from absorbing the residual energy of corpses, these skeleton soldiers had an exceptional craving for blood. Every time they consumed blood, their strength would be enhanced. Consequently, starting from level 1 or 2, they gradually evolved into level 3 and then level 4 skeleton soldiers. There were still plenty of venomous insects and snakes around. Fortunately, Zhao Dong had prepared comprehensive defenses before setting out. Clad in tall boots and a leather overcoat, he looked like a fully armed soldier. Of course, because of this mismatched attire, he looked somewhat preposterous. Snap! Just then, Zhao San stepped into a patch of mud and sensed that something was amiss. As the branch snapped underfoot, its gaze locked onto the ground ahead. Master, this ground is incredibly soft. I fear it is a swamp. If the swamp is not large, I will fly across, Zhao Dong replied. I shall scout the way, Zhao San said, stepping forward. But at that very moment, A head-like object slowly emerged from the ground not far away. A swamp monster. Seeing the creature covered in mud and aquatic weeds, Zhao Dong's gaze narrowed. He had encountered this type of swamp monster before while dealing with the human-faced avian beasts. They were extremely troublesome. They usually hid beneath the swamp, remaining completely motionless. Once they sensed something passing by, they would launch a sudden, stealthy attack. Swamp Monster Level 13, an Earth attribute creature dwelling in swamps. Their bodies can morph into various bizarre shapes. When no one is around, they remain completely motionless, resembling nothing more than a patch of mud. However, once someone passes by, they will launch a sudden attack that is difficult to defend against. It really is a swamp monster. Zhao Dong nodded slightly. During their last encounter, the swamp monster had utilized tentacle attacks. He had then unleashed his air blades to slay it. Overall, the defensive power of these swamp monsters was not particularly strong. They could be easily dealt with using air blades. However, at that moment, Zhao Dong keenly noticed that black bubbles were beginning to rise all around the swamp monster. He froze slightly at the sight. Realization dawned on him a moment later. Beneath every single one of those black bubbles, there was likely a swamp monster lurking. This was going to be a bit of a headache. Although the swamp monsters were easy to deal with, his air blades could not reach them if they hid beneath the mud. Moreover, with such numbers, it would be extremely troublesome if they decided to swarm and attack him all at once. As for flying across, that would not be so simple either. After all, his destination this time was a crooked tree located right in the center of the swamp. Even if he could bypass the swamp monsters here, what if there were still many more over there? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from the ground. Zhao Xi instinctively looked down and saw dozens of ants crawling around. These were no ordinary ants. Each one was actually the size of a fist. Master, there is something wrong with these ants, Zhao Xi quickly warned. Hearing this, Zhao Dong hurriedly looked down and saw that these ants were pitch black all over, possessing a remarkably solid texture. Upon closer inspection, they looked like lumps of moving steel on the ground. He quickly activated his attribute appraisal. Army Ant Beast Level 6, an ant beast mutated from army ants. They possess extraordinary bite force and defensive capabilities. They travel in swarms, and once surrounded, even giant elephants are no match for them. Level 6. Zhao Dong frowned, his gaze shifting toward the nearby bushes. The army ants were all crawling out from that direction. If he sniffed carefully, he could even detect a faint scent of blood coming from there, indicating that there were dead bodies. Zhao San proactively went over to investigate. At a glance, he immediately cried out, "3 corpses!" Zhao Dong walked over and saw a swarm of army ants crawling over 3 corpses, devouring them voraciously. Judging by the freshness of the corpses, they had clearly died not long ago. One of the bodies was even missing an arm. At this moment, understanding dawned on Zhao Dong. The footprints they had seen on the beach earlier must have been left by these 3 individuals. How unfortunate that they had made it all the way here, only to be targeted by the swarm of army ant beasts in the end. At this moment, the army ant beasts seemed to notice Zhao Dong and began crawling toward him. Even the 2 skeletons, Zhao San and Zhao Xi, had army ants attempting to climb onto them. Crunch! Crunch! The army ants bit into Zhao San, actually gouging 2 gashes directly into his leg bones. At this, Zhao San's expression shifted slightly. They can even bite through this? There's something wrong with these army ants. Leave this place immediately. Zhao Dong raised the hammer of industry and swept its blade downward. In an instant, a group of army ant beasts was sliced in half. System, successfully killed an army ant beast. Gained Wu energy points. System, successfully killed an army ant beast. Gained energy points. So little energy. Zhao Dong was somewhat speechless. As expected, once a survivor's level increased, killing lower-level beasts would yield fewer energy points. This was designed to prevent survivors from farming only weak beasts. Meanwhile, even more army ant beasts surged forward in waves, crawling out from behind him. Head to the swamp. Yes, master. Zhao Dong had no time to lock horns with such a massive swarm of army ants. Hovering above the swamp, he unleashed a long dragon of fire directly at the densely packed army ant beasts. In an instant, the fire dragon formed a barrier before him. The army ant beasts seemed highly averse to fire, hesitating to advance. Ignoring them, Zhao Dong floated deeper into the swamp. Though the swamp monsters were numerous, there was no other choice now. He had to fight his way through. There were absolutely no shortcuts for this quest. Obtaining the stone tablet fragment would depend entirely on his own strength. Suddenly, a swamp monster surged forth. Countless tentacles whipped violently toward Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong could now see that these swamp monsters were highly adept at using tentacle attacks. The dense swarm of tentacles resembled a nest of writhing serpents, their tips as sharp as blades. Any contact would likely result in injury. Although Zhao Dong was confident in his defensive capabilities, he had no intention of testing them. Whoosh! Zhao Dong flew to a distance of about 10 meters and rained down air blades as if they cost nothing. Let's see if you have more tentacles or if I have more air blades. Countless air blades severed the tentacles, and the remaining blades surged forward unabated toward the swamp monster's body. Splat! Splat! Sprays of unidentified fluid splattered into the air. Ugh! Arg! The swamp monster let out agonizing roars. The severing of each tentacle seemed to inflict immense pain upon it. As continuous streams of fluid dripped away, its strength waned rapidly. Finally, its massive body swayed and collapsed to the ground. System successfully killed a swamp monster. Gained 160 energy points. Another beam of white light surged into Zhao Dong, leaving him feeling thoroughly refreshed. If he could clear out all the swamp monsters here, wouldn't a level up be absolutely guaranteed? Thinking about all this, Zhao Dong couldn't muster any enthusiasm. It was simple. After these swamp monsters died, they didn't seem to drop any attributes. Or rather, the attributes might have dropped, but they were all in the swamp. How was he supposed to pick them up? Zhao Dong had no drive at all. He lifted his head. The swamp monsters in the distance remained as still as crocodiles. But clearly, some of the swamp monsters were starting to grow alert. Tentacle after tentacle began extending beneath the swamp. Boom! Just then, a massive explosion erupted not far behind him. The shockwave sent Zhao Dong, who was still in midair, flying. Bam! Zhao Dong landed on the ground, his vision swimming. What had just happened? Why had there been such a huge explosion? It had all happened too suddenly for him to process. At that moment, sticky tentacles slithered toward him. Sensing them, Zhao Dong's face changed. Master! Zhao San and Zhao Si ran desperately, each holding a machete and sweeping aside tentacle after tentacle. Hearing their shouts, Zhao Dong's eyes flew wide open. I'm still in the swamp. I can't afford to slack off. Suddenly, a tentacle coiled around his neck and tried to drag him into the swamp. Get lost! Boom! Flames erupted from Zhao Dong's entire body and blazed into the air. Those tentacles recoiled as if they had seen a plague god. Zhao Dong rose into the air once again, grabbed a spirit fruit, and bit into it. That was too close. Where had the explosion come from? Zhao Dong stared in disbelief at the not-so-distant swamp. A huge crater had actually been blasted open in the marshy ground. Master! Zhao San and Zhao Si came to a halt not far away, looking anxious. I'm fine. Zhao Dong waved a hand. What exactly happened just now? Not sure, but it seems the flames you released just now ignited something, Zhao San answered. Ignited something? Zhao Dong looked at the vast swamp and felt a sudden stir. Could it be the marsh gas in the swamp? Marsh gas was an extremely flammable gas. It was usually produced in swamps, or when feces stayed sealed in an airtight space for a long time. That's definitely it. It has to be marsh gas. Master, what do we do now? The two skeleton soldiers were anxious. Zhao Dong thought for a moment, then suddenly grinned. Perfect! Marsh gas could explode, and the consequences would be severe. But to him, this seemed like a very good result. He could simply ignite the marsh gas and use a chain of explosions to blast the swamp monsters hiding inside to death. Ha ha ha! The moment the idea struck him, Zhao Dong laughed excitedly. The two skeleton soldiers exchanged baffled looks, wondering what Zhao Dong was laughing about. You two fall back, leave this to me. Zhao Dong waved his hand and ordered. Then air blade after air blade slashed toward the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Before long, huge holes had appeared across the ground. Streams of transparent marsh gas were being released from those holes. Zhao Dong casually tossed the wild boar, he had just caught down into one. Before long, the wild boar suffocated and died because it couldn't get any fresh air. It looks like the marsh gas has spread just about enough. Zhao Dong flew farther away. The next second, he stretched out both hands. Rumble! A fireball soared into the air, and dazzling flames shot straight toward the distant swamp. The moment it touched down, rumble! Explosions rang out one after another. It worked. Zhao Dong was thrilled. His plan had indeed worked. Watching the huge explosion, he guessed that even if the swamp monsters there weren't dead, they would have suffered serious damage. Such a huge blast naturally made quite a commotion. When the dirt finally settled, the swamp in front of him was full of pits and craters. Countless swamp monsters were exposed, and some of them had tentacles scattered across the ground, looking extremely ragged. To Zhao Dong's surprise, beams of white light flew toward him. These were energy points gained from killing swamp monsters. So many. Zhao Dong's expression filled with joy. Swamp monster killed successfully. Gained 250 energy points. Swamp monster killed successfully. Gained 280 energy points. This wave allowed him to level up directly. He was now level 12, and Zhao Dong was overjoyed. What surprised him was that, because much of the swamp had been blasted open, some attribute bubbles from the dead swamp monsters had also fallen down. Breathing free, breathing for, breathing too hot. What kind of attribute is this? Zhao Dong's eyes brightened. He had killed countless fierce beasts before, but this was his first time seeing an attribute drop for breathing. With a flicker, Zhao Dong landed on the ground and touched one of the breathing attribute bubbles. No feeling. Then I'll pick up a few more and see. Zhao Dong darted around, searching through the swamp. Compared with doing quests, increasing his strength was far more satisfying. Soon, his breathing attribute increased to 50 points. At that moment, Zhao Dong finally noticed something was off. His breathing had become far smoother. With each breath, he could faintly feel his mental strength growing inside him. This is a breathing method that increases mental strength. Zhao Dong's expression sharpened, then was instantly replaced by wild joy. He also discovered that he was fine even if he held his breath. His mental strength seemed to turn into oxygen and provide him with power. I understand now, I understand. The swamp monsters are able to breathe in the swamp precisely because of this miraculous breathing method. Now I'm the same. With this kind of breathing, even if I stay underwater for a long time, it'll be fine. Zhao Dong's eyes grew brighter. This was truly an unexpected blessing. He had actually thought the bubbles dropped by the swamp monsters were nothing and hadn't paid them any attention. Now it looked like he had nearly missed out on a fortune. Overall, this breathing attribute brought 2 benefits. E. Every breath increases mental strength. R. He could hold his breath for a long time. He didn't know exactly how long yet, but at least an hour was definitely no problem. Thud! Zhao Dong landed and set his feet on the ground. Munching on a spirit fruit, he pressed forward. Most of the remaining swamp monsters were already injured. Even those that were still unharmed had been scared stiff by the explosion and hid in the deep water, not daring to surface. Thus, Zhao Dong marched on as if through unguarded territory, quickening his pace toward the center of the map. Closer, closer. Through his monocular, he could already see the crooked tree in the distance. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. The crooked tree was right before him. But the closer he got, the more dangerous the swamp became. Zhao Dong noticed that some swamp monsters had emerged again. Especially near the crooked tree, there was a swamp monster actually resting on top of the crooked tree. This swamp monster's body was enormous. Its whole body was like a small wooden cabin, covered with layers of waterweed and mud. Something's wrong. Zhao Dong could sense how dangerous this swamp monster was. He quickly used his attribute inspection. Mutated swamp monster, level 16. A mutated swamp monster that can command the swamp monsters around it, possesses extremely high intelligence, and is extremely dangerous. Good heavens, this swamp monster's talent is actually commanding the other swamp monsters around it. Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow, feeling the pressure mount. Soon, however, a faint smile crept onto his face. Very well, then I'll just trigger another massive explosion. In an instant, Zhao Dong condensed his air blades once more. These air blades were exceptionally massive, hovering in mid-air, poised to strike. But at that moment, the enormous mutated swamp monster seemed to sense that something was off about Zhao Dong. It sensed the danger. Immediately, it threw back its head and let out an explosive roar. Roar! 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 In an instant, the cries of swamp monsters echoed throughout the entire marshland. Zhao Dong knew that it had spotted him, and a fierce battle was highly likely to follow. But fighting? No way. With so many swamp monsters around, wouldn't they wear him to death? Just as he was about to release the marsh gas from beneath the swamp once again, the leading swamp monster seemed to sense the crisis and turned to dive into the swamp. In the next moment, the marshland surface swelled into mounds of earth that slid rapidly into the distance. What are they doing? Zhao Dong was taken aback. He found that the other swamp monsters were doing the same, burrowing one by one into the mounds and fleeing into the distance. They ran? They actually ran? They run off when they can't win. Really? Zhao Dong was speechless. He had been planning to collect a batch of breeding bubbles, yet they had all run away. Well, so that was the order given by that swamp monster. Zhao Dong guessed inwardly. That swamp monster was certainly intelligent. It must have sensed that he was about to unleash another big explosion and got scared off. Zhao Dong couldn't help chuckling to himself. Since they had fled, he decided to let the matter go and didn't intend to cause any big explosion after all. If he blasted that steel fragment away, things would get troublesome. Landing on the ground, Zhao Dong swept his gaze around and walked over to the crooked-necked tree. The tree still showed signs of life. Its leaves were sparse, but there were indeed a few. Among the roots beneath the tree, a triangular stone caught Zhao Dong's attention. This must be it. He picked up the stone. He wiped the mud off the stone, revealing a large black character, suppress. The moment he saw the character, a prompt appeared before him. Congratulations, Survivor Zhao Dong, on obtaining the quest item steel fragment. The quest item was finally in hand. Zhao Dong let out a sigh of relief. This time, though it appeared simple, it had been fraught with danger. Recalling everything just now, an ordinary survivor would have needed more than 10 lives. After all, without the ability to fly, one would have to fight one's way in step by step. The swamp monsters, vast as an army of thousands, were simply too numerous. How could anyone possibly finish them all off? This also made it clear how difficult this task was. Even he would have suffered a loss if not for his flame ability. Storing the steel fragment in his spatial backpack, Zhao Dong glanced toward the swamp monsters still fleeing in the distance. There was no need to hunt them anymore. Besides, he had already picked up quite a few points of the breeding attribute enough. Turning to the skill bar, he found an extra skill had appeared, hold breath. Since this skill had appeared, there was indeed no need to remain here. Swoosh! Zhao Dong leaped up and hurried away. Returning the way he came was impossible. Dense masses of army ant beasts had appeared there at some point. These creatures were extremely annoying. They were low level, so killing them offered almost no rewards. Worse, they were very hard, making them difficult to deal with, so he might as well take a detour. Making his way into the jungle, Zhao Dong checked his attributes while reading some people's chat. Haha, just now 2 giant cicada beasts disguised themselves as girls to trick me. Did they really think I was that gullible? I saw through them in an instant and one-shot them. Nice! I killed one of those things myself just now. They're not easy to deal with. Coordinates 468, 345, on a high mountain here. Our squad of 10 is being besieged by 20 giant cicada beasts. Help, help, SOS. Wait, aren't giant cicada beasts low level? The giant cicada beasts here are actually level 15. We're no match for them. Can anyone save us? Zhao Dong shook his head secretly. Some people were simply too weak. There was truly nothing to be done. He continued on his way, intending to head to the second location in search of another steel fragment. This place was farther away. He would travel along the water route and continue eastward. After passing through a canyon, it would be inside that very canyon. It was already almost dark. Zhao Dong hastened his pace, hoping to reach the raft boat before nightfall. Just as he was about to return to the riverbank, several pairs of eyes were staring at the skeleton soldiers around the raft boat. Little did he know, these skeleton soldiers have been guarding the boat for quite a long time. By the look of it, they're waiting for their master to return. The speaker was a middle-aged man in camouflage. Beside him was a beautiful woman in tight leather. She had delicate features, wavy hair, and a tall, slim figure, a true beauty. Behind them stood 3 more middle-aged men. The leather-clad woman aimed her binoculars, took a look at the supplies on the boat from a distance, and wore an interested expression. Not bad. Plenty of supplies. Boss, should we do it? The 4 men all turned to the leather-clad woman in unison. These 5 were survivors passing through this area. After discovering the skeleton soldiers, they took a closer look and only then noticed the boat hidden in the grass. They immediately concluded that these skeleton soldiers belonged to some survivor and had been temporarily assigned to guard the boat. The leather-clad woman pondered for a moment, then said, "This is a good boat. With it, we can quickly reach farther places." "Yeah, boss. Skeleton soldiers of this kind usually don't exceed level 5, so we can handle them," the middle-aged man in camouflage said excitedly. The leather-clad woman frowned. "Even so, someone who can summon this many skeleton soldiers is probably not weak." "Heh, boss. Then let's just use the old tactic." Right. Use the old tactic. I don't believe that guy can turn the tables no matter what." Even the leather-clad woman smiled at the mention of this tactic. Clearly, they all had great confidence in this plan's success rate. "All right, here's what we'll do next." Meanwhile, Zhao Dong ran on without pause. Along the way, he killed 3 more men eating flowers. Unfortunately, he walked for a long time and still found no trace of wild wolves. It seems there are no wild wolves in this area. Zhao Dong was somewhat disappointed. If he had wild wolves, everything he did would be much more convenient. After all, no matter how many skeleton soldiers he had, their sense of smell and taste were only average. The crucial problem was their slow speed, which made them of little use when dispatched. Swish, swish. Zhao Dong shifted his steps and finally arrived at the small boat. Zhao San and Zhao Si followed at a distance. This time, the 2 skeleton soldiers were not in good condition. Their weapons had been damaged in the earlier battle. "Master is back." Mutu jumped out with a crossbow and shouted in surprise. Zhao also hurried over. "Master! Did anything happen?" "No." "Good. Wrestle." But just then, a figure suddenly came running over. "Help! Help, big brother! Help! Help, big brother! Someone is there." The 6 skeleton soldiers were highly alert, instantly surrounding Zhao Dong and warily watching a figure not far away. It was a woman with long, flowing hair and a delicate, gentle voice. Although the dim surroundings prevented Zhao Dong from seeing her face clearly. Yet, judging from her silhouette, she was exceptionally slender, undoubtedly a stunning beauty. "Help! Someone wants to kill me." Zhao Dong was not a bad man. Seeing the woman in such a state, he frowned and quickly walked toward her. However, halfway there, he came to a sudden halt. He had developed a habit of activating his skill, Malice Display, whenever he encountered someone. At this moment, the woman's malice was displayed. "Malice, 90. She intends to hijack your boat, murder you, and plunder your belongings." Good grief, what a piece of work. Was she feigning weakness to seek his help, only to launch a surprise attack? At that moment, Zhao Dong narrowed his eyes. He did not despise outright robbers, for they were upfront and did not exploit others' compassion. But those who preyed on sympathy only to strike from behind were the ones he utterly loathed. For those they killed were almost always good people. After all, only good people would let down their guard to save them. She is alone and wouldn't come completely unprepared, which means there must be others hiding nearby. Zhao Dong thought to himself, "Very well. Since you've chosen this path, I shall wipe you all out in one fell swoop, lest anyone else falls victim to your schemes." Meanwhile, the woman found it rather strange. Why had this guy suddenly stopped? In the darkness, she could not make out Zhao Dong's face either, though his silhouette seemed vaguely familiar. Unfortunately, Zhao Dong had just returned from the swamp region and had not even washed his face. Coupled with the pitch-black environment, she could see nothing clearly. "Are you alright?" Zhao Dong walked over and asked indifferently. "Big brother, my friends and I were preparing food in the forest just now, but suddenly some men rushed out. Sob. There were 4 of them, and they wanted to take advantage of me, and even said, Said they wanted to eat us. The woman was a superb actress. Large, bead-like tears streamed down her face as if they cost nothing. They actually wanted to eat you. How utterly outrageous. Since you want to play a part, I shall play along. Zhao Dong sneered inwardly. Where are they? He. Suddenly, 4 burly men emerged from the woods. You wretched wench, did you really think you could escape our grasp? The leader was a burly man dressed in camouflage. Glaring at Zhao Dong, he barked, Kid, I advise you not to poke your nose into other people's business. Big brother, save me. The woman scrambled up and rushed to Zhao Dong's side, weeping and trembling violently as though utterly terrified. Zhao Dong stepped back imperceptibly, knowing full well the malice in this woman's heart. He was waiting to see how many of them there actually were. He had no intention of leaving any survivors. Don't worry, I will save you. Zhao Dong shouted at the opposing group, is it just the few of you? Kid, are you really bent on meddling in this? I advise you to leave immediately, or you won't even know how you died. Big brother, sob. Save me. The woman continued to weep. Yet at that very moment, a gleam flickered in her eyes. Halting her step slightly, she slipped behind Zhao Dong's flank, an inadvertent sneer playing across the corners of her mouth. Their plan had succeeded perfectly. Having survived in the killing world for so long, this tactic had proven foolproof. She would exploit her fragile appearance to seek help from passers-by, only to position herself behind them. Catching them off guard, she would launch a sudden strike. Although this man before her was slightly peculiar, it mattered little. He was already standing right in front of her. Now was the perfect moment for a fatal blow. A dagger silently slid into her palm. A triangular bayonet. Once plunged into the heart, the wound would bleed uncontrollably. It would cause massive blood loss, instantly stripping the victim of any combat capability. Once he was dead, with their strength, dealing with the remaining skeleton soldiers would be child's play. By then, the boat would be theirs, making future endeavors far more convenient. It had to be said that the woman had planned things beautifully. Then, while her companions across from them continued their clamor, she struck. The triangular bayonet in her hand thrust fiercely toward Zhao Dong's spine. Get lost! Boom! A massive fireball erupted from Zhao Dong's palm and was hurled backward. Ah! The woman shrieked, flying backward through the air. Stunned. At that moment, everyone froze. What was going on? Why did this man suddenly attack their boss? Flames engulfed the woman. Screaming in agony, she plunged into the water, finally extinguishing the fire. Why? Why did you do this to me? The woman glared at Zhao Dong with venomous hatred. She touched her face. The appearance she had been so proud of was now completely disfigured. Ah! My face, my face! Rage surged within her heart. Damn you, kid, how did you find out? The man in camouflage roared. Heh, I don't waste breath explaining things to the dead. Zhao Dong naturally couldn't be bothered to explain. With a mere thought, the wooden spear stored on the boat hovered into the air. This scene shocked everyone present. Oh no! Realizing something, one of the men paled in horror, spun around, and fled. But the moment he turned, his spine was pierced straight through. Kill him! Knowing they could not escape, the other 3 men unleashed their powers. Body hardening. Invincible iron fist. Iron head technique. The 3 men activated their respective innate skills and lunged at Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong sneered. He had expected some formidable innate talents, but they turned out to be the absolute trashiest. Air blade. With a low shout in his mind, invisible blades of air swept forward. Simultaneously, the floating wooden spears rained down one by one. Splat! Splat! In the blink of an eye, before the 3 men could even get close to Zhao Dong, they were pinned to the ground like hedgehogs, motionless. This sight struck utter terror into the woman's heart. She was terrified, an unprecedented dread welled up within her. How could this man be so powerful? Had she known, she would never have acted so rashly. I was wrong. I'm willing to do anything for you. The woman gritted her teeth, touching her face. Damn it, in her current state, she could no longer attract men. Even so, she clung to a final shred of hope. I am different from them. The woman pleaded. Oh, how are you different? Zhao Dong's expression remained calm. It had been a long time since he had seen a living person, so a little chat wasn't a bad idea. They were all my subordinates, you know. And the fact that I could make them follow me proves I'm not like them. My abilities and my strength are among the very top tier. I can be of help to you. The woman gasped heavily. Let me put it this way, my skills will definitely be useful to you. I come from novice village No. 167, and I was one of its top players. By the way, my name is Wang Yan. Wang Yan? Zhao Dong said he had no idea what this person did. However, he seemed to have heard of her. When Novice Village 167 and Novice Village 168 merged before, he had noticed a piece of information. Wang Yan was the one who had barged into Novice Village 168. So it was this woman in front of him who had caused all that. From now on, you are my boss. With my help, you will definitely become stronger, won't you? I can fight, do housework, and cook for you. You can even do whatever you want to me. Even though you have disfigured my face, it's all the same once it gets dark. Zhao Dong was dumbfounded. To stay alive, this woman had truly thrown all caution to the wind. How about it? Otherwise, even if you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. My ability is to summon terrifying alien beasts. I usually don't like to use this move, but if you force me, I'll have no choice but to defend myself. This woman was very clever. First, she offered her submission. Then she implied that if he killed her, he probably wouldn't have an easy time either, using that to make Zhao Dong back off. Unfortunately, why would Zhao Dong fear her? A venomous snake of a woman like this had to be eradicated as soon as possible. What you said does make me a little tempted. Unfortunately, I don't like leaving hidden dangers around me, so die. The words had barely fallen. Countless wooden spears floating in midair shot toward Wang Yan. You forced me. Boom. In an instant, dust and mist surged upward. At the very spot where Wang Yan had been standing, a colossal catfish suddenly appeared out of thin air. Damn it, you made me summon it. Every time I summon this thing, I feel like I've aged several years. Wang Yan's miserable voice came from inside the catfish's belly. Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow. This woman truly had some real skill. He quickly activated a tribute display. Catfish monster, level unknown, a catfish spirit that lives in an alien world. It can live both in water and on land and loves to devour flesh and blood. Once summoned, it will unconditionally obey its summoning master. Note, to summon this monster, one must consume life essence. So that's what it is. Each summoning costs part of one's life. No wonder Wang Yan was unwilling to summon it at first. Zhao Dong smiled faintly, unconcerned. When a thing grows huge, it becomes a beast. Although the catfish monster could not cry out, once its body grew enormous, it became a beast. Even the smallest sound would grow loud. At once, the catfish monster swept its tail through the air toward Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong sneered. Strength berserk. This time, it was the perfect chance to test his upgraded strength. Boom! The blood within his body roared like 10,000 horses. Facing the fishtail, Zhao Dong soared into the air and dove down with a punch. Damn! Critical hit triggered. The thick health bar above the catfish monster's head visibly dropped by 2/3 in an instant. At the same time, the fishtail exploded into a mass of shredded flesh. This was the power of a full-force strike after going berserk, triggering a critical hit. It was truly too weak to withstand a single blow. Its health is thick enough, but unfortunately, that's useless. Zhao Dong muttered. At this level, he only needed 3 punches to beat this catfish monster to death. The catfish monster instantly felt pain, and its shrieks grew even more intense. Wang Yan, hiding inside the catfish's belly, clutched her head in agony. This feeling was truly unbearable. But something even harder to bear was coming. A prompt appeared before Wang Yan. Detected, the catfish monster has suffered an overwhelming attack. Filled with fear, it has decided to leave. Bam! The next second, the catfish monster vanished out of thin air. It had actually returned to the other world. What was going on? Zhao Dong was rather baffled. It ran away? Looking at Wang Yan, who sat on the ground with a dazed face, Zhao Dong smiled. No, big brother, let's talk this over. Wang Yan shouted frantically. To hell with talking. Zhao Dong showed no mercy and stabbed the wooden spear downward. Throw the corpse into the river. Zhao Dong ordered the skeleton soldiers. Yes, master. Master, you are truly amazing. Just now, when I saw that huge monster appear, I was thinking of shooting arrows to help, but it turned out I didn't need to. Mutu said with great excitement. Zhao Dong, however, was unimpressed by what had just happened. All of this was because of his attribute picking. With this attribute display move, he could get by without even seeking fierce beasts to level up. Sweeping his gaze over, all the people he had just killed had dropped attributes. The four men, Strength Liu, Speed E. One of them had an Iron Head attribute of 6. Iron Head is pretty good, too. After touching the attribute, Zhao Dong could feel his scalp tighten slightly. He felt his head and knocked on it. Dong Dong. His head really had become a bit harder. Zhao Dong was very satisfied. This feeling of growing stronger little by little was wonderful. The only pity was that after Wang Yan died, her summoning skill attribute hadn't dropped. He guessed it was probably because the catfish monster had escaped. But that was fine. This kind of alien beast, summoned by consuming one's life force, was nothing he cared about. Besides, the alien beast summoned wasn't particularly powerful, and commanding it was restrictive and cumbersome. The campfire blazed as Zhao Dong began cooking meat soup and making barbecue once again. These tasks were naturally left to the skeleton soldiers. He pushed the boat to the water's edge and tidied up the things on board. The consumption over the past few days had noticeably reduced his supplies. Especially the energy stones, there were only 10 left now. For one thing, he had been absorbing them during previous battles. For another, while sailing, he had used energy stones to speed through certain turbulent stretches. Since he had nothing else to do, he checked his own attributes. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Class, Master Carpenter. Master Tool Maker. Level, LV. 12, 5600, 7000. Strength, 580. Speed, 590. Stamina, 600. Defense, 630 while points hardening. Spirit, 1300. Skill, Critical Hit, 100. Skill, Flame. Skill, Wing Blade. Skill, Berserk. Skill, Corpse Poison. Skill, Flight. Skill, Breath Holding. Talents, Attribute Display, Wood Control, Hostility Display, Spirit Wolf Tongue. Gold Coins, 35000. Available Attribute Points, 0. Equipment, Industrial Hammer. Attribute I. Spatial Backpack, Defensive Vest. L Boning Knife. Gill Boots. Stainless Steel Tasty Pot. Clairvoyance Telescope. Spirit Rice. Poison Powder, Long Stones, Red Spirit Fruit, etc. Special Items. Novice Village 168 Map. 10 Energy Stones, Summoning Token, etc. Before I knew it, my gold coins had already become this many. Zhao Dong nodded slightly. Having so many was mostly thanks to last time, when he killed the human-faced bird and gave all its feathers to Wu Qinyao to sell. According to her, this kind of feather sold extremely well. 30 gold coins each, and by now nearly all of them had been sold. With so many gold coins, Zhao Dong opened the shop to see if there was anything suitable. Some items in the shop increased from time to time, while others refreshed randomly. However, healing items and equipment were always available. As he looked, he really did discover something good. Recruitment notice, the skeleton soul summoning banner. Excellent stuff, as eyes lit up. Here summoning order. If paired with this recruitment, he could larger skeletal his use. Isn't this tailor-made for me? He thought. And according to the description above, when summoning the skeleton army, one should use the soul summoning banner. When not in use, these skeletal legions stay inside the soul summoning banner. It serves as a storage device, very convenient. This banner also has a soul nurturing effect. That means wounded skeletons or those missing limbs can be repaired inside the banner. Alas, this item costs 60,000. That's the one. I must buy it, Zhao Dong resolved inwardly. He didn't have that many gold coins right now, but saving up for a while would suffice. With so many skeletal troops, once his vessel grows bigger, he could form a skeleton army pirate ship. He might even build a base and establish his own fortress. Having read novels, Zhao Dong knew that later on some strong beings would establish their own factions. Some would raise tall, imposing walls to fend off beast tides. Some would establish powerful undead cities, where gods and demons are unfathomable. Others would erect colossal Orcish fortresses, their influence vast. So he must prepare early as well. Strictly speaking, the skeleton army's individual combat prowess is not strong. Yet its advantage lies in sheer numbers, cheapness, and the fact that they require little food and supplies to sustain. Wu Qingya, I've finally stepped out of the snow and am now entering the forest. At that moment, Wu Qingya spoke in the group. Lu Xiao, congratulations. I was just hunting the giant cicada beast here. Wu Qingya, how about you? Wu Qingya, giant cicada beast. I've read some comments, they seem quite formidable, but I'm fine here. It seems the cold region doesn't have giant cicada beasts. Zhao Dong looked up and spoke. A few survivors just tried to kill me. Then Zhao Dong recounted what had just happened. Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect there are such bad people. Wu Qingya, people's hearts are hard to fathom, but Zhao Dongji, for a man as handsome as you to be seduced by such a beautiful woman, you're remarkable. Zhao Dong, I've always been like this. I am a man of integrity. The two girls rolled their eyes. If you say you're not fat, you're panting as well, aren't you? Perhaps this is what shamelessness looks like. Zhao Dong, I'm mentioning this to remind everyone to be careful. Don't let some people blind you. Some people are very bad. Seeing the message, the two women nodded in silent agreement. Wu Qingya privately messaged Zhao Dong. In the past few days I've unearthed some energy stones. I have more than 30 on hand. I'll send you a few, since I don't really need that many. That would be wonderful for me too. Zhao Dong, a beauty taking the initiative to help me makes me feel so blessed. Lu Xiao, if you keep talking slick, I won't pay you any mind. Zhao Dong, oh, don't, you're the boss, okay? I promise not to say more. Lu Xiao smiled, then sent 10 energy stones. At that moment, it would be fake not to be moved. Zhao Dong felt Lu Xiao's goodwill toward him growing stronger. 10 energy stones. If placed in the shop, they would fetch a good amount of gold coins. And she gave them to him now. Zhao Dong, thank you so much. To show my gratitude, I'll take a selfie for you. Lu Xiao was speechless. You're so shameless. Who would want your selfie? Zhao Dong, that hurts. Lu Xiao, I'm not talking to you anymore. Zhao Dong, just kidding. By the way, how's the ship running now? Getting to business, Lu Xiao replied. Not bad. My mother and I went out for a spin today, to a neighboring island. Zhao Dong, how did it go? Lu Xiao, that place has smaller islands, and there aren't many ferocious beasts. Instead, there are plenty of coconuts and fruits. We gathered lots and brought them back. I'll send you some fruits. Soon, some green fruits arrived. Green fruit, eating it slightly increases defense. Wow, another fine fruit, boosting defense. Zhao Dong couldn't help but admire Lu Xiao's luck. Thinking of the novel, Lu Xiao later gave Yi Wuchen much help. It was thanks to the countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures around her little island. Zhao Dong, this is good stuff, Lu Xiao. I knew you were capable, and I like a girl like you. That casual compliment made Lu Xiao smile. Zhao Dong's flattery was pleasing to hear. Lu Xiao, stop flattering me. Everyone should strive to grow stronger, and you mustn't disappoint me. Zhao Dong, and Mimi Cham, let's work hard together. Next, I'll find an opportunity to seek you. This time Lu Xiao did not mind his flattery. Feeling his heart stirring, he looked forward with anticipation. Unintentionally, Lu Xiao replied, then I'll wait for you. After sending the message, Lu Xiao felt her cheeks warm. I can't believe I sent that message, so embarrassing. Zhao Dong smiled faintly. Master, the soup is ready, Zhao Yi called. Zhao Dong walked over, grabbed a large bowl of meat soup and drank. That night Zhao Dong slept very soundly. The next morning, Zhao Dong set out, heading east. Set sail! Zhao Yi and the 6 skeletal soldiers began to row. Splashing! The ship sped along the river. Zhao Dong stored away the energy stones Lu Xiao sent last night, his confidence growing. With so many energy stones, the next steps would be easier. The journey went smoothly. By dusk, they finally glimpsed a vast canyon from afar. Here lies the second site of the stone tablet fragments. From what he'd learned, this place is remote and lacks precious supplies. so hardly any survivors came here. Since it was already dark, Zhao Dong decided to enter the canyon at first light to search for a cave beneath the canyon. New to this place, Zhao Dong remained quite cautious. After a hearty meal, before sleeping, he arranged Jiao Yi and Mu Tu, two skeletal soldiers, to scout around. After confirming the surroundings were safe, he finally slept. The temperature here was noticeably cold. Night fell. Zhao Dong covered himself with 2 layers of blankets in the cabin. The ship was anchored about 2 meters from shore, yet it still rocked, as if the current here ran swift. 6 skeletal soldiers stood guard outside. All in all, Zhao Dong felt reasonably secure. Yet in the deep of night, he still heard a faint goo-goo-goo call overhead. Especially above, something seemed to flutter about. The noise kept him from sleeping. Half asleep, he endured until morning. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Dong froze. There was an emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. Yamamoto Taro of Novice Village No. 19 forcibly challenges Novice Village No. 168. Challenge details. Seeing this announcement, Zhao Dong was instantly wide awake. What was going on? Another novice village dared to challenge their novice village No. 168. Zhao Dong hurriedly checked the details of the challenge. Rules of this challenge: kill ferocious beasts to earn points. The first village to accumulate 10,000 points will be declared the victor. Point system: level 1 beasts are worth 10 points, level 2 beasts are worth 20 points, level 3 beasts are worth 30 points, and so forth. Tip: the points for this challenge are cumulative across all villagers, and every villager participates. Tip: teamwork is permitted when hunting beasts. Tip: Novice Village No. 19 and Novice Village No. 168 have begun to merge, and mutual chat is now enabled. Zhao Dong stepped out of the cabin, his eyes filled with shock. The initiator of the village war from Novice Village No. 19 seemed to be from the island nation. His name was Yamamoto Taro. However, he seemed to have woken up late, as the challenge notice had already appeared over 2 hours ago. How cunning! Issuing a challenge declaration out of nowhere while we were all asleep. Most of our people must still be dreaming. Zhao Dong gritted his teeth in anger. The penalty system for this challenge was the same as before. For the victors, all attribute points would increase by 100. For the losers, 100 attribute points would be randomly deducted. As for equipment rewards, they would also be randomly seized and awarded to the victors. Zhao Dong hurriedly scrolled through the previous chat history. No. 168, damn it. Launching a challenge at this hour. The people of country are indeed masters of sneak attacks. No. 168, these people have no sense of honor. How incredibly devious. No. 168, curse them. So many of our people are still asleep right now. For them to pull this off, it must have been planned long ago. In the face of the desperate cries from Novice Village No. 168, the residents of country are in Novice Village No. 19 were absolutely thrilled. No. 19, Yoshi. The people of country Xiao must be terrified now. Lord Yamamoto Taro's strategy is truly brilliant, catching them completely off guard. No. 19, Soka. This time we'll finish them off and let them witness the true power of our great country R. No. 168, you people from country R, why are you targeting us? No. 19, Hehe, we have merged with the noble United States. They said the people of Novice Village No. 168 are formidable and even defeated their Lord Jason the Vampire. We are going to avenge them. No. 19, indeed, we are allies after all. Our absolute favorite ally is the United States. No. 19, although the United States failed this time, it must have been an accident. We must avenge them to prove our loyalty. No. 168, you guys sure love being lapdogs, don't you? No. 19, Boka. How dare you speak to us like that? Don't think that a stroke of luck in your previous victory gives you the right to slander us. With Lord Yamamoto Taro taking action this time, we have already secured a foolproof way to win. No. 19, exactly. We have now allied with the United States and country H. The people of all 3 nations are fighting side by side. What's more, We have all discovered a certain location the flying insect nest. No. 168. What is a flying insect nest? Many were left utterly confused. No. 19. You don't even know this. You really are just a bunch of country bumpkins, Smida. No. 168. Don't get ahead of yourselves. One of your villages already fell by our hands before. No. 19. That was just an accident, Smida. Let me tell you about the flying insect nest so you will accept your defeat wholeheartedly. The flying insect nest contains an immense swarm of insects. Their levels are all above level 5, with some even reaching level 10. However, they are extremely weak. Therefore, they are incredibly easy to kill, allowing our points to skyrocket in no time. No. 19. Salka, you are explaining too much. There is no need for you to share all these details in this chat. No. 19. If it weren't for the United States, I wouldn't even bother cooperating with you guys. No. 19. Do you have a death wish? No. 19. Alright, now that the challenge has begun, our goal is to weaken Country Seal's novice village No. 168. That village is far too powerful, understand? The speaker this time was clearly someone from the United States. Instantly, both Country H and Country R fell silent. At the same time, panic began to spread among many in novice village No. 168. They were clearly at a disadvantage this time. First of all, many of their members were still fast asleep. Secondly, the enemy had located the so-called flying insect nest. According to them, although the insects were however, they were very easy to deal with. Under these circumstances, with the enemy fully prepared, their points would surely rise rapidly. Find great deity Zhao Dong. Yes, look for him. Zhao Dong noticed that quite a few people had sent him private messages afterward. Unfortunately, he had been fast asleep at the time. It couldn't be helped, some unknown creature had been flying overhead last night, making constant cooing noises that kept him awake. He only managed to drift off in the latter half of the night, which was why he woke up so late. Yuli, never mind that. Brother Zhao Dong might be busy and hasn't responded. Let's rely on ourselves for now. Everyone, let's work together and hunt down the beasts. Sister Yuli is right. We cannot trouble great deity Zhao Dong with every single thing. I suggest we head to areas where beasts gather in large numbers right now. Zhou Shuyang, sigh, but the places nearby with many beasts also have very powerful ones. What should we do? Zhou Shuyang, why are they so outstanding while we are so weak? This is so frustrating. Zhou Shuyang, that's not them being outstanding, that's just them being deceitful. Think about it, what are their intentions by launching a surprise attack in the middle of the night? Exactly. It's practically an unfair victory, and yet you're actually praising them. Many were filled with righteous indignation, feeling that Zhou Shuyang's comments at a time like this were highly inappropriate. Zhou Shuyang, however, remained indifferent and continued to grumble. In any case, we are out of luck this time. Although great deity Zhao Dong is powerful, his long silence probably means he knows victory is impossible and has gone into hiding. Cut it out. How dare you suggest that great deity Zhao Dong would hide? Forget it, great deity Zhao Dong would never run away. At that moment, Zhao Dong sent a message. I just woke up. The people of village No. 19 are indeed out of line, suddenly declaring a challenge in the dead of night without any sense of honor. Great deity Zhao Dong has spoken. Great deity Zhao Dong, what do you think we should do? Zhao Dong let out a sigh. What could he possibly do? His main challenge lay not in his inability to defeat the beasts, but in the difficulty of locating them on a massive scale within such a short time frame. Zhao Dong could only reply, I will do my best to locate the beasts. Everyone, do not lose heart. Do not forget, they ridiculed us just like this before, but what happened in the end? We still emerged victorious. Yamamoto Taro, haha, so you are the great deity Zhao Dong. You certainly make it sound convincing. Since you are so capable, do you dare to make a bet with me? Zhao Dong, what do you propose? Yamamoto Taro, let's make a private wager. The loser must commit seppuku. What? Seppuku? No. 19. Yoshi. As expected of our Lord Taro. I heard his acquired talent is giant strength, he possesses immense power akin to the Incredible Hulk. Commit seppuku. This was a wager on his very life. Zhao Dong narrowed his eyes, contemplating his next move. Vicious beasts were incredibly scarce on his side, given that they were currently situated in the Grand Canyon region. Formidable, large-scale vicious beasts had always been rare in the surrounding area. However, it was not entirely without opportunity. Zhao Dong recalled the information he had just browsed. The destination they were heading to was a place known as the Flying Insect Nest. The Flying Insect Nest. Could it be that forbidden zone? In the novel, when Zhou Fan was being hunted down, he had once entered a certain place. It was indeed the Flying Insect Nest. Such nests were typically established within massive mountain ranges. Countless crawling insects, flying bugs, and various other creepy crawlies swarmed in and out, each performing their designated duties. Some insects were tasked with sentry duty, some with foraging, some with hunting, and others with tending to the insect queen. On the surface, the insects lingering on the exterior of the flying insect nest appeared remarkably weak. Yet the deeper one ventured, once the insect queen perceived a threat, the true insectoid warriors would emerge. That would truly be an absolute slaughter. For those bugs lurking in the depths were all level 20 or above, some even reaching level 30 or 40. It was precisely because Zhou Fan triggered the insectoid alert system that countless insect warriors swarmed out. Zhou Fan had immediately hidden himself, resulting in the complete annihilation of the powerful cultivators pursuing him. This battle allowed Zhou Fan to thoroughly rid himself of his pursuers, executing a flawless strategy of killing with a borrowed knife. Thinking of this, Zhao Dong felt more and more that this flying insect nest was far from simple. They must have only explored the periphery of the nest, failing to trigger the insect queen in the depths. Zhao Dong smiled faintly. In other words, even if I don't reach 10,000 points, once these people trigger the insect queen's alert system, they will immediately face an impending catastrophe. As for us, we can just take our time searching for vicious beasts. With this in mind, Zhao Dong replied without the slightest hesitation, "Fine, let's wager. If you lose, you commit seppuku. If I lose, I will slit my own throat." He was not Japanese. He had no habit of committing seppuku. Of course, he possessed absolute confidence that he would emerge victorious. Everyone was utterly shocked. No one had expected Zhao Dong to actually agree to the opponent's terms. No. 168, Great One. There is absolutely no need to make such a wager with someone like him. No. 168, indeed, it's unnecessary. They've already made all kinds of preparations. We shouldn't agree to these terms. Many grew anxious, believing that the great Zhao Dong had been provoked into a rash decision. No. 19, Suka. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Yamamoto Taro. He, say no more. Zhao Dong has already agreed. Brothers, now is our time to shine. Tell them, how many points do we have already? No. 19. It already shows 3,000 points. No. 19. In just 2 hours, we've already reached 3,000 points. Damn, keep pushing, everyone. Zhao Dong glanced at his own side's points. He felt a tinge of disappointment. Surprisingly, they hadn't even surpassed 1,000 points yet. He had guessed that their score would be low, but he hadn't expected it to be this dismal. For a moment, a sense of urgency washed over him. However, it did not matter. He immediately rushed out, arriving on the surface. Keep an eye on this place. I'm heading to the canyon ahead. Zhao Dong turned his head and spoke to Zhao Yi and the other skeleton soldiers who were busy working. Master, you haven't even eaten your meal yet, Mutu quickly reminded him. Zhao Dong grabbed a large piece of meat, taking a bite as he said, "No time. I need to get there ahead of schedule." His gaze swept toward the distant canyon. In Zhao Dong's view, there was bound to be a multitude of vicious beasts guarding each stone tablet fragment. The swamp monster from before was a prime example. This was precisely why he harbored such confidence in his victory. He believed that there would be an abundance of prey in that location. Chewing on the meat, Zhao Dong shifted his steps and darted into the depths of the dense forest. Master ran so fast. Behind him, Zhao Yi felt helpless. Even if they wanted to catch up, it was already too late. The path leading to the canyon was filled with rapid currents and numerous submerged reefs. This was also the reason why Zhao Dong had not taken a boat. Sprinting through the darkness toward the canyon, the journey proved exceptionally safe, with absolutely no sign of any vicious beasts. This left Zhao Dong deeply astonished. The place seemed almost like a hidden paradise. However, the more peaceful it appeared, the more his apprehension grew. The reason was simple. This area was by no means uninhabitable. Yet, why were there no vicious beasts? Even if there were no beasts, what about ordinary creatures? Why were they absent as well? There was only one plausible answer. This place must harbor some extremely perilous creature. It was precisely due to this entity's presence that even vicious beasts dared not dwell here. Zhao Dong dared not be negligent. At this moment, because many on his side had learned of the village challenge, they had begun hunting vicious beasts. Now, their point had finally reached 1,000. Yet, it was far from enough. Eventually, guided by the map, Zhao Dong arrived at the entrance of a massive karst cave beneath the canyon. Gurgle! Gurgle! All of a sudden, he heard that familiar sound once more. Didn't I hear this very sound last night? Zhao Dong's gaze sharpened as realization dawned upon him. The noise from last night was no mere coincidence. Instead, it was the creature within the canyon heading out to hunt. Yet, for some unknown reason, despite it being broad daylight and him standing right here, the dweller of the cave showed no sign of emerging. Shaking his head, he decided to enter first. He picked up a wooden stick and ignited it. Then, he hurled a massive fireball into the depths of the cave. Screech! Screech! Suddenly, as if provoked by some intense stimulus, the creatures inside let out piercing shrieks. Ugh! Zhao Dong's expression shifted. The sound was incredibly grating. Caught utterly off guard, he instantly dropped to the ground. The noise was simply too deafening. No, this is a mental assault. Zhao Dong's heart stirred. To his surprise, however, once he acclimatized to this mental shockwave, he felt significantly better. Why is this? Zhao Dong found it peculiar, but casting his doubts aside, he prepared to venture deeper into the cavern. Screech! Screech! The shrieking grew increasingly shrill. Whoosh! 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 Abruptly, 3 dark figures descended from above, spreading their wings as they lunged toward Zhao Dong. Having long prepared himself, Zhao Dong raised his elbowing knife and slashed downward in one fluid motion. Swish! A flash of blade light flickered, and the 3 dark entities were instantly struck down to the ground. Only then did Zhao Dong inspect them, discovering that they were actually 3 bats. He immediately activated his attribute display to take a look. Cave Bat Beast, Level 9, a vicious beast adept at sonic attacks. It favors the dark and moves in swarms during the night. Upon detecting prey, it launches a mental assault to induce a coma before draining its victim's blood. They enter a slumber during the day. Now I know why there are no vicious beasts in the vicinity. Zhao Dong understood. It was exactly as he had surmised. The mental attacks of these bats were incredibly troublesome for ordinary vicious beasts. Consequently, the surrounding beasts had all been driven away, leaving no trace of their presence. Screech! Screech! At that very moment, a dense wave of shrieking echoed once again. Zhao Dong's heart skipped a beat. Though it had some effect on him, it seemed manageable and well within his tolerance. I know why this is. Zhao Dong's face lit up with joy. At first, Zhao Dong was indeed quite nervous when struck by that bizarre attack. It felt as though his head might split apart. But in an instant, his powerful spiritual energy withstood the assault. Even now, with the dense barrage of attacks continuing, he felt nothing. It seems that powerful spiritual energy not only grants me endurance but also allows me to defend against certain psychic assaults. Zhao Dong offered a faint smile and swept his gaze across the area. The 3 bats he had just slain had actually dropped a mental attribute. Mental power +2. The quantity was modest, but volume compensated for lack. In addition, after the 3 level 9 bats perished, he noticed 3 points appearing before him. +9 +9 +9. This single wave netted him a direct total of 27 points. Having understood the ferocious beasts in this place, Zhao Dong formed a plan. Such locations would undoubtedly teem with bats in dense swarms. It seemed, reaching 10,000 points would be quite easy. With that thought in mind, he seized his twin blades and ventured out to fell a massive ancient tree. Ha! Channeling his berserker power, Zhao Dong dragged the colossal trunk to the cave entrance. The towering flames consumed the ancient tree, and suddenly the cave filled with thick, rolling smoke. The dense swarm of bats sensed the impending danger and intensified their frequency of psychic attacks, with many collapsing from the assault. Zhao Dong activated his breath suppression technique and charged into the cave. Like a tiger among sheep, his momentum was formidable, with twin blades whirling like a cyclone. Countless bats crashed to the ground. Zhao Dong observed that the attack power and defense of these bats were far too weak. Only their psychic attacks carried a certain peculiarity. But for someone with Zhao Dong's powerful spiritual energy, they were utterly useless. Ha ha ha, those people from the Our Nation probably never dreamed I would find this so effortless. Zhao Dong laughed as he slaughtered the bats. Countless streams of white light surged toward him, and his energy value skyrocketed. At the same time, his score climbed at an alarming rate. Just then, a humanoid bat burst forth from the darkness. Zhao Dong took a look. Humanoid bat beast, level 13, a bat that had evolved into human form and undergone mutation. Mutated talent, Psychic Storm. The humanoid bat's eyes darkened with fury, and it let out a ferocious roar. Instantly, a torrent of magnificent psychic energy swept across the area like a raging storm. Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow. This bat beast's psychic storm was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, his mind felt as though thousands of needles were piercing him simultaneously. In that moment, Zhao Dong's spirit sharpened, and his power surged into a berserker state. His enhanced spiritual energy was further strengthened, and Zhao Dong did not flinch or retreat, he charged straight into the psychic storm. Finally closing in on the level 13 humanoid bat, Zhao Dong let out a low roar and swung his blade horizontally. In an instant, the bat beast was cleaved in two. Successfully killed the level 13 bat beast, earning 13 points and 300 energy values. A golden chest dropped onto the ground. Zhao Dong smiled slightly, and in the next moment, stored the golden chest in his spatial backpack. Continuing deeper, he found the bats here were overwhelmingly numerous. He could barely see the end of them. More importantly, because the cave was extremely narrow, the bats were packed tightly together. A single slash from his blade often took down a large group of bat beasts at once. His score climbed at a furious pace. This spectacle quickly caught the attention of some people in the chat channel. User 168, something's off. His score was only 1,000 just now. How did it jump to 1,500 already? User 168, what the hell? In the blink of an eye it's already 1,700. Which big shot is farming points? User 168, hurry and check the leaderboard. Every village maintained a leaderboard that recorded the source of each point, ensuring the legitimacy of point acquisitions. Then everyone looked. Good heavens, the number one spot belonged to Zhao Dong. User 168, holy crap, it's Master Zhao. Ha ha ha, I knew it. We were falling behind before because Master Zhao hadn't acted. Now that he stepped up, things are indeed different. User 168, we are secure now. Those people must be terrified seeing this. At this moment, everyone was utterly amazed. For the people of Newbie Village no. 19, however, the pressure mounted sharply. Especially Yamamoto Taro, who had initiated the challenge. Watching Zhao Dong's score, he felt an urgent sense of dread. Baka, why is this Zhao Dong so powerful? What is going on? Mr. Yamamoto Taro, we should not panic. There are more and more of us in this flying insect nest. Let us continue deeper. Someone nearby suggested. Humph, that is all we can do, but... Yamamoto Taro gazed at the pitch-black cave before him, a vague sense of unease rising in his heart. For he had sensed something moving with incredible speed deep within the cave. Previously, he had been confident in the challenge, built upon the assumption that the insects here would be easy to handle. Their levels were notably high, so he had only spent a little over 2 hours to reach 3,000 points. But now, he discovered that the number of easily manageable insects had decreased. The environment ahead grew darker, and occasionally, extremely fast-moving insects flashed past. This caused growing concern. At this moment, someone suddenly stumbled running from behind. Save us! Save us! This is too terrifying. At this point, a youth from the H Nation came sprinting forward in sheer terror. Oh, it is someone from the H Nation. An island nation participant quickly spoke. Baka, why are you so panicked? Yamamoto Taro approached the youth and slapped him hard across the face. The slap brought the youth back to his senses. Immediately, he began cursing bitterly. You bastards, you deceived us into coming here. This place is too terrifying. What are you saying? The flying insects here are so easy to deal with, how could this be terrifying? Ha ha ha, I get it now. I always said these people are too cowardly, scared even of bugs. It is truly embarrassing that they are our allies. Such disappointment. Facing the mockery, the youth hastily explained, you probably haven't encountered them. We discovered some insects that are terrifying. What exactly happened? Yamamoto Taro frowned and asked. We went deeper into the cave and found some insects without wings, but they were even faster. All 5 of us were instantly annihilated. How is that possible? At this moment, even those who had been mocking realized something was wrong. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong grew more and more fervent in his slaughter. His score skyrocketed rapidly, and within moments, an uncountable pile of bad beast corpses had accumulated at his feet. Yet these bats were unable to escape the cave. At the cave entrance, the burning tree sent flames roaring into the sky, and the scorching fire blocked all escape routes for the bad beasts. Soon, the bad beasts at the cave entrance were either dead or fleeing deeper into the darkness. Zhao Dong glanced at his points tally. In merely a short while, he had already accumulated over 2,000 points. Meanwhile, newbie village No. 19 had only managed to scrape together a little over 3,000 points. Zhao Dong pressed further into the cave. Squeak, squeak. Before he had taken a few steps, another swarm of bad beasts erupted from the shadows. This new wave of bad beasts were somewhat higher level, hovering around level 10 and 11. Yet, to Zhao Dong, it made no difference whatsoever. Fortified by his potent spiritual sense, the bat's psychic assaults felt little more than a mild tickle. Swish, swish, swish. His twin blades flashed ceaselessly in his hands. Before long, Zhao Dong found himself splattered from head to toe with the iridescent ichor of the bad beasts. Another mutated, humanoid bad beast emerged. This time, Zhao Dong would not grant it the chance to unleash its psychic storm. He launched himself into the air, diving like a predatory bird straight toward his foe. Swish! A gleam of blade light flashed, cleaving the humanoid bad beast cleanly in twain once more. Wrestle, wrestle! Sensing the impending doom, ever more bad beasts rushed forward in relentless succession, throwing themselves at Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong panted heavily, somewhat exasperated. This is rather exhausting. Yet, despite the fatigue, an incomparable thrill surged through him. The points had surged to 4,000. Meanwhile, newbie village No. 19 had just barely reached the same mark. The scores were neck and neck. Victory was within sight. A smirk touched Zhao Dong's lips as he gazed upon the dense horde, flames. Rumble! Roaring infernos erupted from his entire body, engulfing him in a pillar of fire. Squeak! Squeak! The bad beasts recoiled in agony. Notifications incessantly flashed before his eyes. Successfully killed level 11 bad beast. Successfully killed level 10 bad beast. Successfully killed. It was utterly blissful. This slaughter efficiency was simply breathtaking. Indeed, those watching from outside were equally astounded. 4,000 points already. Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Zhao Dong is incredible. Good heavens! In the blink of an eye, what did I just witness? It skyrocketed straight to 5,000. This is terrifying. The folk from newbie village No. 19 will likely whip themselves into unconsciousness. By now, Zhao Dong had no time to glance at the chat. Aside from the bad beasts, the attribute orbs and treasure chests littering the ground were plentiful to an alarming degree. Others were struggling and squabbling over a single chest. Meanwhile, he was pondering how on earth he would carry so many. Even Zhao Dong found the situation somewhat absurd. Fortunately, he had previously purchased a large spatial backpack. Using both bags in tandem, he could barely contain the whole. Zhao Dong continued his descent, sensing that he was drawing near to that stone tablet fragment. To be honest, the apparent simplicity of his current quest stemmed entirely from his formidable spiritual sense. Were others to enter without such power, even in large numbers, they would likely meet their doom. Boy, you have come seeking the stone tablet fragment, have you not? Just then, a faint, Indistinct voice echoed within his mind. It was neither clearly male nor female, nor was it a physical sound. It seemed as though the sound waves drilled directly into his consciousness. Who goes there? Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow, scanning his surroundings. I am the master of this domain. Oh, the Bat King, then. Zhao Dong coined a name for it on the spot. I shall give you the stone tablet fragment. Now, begone from my territory. The voice allowed no refusal. Zhao Dong sneered. This chattering phantom was exceedingly arrogant, wasn't it? It seemingly failed to grasp the present circumstances. It was the one with the request, yet it dared to shout orders for him to leave. In that case, Zhao Dong resumed his slaughter. Whether the entity spoke rudely or politely made no difference. Until his point quota was satisfied, he would cease his onslaught. Slash, slash, slash. Zhao Dong's blade speed intensified, felling countless bat beasts with a single stroke. You! The voice dripped with venomous malice. It had never anticipated that even after all this, Zhao Dong would continue his bloody march. Very well. I shall see if your strength is truly inexhaustible. From the depths of the cave, yet more bat beasts surged forth. Thud! 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 Through the gloom, Zhao Dong spotted a colossal bat beast whose head nearly brushed the cavern ceiling. Another formidable adversary had arrived. Level 15 Berserk Bat Beast, a humanoid berserk form among bat beasts, possessing immense physical strength and bloodline power, capable of draining life force from a distance. How intriguing! Zhao Dong closed the distance in a single bound, flames erupting from his frame. Every bat beast that came into contact with him was incinerated, plummeting to the ground in agonized wails. At that moment, the berserk bat beast across the way stirred, delivering a ferocious punch aimed at obliterating Zhao Dong in one strike. Berserk state! You may go berserk, but so shall I. This time, it was a contest of raw power. Rumble! Fists collided. Critical hit triggered. Upon hearing the notification, Zhao Dong's strength instantly doubled. In an instant, the berserk beast was smashed into the cavern wall. Upon closer inspection, its chest was shattered, utterly devoid of vitality. A single strike, death. At this moment, the lurking voice fell silent. Ha ha ha! Zhao Dong's battle fervor reached its zenith. Most notably, he had noticed a singular orb drop upon the berserk beast's demise. Berserk Sanshi. Another berserk attribute. Zhao Dong was unaware of the cumulative effects of collecting identical orbs, but the benefits were undoubtedly substantial. Without hesitation, he snatched it up. In a flash, torrents of berserk power flooded his system. Attributes combined. Berserk skill upgraded to Berserk Physique. The addition of a single character denoted a wholly different efficacy. Zhao Dong had no time to inspect the precise nature of this Berserk Physique. Once again, the cavern teemed with dense waves of bat beasts. They struggled desperately to impede his advance, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong's point tally had long since eclipsed that of newbie village No. 19. Closer inspection revealed they had only managed 4,600 points. On his end, since the previous stalemate at 4,000, Zhao Dong's frantic slaughter had caused his score to skyrocket. The total had already surged past 7,000. Newbie village No. 19 was in full panic, utterly disarrayed. Newbie village No. 19, damn it, Yamamoto Taro, for God's sake look. The player from newbie village No. 168 has already surpassed us by this much. Newbie village No. 19, good heavens. I told you we should have planned more carefully. Are we doomed to lose again? Cursed be my hard-earned 100 attribute points. Newbie village No. 19, I cannot bear to see my supplies plundered once more. Newbie village No. 19, what is to be done? My accumulated attribute points haven't even surpassed 100. If they are stripped away again, what fate awaits me? Newbie village No. 19, indeed, then you are finished. Should your attribute points reach 0, you shall perish. This was no idle threat spoken by these individuals. Should one's attribute points be entirely depleted, death was the inevitable consequence. In truth, the one bearing the greatest pressure was Yamamoto Taro. For in a fit of bravado, he had previously boasted that the losing party would perform seppuku. Just then, piercing screams echoed from Yamamoto Taro's location. What is the meaning of this? Master Yamamoto, disaster. Strange, unprecedented insects have suddenly appeared among us. Ow. Hearing the blood-curdling screams, everyone's faces peeled in horror. Damn it. It must be. Those insects are here. We are all going to die. We are all going to die. With those words spoken, panic spread like wildfire among the crowd. Yamamoto Taro's gaze narrowed. Stepping forward, he delivered a swift slash, severing the young man's head. Demagoguery. Yamamoto Taro cold snorted and barked. A multitude of insects is a blessing in disguise. As long as we are careful, our points will surely catch up. But they have all vanished. Ah! In the darkness, another person was stealthily slaughtered. Meanwhile, on the chat channel, others began pointing out the anomalies within the flying insect nest. No! 19, something is wrong. One type of insect seems incredibly powerful. Half the people around me have disappeared. No! 19, same here. Yamamoto Taro-kun, do you know what is going on? No! 19, sobbing, I want to get out of here. Everyone around me is dead. I watched with my own eyes as they were dragged away by swarms of insects. Their deaths were horrific. Reading the messages, Yamamoto Taro cursed inwardly. You asked me, but how on earth should I know where these insects came from? At this moment, he could only offer empty comfort. Everyone, stay vigilant. Do not forget, we must strive to hunt more fierce beasts. No. 19, hunt my ass. I'm out. They are all dead. Those insects are simply not something we can handle. Seeing the messages, Zhao Dong understood that his hypothesis was correct. The insects deep within that flying insect nest were utterly terrifying. He estimated their strength to be at least level 20. Level 20? Those people going there was nothing short of suicide. He shook his head, finally arriving at the depths. Soon, deep within the cavern, he spotted a colossal bat beast hanging upside down from the ceiling. Bat King, level 20, the queen of the bat beast swarm, possessing the innate talent to control the swarm. Its individual combat capability is relatively weak. Ha ha, no wonder it tried to intimidate me earlier. It turns out to be just a minor boss with weak individual strength. Zhao Dong smiled faintly. Holding his blade, he approached the Bat King. Do not kill me. I have already prepared the stone tablet fragment for you. I beg of you, take the fragment and leave. At this moment, even the Bat King had cowered, its body trembling violently. Spare this Bat King? Zhao Dong had no such intention. He harbored not a shred of pity for such fierce beasts. Swiftly, he extended his blade, preparing to grant the Bat King a quick death. Do not kill me. I can tell you a secret. Zhao Dong's blade paused. Very well. Give me a reason not to kill you. They were terrified. The entire bat swarm in the cavern was paralyzed with fear. This man was going to exterminate their entire clan, yet they lacked even the slightest power to resist. I will speak. Our bat clan can use sonic waves to probe the surrounding areas, mapping out all the local terrain and the territories of various beasts. Zhao Dong nodded. This was essentially a living map. As long as you spare me, I can transmit all the information I know directly to you through sonic waves. This was indeed one of the Bat King's skills. It was precisely by relying on this innate talent that it could control the bat swarm. Deal, Zhao Dong agreed with a nod. Having a living map would indeed make his subsequent movements much more convenient. Soon, a gentle sonic wave was transmitted directly into his mind. Within this sonic wave lay detailed information regarding the surrounding topography and the habitats of various beasts. Zhao Dong slowly absorbed the knowledge and nodded slightly. Not bad indeed. Please spare me. We have no intention of becoming your enemy. I am still short of 2,000 points. I am afraid I must ask your clansmen to make a small sacrifice. Zhao Dong spoke indifferently. This was by no means a negotiation. I will do it for you. In the very next second, 200 bat beasts collectively crashed themselves to death. Each of these bat beasts was level 10, and each was worth 10 points. Added together, it amounted to exactly 2,000 points. At this moment, even Zhao Dong was slightly taken aback. Good heavens, as expected of the Bat King. Its decisiveness was truly staggering. But this was for the best, as it saved him a great deal of effort. Meanwhile, outside, the people of Novice Village No. 168 were shouting with wild excitement. They had reached 8,000 points. Victory was well within their grasp. In stark contrast, over at Novice Village No. 19, ever since their score stalled at 4,600 points, they seemed to have hit a major snag, their points trickling in at a snail's pace. Some survivors who frequently monitored the chat channel also noticed something amiss. The conversations over there were entirely filled with horrors about the flying insect nest. No. 19, dead, they are all dead. We are finished. No. 19, I've been dragged into the depths. I saw the insect queen. Some survivors even managed to upload several photos right before they perished. Everyone looked closely. Good lord, was this the depths of the insect nest? The images revealed a massive underground cavern. Myriads of grotesquely shaped insects were dragging survivors toward a bloated, colossal worm. This creature was exceptionally corpulent, its head covered in a dense cluster of countless eyeballs. As it watched the survivors being delivered, its mouth gaped open, revealing concentric rows of razor-sharp, densely packed fangs. Then, a barbed tentacle shot out from its mouth. Squelch! The tentacle pierced straight into a man's skull. His eyes rolled back, yet he did not die instantly, his body merely convulsing violently. Brain-sucking! Witnessing this scene, everyone in front of their screens felt a chill run down their spines. Utterly terrifying. This was likely the insect queen, a fierce beast with a penchant for devouring human brains. No. 19, do you see? I have no strength left. My friends have all been slaughtered. Ha. We were all deceived by Yamamoto Taro. This place is no ordinary zone. No. 19, yes, I just managed to escape. I teamed up with others to kill an insect at all costs. Do you know what level that insect was? Level 16. Do you have any idea what level 16 means? No. 19, damn it. To think it was a level 16 monster. No wonder my friends were completely wiped out. This is infuriating. This was all the Japanese people's idea. Despicable. No. 19, indeed, I will never cooperate with the Japanese again. Fortunately, I didn't go, but I can well imagine the tragic scene there. No. 19, in short, if Yamamoto Taro does not die, he must at least commit seppuku. Otherwise, we will never let this go. At this moment, the residents of Village No. 19 turned their focus onto Yamamoto Taro, harboring a deep, bone-deep hatred for him. At this moment, Yamamoto Taro was also utterly helpless. After escaping the cavern with great difficulty, only 2 people remained by his side. One of them had their arm severed, and by the looks of it, would not survive for long. Screech! Just then, from the cavern behind them, an insect in hot pursuit rushed forward with blinding speed. Yamamoto Taro's face fell instantly. It was this very insect that had slaughtered almost their entire group. Gritting his teeth, he slashed down, severing the leg of the man with the mutilated arm. Ah! Yamamoto, you bastard! To think I trusted you so much. Yamamoto Taro said coldly, go. The other person hastily followed him out. Yamamoto, we have been defeated and many have perished. What shall we do? After escaping, Tianyi remained as the sole survivor, his eyes vacant with shock. He had been among the first to follow Yamamoto Taro. He had placed his complete trust in Yamamoto Taro. Yet now, disappointment weighed heavily upon him as he glanced at the score before Himseo country had already reached 8,000. Do not panic. We still have a chance. There are many fierce beasts here. If we hold firm, we will surely prevail. But just then, a notification appeared. Village 168 has reached 10,000 points. How could this happen so quickly? Yamamoto Taro's gaze sharpened. He knew that mere moments ago, the score had read only 8,000. In the span of a single sentence, it had reached 10,000. Impossible, impossible. Tianyi stared blankly at the scene, swallowing hard as he glanced back at Yamamoto Taro. Yamamoto, when will you perform seppuku? You fool, why would I ever commit seppuku? Yamamoto Taro cursed loudly. His earlier declaration of ritual suicide had been mere posturing. There was no way he intended to follow through. In that moment, Tianyi looked down on him with contempt. Seppuku is our honored tradition. Once a vow is given, it must be fulfilled. How could you break your word, Yamamoto? Get lost. Yamamoto Taro swung his blade. Tianyi could never have imagined that the man he had followed unto death would turn his weapon against him. Zhao Dong was unaware of what transpired there, nor did he care to know. By then, he had already emerged from the Bad Beast's cavern. He breathed in the fresh air outside, savoring the spoils of victory. It felt incredible. This round had been enormously profitable. Due to the challenge win, the opposing side had been directly penalized 100 attribute points. Meanwhile, each person on his side gained 100 points. This feels amazing. Through these challenges, I've accumulated quite a few free attribute points. Absolutely delightful. Honestly, all this credit goes to our great Zhao Dong. Master, I would like to personally express my gratitude. Ha ha ha, the enemy's supplies have arrived too, quite plentiful. We even secured a wooden cabin. I have a stack of weapons. Anyone interested? The other side took a serious hit this time. Everyone in village 168 was immersed in an atmosphere of joy. Zhao Dong hastened along his path and reached the small boat. He pulled out the second stone tablet fragment and wiped it clean. There, carved in bold characters, was a single large character, Beast. This was the second character of the Beast's suppressing steel. Only the third fragment remained to be found. But there was no rush. He wished to examine his gains first. The resource rewards from Village 19 had already arrived and were remarkably abundant. This time, there was an especially generous bonus of gold coins, 1,000 in total. In addition, he received 5 energy stones, various equipment, and clothing along with cotton quilts. After storing everything away, Zhao Dong continued opening treasure chests. He had noticed something important. Hunting beasts below his level yielded not only less energy but also fewer attribute point drops. The chance of treasure chests appearing was significantly reduced as well. Zhao Dong immediately understood the same principle that applied to most games. As his level increased, lower-level monsters would provide diminishing experience returns. It seems the best approach going forward is to avoid leveling up whenever possible. The thought brought a quiet smile to Zhao Dong's face. While others strived desperately to advance, he found himself wishing to level more slowly. No matter, I will adapt to the situation and take things as they come. Zhao Dong grabbed a spiritual fruit and began eating as he prepared to move to his next destination. The provocation from Village 19 this time would surely catch many people's attention. Anyone considering further attempts to oppose him would likely think twice before acting. Picking up the map, he searched for the next location. The final stone tablet fragment was situated at the greatest distance, with no clear landmark designation. The map simply indicated that after crossing the jungle, one would find a ruined area, chaotic and disordered. The fragment lay beneath a stone pillar within those ruins. Studying the map, Zhao Dong frowned. Crossing through the jungle meant the boat would have to be left behind, a considerable inconvenience. He immediately searched his memory for maps of the surrounding area. The Bat King's sonic signals had given him a good understanding of the nearby terrain. Soon, he identified a remote river that could lead to the ruins. This route would also be faster. Armed with this knowledge, Zhao Dong decided to rest and set out in the afternoon. He had accumulated quite a surplus of supplies. What made him helpless was that among them were many peculiar and unusual items. Shampoo, body wash, soap, and so on, things like that. This made Zhao Dong both amused and exasperated. This was a world of slaughter, yet anyone unfamiliar with the situation might assume he was on vacation. Nevertheless, this also demonstrated how abundantly supplied he was. Unlike others who fought ruthlessly over a single garment or pair of shoes, his provisions were overwhelming by comparison. After all, he had slain numerous fierce beasts. With no other option, he arranged to entrust some of his surplus to Diwu Qingyao for sale. When Diwu Qingyao saw the items he sent, she was utterly astonished. Where did you strike it rich this time? Zhao Dong, standard procedure. Diwu Qingyao, what does that mean? As an elf, she was unfamiliar with certain expressions. Zhao Dong, never mind, just help sell these quickly. I need to collect a substantial amount of gold coins recently. Diwu Qingyao, I probably won't have time today. Just now, 2 villages challenged us in succession. Terrible luck. Zhao Dong, really? How is it going? Diwuqingya, one village is competing to see who can reach level 8 first. I have just linked up with some people. The other is challenging us to see who can get more members to level 6. It is quite difficult. Zhao Dong, is there any problem? Diwuqingya, hehe, of course there is no issue. Do not forget, I run a shop. If things look dire, I can purchase some fine items to help everyone level up. Zhao Dong nodded. Those challenging him likely had no idea that Diwuqingya was involved. A merchant of her caliber was no easy opponent to handle. Zhao Dong, alright, then carry on. Diwuqingya, I am keeping the facial cleanser and shampoo for myself. I have not been able to bathe for days. It is unbearable. Zhao Dong smiled. Sure. After finishing their conversation, the supplies beside him had decreased considerably. Meanwhile, he organized some food provisions. The food he had stored was almost entirely beneficial to his health. By the time he finished organizing, it was already afternoon. Zhao Dong ate a bit and continued opening treasure chests. Having just finished opening the silver and bronze chests, only the golden one remained. Congratulations! You have obtained the Heavenly Deity necklace. Congratulations! You have obtained battle armor clothing. This time, 2 excellent items had arrived in succession. Zhao Dong's expression brightened with delight as he carefully examined the functions of the Heavenly Deity necklace. Divine necklace, mental power 50. War armor outfit, defense 500. Zhao Dong's gaze hardened, his heart burning with excitement. This was a huge score. He'd actually drawn something so fine. He kept opening. Then came more medicines, among them 2 healing pills and an antidote. Not bad, not bad. Now I've got some security. After finishing the chest, Zhao Dong first put the necklace on. The necklace was utterly plain, made of silver, with a star-shaped pendant. Outwardly, it had nothing remarkable about it. But once it was around his neck, the effect was immediate. A refreshing coolness, like a cold wind sweeping past, left him calm and clear-minded. He could not help but breathe a quiet sigh of relief. What a treasure! Zhao Dong was secretly delighted. With the necklace on, his mental power had indeed gained an additional 50 points. He also discovered that whenever his mental power was depleted, the necklace was ceaselessly supplying him with energy. The amount was slight, yet it endured. His gaze returned to the war armor outfit. Initially, when he first heard the name, Zhao Dong imagined it would look like the armors of Saint Seiya. But when he actually saw it, that was not the case. It was instead like the armor worn by ancient foot soldiers. Honestly, the look took some getting used to. Still, its defense was 100. That was decent, so he might as well try it on. The outfit was pulled on over the head. It was a little loose at first, but after fumbling around for a while, Zhao Dong found the tightening strap at the middle of the garment. Once he pulled it tight, a remarkable thing happened. The outfit instantly clung to his body, unbelievably well-fitting. Ha! Ha! Zhao Dong grunted twice and threw punches one after another. 2-faced shadows flashed across the air. Zhao Dong nodded slightly. Not bad, all things considered, it didn't hinder his movement. Master, this outfit of yours is way too good looking. Mutu suddenly sidled closer, unable to stop himself from marveling. Yeah, it's so cool. Zhao Yi chimed in, flattering him too. Zhao Dong rolled his eyes. Enough flattery. The bone fruits from last time are already gone. The skeleton soldiers could not help but moan. Just then, Zhao Dong focused his gaze. Diwuqingya had sent a message. Brother Zhao Dong, someone just tried to sell me an attendant upgrade card. I thought it might be useful to you. Attendant upgrade card. Zhao Dong's eyes narrowed. This thing really was useful to him. The so-called attendant upgrade card meant that one card could be consumed to upgrade the level of a designated attendant. For instance, if he designated Zhao Yi could level up. Zhao Dong, right, is indeed useful to me. Diwuqingya, hehe, that man said he used to have lots of ghost attendants, but they all died in a village battle. Since these cards are useless to him now, he wanted to sell them. Zhao Dong, how many cards does he have? Diwuqingya, 1 group upgrade card and 3 individual upgrade cards. A group upgrade card could generally upgrade at least 5 attendants at once. Zhao Dong, I'll take all of them. What conditions does he require? Diwu Qingya, hee, no need. I already traded 3 energy stones, clothing, and some equipment with him for them. Zhao Dong, wow, then why did you say so much? Just send them over. Zhao Dong was not going to be polite with Diwu Qingya this time. Diwu Qingya pouted. You really are thinking too prettily. Fine, fine. Since you usually treat this lady well enough, I'll just give them to you. Zhao Dong, thanks. When I find something good in the future, I definitely won't forget you. Then, the 4 cards were all sent over. All of you, stand properly. The instant he got the cards, Zhao Dong's eyes gleamed. The group upgrade card was pure gold, dazzling to the eye. The 6 skeleton soldiers came over and looked around curiously. Listen up. I just got something good, and I'm going to upgrade all of you. The moment he finished speaking, the 6 skeleton soldiers became thrilled. Master, what is it? Zhao Dong smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Guided by the card's functions, he activated it. Upgrade. The group upgrade card received the command, and a thread of light radiated from above the skeleton soldiers' heads. Then, faint, ethereal spiritual fluctuations spread out around them. Ding! Mutu was the first to level up. He looked at his bones and cried with excitement, Master, I've leveled up a lot. I'm now level 6. Level 6. Zhao Dong hadn't expected that. I've leveled up too. Zhao Yi shouted happily. Me too. Zhao Er and Zhao San said in unison. Only Zhao Si and Zhao Wu exchanged helpless glances. A group upgrade card also depended on the attendant's own fortune. The maximum number of upgrades was only 5. Ah, so we didn't get upgraded. Zhao Si was left speechless. Zhao Wu was equally dejected. Don't be upset. Upgrading later with even better things is still fine. Zhao Dong offered a casual word of comfort, then handed the remaining 3 individual upgrade cards to Zhao Yi, Zhao Er, and Mutu. Upgrade now. Once you grow stronger, you can better handle the trials ahead. Thank you, Master. The 3 skeleton soldiers were overjoyed. Both Zhao Yi and Mutu had now reached level 7, and the density of their bones was clearly extraordinary. Even if they ran into an ordinary survivor now, their combined strength would be more than enough to handle it. After everything was settled, the boat set off again. Following the route etched in his mind, it sailed along a narrow waterway. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. The upgraded skeleton soldiers had become considerably stronger, and the boat's speed increased noticeably. Near dusk, as his vision began to blur, Zhao Dong decided to find somewhere to rest. The boat docked at the shore. Zhao Yi busied himself with securing the anchor. As for Mutu, he led 2 skeleton soldiers out to patrol the perimeter. Zhao Dong lit a fire and started cooking, planning to use the freshly caught fish for a pot of fish soup. Gurgle! The fresh fish soup churned in the pot, its aroma wafting temptingly. Before long, the soup was ready. Zhao Dong sniffed it. Not bad. He dusted a little salt over it. Just as he was about to fill a large bowl and wolf it down, a skeleton soldier came dashing out of the grass. It was Mutu, the very one who had gone out to patrol. Mutu, why are you so frantic? Zhao Dong looked up and asked. Where are the other 2 skeleton soldiers? Master, we came across a woman who was being chased. She had collapsed unconscious beneath a tree, and Zhao Er and Zhao San were guarding her. Zhao Dong's first thought was whether there was a trap. He couldn't be blamed for being wary. Those people under Wang Yan had truly scared him. As if sensing Zhao Dong's concern, Mutu said, It doesn't look like an ad. The woman is badly hurt. After fleeing here, there was nobody else around. What about the ones chasing her? I didn't see anyone. Zhao Dong nodded. I'll go check. After all, he wasn't some heartless person. If they were truly good people, he could very well save them. As for worrying about someone doing him harm, he wasn't concerned. After all, he had the malice display. In the tall grass, a woman with blood staining her shoulders, forehead, and arms leaned half-conscious against a tree. She appeared to have lost an alarming amount of blood, her consciousness slipping into a daze. Though barely conscious, she kept murmuring, Don't kill me, don't kill me. Watching the scene unfold, Zhao Dong immediately handed her a healing pill. He then carried her over to the campfire. After she consumed the healing pill, the bleeding on her body noticeably slowed. Though her wounds looked gruesome, she had improved considerably. Noticing her breathing had evened out, Zhao Dong left her care to the weakest among them, Zhao Wu, while the rest of the skeleton soldiers resumed their posts. Pondering deeply, Zhao Dong touched his face. A question crossed his mind. Many people could see his face through the chat channel. If recognized, would no one dare oppose him, even with ill intent? Human hearts remain hidden from one another. He desperately wanted to observe how others would behave without knowing he was Zhao Dong. That way, the wicked would be forced to reveal their true colors. Otherwise, if a villain spotted him and immediately lost their malice out of fear, what then? Having learned from the previous incident, Zhao Dong harbored deep hatred for those robbers. With that thought, Zhao Dong glanced at the charcoal, then scooped some onto his face. Next, he pulled out a mirror obtained from earlier and took a look. Indeed, his reflection was smeared with black, looking quite wretched. Perfect! He then lifted a large bowl of fish soup and began to drink. Given his enormous appetite now, that huge bowl of soup only filled him halfway, forcing him to grill several more fish. No, don't kill me. Suddenly, the unconscious woman sat upright with a start. She stared around in terror and immediately backed away upon spotting the skeleton soldiers. Her foot landed directly in the water. AHH! Quit the noise, Zhao Dong commanded. Only then did the woman snap back to reality. You're not from the Jackal Gang. The Jackal Gang? What was that? Zhao Dong frowned and shook his head. I'm just passing through. Phew. The woman visibly relaxed. I've tended to your wounds, and you should be fine now, Zhao Dong reminded her. How do you feel? Only then did the woman remember she had been hunted. I'm alright now. Thank you so much. The woman was deeply moved. She appeared to be in her 30s, though her delicate features kept her looking youthful. So in this apocalyptic world, she didn't appear particularly aged. Zhao Dong nodded. Good. As he spoke, he glanced at her malice meter. Malice level, Ling. Excellent, a genuinely kind person. Since Zhao Dong's face was coated in black, the woman failed to recognize him as Zhao Dong from Novice Village No. 168. She assumed he was simply another survivor passing through. What exactly happened to you? You kept saying don't kill me earlier. Zhao Dong handed her a large bowl of fish soup. Thank you. The woman held the soup and suddenly burst into tears. Zhao Dong was somewhat baffled. I'm sorry. I just thought of my friends back at the camp. You mentioned the Jackal Gang, what's going on? The woman cried, they're a pack of demons. Then she began to recount her story. It turned out that after arriving in this world of slaughter, they initially struggled immensely. But as time passed, they gradually mastered their abilities and gathered a group of people to establish their own homeland. Their camp already had over 30 members living peacefully. But not long ago, the Jackal Gang arrived. Those people had slowly grown from a small organization into what they were today. They exploited the goodness of others, first infiltrating from within. After firmly establishing themselves, they allied with certain individuals, overthrew the leader, and seized complete control of the camp. Over time, the Jackal Gang grew increasingly powerful. No longer content with their own territory, they began attacking and plundering other camps. And this woman's camp was one of their victims. When they arrived, they demanded all the women from our camp keep them company. Our leader, Brother Yong, resisted and was killed on the spot. I and several other sisters were locked up, but later took the opportunity to escape while they weren't paying attention. I was injured, ran for a long time, and finally passed out. When I woke up, I was here. Hearing her words, an inexplicable fury rose within Zhao Dong's heart. Yes, he was angry, very angry. This was a world of slaughter, it was true. But that didn't justify bullying the weak. People who only domineered over those weaker than themselves were the lowest of the low in his eyes. What's your name? Zhao Dong asked. My name is Feng Linya. Thank you for saving me, but tomorrow I plan to leave and go rescue my friends. Feng Linya seemed resolved, speaking with determination. Zhao Dong sighed inwardly. This girl was truly stubborn. Actually, he wanted to say he would help as well. If he lacked the ability, so be it. But now that he possessed the power, turning a blind eye would make him unworthy of the name of man. However, why did that name sound so familiar? Zhao Dong frowned, trying to recall. But, to Feng Linya's eyes, this expression looked like fear. Yes, she believed Zhao Dong was afraid of the jackal game, worried that associating with her would endanger him. Don't worry. Even if I die, I will never betray you, Feng Linya pleaded earnestly. That's not what I meant. Zhao Dong shook his head, gazing at her pale face. The more he looked, the more convinced he became that he had heard this name before. Thank you. What's the strength of those people? Zhao Dong asked. The strongest in the jackal game is their leader, currently level 7. Not only is his level high, but his talent is formidable as well. His talent is Qigong. Brother Yong was killed by a single strike to the head. Among the remaining subordinates, 3 are level 6 and equally formidable, with powerful talents. Listening to this, Zhao Dong smiled. What level are you, and what's your talent? Hearing this, Feng Linya's expression fell, clearly aware of her own weakness. It was quite ordinary. I'm only level 4, and my talent is rather average at summoning. Saying this, she extended her hand. Instantly, a tiny shimmer of verdant starlight fell upon her palm. These starlight particles resembled brilliant sparks, cascading downward. Upon touching the ground, a green plant emerged, growing toward the sky. What is this? I'm not sure what kind of plant it is. I can only summon this particular one. However, if someone is injured, simply resting beside the plant will allow them to recover. Watching this display, Zhao Dong's expression suddenly turned serious. In that moment, he remembered who this woman was. A very important character from the novel. Zhao Dong's gaze burned with intensity. He never expected to encounter her by such a twist of fate. This woman saving her was definitely the right call. Feng Linya, a very important female supporting character in the novel. In the early stages, she was extremely weak, and her ability was to summon the spirit elf sacred tree. At first, the sacred tree was weak, with a single function merely treating injuries. But as Feng Linya gradually grew stronger, she began to discover the marvelous uses of the elf sacred tree. The elf sacred tree could attract the elf race to take up residence. As her sacred tree grew larger and larger, many elves chose it as their habitat. Thus, whenever Feng Linya summoned the elf sacred tree afterward, it also meant summoning the elf race. Her combat power soared dramatically, turning her into a nightmare for her enemies. Later, Feng Linya established her own elven kingdom, complete with a castle, and became its queen. In the later stages, Zhou Fan got to know her, trading supplies with her and raking in a fortune. Zhao Dong never expected that, through a twist of fate, he would come to know a woman like Feng Linya. Clearly, she still had no idea how incredible her summoned elf sacred tree truly was. She continued treating her wounds, the essence dripping from the sacred tree shimmering over her body. Hideous wounds closed at a visible speed. Phew! All done. Feng Linya let out a relieved breath. What do you plan to do about the jackal game? Zhao Dong asked. Feng Linya's mind was still in a muddle. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll take it one step at a time. Zhao Dong found it strange. According to the novel's plot, Feng Linya was so formidable that she must have overcome this ordeal. But how exactly did she manage it? Regardless, she was a crucial supporting character, the future queen of the Elven Kingdom. Building a good relationship with her would definitely pay off. Actually, your sacred tree is quite extraordinary, Zhao Dong said. Sacred tree? Feng Linya was briefly stunned, then shook her head. This is hardly a sacred tree. I call it a healing tree. It can only mend wounds, and it's basically useless against severe injuries. No, I've seen this kind before. It's an elf sacred tree. Once it matures, it possesses divine power and can even gain the aid of the elf race. His words left Feng Linya utterly bewildered. Is it really that powerful? Then what do I need to do? Feng Linya couldn't help asking. Hold on, I happen to know an elf. Let me ask her. Zhao Dong contacted Diwu Qinya immediately. Zhao Dong, Diwu Qinya, I want to show you something. He took a photo of the elf sacred tree and sent it to her. Diwu Qinya was the scientist of the elf race, and Zhao Dong believed she would surely know something about it. At that moment, however, she was in the middle of a battle. Blade in hand, she cut down a brown bear in a single stroke. Then, scanning the surroundings and confirming she was safe, she let out a sigh of relief. Ha! Zhao Dong sent me a message. Curious, Diwu Qingyao opened it. The moment she looked, her delicate body trembled violently. What had she seen? The elf sacred tree. The holy tree of their elfin race. Every single sacred tree carried tremendous significance. This kind of sacred tree was the elf habitat. With an elf sacred tree, they could be blessed with energy, recover from even the gravest wounds, and grow stronger. That was why the elves chose to build their communities around these sacred trees. And now, she had actually seen one. Diwu Qingyao, brother Zhao Dong, good heavens, why was she suddenly so polite? Zhao Dong found it amusing. Diwu Qingyao, big brother, how do you have a photo of this tree? You didn't actually get one, did you? Can you give it to me? I'll remember you for the rest of my life. Even if you turn to ashes, I'll remember you. I won't let you go, even as a ghost. Zhao Dong. Look at that, was that even human speech? Zhao Dong, seems like you don't know your place. Forget it then, I'm done talking to you. Diwu Qingyao, no. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's just that I'm so excited. I haven't seen this kind of tree in ages. Zhao Dong, this is an elf sacred tree. You should recognize it, right? Diwu Qingyao, I do. Our elf race adores these sacred trees. Could you give it to me? Zhao Dong, to be honest, it's not mine. He then briefly explained the situation with Feng Linya. It dawned on Diwu Qingyao, so the sacred tree had been summoned. For a moment, Diwu Qingyao's eyes turned red with envy. The elf race revered the sacred tree as a divine symbol of good fortune. Yet not a single elf had earned the right to summon one. And here, a human had actually done it. What unbelievable luck. Zhao Dong, I want to ask on her behalf, how does this sacred tree grow? The one she summoned is still in its infancy. It seems it can only heal wounds, and it's very weak. Diwu Qingyao, there are two ways for the sacred tree to grow. First, it needs to be watered with energy water. Energy water can be found in certain special places. Second, it depends on its master. The stronger the master's energy, the more the sacred tree is nourished. As Diwu Qingyao explained, Zhao Dong gradually understood. He quickly relayed this to Feng Linya. Hearing this, she nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Zhao Dong said, energy water, though that might be hard to come by. Hard to come by. Feng Linya's eyes burned with determination as she looked at Zhao Dong. Actually, I think I know where some is. Just then, Diwu Qingyao messaged again. Why did you go quiet? Once this sacred tree grows up, it becomes incredibly powerful. Could you introduce me to Sister Feng Linya? I really want to be friends with her. You mean you want her sacred tree? Zhao Dong shook his head and completely ignored Diwu Qingyao. You just said you know where the energy water is. What's the situation? What's the situation? It's a place our camp discovered before inside an underground cavern. Once, when we went out hunting, a little girl fell in. When we rescued her, we found some water there. Drinking it greatly nourished our spiritual power and physical bodies. It was incredibly potent. Afterward, we bought an illustrated guide from the mall and looked it up. Turns out it's called energy water. Its function is similar to energy stones, depending on how concentrated it is. Zhao Dong slapped his thigh. That's perfect. With energy water, your spirit tree can level up. Feng Linya couldn't help feeling hopeful too. Would it really be that amazing? But soon, her expression turned worried again. It won't be easy. The Jackal gang captured everyone in our camp. One of their goals is to seize that energy water. Right now, it's certainly heavily guarded. Zhao Dong smiled. That's simple, I'll help you. The woman before him was the future queen of the Elven Kingdom. Giving her a hand wouldn't hurt. You'd really help me? Feng Linya looked at Zhao Dong with gratitude swelling in her heart. She had assumed that saving her was already more than enough, and that he would simply leave afterward. She never expected this. The ones I hate most are also those who harm our own kind. Zhao Dong shrugged, unimpressed. Thank you. Feng Linya nodded firmly. Once we succeed, stay at our camp from now on. Zhao Dong smiled and said nothing more. Do you know where the energy water is? Yes, but it's dark now. It may be hard to travel. Then we'll rest for now. At dawn tomorrow, we'll charge over. Thank you. If we run into danger, you should leave first. It was clear that Feng Linyu was an extremely kind-hearted woman. She couldn't bear to watch the man who had helped her fall into danger. Zhao Dong didn't say much. The roasted fish was already ready. He sniffed it. The smell was good. Then he sprinkled a little salt over it. You actually have salt. Seeing Zhao Dong's action, Feng Linyu's eyes widened. After all, even a camp like theirs was extremely short on supplies. Salt was something they could only get a tiny bit once every few days. Yet Zhao Dong had casually sprinkled that much. A tycoon, he was definitely a tycoon. By the way, who exactly are you? You seem to have an awful lot of supplies. Zhao Dong smiled slightly and handed over the roasted fish. Eat up. For me. Looking at the golden, glistening roasted fish offered to her, Feng Linyu couldn't help swallowing. To be honest, after running all the way here for so long, she was already famished. She stared at the roasted fish and took it without thinking. With one bite, an enticing aroma filled her mouth. This fish is not only fragrant after eating it, the energy in my body is recovering at a rapid pace. Don't be surprised. It's because of my pot. I got it from a golden treasure chest. Feng Linyu suddenly understood. You must be very powerful, surely ranking among the top of the leaderboard. Eat. Have some more. There's a big battle tomorrow. Let's take care of all the Jackal Gang members. Zhao Dong said. Feng Linyu nodded vigorously, a determined glint flashing in her eyes. In the evening, Zhao Dong invited Feng Linyu to sleep in the cabin. The space inside was fairly large, so the two of them were not cramped. But as Feng Linyu looked around the cabin, she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. After all, they were an unmarried man and woman alone together. What if Zhao Dong tried to take liberties with her? Then again, even if he did, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing, since he seemed like a decent person. For a woman, finding someone to lean on could be quite nice sometimes. So Feng Linyu had almost decided that if Zhao Dong really made a move, she could go along with it half willingly. It wasn't out of the question. At most, she would put up a token show of resistance so he would know she was reserved. Then she turned to look at Zhao Dong. That one glance nearly made her choke with anger. Unexpectedly, Zhao Dong was already fast asleep, snoring loudly. For a moment, Feng Linyu was utterly speechless. She then lay down and rested as well. In the darkness, 6 skeleton soldiers stood guard around the area. The night passed, and Zhao Dong slept very soundly. In the morning, when he got up and glanced at Feng Linyu still sound asleep, a smile appeared on his face. After being single for so long, watching a girl sleep was a rather pleasant view. He didn't let himself think of anything improper, though. Before him was the future queen of the Elf Kingdom, while he was just a minor villain in a novel. Making reckless moves and earning her disgust would not be a wise choice. He quietly stepped out of the cabin, and Zhao Yi came over. Master! How was last night? Very quiet. But just now, Zhao Wu went out on patrol and found a person's footprints up ahead very fresh. I suspect someone may have noticed this place. Oh! Zhao Dong remained unconcerned. Stay on guard. We'll see soon enough who dares to come. Yes, master. He started a fire and prepared breakfast. For food, there was still the leftover fish from last night. Zhao Dong added a few wild fruits and 2 pieces of roasted meat. Soon, the fragrance spread around the small boat. Feng Linyu opened her eyes from sleep and checked her clothes first. Her clothes were intact. No one had touched her at all. This man is actually quite proper, Feng Linyu muttered inwardly, feeling even more grateful. A man who respects a woman can always win a woman's favor. You're awake. I just happened to have cooked something. Zhao Dong lifted the curtain and said. Oh. Feng Linyu got up, took the towel and willow twig from Zhao Dong, rinsed her mouth, washed her face, and came over to continue drinking the fish soup. But just then, Zhao Dong's ear twitched. Rustling sounds came from the grass. Someone was coming. Hey, Feng Linyu, I'm afraid some friends are here. Zhao Dong said in a low voice. What? Friends? Feng Linyu was stunned, her face turning pale. Someone had followed her trail and caught up. Run! She quickly rose to her feet, but it was too late. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. 5 people in total, each holding savage weapons, burst out from the surrounding grass. Ha ha ha! Feng Linya, you want to run, but you're too late. The one laughing and shouting was a young dwarf, only about 1.5 meters tall. His face was packed with wrinkles, making him look extremely repulsive. At the sight of him, Feng Linya's heart almost turned cold. Shorty! Feng Linya couldn't help moving closer to Zhao Dong. Jackal Gang, Zhao Dong said. He's the Jackal Gang leader's top subordinate, nicknamed Shorty. He has 3 innate talents. Oh, 3, no less. Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had encountered someone with that many talent skills. 3 at once, it was no small matter. He knew that the reason he himself had so many was his attribute-picking ability. That was how he had collected so many skills. But what did this Shorty rely on? Boy, since you know about the Jackal Gang, you should know how formidable we are. Take my advice, get out of here now, leave some of your supplies, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, heads will roll. Overbearing too overbearing. Zhao Dong was speechless. Did they really think they were formidable just because they had more people? He touched his face, it was still pitch black, which was exactly why these people didn't know that he was Zhao Dong. If they did know, they probably wouldn't be saying these things. Seeing Zhao Dong keep silent, Feng Linya's heart sank. She thought Zhao Dong was afraid. It couldn't be helped with so many enemies and Shorty's many abilities. Anyone would be afraid. Big brother, you go first. I'll handle them. Feng Linya gritted her teeth and said. Run. Zhao Dong laughed. Second brother, don't waste words with him. I think his boat is pretty nice, and there are plenty of supplies inside. A young man holding a bow said with a smile. Better be careful. I think his skeleton soldiers are not to be underestimated. As he spoke, the 6 skeleton soldiers moved over and surrounded them. Shorty glanced over and sneered. Boy, looks like you don't want to settle this peacefully. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as settling peacefully. Today is the day you die. Looking for death. Shorty suddenly burst into motion, activating his ability a lightning strike. Crackle. A powerful electric current lashed out first toward the air. Who was nearest? He didn't deal with Zhao Dong immediately. Because in Shorty's view, the key to Zhao Dong's strength should lie in those few skeleton soldiers. Even if Zhao Dong himself was powerful, could he be more powerful than someone with 3 talents? Impossible. Who would have thought the moment the electric current was cast, blades flashed through the air. What the hell is that? SSSHHH. The blades instantly slashed across their bodies. Before the group of underlings could even react, every one of them was killed in a single stroke and collapsed to the ground twitching. Shorty reacted relatively quickly, barely managing to hurl electric current at the air blades. But a wooden spear had appeared above his head without warning, piercing through both his shoulders like a sharp sword. Ah! Shorty shrieked, collapsed to the ground, and howled in agony. Feng Linya was stunned. He had dealt with so many people in such a short time. Who exactly is this young man? Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was wrong. Shorty screamed in pain. When he looked at Zhao Dong again, his eyes were filled with utter terror. He was afraid. After obtaining 3 talents and becoming the second in command of the Jackal Gang, he had always been arrogant and tyrannical, bullying everyone around him. But now, face to face with death, he instantly lost his nerve. He turned to Feng Linya and quickly said, Sister, I was wrong. Please, say something. Use your healing tree to heal me. I promise, once I go back, I'll release your friends. I swear. Zhao Dong looked at Feng Linya and deliberately asked, What do you say we do? He asked that to test Feng Linya. In his view, a qualified leader should be decisive and ruthless, leaving no future trouble. Fortunately, Feng Linya did not disappoint him. I just want him dead in misery. All right. Zhao Dong smiled slightly. Then I'll leave him to you. He handed the blade to Feng Linya. Under Shorty's terrified gaze, Feng Linya walked over and hacked wildly at his face. Ah! Zhao Dong nodded slightly. This Feng Linya was truly something. She loved and hated with equal boldness. A moment later, Feng Linya walked to the riverbank and washed her hands clean. They've found us. If these men don't go back, more people will definitely come. Let's move the boat somewhere hidden for now, then go to the energy water. Feng Liniu suggested. Okay. After settling the plan, the two ate quickly. When they were almost done, Zhao Dong packed up his things and hid the boat. Then, he followed Feng Liniu through the dense forest. In the early morning, there were very few fierce beasts in the forest. Before long, Zhao Dong saw a bare stretch of rocky land. It's just ahead. Feng Liniu pointed at a pit beneath a pile of jagged rocks. The energy water is right there. Such a precious thing, yet no one seems to be guarding it, Zhao Dong said in confusion. Feng Liniu didn't know why either. She could only run over and look down into the pit. Good heavens, there wasn't a single drop of energy water left. It's gone. Zhao Dong frowned, somewhat surprised. They must have taken every last drop, Feng Liniu said through gritted teeth. No need to panic. Since that's the case, we'll go to their camp. Zhao Dong shrugged. You said their strongest are the Jackal gang leader and a few henchmen. So all we need to do is deal with them. Seeing the confidence in Zhao Dong's eyes, Feng Liniu couldn't help but feel confident as well. Who exactly are you? Feng Liniu couldn't help asking. From last night until now, this confident man in front of her still hadn't answered. Zhao Dong didn't even turn his head. Zhao Dong. At this point, he no longer needed to hide it. Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong. Suddenly, Feng Liniu's body trembled. Zhao Dong, the great god. If there was one name that ran loudest in Novice Village No. 168, it had to be Zhao Dong's. Feng Liniu never expected to meet the legendary Zhao Dong in person. No wonder he wasn't afraid at all at this moment, she understood. Before long, the two crept around a bare hillside and headed toward a camp. This was the camp where Feng Liniu and her friends had stayed. But right now, it had been taken over by the Jackal gang. To avoid harming the other hostages, Zhao Dong chose to sneak in quietly. At one entrance, Zhao Dong noticed two guards on duty. Yet they were clearly derelict in their duty. They were even bragging while on watch. The second in command went after that girl Feng Liniu. Who knows how it's going? Hey, I'd say he's already got it in the bag. That Feng Liniu is a real stunner. The second in command will probably have his fun before coming back. Hopefully, like last time, he'll let us have a taste too. Ha. Their words made Feng Liniu frown. Zhao Dong didn't keep listening. With a flick of his mind, Air Blaze disposed of them. Feng Liniu dragged the bodies over to the grass at the side. Just like that, the two entered the camp directly. Many Jackal gang members were still asleep. After taking care of a few more guards, Zhao Dong and Feng Liniu finally arrived at a wooden stockade. A dozen or so people, barely alive, were huddled together. They were Feng Liniu's friends. Sister Feng Liniu. At that moment, a little girl noticed Feng Liniu and cried out in delight. More and more people noticed Feng Liniu, and they all came over. Silly girl, you shouldn't have come. Those people aren't human, you should have run. Some people, however, shook their heads sorrowfully, believing that Feng Liniu's arrival was simply a waste of time. It's useless. Go. If the Jackal gang finds out we tried to escape, they'll kill us on the spot. That's right, boo-hoo. While so many of them had already given up resisting, Zhao Dong looked at them and shook his head. No. This time I can definitely save you all. There was a stubborn determination in Feng Liniu's eyes. Do you know where the energy water was put? Yesterday I heard the guards say they'd already brought it all back, and that it was placed where their boss lives. Following the direction they pointed, Zhao Dong looked at a stone house not far away. That was the only house in the camp. It was now where the Jackal gang leader lived. Feng Liniu nodded. Everyone, come out. I'll go deal with him. By now, the guards outside had all been dealt with. The group trembled as they walked out of the stockade. Zhao Dong and Feng Liniu had already arrived at the stone house. Hey! Where are the guards? Suddenly, a roaring shout came from behind. Who are you? Feng Liniu turned around, her expression changing slightly. The Jackal gang's third in command, his ability is Berserk. Another person with a Berserk talent. Die! Zhao Dong didn't care who he was. Air blades shot from every direction. Ah! The man screamed. To everyone's surprise, So many air blades only left his body covered in wounds. He looked disheveled, but he was fine. Good, good. I was wondering how you had the guts to come here, so you brought help. The burly man looked up savagely. The muscle density on his body was terrifying. That was why the air blades hadn't been able to inflict serious wounds on him. You possess some degree of skill. Zhao Dong nodded, contemplating inwardly. Perhaps this was the true power of Berserk. He could not help but grow intrigued. If he killed him and claimed his Berserk power, with his current Berserk physique, he would likely ascend to yet another level. Roar! The man before him suddenly swelled in size, his physique turning robust. With a single hand, he effortlessly uprooted a massive tree nearby and thrust it toward Zhao Dong. Then, witness my Berserk power. Roar! Zhao Dong bellowed. The blood within his body surged and roared as he, too, became incomparably robust. Bam! With a single hand, he blocked the thrusting tree. Just one hand. How is this possible? The man's gaze froze in disbelief. The strength he took so much pride in was actually. Is this the strength you pride yourself on? Is that all? Zhao Dong shook his head, his ears twitching as he caught the sound of a stone door grinding open. Indeed, with such a commotion, the leader of the Jackal gang was bound to emerge now. In that case, he had to make quick work of this and finish off the man before him first. Zhao Dong brandished the massive tree, his immense strength sending the berserker flying. Then, the tree crashed down heavily. Rumble! A cloud of dust billowed upward. The earth beneath caved in entirely, presenting a terrifying sight. Watch out! At that moment, Feng Linyu cried out. A beam of white light shot straight toward Zhao Dong's spine. Bam! Zhao Dong was struck, his entire body sent flying. Upon landing, he looked down at himself. The armor on his body had actually cracked. This power seemed rather decent. One must know that this battle armor of his could grant him an additional 100 points of defense. Yet now, it was shattered. His current defense boost was down to 50. This meant that if he took another such blow, the armor would disintegrate completely. Strong enough. Zhao Dong glanced at the person who had launched the attack. It was an old man who appeared to be in his 50s. His hair was already grizzled, and his scruffy beard gave him a highly weathered and weary appearance. His palm was still extended forward in a pushing gesture. He had believed it to be a fatal blow, but he never expected that Zhao Dong would emerge completely unscathed. How is this possible? The old man's voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Zhao Dong shook his head slightly. But speaking of which, it really is a case of bad people simply growing old. Humph, what do you youngsters know? This world has always been about the survival of the fittest. The old man snorted coldly, seemingly sensing the extraordinary nature of the armor Zhao Dong wore. Speaking of which, you only withstood my attack because of that armor, didn't you? Let's see what you will do once that layer of armor is gone. Zhao Dong smiled and looked toward the previously berserk man, who was now sprawled in the crater, his body flattened. A massive bubble floated there. Berserk 40. As expected, what dropped was once again the berserk ability. Zhao Dong was highly satisfied. This was indeed a treasure. Counting this, he had now absorbed 3 different sources of berserk power. Ignoring the old man, he immediately approached the corpse and touched the bubble. Rumble! The blood and vital energy within his body roared even more violently. This time, his body did not expand. Instead, it contracted toward a leaner, more slender frame. Yet, his muscle density became far more refined. You are very strong, the old man spoke at this moment. I will give you a chance. Join my Jackal gang, and I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I will make you taste a torment worse than death. Why are you so confident? Who gave you such assurance? Zhao Dong shook his head. Boom! But right at that moment, the opponent launched another bubble attack. Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow. A sneak attack. But he did not dodge. He wanted to test what kind of effect his newly upgraded berserk ability would produce. Rumble! The Qigong blast detonated directly against his chest. Young brother! Seeing this, the faces of several onlookers paled in horror. It's over, it's all over. The young brother was too foolish. Why didn't he dodge? Damn it! Why must it be like this? Why do good people never live long? What a tragedy. Everyone believed that Zhao Dong was doomed this time. Umph, idiot, the old man sneered. He, too, was certain that Zhao Dong had no chance of survival. But as the dust cleared, everyone was struck with shock. At the epicenter of the explosion, Zhao Dong remained standing, completely unharmed. The old man's pupils dilated. How is this possible? His qigong was incredibly powerful. Ordinary people could not possibly withstand it. With this single move, he had slain countless opponents. Yet now, it had proved utterly useless. Humph, it must be because of your clothes. I will just unleash a few more attacks to end you. Rustle! Rustle! But just then, the sound of rustling leaves echoed from within the stone house behind them. Immediately after, slender branches began to extend outward from the window of the house. What is going on? The old man turned his head, failing to notice that several branches had already slithered along the ground toward his feet. With a swift whoosh, the branches wrapped around his legs and pulled them in opposite directions. What is this? What is happening? What is going on? The old man was hoisted into midair, flailing wildly. At the same time, several members of the Jackal gang rushed forward to attack. However, before they could take more than a few steps, branches whipped out from the stone house, lashing toward them. Swish, swish, swish. The ferocious force sent them flying instantly. As they crashed to the ground, they began to wail in agony, their state appearing utterly wretched. Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow, knowing this was Feng Linya's doing. Just as he was fighting moments ago, Feng Linya had taken advantage of the chaos to slip into the stone house. If his guess was correct, she must have gone to look for the energy water. Having found it, she irrigated her divine tree, which was why her elven divine tree could manifest before everyone in this manner. At this moment, the branches acted like tentacles, seizing all the Jackal gang members who had come to help. The old man, in particular, was swung around miserably, quickly becoming dizzy and utterly drained of strength. Bam! Finally, the old man was flung to the ground right in front of Zhao Dong. Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Didn't we agree that we should respect the elderly and cherish the young? The old man spoke, his lips trembling. Upon hearing this, the bystanders were instantly enraged. It's just a bad person who grew old. A man like him deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Indeed, someone like you dares to speak of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Ah! At that moment, Feng Linya emerged from the stone house. Spare me. We will leave, and I promise we will never trouble you again, the old man pleaded, coughing out blood in agony. Hey, spare you. Feng Linya looked toward Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong nodded slightly. In the next second, Feng Linya rushed forward and plunged a blade into him. Splat! Clutching his chest, the old man spat blood, clearly drawing his final breaths. The remaining members of the Jackal gang panicked, frozen in absolute terror. Feng Linya took a deep breath and declared, from now on, anyone who dares to bully us shall die. She initiated her summoning once more. Beside her, a small sapling rapidly grew into a towering, colossal tree. On the massive tree, branches swayed and shot toward each individual. The members of the Jackal gang shrieked in agony as they fell one after another. Today, the Jackal gang was annihilated. All the members of the Jackal gang are dead. Ha ha, all dead. It was Sister Feng Linya who saved us. From now on, she is our leader. Yes, thank you, Sister Feng Linya. These people were too terrified. Some, overcome with emotion, involuntarily fell to their knees. Feng Linya quickly replied, actually, there is no need to thank me. The one who truly saved us is Grandmaster Zhao Dong. Without him, I would have long perished. Grandmaster Zhao Dong. The crowd paused momentarily, their gaze shifting toward Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong observed the group before him, all frail, elderly, or disabled. It was clear that without Feng Linya, these people would not have survived much longer. However, from now on, they need not worry. With Feng Linya present, these people would fare much better. Are you Grandmaster Zhao Dong? A small boy approached, his voice trembling with excitement. Yes. Zhao Dong offered a slight smile. I happened to pass through and rescued Feng Linya. It was nothing, no need for such formalities. He mentioned it casually. Afterward, His gaze shifted to the old man's corpse. The elder's chi-based abilities had left a deep impression on him. Truthfully, had his defense not been so formidable and his armor not provided such protection, the old man could have genuinely injured him. Therefore, he wanted to check if the old man had dropped any attributes. Scanning around, Zhao Dong frowned slightly. Why no attributes? He only found one. Strength ba. That was all. Zhao Dong searched through several rounds but found nothing else. In that moment, he understood. The old man was simply too aged, which explained the lack of attribute drops. Or perhaps it was purely unfortunate luck. However, near some of the other corpses, there were indeed a few more bubbles. Zhao Dong did not hesitate and collected them all. Others had already begun gathering their belongings, preparing to burn the bodies. Grandmaster Zhao Dong, they've prepared some food. Please go eat. From now on, you are the leader here, and we will all follow your commands. Feng Linyu walked over at this moment, speaking with some embarrassment. Zhao Dong smiled and shook his head. I still have a mission ahead. No worries, let's add each other as friends. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Zhao Dong chuckled. Actually, what surprised me just now was that you managed to enter the stone house directly. Were you not afraid of danger? I was desperate and grasping at straws. Seeing how powerful that old man was, I worried you'd be at a disadvantage, so I thought I should help sooner rather than later. After entering, I discovered a large barrel. The water didn't seem ordinary, so I summoned the divine tree, which absorbed all of it in an instant. After that, to my surprise, I could actually communicate with the divine tree. Thinking back on this, Feng Linyu still wore an expression of lingering fear. It had been a narrow escape. But then again, she was grateful she had met Grandmaster Zhao Dong, for he had revealed just how powerful her own spirit divine tree truly was. Thank you, Grandmaster Zhao Dong, Feng Linyu said earnestly. Cough cough, please stop calling me Grandmaster. It really makes me uncomfortable. Then I'll call you Big Brother Zhao Dong, Feng Linyu said seriously. Cough cough, I'm actually younger than you. Are you 30? Just call me Zhao Dong. 30. Feng Linyu looked embarrassed. I'm only 27. 27. Zhao Dong felt awkward himself. Honestly, he was not yet accustomed to chatting with women. He had accidentally made her sound so much older. Cough cough, sorry about that, Zhao Dong said. Seeing Zhao Dong's awkward demeanor, Feng Linyu's initially speechless mood was turned into amusement. She never would have imagined that Grandmaster Zhao Dong, rumored to be so formidable, actually possessed such an endearing quality, much like a boy next door. As they chatted, they had already reached the campfire. Inside, some meat broth was being simmered. The meat was scarce, only a few flags floating on the surface. Glancing around, he noticed several children staring at the pot with eager expressions. It was clear they had not eaten properly in quite some time. Zhao Dong was taken aback. It seemed the people in this camp were living in hardship. It seems you rarely eat meat? Zhao Dong asked. Feng Linyu sighed. There's no way around it. Before, some people in our camp were too weak and timid, unable to fight off ferocious beasts at all. They could only subsist on wild fruits to fill their stomachs. Hearing this, Zhao Dong shook his head in disappointment. No wonder they had been bullied so badly by the jackal gang. But from now on, I've made up my mind. I must grow stronger and lead those around me to survive. I believe you can certainly achieve that. Zhao Dong, where do you plan to go next? I'll continue forward, searching for something. After you find it, I hope you'll come back. You are always welcome here. You are the true leader among us. Feng Linyu's expression was unusually serious. She was a kind-hearted girl. In her view, if not for Zhao Dong, all of them would have perished. She was no exception. Their lives were in his debt. Zhao Dong merely smiled. Take good care of everyone and keep living. If I have time in the future, I'll come visit. Mom. Then, Zhao Dong helped out a bit here, tidying up some camp chores before bidding farewell. This experience made Zhao Dong increasingly aware of the cruelty some survivors could exhibit. In this world, without certain means and abilities, one would truly meet a gruesome end. Thinking back to the beginning, he was fortunate to have read novels and understood most of the plot developments. Otherwise, He feared his own situation would not have been much better. Shortly after, Zhao Dong arrived beside the small boat. The 6 skeleton soldiers, faithful to their duties, approached him as soon as they saw him coming. All right, let's set off. According to the map, they had already covered half the distance to the location of the third steel fragment. They should arrive there around dusk. Rustling. The boat swayed in the water. With nothing else to do, Zhao Dong opened the chat channel and nearly burst out laughing. This Wu Qingya had sent a flood of messages. He had not replied to a single one. Afterward, she had gone to the chat group with Lucio to complain about him. Wu Qingya, Sister Lucio, look at that guy, he won't even talk to me. I simply asked who owns the spirit divine tree, and he refused to tell me. Wu Qingya, that person must be a beautiful woman. He deliberately kept it hidden. Wu Qingya, how awful. You have to speak up for me. Boo-hoo. What could Lucio say? With no real solution at hand, she could only offer comfort. Zhao Dong might just be busy. At that moment, Zhao Dong sent a message. Wu Qingya, look at what you're sending, all nonsense. Why should I bother responding? Wu Qingya, how shameless. You used me and then ignored me. I just wanted to get to know. What did used and discarded even mean? Zhao Dong, don't talk nonsense. Who on earth used and discarded you? Wu Qingya, I just wanted to learn more about that person. This kind of divine tree is truly crucial for our elf clan. I beg you, please. Pretty please. Zhao Dong, we'll see how you behave in the future. After sending the message, Zhao Dong was surprised to discover that Feng Linya had sent him a message. Zhao Dong, I think I've discovered a secret about the spirit divine tree. Feng Linya was utterly astonished at this moment. She had just tried hunting on her own, and after summoning the divine tree, several figures dressed in elven attire appeared from within the mighty sacred tree. Afterward, Feng Linya spoke with them and learned that they were elves from another world, drawn here by the divine tree, who wished to dwell within it. Only within the divine tree could they better nurture their offspring. In exchange, they were willing to befriend Feng Linya and fight for her. Feng Linya recounted all of this to Zhao Dong without missing a single detail. Zhao Dong was not surprised. He only felt that the elven race had arrived rather quickly. Still, this also showed just how important the elven divine tree was to the elven race. Feng Linya said, just now, when I went out hunting, these elves made their move. They were incredible. 3 porcupine boars were taken down with ease. What's more, the elves said they would help me build up my territory. From now on, the elven divine tree will be the guardian deity of our camp. Zhao Dong was gratified by this. But you still need to be wary of spies, in case someone tries to harm your tree. Got it. Zhao Dong, you be careful too. Okay. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Zhao Dong could only rest by the bank. The lush green trees around him had disappeared, replaced by an immense stretch of jagged rocky mountains packed tightly together. Even this place had fierce beasts, but unlike those in the jungle, most of them were inedible venomous lizards, stone golems, venomous insects, snakes, ants, and the like. After nightfall, Zhao Dong studied the map by firelight. It was clear that he was already close to his destination. With the boat moored here, he could head for those ruins tomorrow. While eating, Zhao Dong checked the leaderboard. He still held the top spot by an overwhelming margin. Yuli likewise remained in second place. She had made great progress and had reached level 8. Those behind them had also improved considerably. However, Zhao Dong knew very well that the people in their village were no longer ordinary in strength. After all, they had won so many victories, and each victory awarded 100 attribute points. A few wins had been enough to make everyone's combat power far surpass that of others at the same level. At this moment, the chat group was buzzing with excitement. After all, everyone had grown stronger, and life was far better than before. Brothers, the giant cicada beasts are nothing special. Just now I ran into 4 of them disguised as 4 great beauties. I charged straight in and chopped them down, killing them on the spot. Holy crap, that's awesome. Weren't you afraid they were actually human? How could that be? You should have seen them all dressed up and flaunting themselves, as if they were afraid I wouldn't take a fancy to them. Obviously fake. Nice, I really wouldn't have guessed. But something feels off. Lately the giant cicada beasts seem to have gotten smarter and started ambushing people. Just now, we were attacked by some of them. Yeah, there are more of them now, and they've even crafted weapons. Their levels are no longer ordinary either. I checked the bestiary. It says that when giant cicada beasts first appear, they are in a weakened state and ravenous, but once they recover, they become extremely troublesome. Zhao Dong read the message and nodded slightly. What that person had said was indeed correct. According to the novel, giant cicada beasts did start out in a weakened state when they first appeared. But as they gradually recovered, they began to reveal their true power. Most importantly, their learning ability was extraordinarily strong. At first, they were unaccustomed to imitating humans, but as time went on, they gradually became indistinguishable from human habits. This made some people unable to tell whether they were giant cicada beasts or humans. While recalling the plot, Zhao Dong opened his personal status screen and took a look. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Profession, Master Carpenter. Master Toolmaker. Level, LV. 14, 5600, 7000. Strength, 680. Speed, 700. Stamina, 720. Defense, 735. Hardening. Spirit, 1400. Skills, Critical Strike, 400. Skills, Flame. Skills, Winged Blade. Skills, Berserk Physique. Skills, Corpse Poison. Skills, Flight. Skill, Breath Control. Talents, Attribute Display. Wood Manipulation. Hostility Detection. Wolf Telepathy. Gold, 65000. Available Attribute Points, 0. Equipment, Industrial Hammer. Attribute I. Spatial Backpack, Defensive Vest. L Boning Knife. Gill Boots. Stainless Steel Gourmet Pot. Farseeing Telescope. Spirit Rice. Poison Powder, Boundstone, Red Spirit Fruit. And so on. Special Items, No. 168, Novice Village Map. Energy Stone, Summoning Order, Celestial God Necklace, and so on. During the previous battle, he had slaughtered a large number of bad beasts, so his level had jumped by 2 whole levels in one go. But that was not the most important part. What mattered most was that his gold had actually reached 65,000. This was thanks to Duruchinya, who had nearly sold off all the feathers from the human-faced birds. Moreover, since he had given her a considerable amount of supplies from treasure chests to sell, the gold had risen very quickly. Zhao Dong suddenly grew excited. He had saved up this much gold for the sole purpose of purchasing the skeleton soldier soul-invoking banner. Combined with the summoning order, the number of skeleton soldiers he could summon at once would definitely be impressive. With that thought, Zhao Dong could hardly wait. He opened the store and found the skeleton soldier soul-invoking banner. Skeleton soldier soul-invoking banner, unique equipment, a soul banner containing 3,000 skeleton soldiers. Zhao Dong nodded with satisfaction and clicked buy without any hesitation. Whoosh! A white light flashed before him as he stared ahead expectantly. Soon, a pitch-black rectangular banner appeared in his hand. On the banner was carved a human skull. The white skull was so lifelike that it looked almost real. The entire banner emanated an eerie and inexplicably dark aura. Zhao Dong was not surprised by this, because soul-invoking banners had, since ancient times, been used to summon the undead. Some people also called them spirit banners. Generally speaking, such a banner either contained its own space or connected to the undead beneath the earth. They could summon all kinds of undead creatures. The soul-invoking banner in Zhao Dong's hand was clearly a skeleton soul banner, one that summoned skeleton soldiers. Razzle! The banner fluttered in the wind, and Zhao Dong decided to give it a try. He leaped up onto the bank. Gazing at the pile of rocks before him, he waved the soul-invoking banner. At the same time, the method of using the soul-invoking banner flowed into his mind like a stream of information. The incantation was, Heaven Spirit, Earth Spirit, Soul Spirit, Banner Spirit, all things in the world bow to me alone. Soldiers, come forth. As the words fell, the heavens and earth changed color. Zhao Dong could clearly feel the soul-invoking banner suddenly generate a pulling force that absorbed his spiritual power. A mournful wail rose from overhead as a sinister wind howled. Immediately after, a densely packed army of skeleton soldiers appeared. Woo! In the darkness, a chilly wind whipped Zhao Dong's clothes. Zhao Dong narrowed his eyes and saw that what had been an empty field of scattered rocks was now crowded with skeletal soldiers. The skeletal soldiers had been summoned. This was his undead army. But Zhao Dong frowned slightly. Upon closer inspection, these skeletal soldiers didn't even look as good as Zhao Yi and the others. These skeletal soldiers had relatively small frames and wore only coarse hemp garments, completely rotted away. Fortunately, they all carried weapons, although most were broken blades and swords, rusted and corroded, but still barely usable. Zhao Dong checked their levels, a total of 3,000 skeletal soldiers, all only level 2. That was the minimum level for skeletal soldiers. It was clear that their individual combat power wasn't particularly strong. The only advantage was their sheer numbers, no need for logistics, and fearless in battle. Master! At this moment, a cyan flame suddenly flickered in the hollow eye sockets of the skeletal soldiers. This was their soul fire. Where the flame lives, life persists. As for vocalization, it was not a physical sound, but rather a voice from the soul. Click clack click clack. The skeletal soldiers saluted in unison, kneeling on one knee and bowing their heads. But at this moment, many of the ivory skulls dropped to the ground in a neat row. Especially those skeletal soldiers close to Zhao Dong. He stood in a lower position, so over 10 skull heads rolled right up to his feet. Zhao Dong could only stare in utter speechlessness. The front row of skeletal soldiers, who appeared to be wearing armor, spoke up in sweat. Sorry, Master, it's been a long time since we last moved. This is an accident. Zhao Dong shook his head and said, Go pick up your own heads. Yes, Master. One by one, the skeletal soldiers walked back and forth, searching for their skulls. You picked the wrong one. That's my head. Click clack click clack, it won't fit. This isn't my head. Ah, my head was smashed by someone. This one won't work either. Whose head is this rotten? Hurry up and take it away, or Master will get angry. The group of skeletal soldiers chattered among themselves, leaving Zhao Dong utterly exasperated. This all looked extremely unprofessional. After a great deal of fuss, the skeletal soldiers finally returned to their original positions. Zhao Dong asked, Who among you has a head? All the skeletal soldiers looked at each other in confusion. Zhao Dong casually pointed to one skeletal soldier wearing armor and looking comparatively robust. You speak. Reporting to Master, we are all ordinary skeletal soldiers and have no heads. Zhao Dong nodded. To be honest, these skeletal soldiers looked unreliable mainly because they had never received any training. Listen up, from now on, when saluting, you don't need to kneel, so your heads won't fall off again. From now on, you will be under the command of Mu Tu and Zhao Yi. Zhao Dong turned his head to look at Mu Tu and Zhao Yi. Go and tell them the rules. Divide the 3,000 skeletal soldiers into 3 main formations and select one captain for each formation. Yes. Mu Tu and Zhao Yi were among the better evolved skeletal soldiers. Strictly speaking, Mu Tu was a nether soul, currently in skeletal form only because his soul was temporarily attached to a skeleton. With everything settled, Zhao Dong prepared to use the summoning token. He had previously been reluctant to use it, fearing he would summon something chaotic and end up with no benefit. Now, he had nothing to worry about. With the soul-calling banner capable of summoning skeletal soldiers, combined with the summoning token, he could potentially summon more skeletal soldiers. Wrestle, wrestle. The soul-calling banner waved continuously in the air as Zhao Dong summoned the summoning token. Boss, boss. The token hovered in mid-air, glowing with white light. Because of the soul-calling banner, the summoning token began pulling power toward the skeletal soldiers. Click clack click clack. The ground began to crack. The next moment, a pitch-black skull emerged from the ground. The skull emitted a hoarse cry, as if in great pain. Then, 2 hands reached out from the ground. Zhao Dong's pupils contracted. Good lord, this hand was wearing black armor. Whatever had been summoned was certainly no ordinary creature. Judging by its size, this skeleton was easily over 2 meters tall. Finally, the skeletal warrior appeared in full. Zhao Dong immediately checked its stats. Giant Skeleton Warrior, level 8. A powerful skeleton warrior, possessing formidable strength and high-quality weapons, with exceptional leadership awareness. At this moment, the summoning token shattered. It had completed the summoning. Master! The giant skeleton pressed one hand to its chest in devout reverence. At this moment, the other skeletal soldiers gazed at this figure with a hint of fear. What is your name? Zhao Dong asked. Sasha. The skeleton warrior replied. Sasha. Zhao Dong nodded slightly. Come with me. Yes, master. Sasha followed behind Zhao Dong. Click clack click clack. His bones made an unpleasant sound, like the ringing clash of metal. Upon closer inspection, he resembled a disciplined soldier, showing no fear, nor asking what Zhao Dong intended to do. His only task was to execute orders. Zhao Dong led Sasha to the center of the rock-strewn field. Along the way, he could already faintly hear a rustling sound coming from within the cracks of the rocks. This indicated that hidden dangers lurked here. Chi. Just then, a crawling creature indeed emerged from the crack in the rock. Micro-poison lizard, level 11, a small lizard that prefers living in rocky areas. Its throat secretes a toxic venom. A single bite can cause death within 1 minute. Zhao Dong glanced at Sasha. Before he could issue any command, Sasha stepped forward on his own. In his right hand was a short sword, and in his left, a round copper shield. With a low shout, Sasha swiftly moved in front of Zhao Dong. The short sword in his hand swung down with great force. Though his initial movements appeared slow, as the blade descended, shadows of the sword flashed everywhere. It was as though his speed suddenly increased. Thwack! In the blink of an eye, the poison lizard was cleaved in two. At the same time, more and more poison lizards crawled out of the cracks. Zhao Dong floated in the air, watching Sasha's combat. He wanted to test Sasha's exact combat ability. As the short sword swung continuously, one poison lizard after another was cut in half, twitching relentlessly on the ground. What delighted Zhao Dong was that after Sasha killed each poison lizard, the energy value it obtained flowed directly toward him. As expected, the energy gained by my summoned creatures belongs to me as well. Zhao Dong was overjoyed. Now that he had such a large army of skeletal soldiers, these were all his subordinates. The benefits of slaying ferocious beasts would all go to him. While Sasha was killing the poison lizards, Zhao Dong had already floated down and began collecting the gold coins dropped by the lizards, as well as 2 treasure chests. To his surprise, he discovered additional stats. Poison resistance 5. Poison resistance. Zhao Dong's eyes lit up. This was a fine find. He had been poisoned several times before, and only made it through thanks to the antidotes obtained from treasure chests. And now, poison resistance attributes actually existed. Great. Zhao Dong was very pleased. But thinking about it, it made sense lizards were steeped in toxins from head to tail. Their natural poison resistance was already formidable. Venomous snakes and poisonous insects were useless against them. So it was only natural that they dropped this poison resistance attribute. Zhao Dong cheerfully collected these poison resistance attributes, feeling a faint tingling spreading through his body. It seemed the poison resistance was purifying the impurities within him. What surprised him was that even his mental strength had grown a little stronger. In a short while, the poison lizards had greatly decreased, leaving corpses scattered across the ground. Sasha had already put away the short sword and walked up to Zhao Dong. Master! Well done. It seems you truly have some skill. Do you have confidence in leading troops and commanding battles? Zhao Dong asked. I do. Good. From now on, the skeleton army within the soul summoning banner will be under your command. To be honest, his own strength was indeed formidable. But when it came to commanding an army, Zhao Dong felt it was better to leave it to a professional. Yes, master. Sasha nodded and, like a bodyguard, stood quietly behind Zhao Dong. After returning, Sasha went to take over the skeleton army. It was already past midnight. Zhao Dong had a midnight snack, then slipped into the cabin to rest. Before dawn, Zhao Dong was groggily awakened by a clamor of noise. What's going on? He opened his eyes, his head aching slightly. He had gone to bed late the night before, and now, early in the morning, there were all sorts of messy noises. Was a person not supposed to get a decent sleep? Master, it's Sasha drilling the skeleton soldiers. Jiao Yi's voice came over. Jiao Yi had stood guard outside all night. Ha! Didn't they rest after midnight? Yes, but Sasha said training in the morning is better, because the morning is the best time of the day. Jiao Yi mimicked Sasha's tone. Hearing this, some of Zhao Dong's irritation at being woken up faded. After all, Sasha was drilling the great army. For him this was a good thing. The sooner the army gained combat strength, the better it would serve his future plans. When he arrived at the training ground, he saw 2 columns of skeleton soldiers lined up, marching forward in unison. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. The army chanted in orderly unison, while Sasha stood at the very front, commanding the troops. They do have some presence now. Zhao Dong nodded slightly. Leaving them to eat, he began eating breakfast. A little while later, Sasha returned and reported that the drills were finished. Good. Zhao Dong held the soul-summoning banner and waved it up and down. Return! He shouted. The 3,000-strong skeleton army turned into clouds of yellow sand and streamed into the banner. As for Sasha, Zhao Dong also drew Sasha back into the soul-summoning banner. These skeleton soldiers were all summoned creatures. Within the banner, their souls could be better nourished and their energy restored. With everything packed, Zhao Dong prepared to set out. This time, he was going to search for the last steel fragment. Zhao Dong couldn't help feeling expectant. Once all the steel fragments were gathered, they would unlock the sealed land of the giant cicada beast queen and win her recognition. There were numerous benefits. With that thought, Zhao Dong felt invigorated. He packed up his things and said to Mutu, Zhao Yi, and the others, stay here and guard this place. I'll go and soon return. This time, Zhao Dong chose to act alone again. There was no helping it. The skeleton soldiers were still too slow, and their individual combat strength was average. Following him would only make them burdens. Walking along the road, Zhao Dong was armed to the teeth. Compared with before, however, he now had an extra soul-summoning banner. When furled, it turned into a small flag only about 10-odd centimeters long. He stuck the banner behind his back and hurried through the rubble-strewn land. Before long, he saw several small stone huts. Most of those huts, however, had already collapsed. Looking utterly desolate, they appeared to have been uninhabited for ages. Seeing this, Zhao Dong's heart stirred. Could it be that people used to live here? Looking further away, there were still many houses. This is... At that moment, Zhao Dong made a new discovery. On the ground, he noticed a torn piece of clothing, along with traces of cooking and daily life. This indicated that people had lived here before. Damn! At that moment, Zhao Dong noticed something that gave him quite a start. Not far from the cooking spot, there was actually a large pile of dung. The pile was huge, fully the size of a basketball. At the sight, Zhao Dong's expression darkened. He wasn't startled by the dung itself, but because the pile was far too large. That meant an enormous creature was nearby. Only an enormous creature would leave behind dung that big. Shaking his head, Zhao Dong continued advancing along the map. Carefully comparing it with the map, this should be the ruined lands. Following this path, before long, he would find a stone pillar. Casting his gaze around, Zhao Dong's expression grew more and more solemn. In this area, those basketball-sized, elongated piles of dung were actually increasing. There were too many, almost unbelievable. Moreover, the number of fierce beasts nearby had dwindled. Even the poison lizards had not been seen for quite a while. This meant that some fierce beast surely existed in the area. The other creatures, driven by instinct, feared it and thus refused to come near. It was just like the bad beasts he had encountered before. Moments later, Zhao Dong spotted something else. 2 creatures with lizard heads, standing on 2 legs, were gathered around a campfire, roasting a piece of meat. As they roasted the meat, they chattered away incomprehensibly. Seeing these 2, Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow. Lizard Man. He immediately used attribute display. Lizard Man level 2, a special tribe living in the lizard region. Although their level is not high, they possess higher intelligence than ordinary fierce beasts. Lizard Man level 3. 2 lizard men, 1 level 2 and 1 level 3. Zhao Dong nodded slightly. In the novels he knew, lizard men were a rather special race in the early stages. Their tribe was large, and there were many powerful figures within it. However, those had only appeared in the later stages. I wonder how many powerful ones this lizard man race has. At that moment, the 2 lizard men were roasting meat and looked very excited. He was about to deal with them in advance, but at this time, many more lizard men appeared not far away. From the appearance of these lizard men, he couldn't make out their exact forms. But every one of them looked troublesome to mess with, each holding a weapon, huddled together and chattering in some gibberish. Zhao Dong's pupils contracted. The laserman at the head was tall and powerfully built, clearly not a simple opponent. Laserman Squad Leader Level 6, a squad leader among lasermen. Although his level is ordinary, he possesses a measure of wisdom and knows some physical arts. Zhao Dong was slightly stunned. This laserman squad leader actually knew physical arts. After a moment's shock, light suddenly gleamed in Zhao Dong's eyes. If that was the case, then after killing it, would it drop a physical arts attribute? Body technique attribute. At the thought, Zhao Dong's heart began to thrill. A single laserman squad leader might not drop many body technique attributes, but what if the quantity was large enough? With body techniques, he would be able to better utilize his strength in future battles. For now, he restrained his excitement, lay beneath a pile of rocks, and observed the laserman squad. The laserman squad consisted of about 10 members. They appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet possessed a certain level of intelligence. From their behavior, it was evident they had developed a rudimentary social structure. There was clear division of labor, with subordinates and elders. To prevent them from raising the alarm, Zhao Dong prepared to launch a surprise attack. He began to plan in his mind, when suddenly he sensed something was wrong. These creatures were gathered around a fire, preparing to eat. Roasting above the flames was a long strip of meat, which looked pitch black upon closer inspection. But as Zhao Dong examined it more carefully, he froze. It was a victim's leg. Zhao Dong furrowed his brows, wondering which poor survivor had crossed paths with these lasermen and met such a grim fate. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze toward the strongest among them, the laserman squad leader. The creature was noticeably vigilant, even as a subordinate sliced off a piece of meat and offered it toward him. Despite having food passed to him, the squad leader's shrewd eyes continued scanning the surroundings, searching for danger. To Zhao Dong, these 10 lasermen were still manageable. He only needed to wait for the right moment, find a way to close the distance, and eliminate them in one swift strike. Right, so the key is still getting close to these lasermen. Zhao Dong nodded silently, his body beginning to move forward with practiced agility. Staying exceedingly low and concealed, before he realized it, Zhao Dong had drawn near enough to touch them. About 30 meters separated them. Beyond that point, there were hardly any remaining cover objects. Chomp, chomp. The laserman squad leader gnawed at its meat with evident satisfaction. The others ate with grease dripping from their mouths, nodding and communicating with one another between bites. Zhao Dong could barely make out their chatter, though he couldn't understand the word. Zhao Dong decided to act. The air around him began to gradually distort. At the same time, the 2 wooden spears on his back slowly lifted into the air. Suddenly, the laserman squad leader seemed to sense something and looked up, catching sight of the strange distortion in the air. In the next instant, all the lasermen sprang to their feet. Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, their reactions were surprisingly quick. No wonder these ferocious beasts possessed a shred of intelligence. They were indeed capable. GG, Dada GG. The lead laserman let out a bizarre, piercing cry. Before the sound had barely lasted a second, countless blades of air shot forth in an instant. Woof, whoosh. The 3 outermost lasermen had their throats slashed open immediately. They tried to scream, but it was useless, and their pupils soon began to scatter. Killed level 4 lizardman. 20 energy points. Zhao Dong pursed his lips. Now that his level had grown, killing these weaker monsters yielded pitifully little energy. Fortunately, he no longer relied on leveling up to grow stronger. He looked up at the remaining lasermen. None of them were faring well. Each one bore injuries. What surprised Zhao Dong was that the lead laserman captain moved with such ferocious agility. In that fleeting moment, it had somehow leaped into the air whether by instinct or otherwise and dodged the attack. Then it took cover behind a boulder. In truth, all of this unfolded in the blink of an eye. 2 wooden spears struck flat and pierced 2 more lasermen through and through. However, the spears did not stop. In an instant, they redirected toward 2 more lasermen on the flanks. Flak! In the span of a heartbeat, all 9 laserman minions were eliminated. Only the laserman captain remained. Hiding behind the stone, it immediately raised its notched blade, swatting away the incoming spears. Rather skilled. Zhao Dong was pleased, for the stronger the laserman, the more potent the body technique ability it would yield. Zhao Dong couldn't help but feel eager. The next moment, blades of air erupted. The sheer volume of attacks had already surrounded the laserman captain. Clearly, the laserman seemed capable of sensing these attacks, but even so, faced with the dense barrage of air blades, it ultimately met its demise. Not bad, not bad. As the laserman fell, Zhao Dong's eyes lit up. Just as he had guessed, it had dropped a body technique attribute. Body technique 10. Humph, though the amount was modest, it would suffice. Zhao Dong immediately reached out to touch it. As the attribute bubble burst, his expression tightened. An indescribable sensation flooded into his mind. This was not information about martial arts, but rather a kind of instinctual movement. The Laserman clan had inherited their traditions for 1,000 years, their intelligence equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human. Though their intellect was ordinary, the millennium of inheritance had bestowed upon them a comprehension of their own. That comprehension was combat. First like this, then like that. Zhao Dong pushed forward with both hands and suddenly realized weren't these body technique movements similar to Sonda. However, it didn't seem particularly powerful. Yet the movements he had just witnessed from the Laserman captain were clearly extraordinary. Zhao Dong soon understood it was likely because the attribute bubble he had collected was too small. Zhao Dong composed himself and, crouching low, continued deeper. Moving inward, he noticed that droppings had become much less frequent. It seemed these lasermen also knew to relieve themselves farther away. They were quite clean, actually. GG Gulu. At that moment, another laserman approached from a distance. This laserman was solitary, yet unusually large in stature. Checking its level, it turned out to be level 13. It appeared to be a dominant figure among the lasermen, akin to a king. Swiftly, Zhao Dong tread lightly and positioned himself behind the laserman. The creature remained watchful, 2 scar marks crossing its face. It glanced around, found no one, and squatted down, preparing to, well, relieve itself. Zhao Dong was speechless. No wonder it had come out alone for this very purpose, it seemed. Shaking his head, Zhao Dong focused his mind, unleashing his wood control ability. 2 wooden spears flew through the air, shooting toward the laserman's back. Thwack! Blood splattered. This time, before the laserman could even react, it was impaled and pinned to the ground. A perfect ambush. Body technique 10. Zhao Dong's eyes brightened. Another body technique attribute, truly a fine reward. Overjoyed, he hurried forward to touch it. As the bubble was absorbed, Zhao Dong discovered that his understanding of various combat movements had deepened once more. Swish, swish. Zhao Dong casually threw a punch, leaving only a lingering afterimage in the air. After his excitement subsided, Zhao Dong continued on his journey. Not long after, he encountered more lasermen. However, to his frustration, the stone pillar indicated on the map still had not appeared. By all rights, the pillar was tall enough that he should have been able to spot it from far away. With no other choice, Zhao Dong could only keep searching. But as he ventured deeper, the lasermen grew increasingly numerous. At the same time, he also noticed several other people. Zhao Dong hid among a pile of rubble, his gaze sweeping across the scene. 3 patrols of lasermen were pacing back and forth. Meanwhile, dozens of people were smashing stones on a nearby mound of earth. Once the rocks were broken into smaller pieces, others carried them to the sides. Some lasermen were using these stones to construct buildings. Good heavens, these lasermen have evolved remarkably. They even know how to employ slaves, Zhao Dong remarked in astonishment. This was clearly a laserman stronghold. Scanning the area, he found the strongest among them was only level 15, with the majority hovering around levels 2 or 3. Not particularly formidable. At that moment, a small patrol of lasermen approached from this direction. A thought crossed Zhao Dong's mind. This was his chance. Strike immediately. He drew wooden spears from his spatial storage. Whoosh! The spears flew like nimble serpents, lightning fast, hurtling toward the laserman patrol. Blood sprayed once more. Lasermen fell one by one, throats pierced, collapsing to the ground. Those who barely evaded the assault watched in sheer terror. Squeak, squeak! Some lasermen immediately emitted sharp cries. The entire encampment erupted in alarm as every lizardman turned toward the commotion. Zhao Dong had anticipated this. Still concealed behind the rocks, he manipulated his wooden spears, continuing to rip the lizardmen's lives. Squeak! The level 15 lizardman let out a ferocious roar. From within the wooden structures, more lizardmen emerged. Zhao Dong paused, taken aback by the sight. What was happening? When he had arrived, these wooden houses had been completely empty, no lizardmen whatsoever. How had so many appeared so suddenly? The lizardmen organized into groups and charged forward, spears in hand. Unfortunately, they hadn't yet pinpointed Zhao Dong's exact location and were still searching. But as they drew nearer, several of the closer lizardmen gradually spotted where Zhao Dong was hiding. Swish! A wooden spear shot toward Zhao Dong. He glanced at the lizardman not weak, reaching level 11. The spear's trajectory was remarkably precise. Die! A spear from the air flew straight at it. But the moment the wooden spear struck its body, they all snapped apart. Zhao Dong was momentarily stunned. Good heavens, its defensive prowess was formidable. Upon closer inspection, this lizardman possessed a talent-ability defense. Given that, and seeing the lizardman closing in from all sides, there was no point in remaining hidden. Zhao Dong leapt to his feet. A group of survivors working nearby witnessed the scene, their faces lighting up with joy. Someone has come. Someone really is here, but why are they alone? It's over. They probably stumbled in by accident. They're not here to rescue us. The survivors' hope, just kindled, quickly dimmed. Zhao Dong moved with extraordinary speed, like a shadow. He had closed the distance to the level 11 lizardman, who could sense the pressure emanating from him and grew alert. At the same time, several more lizardmen circled around him, flanking his position. Kicks and blades flew in coordination. Zhao Dong smiled faintly. This was exactly what he wanted. Boom! Scorching flames erupted outward from him like a radiating circle. That burst of fire struck terror into the hearts of the lizardmen. Their eyes widened in shock. This seemingly fragile human could unleash such devastating power. Who on earth was he? Having encountered various survivors over time, they knew most lacked strength. Yet this one commanded an aura so formidable, and could conjure flames no ordinary survivor could match. As the surrounding lizardmen were blasted away by the flames, Zhao Dong pressed his attack toward the level 11 lizardman. His elbowing knife flashed in his grip. A piercing clash of metal rang out. The lizardman roared in agony. Half its shoulder had been torn away. Though the strike proved lethal, Zhao Dong was internally startled. For with the arrow knife's power, the blade had actually chipped from the impact. Good heavens, this defensive capability is truly extraordinary. Fortunately, only one lizardman possessed such formidable defense. Zhao Dong landed steadily and charged again toward the nearby lizardman. But at the same time, the number of lizardmen emerging from the stone structures around them kept growing. Brother, you must flee. These lizardmen don't reside in the stone houses. They live in underground caves beneath them. Each cave houses hundreds, making them incredibly difficult to handle. A battered survivor urged urgently. There are so many of them. If they surround you, there'll be no escape. Run quickly. Remember to bring more people to rescue us. Yet Zhao Dong did not retreat. If they had numbers, so did he. Flick, flick. Wooden spears swept through the area, clearing a wide expanse in the blink of an eye. It was time. Zhao Dong summoned forth the Skull Soldier soul-calling banner. You think numbers alone give you the edge? At that moment, the opposing level 15 lizardman sensed something was amiss. Surveying his heavy casualties forces, he threw back his head and roared. Then, the lizardmen began forming neat ranks, organizing battle formations to charge Zhao Dong. Witnessing this, Zhao Dong himself was stunned. They could organize tactics too. Zhao Dong's eyes widened in surprise. There was no time to waste. He needed to summon his skeletal army before they completed their formation and crushed them in one strike. Wrestle, wrestle. The soul banner swept through the air. Seeing this, the level 15 lizardman commander felt a sense of foreboding. Whoosh whoosh. The previously clear sky suddenly darkened with storm clouds. In an instant, legions of skeleton soldiers materialized around Zhao Dong like a concentric ring in the open ground. At their head stood the colossal skeletal warrior, Sasha. Master! Sasha bowed. Having resided within the Soul Banner, he was naturally aware of what transpired outside. Defeat them. Zhao Dong issued his command. As you wish, my master. Sasha executed the order without hesitation. Click-clack, click-clack. 3,000 skeleton soldiers faced the continuously encircling lizardmen in perfect unison. Charge! Sasha commanded, and simultaneously, both armies collided. Thrust! A lizardman drove its weapon into a skeleton soldier's chest and lifted it hard, sending the skeleton crashing to the ground with several bones shattered. But the next moment, the skeleton rose again, wielding its blade with its mangled frame in battle against the lizardman. This was the skeleton's advantage: they feared no death. As long as their bones weren't completely pulverized, they would rise again. Meanwhile, Sasha engaged a level 7 lizardman in combat. Zhao Dong's gaze, however, remained fixed on the level 15 lizardman. At this moment, the lizardman's expression turned incredibly solemn. Panic seized it completely. The strength displayed by the human before it filled its mind with thoughts of flight. Especially when it saw Zhao Dong rushing toward it. Level 15 lizardman leader, the chieftain of this lizardman clan, possessing an extremely high level of physical mastery and 2 distinct talents. These talents are defense and air blade. To think it has 2 talents. Zhao Dong was astonished. Nevertheless, it was destined to die. Not even God himself could stop me from killing it. Instantly, his figure flashed forward. Brandishing the hammer of industry, he pursued the level 15 lizardman leader. Several reckless lizardmen attempted to intercept him, but Zhao Dong swung his blade, swiftly cutting down those who dared block his path. At this moment, panic overwhelmed the level 15 lizardman leader. Zhao Dong was far too formidable. It sensed that fighting to the death would only result in its own demise. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned and fled at full speed. Attempting to flee, Zhao Dong stopped running on the ground and soared into the air, gliding forward. Activating his avian dive ability, he rapidly closed the distance between himself and the fleeing lizardman leader. Hearing the whistling wind behind it, the lizardman leader felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Yet, it did not look back. Simply put, while it might not be a match for Zhao Dong, it possessed supreme confidence in its own defensive capabilities. For years, any opponent who sought to slay it could not even breach its defense. How could they possibly defeat it? It planned to retreat into its lair and command all the lizardmen to evacuate first. If it could not win the fight, could it not at least escape? It had to be admitted that this creature possessed some intellect, knowing when to flee. However, by this time, Zhao Dong had already arrived directly above its head. Die! With a howling wind from his blade, Zhao Dong struck downward. A sharp air blade instantly sliced through the atmosphere, cleaving the lizardman leader in two. Once again, the blade formed from the melted hammer of industry did not disappoint him. Blood splattered across the ground as the lizardman leader, its face frozen in utter shock, collapsed and lay motionless. GG. Dada. GG. Seeing this, the lizardmen still locked in combat with the skeleton army let out anguished wails. Their leader was dead. They were now a leaderless mob. GG. Some lizardmen began to retreat in terror. Soon, more and more of them followed suit. They scrambled into the stone houses and retreated into the caves. We won. We actually won. Holy crap, where did this guy come from? He's incredibly fierce. I wonder how he compares to the great Zhao Dong from our district. Why do I feel like he looks a bit like the great Zhao Dong? Watching the lizardmen flee, the survivors put down their tools and gathered around Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong's eyes lit up as he looked at the corpse of the lizardman leader nearby. This looks promising. 2 attributes. Defense 20, physical technique 20. Haha. Zhao Dong was ecstatic. He had personally witnessed the defense of these lizardmen. Even an arrow deboning knife would chip against them. Their toughness was off the charts. Had it not been for his hammer of industry, he would have had to activate his berserk ability to smash it to pieces. Watching the pack of lizardmen flee, Zhao Dong had no desire to pursue them. Their levels were not very high, meaning the attributes they dropped would be extremely limited. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze toward the approaching survivors. Are you the great Zhao Dong? An elderly woman dressed in a thick down jacket asked cautiously. The more she looked, the more she felt he resembled the profile picture Zhao Dong used in the chat channel. Yes, it must be him. The resemblance is uncanny. Oh my god, it really is the great Zhao Dong. I knew it. Someone this powerful could only be the great Zhao Dong. The crowd clamored in excitement. Though they looked to be in poor condition, each bearing injuries, they were filled with joy at this moment. Thud! A middle-aged man put his son down to kneel before him. Zhao Dong, thank you for saving us. If not for you, we would have eventually worked ourselves to death or ended up as food for those laser men. Yes, thank you so much. Sob. The crowd was so overwhelmed with emotion that many were on the verge of tears. Please, there is no need for formalities. I was merely passing through and did not expect to find this. Zhao Dong said, nodding slightly as he urged everyone to stand up. By the way, how did you all end up captured by this laser man? Zhao Dong asked, puzzled. As soon as we spawned, we were in this area. Then we ran into patrolling laser men and were captured, the elderly woman whimpered. Thank goodness you saved us. Please, help us get out of here later. Yes, please. Sigh, we were just unlucky. There were originally over 100 of us here, but with the growing labor and meager rations every day, many have perished. With that, the crowd fell silent. Clearly, the life they had been living was utterly subhuman. Zhao Dong understood. Indeed, there are still quite a few laser men around. Follow me out of here in a moment. Yes, absolutely. Let me ask you something. Since you've been here for so long, have you seen a stone pillar about the height of several people? Zhao Dong inquired. Since these people had been here for a while, with some luck, someone might know. A stone pillar. Several people exchanged glances, clearly having heard nothing of the sort. However, the expression of the elderly woman shifted slightly. Noticing her reaction, Zhao Dong asked, do you know something? Yes, I do. The elderly woman nodded repeatedly. When I was fleeing earlier, I passed by one. But I'm not sure if it's the one you're looking for. It's broken, only about 2 meters tall. Take me to see it. Of course. Leading the way with faltering steps, the elderly woman said, that place is already in ruins, and it seems no one has gone there for a long time. The pillar you mentioned might be there, though it has been destroyed. Is it far? Not far. Once we pass through this cave, it's right at the foot of the mountain, she replied, her eyes darting around. Great One, are you heading there to search for some kind of treasure? Zhao Dong glanced at her. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. The elderly woman grinned. That's not necessarily true. I'm older, so I've seen more of the world. Perhaps I could offer some advice, who knows? Right, everyone? Zhao Dong shook his head slightly. Just lead the way. Yes. Great One, you are so powerful, you must take us with you later. This world is far too dangerous. As they say, with great power comes great responsibility. You must protect us. To be frank, this elderly woman was rather annoying. However, since she knew the location of the stone pillar, Zhao Dong suppressed his irritation. Seeing Zhao Dong remain silent, the elderly woman grew even more self-satisfied. Great One, don't blame me for being talkative. You saved us, so we will naturally speak highly of your kindness. Isn't that right, everyone? But if you don't save us, then... Her words caused Zhao Dong to cast a cold glance in her direction. Zhao Dong sneered inwardly. How could they possibly think they were anyone of importance? Seeing the group lagging behind, he handed out some roasted meat. Let us eat as we walk and replenish our strength. Wow, roasted meat, and even grilled fish. Upon seeing the food Zhao Dong produced, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, it has been ages since we last had meat. We usually subsist on wild berries. This is wonderful, we get to eat meat at last. Truly delicious. The group was overjoyed, feeling as though hope had returned to their lives. Especially the middle-aged woman, whose resolve only strengthened to stand upon the moral high ground and insist that Zhao Dong escort them along. Zhao Dong said nothing further. By then, he had already dismissed his soul-summoning banner. Through the information it provided, he learned that during the recent battle, over 100 of his skeletal soldiers had been lost. There was no way around it. Although both sides were roughly equal in level and the skeletal soldiers possessed their characteristic fearlessness and tenacity, their decisive weakness was speed. Facing lizardmen who had all mastered martial techniques, the skeletal soldiers quickly found themselves at a disadvantage upon engaging. After recalling them, the injured skeletal soldiers began to recover as the banner nourished them back to full strength. After walking for over half an hour, they finally descended the mountain. Without needing the middle-aged woman to point it out, Zhao Dong spotted a square stone pillar standing upright ahead. Contrary to what the map had described, the pillar was broken, standing only over 2 meters tall. On the other side of the pillar, 5 lizardmen were resting. Apparently unaware of the battle that had just occurred at the camp nearby, Zhao Dong flashed forward in an instant and attacked. Blades of air sliced through their throats. Before the lizardmen could even react, they fell one after another. Having dispatched them, Zhao Dong did not pause and hurried straight to the stone pillar. No one knew how this pillar had appeared, its surface worn and scarred with countless scratches. The sight left Zhao Dong somewhat speechless. Fortunately, he had arrived beforehand. Otherwise, if the pillar had been completely destroyed, how could he possibly have found the stone tablet fragments? Shaking his head, he felt this quest was somewhat unreliable. Sweeping aside a pile of rocks, Zhao Dong began searching for the stone tablet fragments. Soon, the rubble beneath the pillar was all cleared away. At that moment, he noticed a particular stone. It was square-shaped, grayish-brown, and matched the color of the tablet fragment perfectly. Obtain quest item, stone tablet fragment. The moment Zhao Dong picked up the fragment, his eyes brightened. He had finally found it. His face filled with exhilaration as he immediately retrieved the other fragments he had previously obtained. The 3 fragments materialized simultaneously, and instantly, spots of white light flickered across their surfaces. They began to heal. The cracks between the 3 fragments started to close together. Wow, it truly is a treasure. So Grandmaster Zhao Dong didn't come here just to save us, but to seek this treasure. The middle-aged woman in the down jacket muttered under her breath. I thought he was actually a good person. Auntie, he doesn't even know us. The fact that he saved us in passing is already more than enough. The middle-aged man beside her shook his head, finding her words unreasonable. The woman paused, then retorted, then why doesn't he just say so? He simply wants to gain a reputation. Hearing this, the others frowned, feeling her remarks had gone too far. We were all saved by Grandmaster Zhao Dong. Saying things like that is not quite appropriate. Exactly. Heh, I was only joking, the middle-aged woman laughed awkwardly. Don't be upset, don't be upset. But everyone, think about it. Grandmaster Zhao Dong obtained this treasure with our help, right? If I hadn't shown him the way, how would he have found it? Her eyes narrowing, she whispered quietly. What are you implying? The middle-aged man frowned. I'm thinking, since we helped find this treasure, shouldn't we at least receive some compensation? The woman looked around at everyone, speaking cautiously. In her mind, they were all human beings here and should help one another. Her request seemed quite reasonable, didn't it? Besides, there were many of them. Although Grandmaster Zhao Dong was powerful, he couldn't possibly fight all of them at once. As the saying went, the law could not punish the masses. It should be fine, right? At the very least, it wouldn't hurt to get something out of it. By then, the stone tablet before Zhao Dong had already fused into a single complete steel. A complete stone tablet stood before Zhao Dong. Beast pacifying steel. 3 enormous red characters shone brilliantly. This was the key to breaking the seal on the giant cicada beast queen. After securing the steel, Zhao Dong's ears twitched, and a cold smile formed on his face upon hearing what the woman had said earlier. She thought no one had hurt her. She thought he would care about the so-called reputation. How laughable. Zhao Dong shook his head just as the woman pulled the others over. Congratulations, she said with a forced smile. Zhao Dong glanced at her sideways and replied coldly, I have what I came for. Now, I will lead you out of here. Great, great. Where will you take us? Out of this place. I still have other matters to attend to. Head west from here. The ferocious beasts in that direction are relatively easy to deal with. I came from there myself. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression darkened. Master, you're so powerful. Aren't you going to take us along? Zhao Dong looked at the others. Though they all wore hopeful expressions, hoping Zhao Dong would bring them along, they still possessed enough self-awareness not to insist. It was only this middle-aged woman who still failed to grasp the situation. She continued, after all, we were the ones who helped you find this treasure. You can't just abandon us and leave us here, can you? Zhao Dong looked at her coldly. What are you implying? Help us escape, and we'll follow you. We can be of assistance. Besides, our group also needs a leader, but it cannot be a dictatorship. Decisions should be made together. Everyone, don't you agree? She spoke excitedly, convinced her logic was impeccable. Even if Zhao Dong refused, she could always condemn him from the moral high ground. Zhao Dong nodded. Oh, so that's your thinking. And what gives you the right? He was genuinely curious about the woman's train of thought and asked. The woman spoke with righteous indignation. Quite simple, because it is your responsibility. My responsibility? Zhao Dong was almost amused. To elaborate. Because you are powerful. Someone as strong as you taking care of weaklings like us is only natural. This is what a civilized society demands. Only by doing so can you prove yourself a good person, correct? The more she spoke, the more satisfied she became with herself. I am truly a genius, she thought. In just a few words, I had Grandmaster Zhao Dong at a loss for speech. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately for her, Zhao Dong's next words froze her in place. Zhao Dong said calmly, oh, so that is what makes someone a good person. Unfortunately, I have no intention of being a good person. The woman was taken aback and instinctively retorted, if you won't protect us, then you are a bad person. No matter how great your accomplishments, it will all be meaningless. Very well. Then scram. Those who wish to follow me may do so. When we reach a safe place, I will drop you off. However, she is not permitted to come along. Zhao Dong looked at the woman and said coldly. Roar. Deep in the mountains, a lean young man with sharp, swift movements darted through the dense forest. Before him stood a fierce tiger. The next moment, he charged at it. Heaven-destroying divine palm. The youth's resolute gaze locked onto the tiger as he struck down violently. Boom! The overwhelming force slammed down. The tiger let out a muffled groan, its head lolled to one side, and it collapsed. Thud! The young man landed and couldn't help but grin smugly. Ha ha ha! I killed a level 10 fierce tiger. My heaven-destroying divine palm has indeed improved by leaps and bounds these past few days. As his words fell, the youth narrowed his eyes. Zhao Dong. Once my heaven-destroying divine palm reaches full mastery, I can fight 3 levels above my own. What do you have to compete with me? The speaker was none other than the story's protagonist, Zhou Fan. Ever since his quarrel with Lucille, he had become even more diligent. Be it day or night, he was constantly hunting creatures without a moment's rest. All for the sake of growing stronger. He would personally slay Zhao Dong and make him understand the consequences of stealing his woman. Zhang Dequan, brother Zhou Fan, I'm all ready. Ha ha ha, this time I'll definitely make that bastard who provoked you die. Zhou Fan glanced at the message and gave a slight nod. This Zhang Dequan was an underling he had known before coming to the slaughter world. The guy used to be a street dog. Because he had provoked Zhou Fan, he was defeated by him in just a few moves. With his methods, Zhou Fan would originally have broken Zhang Dequan's legs. But seeing Zhang Dequan weep and beg for mercy, swearing to serve him, Zhou Fan spared his life. Unexpectedly, this Zhang Dequan turned out to be somewhat useful. They had gotten in touch not long ago, and Zhang Dequan said he had actually obtained an item, the corpse house. Inside the corpse house were countless walking corpses, all obeying his commands. After learning that Zhao Dong had provoked Zhou Fan, Zhang Dequan, in order to show his loyalty, offered to take action and deal with Zhao Dong. How would he do it? He had a battle card that could forcibly select another person for combat. By then, with the vast horde of walking corpses in his corpse house, he would surely be able to finish off Zhao Dong. Zhou Fan, Zhang Dequan, I'll leave this to you. Don't worry, I'll send you something good. Once my men and I regroup, I'll find a way to open a connection with you. After that, you'll be one of my people. At the entrance of a wooden cabin, a weasel-faced young man read Zhou Fan's message and jumped up excitedly. Young Master Zhou finally thinks highly of me. Ha ha ha. The speaker was none other than Zhang Dequan. Whenever he thought of Zhou Fan's methods and the followers Zhou Fan had once commanded, Zhang Dequan felt filled with confidence. He had truly suffered a great loss at Zhou Fan's hands. Fortunately, he had been clever enough to become Zhou Fan's subordinate. Later, he learned that Zhou Fan was a soldier king of formidable strength and not an ordinary soldier king, but one who possessed an ancient divine art. It was said that his incredible power all came from this ancient divine art. Zhou Fan also said he had many comrades in arms, all of them his staunchest loyalists. They had all followed him into the slaughter world. Once their respective villages merged one by one, Zhang Dequan believed Zhou Fan would become the strongest top-tier force of all. Zhang Dequan smiled slightly and sent a message. Brother Zhou Fan, you're too kind. Zhang Dequan, but when should I make my move? To be honest, I've basically mastered the abilities of my corpse house recently. I can definitely accomplish this great task for you. Zhou Fan, tonight, launch a surprise attack on Zhao Dong and send him to his death. Zhang Dequan, okay, brother Zhou Fan. I'll make him wish he were dead, and I'll take photos and send them to you. Zhou Fan, I just killed a fierce tiger beast. I need to get busy now. By the way, do you want some tiger meat? Eating it can replenish your strength attribute. Zhang Dequan read this and was overjoyed. See? Following boss Zhou Fan was indeed the right choice. Zhang Dequan, this is too generous of you. Zhou Fan chuckled inwardly. This Zhang Dequan had provoked him before, but at least he was quite clever. Considering how obedient the man was, Zhou Fan casually sent over a tiger head. Then he cut off 2 legs and sent those as well. It wasn't that he was being generous. As the protagonist of a face-slapping web novel, Zhou Fan did everything with himself at the center. Whenever he gave benefits to others, there was bound to be something in it for him. What he wanted was to use Zhang Dequan to eliminate Zhao Dong. Tonight was when Zhang Dequan would go up against Zhao Dong, and he needed Zhang Dequan to have the strength to do it. Zhou Fan, don't stand on ceremony. Replenish your strength well. I don't want failure, understand? Zhang Dequan, don't worry at all. After the chat, Zhang Dequan began his preparations. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong had already led a group of survivors to the riverside. As for that middle-aged woman, Zhao Dong had sent her flying with a strike to keep her from following. Was that cruel? Zhao Dong shook his head slightly, feeling that it was not. It was simple. In this slaughter world, if you showed weakness, others would think you were kind and easy to bully. On the contrary, if you showed a savage side, people would fear you. They would not dare to do anything to you. That was Zhao Dong's law of survival. Take these people, for instance, why did they not dare to resist under the laser man? Because they were afraid. Zhao Dong walked to the boat, took out some dried fish and some dried meat that had been preserved for quite a while, and handed them to this group of survivors. Keep these things. Follow the river from here on, and from now on, rely on yourselves. Make good use of the chat channel, and ask others about anything you don't understand. After giving these few instructions, the group took the dried meat and fish. The middle-aged man nodded solemnly. Lord Zhao Dong, where are you planning to go next? Zhao Dong did not go into detail. He bade everyone farewell and boarded the boat. Goodbye. The crowd waved at Zhao Dong and watched him leave. Zhao Dong sat on the boat, studying the map. It was already getting late, and he planned to find a suitable place to rest. But at that moment, a faint sense of dread crept over him. It felt as if danger was drawing near. Such a strange feeling, Zhao Dong murmured inwardly. As his strength grew, he had gradually developed a sense for danger. Meanwhile, Zhang Dequan was already preparing. Activate battle card, he muttered as the battle card in front of him emitted a white glow. Then, following the prompt, Zhang Dequan chose the target for combat. Zhao Dong. He selected Zhao Dong's avatar on the chat channel. Ha. Zhao Dong, if you want someone to blame your bad luck. Whoever told you to provoke brother Zhou Fan? To Zhang Dequan, Zhao Dong was quite famous and perhaps somewhat powerful. But before his army of walking corpses, Zhao Dong was nothing. Besides, he was hiding in the shadows and he had also received boss Zhou Fan's trump card. With all those safeguards, Zhao Dong was doomed. Night had fallen. Earlier today, Zhao Dong had felt something was off, as if someone were watching him. So, to be safe, he had skeleton soldiers scout the area before going to sleep. But just then, an announcement appeared. Zhang Dequan activated a battle card and forcibly challenged Zhao Dong of Novice Village No. 168. Zhang Dequan activated a battle card, forcibly challenging Zhao Dong from Newbie Village No. 168. As the announcement appeared, everyone in Newbie Village No. 168 was so shocked their jaws dropped. What the hell? Who dares to challenge Great God Zhao Dong with such guts? He's absolutely crazy. Zhang Dequan probably isn't from our village, is he? He must have no idea how terrifying Great God Zhao Dong truly is. At that very moment, Zhao Dong finally understood where the sense of danger had been coming from. It was right here. Zhang Dequan, Zhang Dequan. Zhao Dong's eyes lit up as he murmured the name. Damn it, he's the protagonist's lackey. In the novel, Zhang Dequan initially clashed with Zhou Fan, but like most protagonists in face-slapping novels, he was thoroughly defeated by Zhou Fan. After being humbled, Zhang Dequan became a devoted follower of Zhou Fan. Later, when they entered the killing world, Zhang Dequan remained Zhou Fan's staunchest subordinate. He seems to have obtained a battle card and a trump card from the Walking Corpse House. Zhao Dong recalled the plotlines. A battle card, once activated, allowed the user to choose an opponent for combat. Its nature was similar to a challenge card. However, unlike challenge cards, battle cards gave the target no reaction time, and the challenger would have 10 minutes to prepare before both parties appeared in the surrounding area. Understanding this, Zhao Dong sneered. Probably, Zhang Dequan intends to use the Walking Corpse House against me. But does he really think I'm so easily handled? Zhao Dong deliberately remained still, quietly ordering Muto and Zhao Yi, along with other skeleton soldiers, to take positions around him. These 10 minutes were Zhang Dequan's preparation time, and Zhao Dong was certain the man was watching from the shadows. Notice, Zhang Dequan will initiate combat within 10 minutes. Please be prepared, Zhao Dong. Reminder, Zhang Dequan has arrived. Reminder, the victor will randomly gain 100 attribute points, receive 10 energy stones, and claim some of the opponent's equipment. The loser will die. Although the battle card granted the holder preparation time, there was one crucial difference from challenge cards: there was no surrendering here. If the card holder lost, it meant certain death. There was no way out. Haha, this Zhao Dong only has 6 skeleton soldiers at his side. In the dimensional space, Zhang Dequan watched Zhao Dong on the ship with a sly smile. Great God Zhao Dong, is this all? I thought he was formidable, but he's already scared silly. Zhang Dequan felt this mission would be far too easy. He shook his head and began planning the battle ahead. Time in the dimensional space was limited to only 10 minutes, so speed was essential. First, he summoned the Walking Corpse House. Endless walking corpses poured out, surrounding Zhao Dong on all sides. Each Walking Corpse House can produce over 10,000 undead. Zhao Dong recalled the novel's description and showed no urgency. To him, the walking corpses within the house were far too weak. The strongest among them were merely level 10, while the weakest were only level 1. And the higher level ones were quite few in number. In other words, as long as he dealt with the strongest batch, he could stand completely still and his defenses would remain unbroken. His only target was clear: find Zhang Dequan hiding in the shadows. Theoretically, though surrender was impossible, if the time limit expired, Zhang Dequan would simply leave. Zhao Dong would not let this follower of Zhou Fan escape. This time, Zhang Dequan would surely die. The walking corpses had already been strategically deployed within the dimensional space, encircling Zhao Dong. Initially, Zhang Dequan was confident, expecting Zhao Dong's expression to be utterly priceless the moment his undead army appeared. But now, looking closely at Zhao Dong's expression, Zhang Dequan frowned. This guy was surprisingly calm. The calmer Zhao Dong appeared, the more annoyed Zhang Dequan became. Humph, quite good at pretending, but do you think your brother Zhou Fan? Zhou Fan, how's it going? Having just seen the announcement, Zhou Fan was somewhat worried and sent another message. Zhang Dequan smiled slightly. Don't worry, brother Zhou Fan. I can see Zhao Dong. After sending the message, Zhang Dequan casually took a photo of Zhao Dong spacing out on the ship. Zhang Dequan, look, it's hilarious. The moment he saw my battle announcement, this guy was completely terrified. In the photo, Zhao Dong stood motionless on the ship, brows furrowed, indeed looking somewhat petrified. As the protagonist, Zhou Fan would never be so complacent as Zhang Dequan. He warned, "Don't let your guard down. This guy has been famous for years, and he killed Jason earlier." Zhang Dequan, Jason may have vampire bloodline, but he was only slightly stronger than ordinary people back then. Our attribute points have caught up now. If it were me, I could defeat Jason too. Zhou Fan actually agreed with this assessment. Zhou Fan, just remember to stay cautious. If things go badly, use my trump card. Zhang Dequan, understood, brother Zhou Fan. Time ticked away second by second. Zhao Dong remained standing, his hand absent-mindedly touching the Skull drawing banner. Think you've got me figured out? You clearly have no idea how formidable my soul banner truly is. Meanwhile, the people of Newbie Village know. 168 were still making noise online. Zhang Dequan came all this way just to hunt Zhao Dong. What did he do to anger him? Don't underestimate that battle card. As far as I know, the user gets 10 minutes in the dimensional space to prepare after activation. Wouldn't that mean Zhao Dong could be surrounded by danger the instant he appears? Some began to sense something was wrong. Probably. Yes. This is dangerous. Scare what? Great God, Zhao Dong has led us through countless dangers. Why would he fear this? Zhao Dong glanced at the messages and looked around. A dimensional space, ha! Zhao Dong knew Zhang Dequan was observing him from within. That was precisely why he had intentionally acted somewhat startled earlier. There was an element of hesitation in his act. His purpose was to lure Zhang Dequan out. Phone linear, Zhao Dong, I just saw the announcement. Where are you? Do you need me to come rescue you? Phone linear, the future elf queen. Unexpectedly, she did care about him. Zhao Dong sent a message. It's fine, I have a plan. Phone linear, how did you provoke them? Zhao Dong, it's a long story, I'll tell you sometime. Phone linear, alright. If you need anything, please let me know. No matter how far, I'll come running. As expected, a woman capable of summoning the elf race's divine tree could not have a bad heart. Beep! Just then, the time was up. Buzzing. As the dimensional space dissolved, the air before Zhao Dong twisted, and a rotten stench erupted into the sky. What the hell? Did these walking corpses fall into a pile of shit? Zhao Dong couldn't help but mutter. Before him, row after row of walking corpses in tattered clothing, missing large patches of flesh, appeared. Ugh! The walking corpses emitted horrible sounds and closed in on Zhao Dong. Zombies of such scale are indeed rare. I must say, since Zhang Dequan became a lackey of Zhou Fan, his luck has improved considerably. This is the protagonist's fortune. Every lackey and henchman of the protagonist bursts with luck, each possessing their own opportunities, to one degree or another. Zhang Dequan was undoubtedly a very clever person. After being defeated by Zhou Fan, he marveled at Zhou Fan's prowess. He knew how to read the wind and shift his sails accordingly, immediately contemplating becoming Zhou Fan's lackey. He never expected that after becoming Zhou Fan's follower, his luck would truly improve. Whenever he encountered problems, Zhou Fan would resolve them. Zhou Fan occasionally bestowed favors upon him as well. This only strengthened his resolve to remain by Zhou Fan's side. At that moment, he was concealed in a tree not far away, gripping a pair of night vision binoculars that Zhou Fan had lent him, watching Zhao Dong's every move. Ha ha, Zhao Dong, just this. Zhang Dequan's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. At that moment, the zombies began to surround Zhao Dong. As the numbers grew larger and larger, Zhao Dong moved blade in hand. He fell upon the zombies one by one. Swish, swish, swish. These zombies had no resistance at all and were effortlessly beheaded by Zhao Dong. Suddenly, several extremely fast zombies darted through the jungle, charging toward Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. So the zombie house did contain not only ordinary zombies, but also these talented ones. The 3 zombies before him all reached level 7. Agility zombie level 7, a zombie possessing heightened agility, with speed attribute reaching 300. Speed attribute 300, is that it? Zhao Dong smiled. His own speed attribute had already exceeded 700. So what appeared remarkably agile to others was utterly unimpressive in his eyes. However, he had not yet unleashed his soul summoning banner. He was searching, determined to locate Zhang Dequan's hiding place as soon as possible. Die! Seeing the three agility zombies closing in, Zhao Yi and Zhao Air, the wooden figures, emerged simultaneously beside Zhao Dong. Bam! The zombies collided with the skeleton soldiers. Zhang Dequan is a cowardly fellow. When attacking me, for the sake of his own safety, he would surely station some powerful zombies to guard his side. Therefore, finding places with many powerful zombies would indicate. He cast his attribute display, and the stats of the zombies before him came into view. At that moment, two more agility zombies charged over, though these moved even slower than the previous two. Swish, swish, swish. Squelch, squelch. Two horizontal slashes sent putrid flesh and blood spraying outward. Zhao Dong shook his head weak, far too weak. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Dequan's pupils contracted. This Zhao Dong has some skill after all. His hand unconsciously gripped a card. This was the trump card Zhou Fan had given him. Before coming, Zhou Fan had repeatedly instructed him, if he couldn't win, he must use this card or threaten Zhao Dong with it. Preferably avoid using it. I'd best try not to use it, Zhang Dequan murmured. Yet as he watched his agility zombies fall one by one to decapitation, his expression darkened considerably. Frankly speaking, even he lacked the capability to eliminate so many agility zombies simultaneously. He truly does have some ability, he thought. In that case, Gatling zombie, deploy. Roar, roar. Suddenly, two towering zombies resembling green giants emerged from the zombie house, each wielding a Gatling gun. Observing these Gatling zombies, Zhang Dequan felt a pang of pain. While their firepower was formidable, once ammunition was exhausted, he could never replenish it. Thus, he had always regarded them as one of his trump cards. Roar! The two Gatling zombies lumbered forward, crushing slower evading zombies beneath their feet into minced flesh. This was the raw power of Gatling zombies. Their base strength was truly immense. Zhao Dong's eyebrows rose as he watched them approach, secretly startled. Their firepower was extraordinarily potent, and his defensive attributes might struggle to withstand them. But then he noticed several strength-type zombies near the Gatling zombies, along with a few agility zombies leaping about, yet never pursuing him directly. What did this signify? These zombies had received orders. They were protecting someone. Everything became clear. There was nearly 100% chance Zhang Dequan was hiding there. Knowing the location, Zhao Dong didn't dare underestimate the situation against such Gatling zombies. He raised the soul summoning banner and chanted the incantation. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, banner spirit, all things in this world bow to my supremacy. Troops, arise. Instantly, fierce winds swept across the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The biting cold gales sent weaker zombies flying through the air. This gave the hidden Zhang Dequan pause. What was happening? What caused this wind? Was Zhao Dong about to unleash his ultimate technique? Before he could ponder further, skeletal soldiers suddenly emerged from the forest, wielding shields and tattered swords, striking the opposing zombies without warning. Kill, kill, kill. Sasha raised her short sword and executed a charging strength-type zombie in one decisive blow. The tide of battle shifted instantly. Countless zombies fell like wheat before a scythe beneath their weapon-wielding skeleton soldiers. Zombies lacked the resilience of skeleton soldiers. Zombies relied entirely on their brains for movement. Once the head was severed, they perished in the truest sense. Skeleton soldiers, however, were strictly spiritual entities merely inhabiting bone frames. Seeing the battlefield turn against him, Zhang Dequan stood dumbfounded. How is this possible? Each zombie he lost was gone forever. If too many fell, his zombie house would become useless. No, I won't concede defeat. Gatling, attack Zhao Dong. The Gatling zombie received the command. Its cold barrel locked onto the forward position. Click clack click clack. Bullets chambered, targeting where Zhao Dong had stood moments before. But upon closer inspection, Zhao Dong was nowhere to be found. He had vanished without a trace. Rat-a-tat-tat. The crimson stream of bullets flowed like a serpent's tongue, mowing down an entire line of zombies and skeleton soldiers indiscriminately. Zhang Dequan's face contorted with fury. He no longer cared whether Zhao Dong was actually in the crossfire. He simply hoped that in such dense formation, the bullets would find their mark. It was a gamble. Yet in Zhang Dequan's estimation, fortune should favor him. After all, since aligning himself with boss Zhou Fan, his luck had been consistently favorable. Stop! Seeing a long row of zombies and skeleton soldiers reduced to fragments ahead, Zhao Dong quickly commanded the Gatling zombie to halt. Would he really be turned to mush? He quickly dismissed the thought. The battle conclusion prompt had not yet appeared. Damn it, where has he gone? Zhang Dequan cursed inwardly, growing anxious. Zhang Dequan, serving as Shou Fan's pawn, have you ever considered that you might die? Zhao Dong's voice came over, startling Zhang Dequan. He hurriedly looked around, but all around were the sounds of zombies, and he could not be sure where it came from. How does he know I'm working for Boss Zhou Fan? Zhang Dequan's expression turned grim. Zhang Dequan, still hiding. Do you think I don't know where you are? Zhao Dong hovered in midair, still searching for Zhang Dequan's figure. He had spoken deliberately to lure Zhang Dequan into speaking, thereby pinpointing his location. Zhang Dequan indeed panicked. After all, he was just one of Shou Fan's underlings and a street thug at that. With a fragile mentality and a deep fear of death, he hurriedly shouted, Zhao Dong, I admit you have some skill, but I am not easy to deal with either. How about this? Wait 1 hour. Once the battle is over, I'll leave on my own. Okay? Otherwise, I'll use my trump card right away. So that's where he is. Hearing the voice, Zhao Dong looked toward a low, stunted tree. On that tree, Zhang Dequan lay prone in camouflage clothing. Whoosh! At that moment, several air blades shot toward him. Before Zhang Dequan could react, wounds opened across his body, and blood streamed down. Ah! He screamed and tumbled from the tree, even chipping a tooth. He clutched his mouth, his eyes filled with terror, and hastily took out a card. Written on the card were 2 words, curse. Curse card, activate the power of a curse. The cursed target's strength will be sealed by half for the next month. Zhao Dong, this is a curse card. Your name is already written on it. If you kill me, your attributes and strength will be sealed by half for the next month. At that moment, Zhao Dong was already standing in front of Zhang Dequan. Hearing this, he laughed inwardly. Strength sealed by half? Even if it were sealed by half right now, with his strength, he could still crush Zhang Dequan easily. Besides, even if that did happen, he could simply go around frantically collecting attribute drops afterward. For him, increasing his strength was far too easy. Heh, Zhao Dong, you know how formidable Boss Zhou Fan is. If you kill me and get your strength sealed, what will you use to fight him later? Believing he had Zhao Dong in his grip, Zhang Dequan continued to bluster. I admit you have some skill. How about this? We stay out of each other's way and call it even. What do you say? Oh, I see. Zhang Dequan, Zhou Fan treats you pretty well, he even gave you a curse card. Zhang Dequan smiled. Brother Zhou Fan is indeed very loyal. Actually, Zhang Dequan was not telling the truth. Zhou Fan had told him that if he found himself in a losing battle, he should use the card as a threat. He was to wait until nearly an hour had passed and he was about to leave, then suddenly activate the card. When Zhao Dong's strength was sealed, that would be exciting to see. For a moment, Zhang Dequan admired Zhou Fan even more. Only someone as smart as Boss Zhou Fan could come up with such a brilliant trick. At that moment, however, Zhao Dong sneered inwardly. He knew full well that Zhou Fan would not let matters rest so easily. Therefore, he did not believe a single word Zhang Dequan said. He was already condensing air blades. Meanwhile, one wooden spear after another hovered above Zhang Dequan's head. Seeing Zhao Dong silent, Zhang Dequan assumed Zhao Dong was cowardly and afraid. Fine, we're pulling out. Zhang Dequan took a deep breath. He stayed hidden behind the 4 giant zombies, extremely careful. But then, a sharp sound of wind came from overhead. Whoosh! Not good slick. An agile zombie beside him jumped out on its own, and the 2 wooden spears aimed at Zhang Dequan pierced straight into the zombie's body. Zhang Dequan's eyes widened in horror. He had almost died. Curses, thankfully an agile zombie had shielded him. Shocked and frightened, he roared, Zhao Dong, you don't fight fair. Idiot! In response, Zhao Dong only gave a contemptuous remark. At that moment, Zhao Dong no longer held anything back. Countless wooden spears floated in the air one by one. Roar! The giant zombies let out earth-shaking roars. They shielded Zhang Dequan and charged at Zhao Dong. Scram! The wooden spears shot out and pierced through a horde of zombies in an instant. At the same time, Zhao Dong activated Berserk. But just then, he suddenly felt a blockage in his strength. Ha ha ha, Zhao Dong, you forced me to do this. The curse card has already been activated. Just wait to die. Zhang Dequan roared. Originally, Boss Zhou Fan had told him that if he could handle Zhao Dong, he should try not to use the card, because Zhou Fan had other enemies. He was to use it as a last resort only if he truly could not win. But now, it was too late. Zhao Dong nodded slightly, understanding that this was the power of the curse card. It only sealed half of his power, after all. Berserk continued. Even with half his power sealed, the Berserk ability was still mighty. Whoosh! Zhao Dong leaped up and drove his fist at a giant zombie. Boom! Critical hit triggered. The giant zombie's head burst apart. As the zombie collapsed, Zhang Dequan was completely exposed. His eyes bulged, his face full of shock. He had never imagined that Zhao Dong could still be this strong even with half his strength sealed. Damn it! What kind of freak is this guy? Even Boss Zhou Fan's strength is probably no match for him. For the first time, Zhang Dequan felt doubt toward Zhou Fan. Flee! I have to flee. Zhang Dequan did not dare resist. He ordered zombies to hold back Zhao Dong while commanding an agile zombie to carry him away. Zhao Dong raised his blade and swept the zombies aside. Seeing that Zhang Dequan was about to flee, he gave chase from behind. Zhang Dequan, do you think you can escape? Do you know why Zhou Fan does not dare to deal with me personally? Because he knows my strength, so he doesn't dare. Bastard, was I tricked by Zhou Fan? Zhang Dequan cursed inwardly. He suddenly thought of Zhou Fan's cunning and could not help but shiver. If it really was like this, Zhou Fan was too terrifying. It was pitiful that he had laid his life on the line for a man who might have sold him out without his knowing. In that moment of hesitation, Zhao Dong had already caught up. Swish, swish! Wind blades surged from the front, and Zhang Dequan and the agile zombie beneath him were sent flying. Wooden spears stabbed down from the air. Before Zhang Dequan could react, he was pinned to the ground. Squelch! Eyes filled with horror, he stared at the wooden spear in his chest. Zhao Dong, Zhao Dong walked up to him, his gaze calm. If you're going to blame someone, blame yourself for being used as a pawn. You won't be so lucky either, Zhang Dequan said. Your attributes have already been sealed. Just a month. Zhao Dong shrugged. Zhou Fan won't let you go. I won't let him go, either. Zhao Dong sneered and finished him with one strike. Zhang Dequan has died. Zhao Dong has emerged victorious. Victory! Zhao Dong took a deep breath. This battle had been nothing particularly thrilling. Only the curse card had somewhat disgusted him. But there was nothing to be done. As the chosen one of destiny, Zhou Fan's luck was simply overwhelming. He would occasionally obtain strange and bizarre items, impossible to guard against. Although Zhang Dequan had perished, the horde of wandering corpses remained considerable. Yet under the assault of the skeleton army, the corpse forces had suffered devastating losses. Zhao Dong approached the wooden boat and activated wood control. The vessel ascended into the sky and departed this area within moments. Splash! The boat descended into the water, now far removed from the horde of wandering corpses. At that very moment, the chat announcements displayed Zhang Dequan's defeat, and everyone found out instantly. I knew it, Master Zhao Dong would certainly triumph. Look, Zhang Dequan's avatar has turned grey. Ha ha ha, he's dead. As expected of someone overestimating themselves, daring to provoke Master Zhao Dong. They truly don't know what death looks like. The people of Novice Village 168 chatted merrily. They felt absolutely nothing surprising about Zhao Dong's victory. After all, Zhao Dong had created miracles time and again. At the foot of a mountain, Zhou Fan read the announcements, his face filled with shock. That fool Zhang Dequan, I told him to be careful, and he still lost to Zhao Dong. Staring at Zhang Dequan's grey avatar, Zhou Fan cursed him inwardly. Of course, it was not out of sadness, but purely because he considered Zhang Dequan utterly useless. But this is fine. The curse card has already been activated. Zhao Dong's current strength has been suppressed by half, and it will take a month to recover. I will take this month to eliminate him. Zhou Fan began to calculate. He knew Zhao Dong had many enemies outside as well, so he immediately began spreading this information publicly. Zhao Dong has been struck by a curse card, his strength sealed at half. This is the optimal time to deal with him. The moment the news spread, many who were watching Zhao Dong took notice. Yamamoto Taro contacted Zhou Fan without delay. Yamamoto Taro, Zhou Fan, is the news you mentioned true? Zhou Fan, absolutely true. The curse card belongs to me, and one of my subordinates has already used it on Zhao Dong. Yamamoto Taro, ha ha ha, I see. Yamamoto Taro had suffered at Zhao Dong's hands before. In that battle, he had sustained heavy losses. To this day, many still mocked him, saying he had promised to commit seppuku upon defeat but lacked the courage to follow through. This made him extremely discontented. So upon learning that Zhao Dong's strength had been halved, he began to scheme. He sought to defeat Zhao Dong and wash away his disgrace. Thus, he contacted villages in Korea and people in America. Damn it, Yamamoto Taro, is what you said true? Zhao Dong's strength has been sealed. I have also heard this news. Oh, I guess this is the will of God, that God is helping us defeat Zhao Dong. Yes, we must absolutely not waste this opportunity. Yoshi, then tell me everyone, what should we do? I am from America. Our village has just discussed it, and whoever can kill Zhao Dong, we are willing to give some rewards. Yoshi, we are willing as well. At this moment, a man from Korea named Lee Minho spoke up. Hello everyone, I am Lee Minho. The moment his name was revealed, countless people gasped. Wow, it's Lee Minho. Oh my god, he is still so handsome. Lee Minho was a former idol from Korea, a grand star who excelled in singing, dancing, and acting. His fanbase spanned across Europe and Asia, exceedingly large. So with his appearance, many recognized him immediately. Mr. Lee Minho, is there something you wish to say? Asked those from America. Lee Minho, I hold a challenge token. I think I can handle Zhao Dong. Wow, Mr. Lee Minho is so brave. Yoshi, you are the pride of Korea. Although we Japanese do not hold much hope for your people, you are very good. Oh, Lee Minho, I will bless you. Lee Minho, verbal support is unnecessary. Although I am confident in my strength and possess 3 innate talent skills, I still require some assistance. Upon reading this, everyone was astonished. Lee Minho actually had 3 innate talent skills. Terrifying indeed. After all, among ordinary people, most possessed only a single initial talent. Someone like Lee Minho, who could have 3 talents, was truly uncommon. Wow, as expected of Mr. Lee Minho, what are your 3 talents? How did you acquire so many talents? Lee Minho, it is a long story. Nevertheless, I am confident, but I still need everyone's help. Our village in America has just discussed and can offer you some spirit fruits. Excellent. I hope you triumph. I am willing to provide poison gas bombs. Inside the wooden house, Lee Minho read the messages and nodded slightly. As expected of American citizens, may our friendship endure forever. Damn it, America truly is generous. Japanese people, look at how formidable the Americans are. Lee Minho, Japanese people, did you not say you would deal with Zhao Dong? Now that I am helping you take action, will you provide some assistance? Surely you are not going to offer nothing, you know. After all, we are helping you wash away your disgrace. Yamamoto Taro, humph, so much nonsense. We will certainly provide assistance. I offer 3 energy stones. Yoshi, I have a summoning card that can allow you to summon a divine beast to aid your battle. A divine beast? Lee Minho's eyes lit up upon seeing it. Lee Minho, excellent, excellent. Then I entrust this to you. With everyone's help, I believe we will surely triumph. Surely triumph. Inside the cabin, the boat swayed gently upon the water's surface, unusually quiet. Zhao Dong lay on his bed, reviewing the chat records. Just as he had guessed, Zhou Fan had leaked the information about him being cursed. Liu Xiao sent a message. Zhou Fan is too despicable. How could he harm you like this? Zhao Dong, he has completely changed. However, just because he wants to harm me, it will not be so easy. Liu Xiao, these past few days I took a boat to the nearby small island and discovered some good items that should be useful to you. Then Liu Xiao sent some meat. Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow. What is this? Liu Xiao, sour flesh from a certain creature. It is utterly inedible to us, but the meat contains a certain energy that dark creatures can absorb. Lu Xiao's meaning was very clear. That is, this kind of meat we cannot eat, but if given to the skeleton soldiers to absorb, it can help them grow and become stronger. This was undoubtedly a valuable item. Zhao Dong's expression brightened with delight. Lu Xiao had truly brought him a great surprise. Zhao Dong, thank you so much. How much meat is there? Lu Xiao sent another photograph. In the picture were several birds with black feathers, each about the size of a duck. Black feathered bird, level 9, a species of avian with sour, inedible flesh. Highly aggressive and combative. Once provoked, they will fight to the death. Their meat is rich in energy and highly easily absorbed by dark creatures. Indeed, the meat of these black feathered birds is outstanding. Lu Xiao, between yesterday and today, my mother and I have hunted down 20 of them. But today, it seems these black feathered birds have remembered us. The moment we stepped onto the island, they swooped down upon us. Zhao Dong, you must be careful. These black feathered birds hold deep grudges. Lu Xiao, all right, I will send all the meat over to you. Zhao Dong, thanks. Soon, about 2 square meters of meat was sent over. The moment it arrived, Zhao Yi approached as if he were a cat catching the scent of fish. Wow, it smells so good. Zhao Er also walked over. Zhao Dong said, this meat should be useful to you. Zhao Yi, I can feel it too. Master, how did you obtain this? Zhao Dong said, enough talk. Everyone, absorb it. He threw the black feathered bird meat onto the shore. Then, he summoned his army of skeleton soldiers. Each of you take a piece of meat and absorb its power. Now, Zhao Dong wanted to further elevate the strength of these skeleton soldiers. At the same time, he took inventory of their numbers. After the battle with the walking corpses, a portion of the skeleton soldiers had been lost, leaving just over 2,000. There was no helping it. Those 2 Gatling zombies had unleashed too devastating a force during their assault. A single bullet could pierce through dozens of skeleton soldiers, directly shattering many of them. Following that, Zhao Dong checked his own attributes. Survivor, Zhao Dong. Profession, Master Carpenter, Master Toolmaker. Level, L15, 5600, 7000. Strength, 780. Speed, 800. Stamina, 820. Defense, 835 points, Hardening. Spirit, 1500. Skill, Critical Strike, 100. Skill, Flame. Skill, Wing Blade. Skill, Berserk Foam. Skill, Corpse Poison. Skill, Flight. Skill, Breath Holding. Skill, Poison Resistance. Talent, Attribute Display, Wood Control, Malice Detection, Telepathic Wolf Language. Gold Coins, 2,000. Allocatable Attribute Points, 0. Equipment, Hammer of Industry, Eye of Attributes. Spatial Inventory, Defensive Vest, Aloe Boning Knife, Gale Shoes, Stainless Steel Gourmet Pot, 1000-mile Telescope, Spiritual Rice. Poison Powder, Bomb Stone, Red Spiritual Fruit, Healing Medicine, Antidote, etc. Special Items, Map of Novice Village No. 168. Energy Stones, Celestial Necklace, Skeleton Soldier Soul Attracting Banner, etc. Looking at the dazzling array of supplies, Zhao Dong was still not satisfied. It was simple. As a minor villain in a novel, his resources were far too scarce. His luck was not good at all. Thinking carefully, the only reason he could develop so well was purely because he had seized the initiative. It had nothing to do with luck. Therefore, while these supplies seemed decent, he would have gained none of these benefits without those prior advantages. But what about Zhou Fan? As the child of destiny, he could obtain numerous benefits right from the start through lucky draws and battles. Thus, he possessed far more heavenly treasures. Shaking his head, Zhao Dong prepared to check the rewards he had obtained from killing Zhang Dequan. After that, he would have to hunt ferocious beasts to continue upgrading his attributes. Even though half of his attribute power was sealed, Zhao Dong remained confident in himself. He checked the rewards. This time, he had obtained 100 attribute points. They had already been randomly allocated to his attributes, resulting in a significant boost. Secondly, he was rewarded with 10 energy stones, which was also excellent. He placed these 10 energy stones into his spatial inventory. By now, including the energy stones previously gifted by Lucio. He had over 20 of them. Finally, he had acquired several pieces of Zhang Duquan's equipment. 2 boning knives, 2 arrow broadswords, an axe, and some shields. Aside from those, there were also some clothes. To Zhao Dong's surprise, this guy actually had several pieces of women's clothing. They consisted of floral dresses, sailor uniforms, and short skirts. They looked incredibly striking, and a single glance was enough to stir desire. This guy has a rather unique taste. Zhao Dong shook his head slightly. He had no interest in looking at these. But they might look quite nice on someone else, Zhao Dong murmured to himself. Then, after putting these items away, he proceeded to examine some other items. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Dong was surprised. Challenge token. Great. As expected, my opportunities can only be realized by challenging others. After putting the item away, another box caught Zhao Dong's attention. It was an iron box, its exterior heavily rusted. However, since it was kept here, it meant there had to be something valuable inside. Opening it, Zhao Dong's eyes lit up. It was actually a blueprint. Cemetery blueprint. Once the cemetery is constructed, it can summon a certain number of undead skeletons daily. Skeleton soldiers residing in the cemetery area will receive nourishment and level up. Zhang Duquan, thank you for sending such a wonderful item. Zhao Dong laughed wildly. He had been worrying about having so many skeleton soldiers yet their overall strength being too weak, pondering how to level them up. To his surprise, a cemetery blueprint had appeared. According to the description, once the cemetery was built, the skeleton soldiers could reside within it. Not only would it summon skeleton soldiers daily, increasing his army's numbers, but it would also provide a nourishing effect. However, once the cemetery was built, it meant it could not be relocated. In that case, he had to select a prime location with excellent feng shui. He would use it as his long-term stronghold. Cham, first I will unseal the giant cicada beast queen, and then look for a suitable place. Zhao Dong quickly made up his mind. The night passed. Early the next morning, Zhao Dong steered his boat, rowing toward the location where the giant cicada beast queen was sealed. According to the map, this was the final location. The sealed site required crossing this area of ruins, after which a mountain would come into view. The sealed land lay right at the mountain peak. To bolster his combat strength for the upcoming battles, once daytime arrived, Zhao Dong arranged for Mutu to steer the boat while he traversed the rocky terrain. Upon spotting a lizard beast, Zhao Dong darted forward, pursuing and slaying it. Slash! As the lizard beast died, attributes dropped. Speed R. No matter how small the game, every bit counted. Zhao Dong slaughtered ferocious beasts along the way, picking up attributes to boost his combat strength. There were not many ferocious beasts in the rocky terrain, and he quickly crossed it. By this time, night had already fallen. A full day of slaughter had left Zhao Dong exhausted. Yet, his harvest was also plentiful. Just as he was preparing to rest early and restore his stamina, an announcement appeared. Announcement, Li Mingho from Novice Village No. 19 has activated a challenge token, forcibly challenging Zhao Dong from Novice Village No. 168. Challenging me again. Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have heard of this Li Mingho. Could it be that idol from Korea? As Li Mingho activated the challenge token, an announcement appeared declaring his first challenge against Zhao Dong. Everyone was stunned. After all, Zhao Dong was a legendary powerhouse in the killing world, having forged countless myths all well known to everyone. As for Li Mingho, a former major star, many people had also heard of him. Of course, those who knew him best were his flock of fangirls. So upon seeing Li Mingho's name and avatar, some fanatic fangirls were shocked. Good heavens, it's Li Mingho. Wow, I've always adored him. It's been ages since I last saw him, and his avatar is still as handsome as ever. Some boys retorted angrily, are you all utterly delusional? Li Mingho is challenging Master Zhao Dong. Don't you understand what this means? If anything happens to Master Zhao Dong, not one of you is innocent. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on Channel 19. After acquiring numerous advantages, Li Mingho's power had surged dramatically. Now, he was brimming with confidence. Li Mingho, rest assured, everyone, I have already reached level 11. Li Mingho, that Zhao Dong may boast a higher level, but his power is sealed by half. For me, this match is incredibly straightforward. That's a relief, Li Mingho. Thank you for your efforts. When you return, we will host a celebration feast in your honor. Li Mingho, you flatter me. Speaking of which, Zhao Dong is our common enemy. We cannot simply sit idle and watch the Xiao people grow stronger. Splendid, that is precisely my intention. Announcement, Newbie Village No. 19 and Newbie Village No. 168 have been temporarily merged for chat purposes. As the challenge token activated, just as before, the two villages began to merge. Later, Zhao Dong also saw the challenge rewards and penalties appear before him. Overall, the reward mechanism remained unchanged. Challenge token, the losing side drops 3 levels and randomly loses equipment. The winning side randomly obtains the opponent's equipment and levels up by 1. Contest objective, Li Mingho selects a closed area that gradually shrinks over the course of 1 hour. Hunt down and eliminate your opponent within that hour. Note, the one who surrenders early is also deemed defeated. Note, the challenged party cannot surrender in advance. Overall, the one who initiates the challenge token holds significant advantages. For instance, if one cannot win, they may choose to surrender although they would drop 3 levels and suffer considerable losses. But it was still far better than dying. Moreover, the selected location would be a familiar place of their own choosing, granting even greater advantage. On a certain mountain, Zhou Fan watched Li Mingho's challenge and laughed uproariously. Zhao Dong, never expected that, did you? I don't need to lift a finger myself, I can send someone else to deal with you. That's what I call brains. Zhou Fan was thrilled. Because in his eyes, using a few tricks, he could kill another with someone else's blade. At that moment, he checked his messages. His pupils instantly contracted. It was from Lucio. Ever since their last argument, she had completely ignored him. Lucio, Zhou Fan, why do you keep trying to harm Zhao Dong? Zhao Dong has never considered you an enemy, but what about you? Thinking carefully, Zhao Dong indeed had never targeted him. But he was Zhou Fan. Was he an ordinary man? As a proud man, Zhao Dong pursuing a woman Zhou Fang desired was the original sin that alone was the reason for his death. Zhou Fan replied, honestly, I am doing this for your own good. Lucio, for my own good again. Ha ha ha. If you truly cared for me, then stop now. Zhou Fan, it seems you remain lost in delusion. Honestly, I am forced to play the villain, for I will not allow Zhao Dong to deceive you any longer. Lucio, you have disappointed me beyond measure. Zhou Fan, you will come to appreciate my intentions someday. In Zhou Fan's mind, once Zhao Dong was dead and time passed, Lucio would gradually see reality clearly. He said nothing more, for another message arrived. Seeing it, Zhou Fan grinned ear to ear. Zhao Dong, this time you are undoubtedly dead. In the jungle, a horned rhinoceros charged toward Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong sidestepped swiftly, his blade cleaving horizontally. Just then, another horned rhinoceros burst from the jungle. Perfect timing. Zhao Dong neither dodged nor retreated, skillfully employing his body techniques with dual blades, hacking upward. Thwack! Thwack! Swish! Blood sprayed continuously. Moments later, the pack of horned rhinoceroses was eliminated. Gazing at the attribute points scattered across the ground, Zhao Dong immediately went to collect them. Feeling his power gradually intensify within his body, Zhao Dong's heart surged with excitement. Li Mingho wants to deal with me. Then bring it on. Just moments ago, after Li Mingho issued the challenge token, he had immediately disembarked from the ship to hunt ferocious beasts. Why hasn't this guy chosen a location yet? Zhao Dong held an energy stone, regenerating his mental energy while glancing at the chat channel. People from Newbie Village No. 19 and Newbie Village No. 168 were still exchanging barbs. However, unlike their previous united front, this time the residents of Newbie Village No. 168 were far less cohesive. Person from Newbie Village No. 168. Oh, Li Mingho looks even more handsome the more I look at him. Truly worthy of my beloved idol. Person from Newbie Village No. 168. Master Zhao Dong, since Li Mingho is so handsome, can you two just skip the fight? Or perhaps admit defeat to Li Mingho after all, you're already so powerful. Person from Newbie Village No. 168. I feel the same way. If Li Minho challenged me, I would gladly give my life. Faced with so many idiotic comments, Zhao Dong could only laugh. He never imagined that the thoughts of such blind fans could be so bizarre. They could actually voice so many outrageous remarks. They wanted him to surrender. Didn't they realize that surrender meant death? And some claimed they themselves would surrender. Would these people say such things if they knew surrender meant certain death? Fortunately, these voices were merely a small fraction. Most people could no longer tolerate them. Person from Newbie Village No. 168. To the blind fans above, do you even understand what this challenge token means? The one who issues the challenge can surrender and survive, but the one being challenged cannot surrender. What exactly are you thinking? Asking Master Zhao Dong to surrender. Person from Newbie Village No. 168. Exactly. What's your point? Have you all lost your minds just because you see your idol? Person from Newbie Village No. 168. These are what I call blind fans. They are absolutely disgusting. Li Huangwang from Newbie Village No. 168. You're the blind ones. We simply don't understand the rules of this challenge token. Nevertheless, I still support Li Minho. Yang Li from Newbie Village No. 168. Exactly. The more I look at Li Minho, the more handsome he becomes. Li Minho, I support you. Li Minho, thank you all. I promise I will triumph, then find a way to merge Newbie Village No. 168, and when that happens, you can find me. We'll forever be together. Yang Li from Newbie Village No. 168. Li Minho spoke to me. I'm so excited. Li Huangwang from Newbie Village No. 168. Li Minho, I will definitely support you. Is there anything you need help with? Li Minho, if possible, tell me about Zhao Dong's strength. I believe everyone has been in the same village as him for so long. You should know, right? Seeing the messages, Zhao Dong finally understood why Li Minho had not yet made his move. The latter's purpose was to gather information about him through these brainless fans. It had to be admitted that Koreans were far too sinister. After sending the message, Li Minho posted a photo of himself. At that moment, the chat channel went completely wild. No. 168 to Haito. It's the idol, my favorite one. I want to kneel before him so badly. No. 168 Yuli. To Haito, I saved you before, and I never thought you'd be this spineless. No. 168 to Haito. Sister Yuli, I was just saying. Besides, it's my own hobby. I should be the one to decide. You can't morally blackmail me over this. Besides, although Great Zhao Dong is powerful, he hasn't helped me. Don't you agree? No. 168 Yang Li. Yeah, I totally agree. We're just supporting our own idols. What's the problem with that? No. 168 Li Huangwang. Let me explain. Li Minho, can I add your private chat? I'm telling you about Zhao Dong's information. Don't worry, I won't bother you. I just want to silently follow you from behind the scenes. Over at Novice Village No. 19, Li Minho read the messages and smiled to himself. As expected, these brainless fans were so easy to manipulate. He had only posted a photo and sent some casual information. These mindless fans were all eager to curry favor. Li Minho, of course. No. 168 Li Huangwang. How blissful. I can now add Li Minho for private messages. No. 168 to Haito. I want one too. A voice interjected. You three brain dead fans, don't let me catch sight of you again, or I'll kill you on sight. No. 168. Good. And you claim Great God Zhao Dong hasn't helped us. Without him, we would have lost those previous challenges. Do you have any idea how much we'd have lost? No. 168. Unforgivable. To disregard Great God Zhao Dong's contributions. The crowd surged with indignation. Unfortunately, the three blind fans completely ignored everyone else's warnings and refused to acknowledge anyone. No. 168 Li Huangwang. Then let me share. What are Zhao Dong's abilities? Oppa must win. No. 168 to Haito. Cheer up Oppa. I'll see you someday. I'm your most loyal fan. Ugh. Zhao Dong read through these comments and felt sick to his stomach. Then, Li Huangwang, Du Haito, and Yang Li began revealing details about him. He had encountered numerous survivors before, like the people in the human-faced bird area, and had saved quite a few of them. In earlier conversations within the village, his abilities had been mentioned several times. His abilities included the air blade, fire manipulation, and the ability to shoot wooden spears. Most people were already aware of these powers. Zhao Dong could no longer contain himself. I'm staying silent and you take me for a pushover. Zhao Dong declared he wanted Li Huangwang, Du Haito, and Yang Li dead. The moment his message went out, the three blind fans froze in shock. Du Haito, great god Zhao Dong, you're actually bullying us. Yang Li, how can you do this? We haven't wronged you at all. You can't treat us this way. Zhao Dong ignored them entirely and continued. Whoever kills them and sends me a photo of their head will receive a pair of shoes and an L weapon. To Zhao Dong, neither the weapon nor the shoes held any real value. After all, through opening treasure chests, he had accumulated far too many supplies. In this killing world, such items were extremely precious to others. So upon hearing this, some people's eyes instantly lit up. Li Huangwang, Zhao Dong, you disgrace, how can you act this way? The mental wiring of blind fans was sometimes this bizarre. They always believed themselves to be in the right. Zhao Dong naturally ignored such people. However, others stepped in to respond on his behalf. I think great god Zhao Dong did the right thing. Traitors like this should be killed. Seconded. I was actually worried great god Zhao Dong wouldn't deal with them. Now there's a cautionary tale. Let's see who dares to betray their own kind. Reading these messages, Zhao Dong smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Yu Li sent a photo. In the picture was the severed head of Du Haito. Yu Li, great god Zhao Dong, Du Haito was near my camp. My people just found him and eliminated him. Zhao Dong, excellent. I'll send the reward to you. Yu Li, no need. Doing this for you is nothing. Although Yu Li asked for nothing in return, Zhao Dong still sent her the items. Since the item trading zone had not yet opened, Zhao Dong arranged for Du Qingyao to deliver them. Gazing at the shoes and weapon before her, Yu Li was filled with emotion. Yu Li, thank you, great god Zhao Dong. We will not spare those two women. No. 168, correct, we will not let them go. No. 168, all brainless fans deserve to die. At this moment, Li Huangwang and Yang Li panicked. They had never expected that their obsession with chasing an idol would provoke such widespread outrage. Of course, with their intelligence, they still did not understand where they had gone wrong. They only felt that everyone was bullying them. Li Minho, don't worry, ladies. You can come to me, and I will protect you. Li Huangwang, Zhao Dong, see for yourself how considerate Oppa is. Yang Li, damn it, great god Zhao Dong actually did this. Zhao Dong, enough nonsense. Li Minho, you want to fight me? I will make you regret it. Li Minho, good. It seems our great god Zhao Dong is growing impatient. Then let us begin. Li Minho felt he had gathered enough information. Those two brainless fans had already revealed quite a bit about Zhao Dong to him. As the saying went, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy ensures victory in every battle. He was now fully prepared and ready to begin. No. 19. Oh yes, Li Minho, where do you plan to fight Zhao Dong? Li Minho, hee. Once I return alive, everyone will know. I will give Zhao Dong a surprise. After sending the messages, Li Minho had already finalized his location selection. Activate. The next instant, a beam of light shot down from the sky. Li Minho spread his arms wide and laughed aloud. After killing Zhao Dong, I will obtain his supplies and equipment. Our Korean people will become the strongest. Ha ha. Meanwhile, the beam had already struck above Zhao Dong's head. Zhao Dong wore no expression, dual blades in hand, as he watched a white light surge toward him. Whoosh! Opening his eyes again, Zhao Dong surveyed his surroundings. Zhao Dong was surprised. Before the transfer, he had been standing in a dense forest. Yet after arriving, he found himself in another dense forest as well. However, he did not dwell on it and continued walking. The further he went, the more unsettling it became. This was because he spotted birds of prey in the sky and noticed insects and small beasts unique to the killing world. At that moment, Zhao Dong understood. I am still in the killing world. There was only one explanation for this situation. That was, the battleground Li Mingho had chosen was within the killing world itself. Screech! A flying beast shrieked as it swept across the sky. High above, a colossal light barrier was slowly closing in from all four directions: front, back, left, and right. Zhao Dong observed the surroundings and began to calculate. Judging by the speed of this light barrier, it will eventually center upon this mountain. He turned his gaze toward the massive peak not far away. The mountain was pure, entirely pitch black and completely devoid of vegetation. Its barren appearance, however, only heightened Zhao Dong's vigilance. A mountain like this suggested that it was either hollowed out inside or its soil was toxic, preventing any plant life from taking root. Regardless of the reason, Zhao Dong decided to head over and scout the path first. As the light barrier continued to contract, he pushed his hearing to its absolute limit, straining to catch any sound from his surroundings. Yet, all was silent. Meanwhile, Li Mingho had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Hee, insect hive. I have returned. Indeed, the battleground he had chosen this time was none other than this insect hive. Last time, when Yamamoto Taro launched a challenge against Novice Village No. 168, they had initially assumed the bugs within this hive would be easy prey. Little did they expect to suffer a massacre afterward. A sheer, brutal massacre. In that battle, they sustained devastating casualties. However, he was one of the fortunate few who managed to reap some benefits. He had obtained a golden treasure chest, which yielded a unique skill, insect language. Since then, he gained the ability to communicate with the insect queen. To secure his escape back then, he had promised the insect queen that if she spared his life, he would find ways to lure humans here for her to feed on their brains. After all, brains were the absolute favorite delicacy of the insect queen. Consequently, he had already lured quite a few unsuspecting victims to their doom during this period. Naturally, he received substantial rewards in return. For instance, the insect queen would order weak or dying insects for Li Mingho to slay, allowing him to farm a massive amount of experience points. This was the very reason why his level had soared so rapidly. And this time, his motive for challenging Zhao Dong stemmed from the exact same purpose. He intended to enlist the insect queen's help to eliminate Zhao Dong. My queen, it is I, your humble servant, Li Mingho. I have returned once more, Li Mingho communicated through his thoughts, activating his insect language skill. Ah, my servant. You haven't visited for 2 days. I almost thought you had forgotten about me, the insect queen replied indifferently. My queen, how could I ever? Li Mingho bowed his head, speaking with utmost reverence. I have come this time because I have found another prey for you. Hee, your loyalty is indeed commendable. The insect queen laughed heartily. After all, ever since her hive expanded here, neither fierce beasts nor humans dared to venture near. Humans, in particular, were the most exquisite delicacies. It was all thanks to Li Mingho that she could feast on so many of them. So, where is this person? The insect queen inquired. He should be nearby, my queen. I suggest you dispatch some weaker insects to lure him deep into the hive, catching him completely off guard when the time comes. Hee, excellent. You humans are truly cunning indeed. I hear you hail from the Banzi nation. It seems the Banzi nation is even more deceitful. Thank you for the compliment, my queen. Very well, I shall now order my subordinates to hunt down that man. Understood. The light barrier had already reached the foot of the mountain. Zhao Dong scanned his surroundings. There was still no sign of danger, and everything remained dead silent. His gaze naturally drifted toward the cave entrances before him. These caves were not particularly large, barely wide enough for 3 people to walk abreast. The interiors were remarkably dry and surprisingly clean. However, several patches of dried blood inside the cave caught Zhao Dong's attention, causing him to furrow his brows. There is something unusual about this cave, he thought to himself. He scrutinized the caves, growing increasingly alarmed the longer he looked. The setting bore a striking resemblance to a certain location described in web novels. Could it be? Don't tell me this is an insect hive. Zhao Dong frowned. An insect hive was notoriously troublesome in web novels. On the surface, this mountain appeared to be the hive of the flying insects. In truth, however, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The vast majority of the insects lurked beneath the mountain that was the true domain of the insect race. The noble insect queen also resided deep underground. The subterranean tunnels branched out in all directions, making it incredibly easy to get lost, let alone fight one's way in. The insects down there were exceptionally formidable, with some reaching level 20 or even level 30. Suddenly, a smile played on Zhao Dong's lips. If it really is such a place, then it is actually quite perfect. His amusement stemmed from remembering how characters in novels dealt with these creatures. Brimming with anticipation, Zhao Dong stepped into the cave. Just as he entered, he heard a rustling sound echoing from ahead. In the next instant, 3 four-legged insects lunged at him, baring their fangs and claws. Four-legged insect, level 3, common worker insects residing within the hive, responsible for patrolling, guarding, foraging, and transporting resources. They possess weak attack and defense, representing the lowest tier of existence. Swiftly processing the information, Zhao Dong raised his blade and brought it down in a series of fierce, decisive slashes. After dispatching the 3 four-legged insects, Zhao Dong glanced at his interface and curled his lip in disappointment. There were no worthwhile rewards, no treasure chest, and his energy points had only increased by a meager 3 points in total. Indeed, each insect yielded only a single energy point. At his current level, the energy points gained from slaying such low-tier creatures were abysmally low. Shaking his head and keeping the shrinking light barrier in mind, he decided to head up the mountain to avoid getting lost. Stepping out of the cave entrance, Zhao Dong continued his ascent. As he climbed, another 3 four-legged insects emerged. Begone! Zhao Dong wielded his dual blades, slaughtering them in a frenzy. Before long, he had reached the mountainside. The concentration of insect caves was much higher here. One after another, insects crawled out from the openings and surged toward him, as if fully aware of his presence. This time, there were more than 20 of them. Zhao Dong found it strange. With so many insects appearing, the commotion he caused should have been considerable. Yet, why was there no sound at all from Li Minho? Could he be hiding inside a cave? But wouldn't the insects attack him? Zhao Dong pondered as he carved through the swarm, continuing his way toward the summit. Regardless, these insects posed no real threat for now. Zhao Dong speculated that Li Minho had chosen this battlefield precisely because of his knowledge about these creatures. He must have assumed that Zhao Dong would be overwhelmed by such a massive swarm. What Li Minho failed to anticipate, however, was that Zhao Dong possessed a trump card. Let alone these mere insects. Even if level 20 or level 30 creatures or even the insect queen herself were to stand before him, they would meet nothing but death. This was the source of his confidence. Nevertheless, he had no intention of revealing his trump card just yet, especially since Li Minho had not yet shown himself. What Zhao Dong failed to notice was that Li Minho was currently hiding at the very peak of the mountain. Behind him, a dense, riding mass of insects stood in wait. The levels of these insects were visibly much higher. Motionless, they seemed to be at Li Minho's beck and call, waiting solely for his command to strike. Hey, this Zhao Dong really does have some skill. Unfortunately, against such a massive horde of insects, even the strongest will eventually exhaust their mental energy, won't they? Li Minho waited like a hunter lying in ambush, watching Zhao Dong fight. His strategy was simple: drain Zhao Dong's strength and strike when he grew weary. Li Minho, what's the situation? Just then, the insect queen's voice echoed. Li Minho started, then hastily replied, Your Majesty, this Zhao Dong is far stronger than anticipated. I'm using the four-legged insects to wear him down. Is he really that formidable? With my assistance, you should have already gained considerable strength. Besides, you possess 2 other innate talents. Why don't you intervene yourself? Faced with the reprimand, Li Minho barely dared breathe. He hastily responded, Your Majesty, forgive my boldness. I'm merely being cautious. After all, I fear death as well. If I perish, how could I continue serving you? Humph, quite the silver tongue. Then hurry up. Time is of the essence. I wish to feast upon brain matter now. Understood. Li Minho cursed inwardly, but dared not speak further. By now, Zhao Dong had nearly annihilated a wave of insects. He appeared somewhat drained, Then flames erupted, incinerating every insect that attempted to flank him. Meanwhile, the light barrier continued to contract. Zhao Dong collected the stat drops from the fallen insects. Most were endurance and strength attributes. This indicated that these insects possessed remarkable physical stamina. They truly required no rest or sleep. From birth, they toiled ceaselessly for their queen. Whoosh! Zhao Dong accelerated, and newly emerged insects from behind immediately swarmed toward him. Truthfully, he had a trump card capable of instantly dispatching them. However, if Li Minho continued hiding, this would hardly serve his purposes. Before long, over half an hour passed. Zhao Dong indeed felt his strength waning. He quickly produced a spirit fruit and began devouring it. Feeling the energy flood his body, he couldn't help but shudder with profound relief. But at that very moment, swarms of dark insects appeared upon the mountaintop. Ha ha ha, damn you, Zhao Dong. Today is your day of reckoning. Li Minho sat astride a flying insect, his expression arrogant. He had been watching Zhao Dong for quite some time. After such prolonged combat, Zhao Dong was undoubtedly exhausted. And indeed, he was now consuming spirit fruits. The energy recovery from spirit fruits was gradual, not instantaneous. This was precisely the moment to strike. Zhao Dong, did you ever imagine this scenario? Li Minho continued his triumphant taunting. I forgive your having a trump card. Zhao Dong understood. You must have reached some sort of agreement with the insect queen, haven't you? Hey, you ask too many questions. Do you truly think I fear you? If so, you vastly underestimate me. Zhao Dong, at this point, your mental energy is nearly depleted, and you rely on spirit fruits for replenishment. What moves do you have left? Li Minho shouted arrogantly. Zhao Dong shrugged. Yes, the recent exertion was indeed considerable. However, if I hadn't played the part of someone running on fumes, how would I have drawn you out? Exactly. Zhao Dong had deliberately feigned exhaustion, solely to lure Li Minho into revealing himself. And true enough, he appeared. It was time to unleash his trump card. In the next instant, a tendril of black mist surged from his hands. What the hell is that? Li Minho's brows furrowed. For some inexplicable reason, a creeping sense of foreboding arose within him. Something seemed profoundly wrong. By all logic, a normal person witnessing this scene, especially with the massed insect army looming behind, should be terrified. That would be the natural reaction. Yet Zhao Dong was smiling. Yes, Zhao Dong was smiling. Knowing the plot was blissful. While others had no idea how to counter the insect horde, he understood them intimately. These insects feared one thing above all, poison. In the novel, Zhou Fan had once employed poison agents, felling entire swarms. Even millions of insects charging forward would collapse upon inhaling even a single breath of the toxic gas. Think of it as insecticide applied to mosquitoes. Rustle, 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 rustle. In an instant, clouds of black mist surged forward. This was a skill acquired during his zombie mission. Corpse poison. In previous battles, he had rarely used it due to its slow onset and prolonged duration. Zhao Dong had even considered it somewhat useless. Never would he have imagined it would find application here. What on earth is this? Li Minho was stunned, unable to believe what he saw. Studying it closely, his expression shifted. Could it be poison? But what use is poison? Even now, Li Minho had no comprehension of what poison meant to these insects. Humph, forget it. Attack! Kill Zhao Dong! Li Minho waved his hand, and countless four-legged insects charged toward Zhao Dong. Far more were armored four-legged beetles. Four-legged armored beetle, level 6, elite insects of the colony, possessing formidable strength. Their mandibles can bite through steel. At the same moment, a buzzing sound echoed through the sky. Soon, winged insects with 4 pairs of wings and razor-sharp fangs descended upon them. Good heavens, judging by the numbers, there must be hundreds. Zhao Dong broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, the poison fog gave him an edge, otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. He would have been forced to hide in a cave and wait for time to expire. Zhao Dong, did you foresee this outcome? Now I command such a vast insect army. How do you plan to oppose me? Seeing Zhao Dong's composure, Li Minho's unease deepened. To mask his fear, he chose to bluster. Ha ha ha! Zhao Dong laughed but said nothing. Razzle, razzle. The black mist continued pouring forth, soon engulfing him entirely until no trace of his figure remained visible. As the poison fog built, individual insects charged into it. As Zhao Dong had predicted, upon contact with the mist, they appeared as though all their vitality had been drained. Their hardened forelegs promptly went limp, and they collapsed to the ground. The flying insects in the sky saw their wings slow progressively until they tumbled headfirst onto the earth. What's happening? This sight plunged Li Minho's face into sudden pallor. How could these insects? Watching as the insects behind him continued to rush forward. Yet each one, like moths to a flame, perished upon contact. It felt as though an invisible hand were crushing Li Minho's heart, stopping it entirely. His breathing grew labored. Li Minho, why? What is this fellow's background? My subordinates are dying one after another, perishing at an alarming rate. Why? Just then, the insect queen's accusatory voice resounded. Li Minho wanted to weep. You ask me? Who should I ask? I want to know as much as you do. At that moment, Zhao Dong's figure slowly emerged from the black mist. Li Minho, did you truly believe you had me cornered? Is that all you've got? Li Minho, you think you've got me? Is that all? Zhao Dong was smiling, but mockery dripped from every word. The image of Li Minho ranting arrogantly before him moments ago was still vivid in his mind. At the time, Zhao Dong had felt the man was nothing more than a clown. As he spoke, Zhao Dong launched himself into motion, sending countless air blades streaking toward the completely unguarded Li Minho. This time, he would cut Li Minho down with the force of thunder, leaving him no time even to yell surrender. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several air blades shot in from behind Li Minho. Li Minho's gaze sharpened, though shock still surged through him. After the brief shock, he clung to a thread of hope. The insects could no longer deal with Zhao Dong, but Zhao Dong had surely expended a vast amount of energy. And with half of Zhao Dong's power sealed, how could he possibly be unable to handle him? At that thought, Li Minho told himself he had simply been cowed by Zhao Dong's reputation. On reflection, what was there to fear? Sensing the wind behind him, Li Minho realized Zhao Dong must have released the air blades. Hey, I still have 2 talents unused. What's there to be afraid of? With a low shout, Li Minho activated his ability, Stone Body. Crack, crack. A layer of rocky material rapidly crawled over his entire body. Clang, clang, clang. The countless air blades struck the stone layer, managing only to leave behind a few dents. Ha ha, Zhao Dong. Now that your mental energy is so depleted, what ability do you have left to fight me? Li Minho strutted toward Zhao Dong, his tone arrogant. By now, most of the surrounding insects were already dead. Without another word, Zhao Dong rose into the air, and wisps of black mist surged toward Li Minho. That has to be poison, it won't work. Li Minho whipped out an oxygen mask and strapped it on. That move. Even Zhao Dong had to admire how thoroughly he prepared. In that case, roar. The blood energy inside him howled and raged. Rumble. Zhao Dong swooped down, activating his berserk body once more. A dreadful pressure coiled around him, and the air itself trembled violently. This was the most complete berserk body Zhao Dong had ever unleashed since acquiring the transformation. Every drop of blood and every strand of muscle underwent complete berserk enhancement. Yet his body did not bulk up, instead, it became somewhat more compact. His physical state was even more perfect. Li Minho dared not be careless. He remained confident in himself. Forget his level, his strength attribute alone had reached an astonishing 200+ points. He believed he still had the power to fight. Seeing Zhao Dong closing in, he decisively unleashed his final ability. Insect Venom. In a flash, Li Minho opened his mouth and sprayed a stream of green liquid at Zhao Dong. This was a skill he had gained with the help of the Insect Queen. The venom might not kill insects, but anyone else it touched would have their body affected and lose all strength. Though the liquid was not much in quantity, it evaporated quickly upon contact with the air, and the whole area would soon be affected. Whoosh! Zhao Dong had already closed the distance. Poison? He pondered. But he was not worried. His body had poison resistance. He had no fear of such ordinary venom. Bam! Without the slightest hesitation, he drove a fist into Li Minho's head. Critical hit. His critical strike ability at this point could almost trigger every single time a fearsomely devastating power. Li Mingho's face changed. Zhao Dong had clearly been hit, so why wasn't he poisoned? There was no time to think. He hastily raised his arm to block the fatal punch. In that instant, the air quaked without end. The gust from the punch distorted Li Mingho's face. Strong. Too strong. Li Mingho felt a sharp pain in his arm. Then he felt nothing at all. His mind went blank. Looking down, he saw that both his arms had been shattered by that blow. Yet the punch showed no sign of stopping. His eyes bulged wide. Thud! The fist slammed into Li Mingho's face. Ah! Li Mingho shrieked in agony. That handsome face he took pride in, the face that had driven countless fans wild, was now disfigured. Ugh! Li Mingho spat out a mouthful of dark blood mixed with several broken teeth. My face! My face! In that moment, he felt fear. Real, genuine fear. Even with half his strength sealed, Zhao Dong was still someone Li Mingho could not contend with. This man was too terrifying. Run, he had to run this instant. But the very next second, Zhao Dong's other hand was already coming at him with a blade. To Zhao Dong, there was no way he would ever give an enemy like this a chance to flee. This time, Li Mingho was certain to die. No! Li Mingho's eyes bulged as he watched the blade slashing straight toward his neck. Swish! Li Mingho's head flew from his body, and his frame toppled to the ground. Announcement: Zhao Dong from Novice Village 168 has defeated Li Mingho from Novice Village 19. As the message appeared, the chat channel erupted once more. No! 168, ha ha ha, I told you. God, Zhao Dong is unbeatable. Li Huangwang, no. 168, how could this happen? Li Mingho was so handsome, how could he lose? No. 168, damn, you're still saying that, you brainless fan. No. 19, damn it, how could Li Mingho lose? I heard the place he chose was the flying insect nest. No. 19, he was familiar with that place, and he even had an ability to communicate with the insect queen. And he still lost. No. 19, Baka, why are you saying all that? It's because Li Mingho is too trash. No. 19, oh, right. The land of sticks is way too good at bullshitting. Damn it, I wasted so many good items supporting him. The people from Novice Village 19 were all raging with curses. Over on the 168 side, many people had already found Li Huangwang and Yang Li. After Zhao Dong returned, a private message arrived for him. God, Zhao Dong, we caught Yang Li and killed her. Zhao Dong was not surprised in the least. For him, a traitor like her ought to be made an example of, to show everyone the fate of betrayal. Zhao Dong, you did well. I'll send you the goods. Thanks, great one. If you need anything in the future, just say the word, I'll definitely help. Zhao Dong, a small matter. Not long after, a photo of Li Huangwang's corpse was sent over too. At that, Zhao Dong only thought, well done. And as word of Li Mingho's death spread, everyone gained a new understanding of Zhao Dong's power. Despite half his strength being sealed, he had still managed to eliminate Li Mingho. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with that trash Li Mingho? Zhou Fan stared at the message and cursed aloud. At the same time, an inexplicable dread rose in his heart. If someone as powerful as Zhao Dong came for him, what would happen? I'm actually afraid. Realizing his own fear, Zhou Fan's gaze hardened. Ever since he had cultivated the secret art and become the undisputed king of soldiers, the word fear had vanished from his dictionary. But now, he was afraid. No, 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 I am not afraid, I am simply surprised. Quickly dismissed thoughts. He listened. He could not help challenge token from his hand. He had planned to challenge Zhao Dong himself, but Li Mingho beat him to it. Looking back now, challenging Zhao Dong at this moment did not seem wise. I will wait until the time is more opportune. Zhou Fan quickly found himself a justification. He then continued to hunt ferocious beasts on the mountain. Zhao Dong had already returned to his boat at that moment. Seeing this reward, he was quite satisfied. His level rose once again. Moreover, because he had slain many insects, a great number were killed, a flood of pale light surged forth at that moment. Although each insect yielded little energy, the sheer volume could not be denied. So adding to his previous energy, hunting so many insects allowed him to level up again. 2 levels up at once would be unbelievable even in a novel. Level 17 6001 2000 Strength 900 Speed 910 Stamina 900 Defense 880 plus 5 hardened Spirit 1550 Skills include critical hit 100 Fire, Wind Blade, Berserk Form, Corpse Poison, Flight. Hold Breath. Poison Resistance. Talents, Attribute Display, Wood Mastery, Malice Display, Spirit Wolf Language. Gold 25000 Unallocated Attribute Points 0 Equipment, Industrial Hammer, Eye of Attributes. Space Backpack Contents, Defensive Vest, Aloe Bone Cutting Knife, Wind Shoes, Stainless Steel Tasting Pot, Long Range Telescope, Spirit Rice. Poison Powder, Moonstones, Red Spirit Fruit, and so on. Special Item, 168 Newbie Village Map. Energy Stones, Heavenly God Necklace, Base Blueprints, Challenge Token, and more. Unknowingly Zhao Dong has reached level 17. Looking at his stat panel, Zhao Dong sighed. In the chat channel, some players noticed Zhao Dong's level change. What is this? 2 levels up in one go. Damn, Zhao Dong really leveled up twice. I could have sworn he was at level 15 before. This is too fast. Zhao Dong, I heard you went to the flying insect nest to fight. You must have slain many insects there. Surely, otherwise I cannot understand how you leveled up twice. This time, everyone was truly shocked. But for Zhao Dong it did not matter. At the same time, there was a small sense of regret. Having half of his power sealed was really annoying. Fortunately, his strength far surpassed others. Dealing with the current situation was enough. Then check the benefits obtained from Li Minho, 6 spirit fruits, 5 weapons, all of decent quality. What a little rich guy. Compared with his own stock, this fellow was only 1% as wealthy as Zhao Dong, which was not bad. After all, these items were only part of Li Minho's wealth. Zhao Dong stored them away and slept soundly. The next day he ate, and the ship set sail. Forward! Zhao Dong lifted his telescope and looked ahead. The destination was the seal of the giant cicada beast queen. According to the map, it was not far. Having finally crossed the ruins, ahead lay a thicket, not far away a vast grassland. On the plains there were rivers and mountains towering into the clouds. Excellent! Seeing this, Zhao Dong instantly fell in love. It was truly beautiful. Master, this place is wonderful. There are mountains and water, and nearby ferocious beasts are not few. Mu Tu also suggested. Yes, yes. Zhao Er and Zhao San nodded in unison. Zhao Dong rolled his eyes. Since learning he obtained the tomb map parchment, the skeletal soldiers had been proactively seeking a site. Mu Tu also suggested. Yes, yes. Zhao Er and Zhao San nodded in unison. Zhao Dong rolled his eyes. Since learning he had obtained the tomb map parchment, the skeletal soldiers had been proactively seeking a site. The goal, of course, was to move into the tomb as soon as possible to gain nourishment. Zhao Dong knew their minds. But he did not call them out, because looking at the surroundings, he also found this place suitable. Before this, he had considered building his own domain. For convenience, the domain would need to meet several conditions. First, there must be water. Though skeleton soldiers do not need water, there will surely be more than one person in the future. He might recruit other survivors to work for him. In short, water is more important than food. Second, surrounding resources must be abundant. Resources include a plentiful number of ferocious beasts, various vegetation, and various wild fruits. To maintain food variety, there must be a large river. With a large river, he could travel to other places. After all, this 168 newbie village is only the tip of the iceberg in this kill-or-be-killed world. It appears grand, but it is actually a small place. The real world is still far away and needs to be explored. Traveling by water is undoubtedly the easiest. Fourth condition, there are no particularly strong beasts nearby. This is something he would gradually test. Looking at this place, the first and second conditions are satisfied for now. Third condition, along this river ahead is the Great River, which seems to lead to another village's territory. so the third condition is also met. As for the fourth condition, whether there are very strong predators nearby needs time to be discovered. But Zhao Dong did not dwell on it. Even the strongest beasts to him are only a difference in level. He is confident, if this place really suits him, he will not mind killing those beasts to occupy the area completely. With that in mind, Zhao Dong leaped from the boat and walked inward. The soil here was good, a fertile black earth. Following the map, Zhao Dong walked on. This grassland seemed quiet, but soon Zhao Dong found some footprints. Looking closely, they appeared to be wolf paw prints. What a pleasant surprise! Since obtaining the spirit wolf language skill, he had long wanted to trap some wolves to guard his home. Wolves are faster in many ways and stronger than the skeleton soldiers in some respects. At this moment Zhao Dong looked forward to it. When the time comes, he would hunt wolves. Tap tap tap. Zhao Dong quickened his pace. Approaching a forest, he saw smoke rising from within. The question arose, is someone cooking there? Zhao Dong felt a stir in his heart and walked over to ask, "Who are you?" At that moment, a man and a woman charged out of the forest, each wielding a spear, staring at Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong smiled. "Don't be alarmed. I'm just passing through." Seeing that Zhao Dong seemed to bear no ill will, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Where did you come from?" Zhao Dong said, "I followed the river." "By the way, are you two alone?" "That's right. We're eating, would you like to join us?" Seeing that Zhao Dong posed no threat, the man and woman both relaxed. Zhao Dong shook his head. "No need. I have my own food." "Is that so? We have plenty of food. If you need some, don't stand on ceremony." The two exchanged a glance, seemingly very much hoping Zhao Dong would stay and eat with them. Zhao Dong smiled faintly and said, "You two must be giant cicada beasts in human form, aren't you? You might fool others, but not me." As his words fell, the two's expressions shifted slightly. They had actually been seen through. After all, they had used this trick to waylay countless passers-by in this very spot. Those survivors passing by usually had few supplies, so whenever invited to a meal, they would agree. But their food had been laced with a poisonous mushroom found nearby. One bite meant death. Seeing their faces, Zhao Dong sneered. "It seems my guess was right." The two giant cicada beasts said nothing. Instead, one moved in front and one behind, surrounding Zhao Dong in a pincer. Zhao Dong did not move. He calmly looked at them and asked, "I actually mean you no harm. On the contrary, I've come to save your queen. Could you lead the way for me?" "Save the queen?" Phew! Nonsense. Clearly, they didn't believe a word Zhao Dong said. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two giant cicada beasts instantly reverted to their true forms. Their entire bodies were covered in black carapace, making them look like monsters. Shing! The two giant cicada beasts each drew a broken blade and lunged at Zhao Dong. "Ugh, I originally wanted to talk with you as normal people. Why resort to violence?" Zhao Dong sighed helplessly. He unleashed the air blade in a single stroke. The two giant cicada beasts were split open, their flesh and hide torn apart. "You! How did you discover us?" On the verge of death, the male giant cicada beast couldn't help but ask. They had encountered quite a few survivors here. Their acting had long since gone from clumsy and raw to polished perfection. Yet this man had seen through them with just one glance. Zhao Dong said helplessly, "Because of my face. With his current fame, who in no 168 novice village wouldn't recognize him?" But these two had looked at him as if he were a stranger. Clearly, they didn't have the survivor system. "No matter how you found us out, our king will kill you. You won't escape. That's not for you to worry about." Zhao Dong shook his head and finished them with a single stroke. Then, both giant cicada beasts dropped attribute points. Spirit Sun. Not bad. He picked up the attribute points without standing on ceremony and continued on his way. As he walked, he surveyed his surroundings. He was choosing a base. The deeper he went, the more satisfied Zhao Dong became with this place. As his territory, this place truly was excellent. It had mountains and water in abundance. However, just then, a rustling sound came from not far away. "Hey, where are you from?" A female voice suddenly came from behind. At the same time, 3 men appeared up ahead. Zhao Dong shrugged. "You're giant cicada beasts, right? I just killed 2 of your kind. Well, an outright provocation to their faces. Instantly, the 4 giant cicada beasts' faces turned icy cold. Did you kill Shaoli and Nana? Obviously. Roar. The female giant cicada beast roared at the sky. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. Roar. Oh. Roar. From deep within the forest, identical cries came one after another. The sound stretched endlessly, shaking the mountain woods. Zhao Dong froze for a moment, then realized what he had done. Good grief, he had stirred up an entire nest of giant cicada beasts. That many of them had suddenly appeared. Boy, you've entered our territory. This time, you'll be buried with our fallen king. The female giant cicada beast spoke viciously. Because of her fury, the black carapace on her face began to spread. Kill! Giant cicada beasts lunged at Zhao Dong one after another. He checked their levels, they were all around level 10. Though not strong, Zhao Dong frowned. After all, his strength was sealed now. Finish this quickly. Zhao Dong quickly made up his mind. Scram! He bellowed, and the air blade expanded outward with him at the center. Swish, swish, swish. Squelch, squelch. AHH. 3 giant cicada beasts screamed in agony and tumbled from the trees. As for the female giant cicada beast, she was quick to dodge and hid behind a tree at once. Just as she thought she had escaped danger, a wooden spear thrust from behind. Squelch! She was pinned to the tree on the spot. Zhao Dong glanced coldly. All 4 giant cicada beasts had dropped a considerable amount of spirit. He gathered it all, gaining 8 points of spirit in total. Not bad. Because his strength was sealed, Zhao Dong could clearly feel that his spirit was depleting faster than before. So now, he was eager to absorb more spirit. Absorbing this spirit greatly benefited him. The spirit drained from his body was quickly replenished. It's right ahead. That man has already killed many of us. We must take him out as soon as possible. Kill! Ha! Here they come again? Zhao Dong grew excited. It seemed, before going to the sealed land, he could kill a wave and earn some spirit. At that thought, he could hardly wait. In just a moment, he encountered the giant cicada beasts chasing him. This time, there were even more fully 16. And each one was at level 11 or level 12. One could tell that the deeper one went into this place, the stronger the giant cicada beasts were. Kill! Without a second thought, Zhao Dong charged at them with his blade. Successfully killed a level 12 giant cicada beast. Gained 110 energy points. Successfully killed a level 11 giant cicada beast. Gained 100 energy points. Before long, Zhao Dong dealt with that wave of enemies and continued deeper. He soon crossed through the jungle and arrived at the foot of the mountain. At last, he had reached the sealed land. Then, he saw 3 giant cicada beasts up ahead. These 3 were all over 2 meters tall, with mighty, robust bills. Their carapace was pitch black, giving off a powerful metallic sheen. Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow. These 3 giant cicada beasts were clearly not ordinary. Especially the one in the middle. Giant cicada beast, level 15, a captain-level beast among giant cicada beasts. It has mutated and possesses an innate ability, roar in sonic wave. Roar! The next second, the giant cicada beast locked onto Zhao Dong and let out an earth-shaking roar. The sound wave, visible to the naked eye, swept toward him. Ah! Zhao Dong's face twitched. His body rapidly entered a frenzy, and he sprang into the air. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat them, but behind these 3 giant cicada beasts, thousands more were buzzing in from the distance. Against a swarm of this scale, Zhao Dong felt it wiser to retreat for now. Yes, temporarily a tactical retreat. Zhao Dong's sudden takeoff caught the swarm of giant cicada beasts off guard. But quickly, they grew furious. This human had slain so many of their kin, and now he thought to flee? As if such a thing would be so easy. The mutant giant cicada beast let out a roar, and countless cicada beasts surged into the sky at its call. However, though these giant cicada beasts excelled in other areas, their flight speed was not particularly fast. With only a few diving maneuvers, Zhao Dong had already left the vast majority of them far behind. Next, Zhao Dong set about searching for the ceiling site. Midair, he consumed a spiritual fruit and soon arrived at the mountain peak. Upon seeing this, the giant cicada beasts grew even angrier. This human had actually come to the place where their queen was sealed. The mutant cicada beast grew exceedingly anxious, striving to hasten its pace and reach him to stop his actions. Zhao Dong had already landed. At this moment, he understood why so many giant cicada beasts inhabited this place. It was all due to the existence of this seal. Atop the mountain peak stood a massive stone pillar piercing downward. Surrounding it were 4 shorter cylindrical stone pillars, forming some peculiar formation. Upon this formation, crack-like patterns spread outward in all directions. At the very center lay a recessed depression in the ground, as though designed to receive something. Zhao Dong immediately surmised that the object to be inserted was precisely the stone steel in his hand, the beast's pressing steel. Why, what on earth do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly. Leave immediately, and we shall overlook this offense. Do you hear me? Otherwise, you will beg for death but find no release. Upon seeing Zhao Dong standing upon the sealing ground, each and every giant cicada beast's expression turned pale. This was the sacred site where their queen was sealed. What could this fellow possibly be planning? For a time, they were torn between urgency to descend and fear to approach. For this sealing ground was their forbidden territory. Observing this, Zhao Dong chuckled softly. So they dared not come down. Without further hesitation, Zhao Dong produced the beast's pressing steel. A deep hum resonated as the steel appeared in his grip, its surface shimmering with brilliant luminescence. As though responding to its presence, ferocious winds erupted across the entire sealing ground. Then, let us begin. Zhao Dong raised the beast's pressing steel and drove it directly into the central depression. Rumbling! The entire mountain range trembled. At this moment, many people sensed the anomaly. Something is wrong. I was near the cicada beast tribe, and the mountain suddenly shook. I was nearby too, in the middle of slaying cicada beasts. What is happening? Something is off. Could another powerful giant cicada beast have emerged? Let us go investigate. No, the cicada beasts over there have gone mad. They attack anything they see. Bad, retreat quickly. Just as some survivors had described in the chat channel, the entire giant cicada beast colony had descended into madness, slaughtering any creature they encountered. This was because the giant cicada beast queen was the sovereign of all their kind. When the queen faced danger, every cicada beast felt her distress. This was not limited to Newbie Village No. 168. Survivors in other regions were also discussing the matter on the World Channel. Newbie Village No. 44. Good heavens, a cicada beast friend of mine says his bloodline is restless. He feels fear. Newbie Village No. 66. I too know a cicada beast friend with whom I shared hardships. Just now, something changed suddenly. He grew angry with me. No. 81. Something is wrong. Everyone be careful, these cicada beasts are acting strangely. No. 984. Have they gone mad? What exactly is happening? No. 645. It seems they sense something is wrong with their queen and are extremely anxious. Every survivor was discussing this matter. More people sensed the crisis. Some urgently suggested, we should hide first. I think these cicada beasts have truly lost their minds. They really seem insane. They used to know we were there better and would avoid us. Now, completely heedless of danger, I just got injured because of this, damn it. While everyone anxiously discussed what was happening, Zhao Dong had already opened the seal. The swarm of giant cicada beasts hovering overhead stood utterly dumbfounded. The seal has been broken. Good heavens, how did this person accomplish this? The seal has actually been opened by him. Before they could utter another word, Zhao Dong merely glanced at them and leaped into the enormous pit below. Boom! Flame ignited upon Zhao Dong's fingers, illuminating the space within the valley. The surroundings were sheer rock walls, vast and expansive. Zhao Dong looked around in wonder. So this was the sealing site. It was truly remarkable. However, logic dictated that since the seal had been opened, where was the giant cicada beast queen? Zhao Dong continued onward. Perhaps because it had not been opened for so long, the air here was exceedingly thin and carried traces of toxicity. Though immune to poison himself, Zhao Dong immediately activated the breath-holding skill. Moving forward, he found the space before him both expansive and secure. His vigilance gradually eased. Half. Just then, an urgent sound emerged from ahead. Those were breathing sounds, women's breathing sounds. Listening closely, to one unaware of the source, such breaths could stir a man's spirit or flush a woman's cheeks. Shua shua. Zhao Dong intensified his flame, expanding the illuminated area. Little brother. A gentle voice drifted forth. Such a cloying address. Zhao Dong's eyes widened. At that moment, he saw clearly. Before him stood a young woman of perhaps 18 or 19 years. Her hands and feet were bound in iron chains, her delicate appearance stirring one's compassion. Seeing Zhao Dong, a radiant smile bloomed upon her lovely face. Her tender, pale fingers swayed the chains. Clang! The chains chiming echoed through the valley. Little brother, please save me. The woman's eyes, clear as rippling water, gazed intently at Zhao Dong. They seemed to speak without words, leaving Zhao Dong momentarily transfixed. Good heavens, if he had not known this woman was extraordinary, under ordinary circumstances, he might well have been ensnared. Fortunately, he knew full well she was the giant cicada beast queen. Giant cicada beasts could transform into human form. Earlier, he had encountered many maternal cicada beasts, whose transformed appearances were exceedingly beautiful. Each one was among the finest specimens in the mortal realm. But recalling the true form beneath this woman's visage, that of a humble cicada, Zhao Dong felt a wave of nausea. The contrast between beauty and beast was truly worlds apart. Zhao Dong did not respond to the cicada beast queen's plea. Instead, he pondered his next move. Should he simply untie her bonds? What if she turned hostile in an instant? Or would resolving her chains earn her goodwill? Unwittingly, Zhao Dong recalled the mission prompt. Mission reminder: the location of the steel fragment has been deployed in Newbie Village No. 168. After unlocking the seal, Newbie Village No. 168 will connect to the giant cicada beast queen's territory, granting access to new resources. Mission reminder: upon completion of this task, you shall earn the giant cicada beast queen's recognition. You will become her friend, with the opportunity to receive her assistance. Handsome, save me. Look at how pitiful I am, the giant cicada beast queen said coquettishly. Ahem, don't play those tricks on me. Everyone knows your true identity. You are the giant cicada beast queen, aren't you? Zhao Dong's words caught her by surprise. You know? Then did you save me through the beast-suppressing monument? Zhao Dong smiled back. Why? According to you, is there some other way to save you? That's not what I meant. It's just that I've been sealed here for countless years, and until now, no one has ever been able to find the monument fragments in all three locations. The fact that you did, Zhao Dong, proves how extraordinary you are. Zhao Dong's prowess compelled the giant cicada beast queen to look at him with newfound respect. Regardless, you are my savior. Rest assured, from this day forth, you are my friend, and we giant cicada beasts will forever remain your most loyal allies. So, here comes the quest reward, Zhao Dong thought, highly pleased by the queen's words. No need to be polite. I will unlock these chains for you now. Zhao Dong walked over and felt the chains. Crafted from an unknown material, they gleamed with a chilling aura and felt incredibly cold to the touch. These chains are made of no ordinary material, Zhao Dong remarked. Indeed, these are the glacial iron chains. Our giant cicada beast clan dislikes the cold. We only emerge for 3 months during the summer each year. After those 3 months, we burrow into the earth to hibernate through the winter. Because these glacial iron chains are so freezing, they have been constantly draining my power, preventing me from escaping. I see, Zhao Dong said, puzzled. Then do you know who did this to you? The giant cicada beast queen shook her head slightly. I do not know. That is indeed strange, Zhao Dong murmured to himself. Ever since arriving in this place, he had harbored doubts. What kind of world was this world of slaughter, exactly? Was it the world of a novel? He had certainly thought so at first, given how many familiar tropes he had encountered. Yet, the longer he stayed, the more incredibly real this world seemed. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Zhao Dong retrieved the industrial hammer. These glacial iron chains are extremely sturdy. Ordinary weapons won't even scratch them. You crack. Before the giant cicada beast queen could even finish her sentence, the industrial hammer struck down. In the next instant, the glacial iron chains shattered. The giant cicada beast queen's eyes nearly popped out of her head in sheer disbelief. What kind of weapon is that? Zhao Dong replied, just a piece of my equipment. By the way, can we leave now? Yes, we can. By then, Zhao Dong had already severed all the glacial iron chains binding her limbs. She attempted to stand up, but her delicate body suddenly gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Ah! Instinctively, Zhao Dong reached out to support the queen, only for her to grasp his hand. Her hand was cold yet incredibly soft. Unwittingly, she guided his hand to rest upon her thigh. I have been bound for too long. My body feels so weak and uncomfortable. Suddenly feeling something soft beneath his palm, Zhao Dong instinctively pulled his hand back. Let me help you out, then. Thank you. Seeing him withdraw his hand, the giant cicada beast queen cast a resentful yet longing glance at Zhao Dong, though she said nothing more. Let's go, Zhao Dong said, helping her up. How should I address you? My name is Olaya, the queen replied. Olaya, what a unique name. Zhao Dong remarked. And you? Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong, I shall remember you. Rest assured, after this, I will order my subjects to cease their attacks on the human race. The giant cicada beast queen promised. Just the area around Novice village no. 168 is fine. I don't care about the other regions, Zhao Dong said after a moment's thought. Some areas belong to rival factions, such as region no. 19, so Zhao Dong had no intention of letting others benefit. Alright, I will do as you say. Queen Alea smiled gently, showing complete obedience. Finally, they stepped outside. As Olaya emerged from the cave, the giant cicada beasts, who had been waiting below for ages, were collectively struck with shock. The Queen. Her Majesty the Queen has returned. The Queen. My Queen, you are finally free. How many years has it been? Oh heavens, I can't believe I am seeing the Queen return. Sobbing. Instantly, the crowd erupted in wild excitement. Countless giant cicada beasts knelt on one knee, placing their right hands over their left chests in devout worship. I have returned, Olaya replied calmly. This simple declaration seemed to herald a monumental shift. At this very moment, in every corner of the world of slaughter, wherever giant cicada beasts resided, they all heard her voice. The giant cicada beasts, who had been in a state of frenzy, quieted down one by one. Some looked up at the sky, cast a glance at the survivors they had just been battling, and then departed. What is going on? The giant cicada beasts seemed to have suddenly calmed down and left. Yeah, what's happening? Many were left utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong stood behind Olaya, receiving the worship of the entire